Chapter 1 Opening Angry Slap on the Female Lead. Send you a slap in the face. In this world, there may be very few things you can't get, but I, Sumo, am definitely one of them. Yihan will never be with you in this life. Just die of this heart. Capital No. 1 Martial Arts High School. Senior classroom of Senior Class 1. A few angry female voices suddenly came from the quiet classroom, and the gazes of everyone in the classroom turned to the back at the same time. At the back door of the classroom, a girl wearing a white sailor uniform was standing in front of a tall boy. Her diminutive figure fit tightly with the uniform, and at first glance it looked like there was something between her heart and chest. Slim legs tightly wrapped in a pair of black stockings, filled with some unique student flavor. Exquisite features and fair skin. In the classroom light mapping hazy and moving, but she is now showing a cold face. Between the beautiful eyes are disgusted. Pointing to the handsome boy in front of her angrily scolded. You are only relying on those means of the family to coerce me to get engaged to you, but I will never accept you in my life. The crowd in the classroom saw this and started talking. Goo, this big school flower has been confessed to by young Master Li again. Wow, young Master Li is really trenchant. The first thing he did was to give 100 million dasha coins worth of advanced chi and blood condensing pills as a confession gift. This advanced chi and blood cohesion pill is something that every student who is about to take the martial arts exam can only dream of. It can change one's destiny against the heavens, and I heard that eating it can allow students with no martial arts talent to directly reach the entry level of the two universities. However, the value is too expensive and it requires qualifications to purchase, which makes people shy away from it. Alas, such a good thing. It's a pity that it was mercilessly rejected by Su University's schoolgirl. Bull ********. You don't see that Sumo said refused on the mouth, but the body is very honest. Has been clutching in the hand it, and at this time, standing at the back door of the classroom, Yihan, who was deeply caught in the whirlpool of public opinion, looked blankly in front of him after hearing these voices. He had a straight figure, swordwood eyebrows and stars, a straight nose between his deep eyes, and a profile as delicate as a knife carving, like a lost elf on earth, with impeccable perfect features. The expression on his face did not look flustered because his confession was rejected, but on the contrary, he was somewhat lost in thought. This is, where? The dreamlike scene in front of him made Yihan a bit confused. He shook his head and looked around in confusion. He clearly remembered that he was not working late at the company. How did he take a nap and end up here? This was, crossing over? Suddenly a large section of memories that didn't belong to him quickly emerged in his mind, forcing a stabbing pain to come from his head, causing him to frown slightly. After digesting these memories in just a few seconds, Yihan woke up with a start. This is not the novel that I read before? How to Give Master Dry to Hear. As the company's nuclear ass, Yihan usually in the company's toilet office to do business, but also liked to look at the cool article. The reason why he was interested in this book is because one of the villains has the same name as him. This Yihan as the villain. Not only their own martial arts talent is extremely excellent, and the family force is exceptionally strong. As the first family in the entire Blue Star has a supreme position, Father Li Huaishuan is the 8th order of martial arts, in charge of the human tribunal, at the top of the power, and Grandfather Li Shengtian is the 9th order of martial arts saint, guarding the magic sea, the human race only a few sea god Pinwan. However, the original cool text didn't make him feel good about reading it at all, because the villain's various honeyed operations in this book make him feel exceptionally irritated. Sometimes he really wants to drill into the book to replace him, and use actions to tell him how oxen and horses should live if they were born in Rome. I just mentioned it on my lips, but the result is really over? Yihan spat and spat, but his head was constantly recalling the plot of the book. This plot is so familiar. It seems to be Yihan's 111th confession to Sumo. That Sumo is not a good thing, and only that villain in the original book would choose to lick blindly without a bottom. Read the original book of Yihan is very clear. This surface setback set, her Su family, originally a small family not into the stream, can leap into the Blue Star first-class family, relying on all his Yihan, but this woman and the Su family did not put him in the eyes, not only wantonly seize the resources of the Li family, but also blatantly spend his money, with his resources to support her lover. That lover is the protagonist of the original book, the author's own son, Ye Feng. The beautiful name is that they are true love. He himself is a third party who interferes with their beautiful love. The most hateful thing is that in the end, after Ye Feng achieved the position of martial emperor, he decapitated the entire Li family. The world knew the contribution of the Li family to the human race, but they were easily convicted by Ye Feng, who became a martial emperor, and ended up with a stench for years to come. You think you can harvest my heart by sending me crickets a high-level chi and blood coagulation dan worth hundreds of millions of dollars? You don't understand me at all. You have absolutely no idea what I want. Sumo looked at the bewildered Yihan in front of her with a disdainful expression. although her expression was as disgusted as it could be, but in her heart, she was calm and self-assured, her eyes filled with confidence. This licking dog's character had long been taken to death by her. Every time she confessed, as long as she pretended to be angry, he would take out something better to coax herself. Although this advanced chi and blood coagulation dan was worth money, it was far from enough to match her beauty. This is the 110th confession. How many times in a woman's life? How many times in a woman's life? If she doesn't have this much sincerity, she still has the nerve to confess. Besides, this brother Ye Feng has reached the critical moment of the upcoming martial arts examination. Although this advanced chi and blood cohesion pill is not bad, I have to fight for him to get a high-grade weapon. The B-grade silver sword that Yihan gave to him earlier was not able to bring out his brother Ye Feng's full strength. As long as he gets an A-grade weapon, my brother Ye Feng will not only be able to get into the top school in one go, but he may also be selected by a 7th or even 8th ranked tutor. Thinking of this, Sumo's cheeks flashed a scarlet red. Only such an outstanding brother Ye Feng is worthy of me. And what does this man in front of me have besides being handsome and rich? He doesn't understand me at all. Seeing that Yihan had been dazed and ignoring herself, a nameless flame rose in Sumo's heart and she spoke in a cold and merciless voice. Yihan, do you think you can hide away by acting crazy and avoiding the topic like this? Again, do you know what I want? What I want is for you to cancel our engagement, compensate me for the loss of reputation for all these years, and then disappear and get lost. You know what? Yihan, who was still adapting to his memories, instantly stopped adapting after hearing these words. He raised his head and looked at Sumo with a slight surprise in his eyes. Getting rid of the nuclear donkey social animal identity, traveling through the young master of the top family, and retiring a female checklist. Ox and horse born in Rome. Is my spring finally coming? A promise is a promise. Double happiness. Yihan excitedly opened his mouth as if he was afraid that he would say it late. Ha? You? What did you say? Sumo froze for a moment, thinking she was hallucinating, her eyes drifting in a trance as she asked back. I said, just as you said, withdraw from the marriage. Really? Really? Sumo, who once again confirmed that she hadn't heard wrong, cleared her eyes for a moment. I can finally get rid of this annoying worldly young master and be with brother Ye Feng in a bright and honorable way. Well, tomorrow at noon, I will personally come to my door and break the engagement, Yihan added in a firm tone. Great! When Sumo heard this news, she happily jumped up in place and spun around a few times. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she once again looked at Yihan and questioned. Then what about the loss of my reputation for so many years, delaying me for so long? A girl's youth is priceless. What are you prepared to compensate me for? Hearing this from Sumo, Yihan burst out laughing. Delay? These years you and Ye Feng backstage stealing chickens and dogs cannot do less. Still have the nerve to say delayed. Then lightly scolded seemed to think of something interesting. Of course there's no problem. This I can give you right now. What is it? Sumo looked at Yihan's hand in his pants pocket with a face full of expectation. With the atmosphere of this dog licking, this damage fee will most likely protect her and Ye Feng's brother for decades. It's this. Only to see Yihan suddenly gaze cold. From the pants pocket quickly drew out the palm of his hand. Violently, it fiercely threw on Sumo's fair and tender cheeks. Slap. A slap. Chapter 2 Brother Unicorn came with its gift. The sound of a crisp slap echoed throughout the classroom, causing everyone to fall into silence. Some people were still wiping their eyes, as if they couldn't believe the scene their eyes saw. Didn't see it wrong. The Li family's great young man actually hit his most beloved goddess. Phew, much more comfortable. Say Fan, you've been thinking about it for a long time. Yihan's heart took a long breath, humming to himself in his heart, wanting to fan this Sumo. He wanted to do it for a long time, and finally did it today. Previously separated from the book, Fan cannot, but now, people are right in front of them. Such a good opportunity, not to come to a slap? Ding! Detected that the host has opened the system activation method, and is in the process of binding the Heaven's Destiny villain system for the host. Yihan, who heard this voice, was delighted. AUV. Brother Unicorn has come with his gift, but this activation method was quite obscure. Brother Unity, how about a self-introduction? Yihan asked in his head. This system is a divine fate villain system. Whenever the host makes a choice that goes against the plot of the original book, he will receive a generous reward. Super rewards are obtained by looting and suppressing the chi of the heavenly fate and those around him to change the plot of the original book. Detected the host opening the activation method correctly and received a Newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack, Asura Sacred Body Grand Achievement. As soon as the system's words fell, a stream of warmth quickly traveled throughout his body. And in just this instant, Yihan felt that his physical body was more than dozens of times stronger than it was just a moment ago. Egu, Brother Unity is really good. Giving such a big gift at the first meeting is really good. The Asura Sacred Body is one of the 3 legendary sacred bodies. Once it's fully realized, It's an invincible existence that transcends the ranks and is invincible in the flesh. Even if he was currently at the second rank, he would still be able to deal with a fourth rank martial spirit with this Asura Sacred Body. A superb body refining method like this was actually obtained so easily? It was true that he still had to rely on brother unity. Yihan, how dare you hit me? You will definitely pay for what you just did. A sudden shouting sound interrupted the constant praise in Yihan's mind. Suemo covered one of her cheeks with one hand, her face full of shock, her eyes full of incredulity. She herself had actually been beaten by a licking dog? Nonetheless, her other hand was still clutching that advanced chi and blood coagulation dan with a death grip. The other students in the classroom were all dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at this dreamlike scene, is young Lee having a brain cramp today? He actually dared to make a move on the always beloved school Miss Su? Definitely took the wrong medication today. He will definitely regret it later. The rustling murmurs around made Suemo gradually find her confidence. Aha! This licking dog must have had a brain fart today to do this. Later on, if he reacts to his reckless behavior, he will definitely regret it. Thinking of this, Suemo raised her condescending head to look indifferently at Yihan, wrapping her arms around the slightly stuffed chest. Very good. Originally, I only needed you to pay a little bit of mental damage, but you actually dared to hit me. Now if you don't kneel down and offer up 30%, oh no 50% of the Lee family's martial arts resources, then I will definitely make you pay. What? 50% of the Lee family's martial Dao resources? That can feed dozens of first-class families. This Su big schoolgirl has a huge appetite. Young Master Lee won't be stupid enough to really give it, right? According to the past nature, I don't think so. Hearing Sumo's lion's mouth made the crowd startled. Oh, what price? Yihan didn't pay attention to those noises, just looked at Suemo with interest, his eyes showing indifference and teasing. Listen up, the price is that I won't care about you anymore in this lifetime. You won't get another chance to talk to me. This sentence directly made Yihan laugh in anger. Asshole, only the inside the original plot would cherish this kind of. Suemo crossed her arms and looked at Yihan condescendingly, waiting for him to kneel. She knew how much the sentence was killing Yihan. Humph, I'm not the only one who covets your Lee family's martial arts resources, and I'm still the only one who can make you willingly take them out yourself. This is something you sent to your door yourself. You can't blame me. Sumo's cold eyes kept flickering in anticipation that next he would revert back to his usual kneeling down and offer the resources with both hands to pray for her forgiveness, only to see Yihan once again draw out his hands that were stuck in his pants. Just when Suemo expected that he would take out some space ring or dash a black card from inside, a flash of residual shadow made her instantly confused. Splat! A crisp sound accompanied by an echo resounded again, suddenly exploding beside her ears. Suemo was directly slapped to the ground by this slap, her face full of shock, covering her cheeks as if she didn't understand what the situation was, only to see Yihan looking down at her, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, his tone mocking as he opened his mouth. You're really a ing old peacock, self-indulgent. Boom! Yihan had just finished typing when a powerful aura accompanied by a thick voice erupted from outside the classroom corridor. Yihan, you seek death, only to see an upright boy rushing in from outside the classroom, quickly helping the paralyzed Su Rua up. This person was handsome, with three-dimensional features, an unearthly charm lingering around his body, and at a glance, he was the author's own son. How dare you hit Suemo? He looked at Yihan and spoke angrily. Beside him, Suemo was leaning on him like a bird, looking pathetic. When Suemo saw Ye Feng arrive, the tears that she had originally held back poured down, and she clutched the corner of Ye Feng's coat softly and aggrievedly. Brother Ye Feng, you finally came. Ye Feng gently stroked the back of Sumo's hand and spoke gently. Everything has me. Leave it to me next. Isn't this the Ye Feng who came first in the last martial arts practice exam? Why is he here? Why is he giving schoolgirl Su a head start? Is he trying to heroically save her? Hey, where did this kid put his hands? Why does it feel a bit off? The originally quiet classroom began to talk because of Ye Feng's arrival. Ye Feng assisted Suemo, looked at Yihan with righteous indignation and questioned in a loud voice. Mr. Lee, actually hit Suemo? This I need you to explain. Explain? Yihan let out a light laugh, walked into the classroom and picked up a chair and sat down casually, crossing his legs and looking at Ye Feng. What is your relationship with Suemo that I need to explain to you? Ye Feng straightened his back and replied confidently. Suemo and I are the best PY. Her affairs are my affairs. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, you don't want to walk out of this classroom. Ye Feng stood in front of Suemo, protecting her behind him and also blocking the back door of the classroom completely. When the others saw that Ye Feng was actually so tough on Yihan, they wondered. It's understandable that this Ye Feng wants to heroically save a beauty, but why is his attitude so tough? Could it be the two of them are having an affair? Or are they in the same path? Yihan's eyes teasingly looked at Ye Feng, not putting the threat in his eyes in the slightest. He laughed lightly and said in a lazy tone, "What if I'm not? Oomph, what kind of man is it to hit a woman? If you have the guts to fight me today." After saying that, a silver longsword appeared out of thin air in Ye Feng's hand. Then the blade turned and pointed straight at Yihan. A cold aura was revealed and the temperature of the classroom suddenly lowered. Holy, Ye Feng is the first place winner of the last mock exam. He has long reached the entrance requirements of the two universities. He actually wants to take a shot at young Master Li? Isn't this a blatant bullying? Oh, exempt. This young Master Li is going to suffer this time. Ye Feng pointed his sword at Yihan's brow, but in his heart, he kept playing calculations. The Li family's young master must have a Taoist protector protecting him in the dark. If he shot at him rashly, he would surely be forcibly blocked, and he himself would be in a very sorry state. But there is a place, as long as you go up, even if you beat the out of Yihan, his Tao protector behind him and even the Li family would not dare to act arbitrarily. Thinking of this, Ye Feng raised his voice by a few decibels and shouted in a neutral tone, "Dare to be a man and fight with me squarely one-on-one in the school martial arts ring." Ha! Childish. These little schemes, do you think that little master is not clear? In this world that honors martial arts, the school martial arts ring is a place specially set up for students to compete in martial arts. And on there, as long as you don't beat your opponent to death, then even if you beat the out of him, no one will pursue the matter. Oh, it is a pity that you this abacus played empty. This time it is just to take you to raise the spirit. Yihan leaned back in his chair and opened his mouth carelessly. Why not? What? Young Master Li actually agreed? It looks like he's really not too bright today. Seeing that Yihan actually agreed to his request, Ye Feng was overjoyed. A hint of sinister flashed under his eyes then. What an idiot. Normally using your eat your where you're in you. I'm not too good to go after you. But, you licking dog actually dared to make a move on Sister Sue? It just so happens that the martial arts exam is coming up. So today I will definitely waste you and make it impossible for you to take the exam. Chapter 3. The Li family's sword may not harm the Li family. Have you heard? Ye Feng and the Li family's youngest master are going to fight in the martial arts ring. What? Go and take a look. Let's see the strength of this joint exam. No. 1. Alas. It's just a pity that young Master Li, not only is he a lickspill, but this time he's going to be reduced to a springboard for Ye Feng. Kyoto No. 1 Martial Arts High School. Martial Arts Ring. At this time it was overcrowded. Many students who heard the news of Ye Feng and Yihan's match had skipped class to come and see. Among them, there was even a number of martial arts teachers who came to join in the fun. Suemo looked at Ye Feng's back on the ring, her eyes filled with adoration. Sure enough, it's still brother Ye Feng who is powerful and is going to stand up for me. Quickly kill this shameless licking dog. Although this Li family's youngest master has a strong family, but Na the individual is really bad. Immediately are going to be the martial arts examination. I heard that even now is only the strength of the second stage martial artist. On the square ring, Ye Feng heard these rustling murmurs and couldn't help but straighten his back. He, Ye Feng, as a child born from a humble family, had grown up relying on his own hard work and talent to get to his current position as the number 1 in this martial arts high school. And that dude licking dog on the opposite side. Apart from his family being powerful, he was almost useless. He was also thrown a few streets away from him in the martial arts realm. But why was that good-for-nothing lickspittle a young master across the street's family so much better off than him? This thief heaven's way is too unfair. If I had that family background, I would definitely be able to be even more arrogant than him. Ye Feng clenched his fists and was constantly annoyed. Not only do I have to waste him today, I must also make him bleed heavily. Ye Feng looked straight at Yihan. The greed in his eyes was not hidden at all as he said in a deep voice. Yihan, this battle between men, there has to be some stakes to make it work. What do you think? Well, feel free. Bet on what? I'll play along. Yihan waved his hand indifferently, with an air of whatever you want. If you lose, take out 100 pounds of high-grade spirit stones and an A-grade weapon. How about it? The moment these words came out, the people under the stage sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, these two things together can be worth tens of billions of dasha coins, even if some third and fourth-rate families empty half of their family's wealth in order to come up with it. This Ye Feng has such a big appetite, daring to make such a big bet. The bet that Ye Feng made is definitely not simple. Bah, you think Ye Feng has hair? He doesn't have any. Seeing Ye Feng's credulous bet, Yihan let out a light laugh. Well, that's fine, but what if you lose? If I lose? Ha! Ye Feng seemed to be laughing with his stomach as if he had heard some great joke. Then he spoke solemnly word by word. If I lose, I will kneel down with you on the spot to apologize for today's matter. As soon as the words fell, the scene was in an uproar. Holy, this Ye Feng, why does it feel a bit shameless? Who does he think he is? An apology can be worth 100 pounds of high-grade spirit stones and A-grade weapons. This Yihan won't agree, right? This Ye Feng can hang him with one hand. The people who came to watch the battle were dumbfounded. This bet can still be made like this? With this kind of bet, even if Brother Fat came, he would have to ride a shared bicycle away. Good. Holy, this young Master Li is really confused. Actually agreed. Sigh. I should have known that I would go up and bet first. Seeing Li Yihan actually agree to this unreasonable request from Ye Feng, the people under the stage were shocked. Holy, there's such a good thing? Who doesn't know this Li Yihan? Although the martial arts talent is very amazing, but a mind to pounce on how to be a licking dog, basically never practiced, resulting in the current level of martial arts is still in the second stage of the cricket entry, and Ye Feng heard that has long reached the third order, or even the peak of the third order. Although the Li family has a rich heritage, but also cannot withstand such a defeat. Seeing Li Yihan agreed, Ye Feng was overjoyed. This actually promised? Great. Then he calmed down and pretended that he didn't take a single advantage in the slightest, and opened his mouth flatly. Since the bets that everyone has placed are so huge, then the word of mouth is no proof. Dare to swear to the heaven? Why wouldn't I dare? Cut. This Ye Feng what Li Yihan heart is very clear. In the original story it was this bottomless pit plotting Li family resources, step by step on the throne of the martial emperor. As a result, in the end, the entire Li family will be exterminated. As the human race as the sea god Pin grandfather was publicly beheaded in front of the world, was vilified as a human race traitor. The entire Li family was exterminated and all the family treasures were blatantly seized by Ye Feng. No one dared to say no. Thinking of this, Li Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly and a chill rose from his eyes. These enmities, I will double it. And when Momo on the stage heard these words from Ye Feng, her eyes were flooded with redness like a nymphomaniac. Worthy of being brother Ye Feng, fearing that Li Yihan would back out, he actually swore with the heavenly Tao. This is really smart, but this Li Yihan is really hateful. Just using 100 pounds of spirit stones and the weapons and want to bet on brother Ye Feng to kneel down and apologize? Is he worthy? Poof, my brother Ye Feng can only kneel once, and that's the day he proposes to me. This Li Yihan go to hell. After Li Yihan finished swearing to the heavenly Tao, he glanced at Ye Feng and saw that he didn't make any movement, so he opened his mouth. I'm done. It's your turn. Ye Feng let out a light smile and said with a proud and frank face, my personal credibility is comparable to the heavenly Tao. No need to swear anymore. Yes. Momo kept on cupping the joke from below. Upon hearing this, Li Yihan blanked out. This dog and boy's virtues were indeed even more disgusting than in the book. Subsequently did not put it on his mind, because he knew that Ye Feng today, kneel for sure. On the ring, the two figures stood opposite each other. Ye Feng was overbearingly holding his silver sword, his eyes teasingly looking at Li Yihan, while Li Yihan had his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, not putting the opposite Ye Feng in his eyes at all. At this moment, in Ye Feng's eyes, Li Yihan seemed to have given up resistance, like an ATM machine beckoning non-stop. The match begins. The referee under the field gave an order, signaling the official start of this match. Whoosh! Ye Feng swung his silver sword and prepared to take the lead in attacking, but just as he lifted his hand, the entire sword actually came out of his hand uncontrollably, which caused Ye Feng's pupils to suddenly shrink and he exclaimed, what's going on? Just see the sword straight rush to Li Yihan, then in the body around a circle after straight fixed suspended in front. Looking at this picture, the audience under the stage froze in disbelief and wondered, what's wrong with this Ye Feng? How can his sword listen to Li Yihan? Ye Feng's face was gloomy. In reality, he didn't know what was going on. Li Yihan stretched out his finger and gently slid it across the sword. The entire sword emitted a buzzing rumble, as if it was catering to it. Li Yihan then held the sword in his hand and played with it, before speaking in a careless whisper. The Li family's sword will not harm the Li family. These words instantly caused the stage's murmurs to boil up like a tidal wave. What? That sword actually belongs to the Li family? How could it be in Ye Feng's hands? I said this sword looks so familiar. It seems like it was given to Momo by young Master Li during his 20th confession. Gave it to Momo? Did Momo give it away again? This is a B-grade weapon, something that even a 6th-ranked martial marquee powerhouse would be jealous of, and it's just given away like this in a watery manner? I remember that Ye Feng has been using this silver sword for a long time. Does it mean that the two of them have long been? The voices from the stage continued to reach Ye Feng's ears, causing his face to become embarrassed for a moment. Just as he wanted to retort, Momo was the first to open her mouth, as she loudly scolded. This sword was given to me by that licking dog Li Yihan. I can give it to whoever I want. What do you care? As soon as Momo opened her mouth, the originally noisy stage instantly quieted down and stared at her dumbfounded. A roaring derision followed. Ah. Oh, so it turns out that Su de Schoolflower is also a contrarian. While her mouth says she refuses, her body keeps accepting it and still outputs it outwards. Ha. Hearing these words, Sumo's heart trembled. No one had ever dared to say this about her before. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Ye Feng let out a cold snort. His powerful aura instantly shook the entire scene. Oomph. His eyes were like frost as he looked at Yihan. His face was pale and his tone was cold, gusts of killing intent coalescing behind him. Don't think that you can win by using these lies. Even if I don't use this sword, I can still defeat you. You just need to remember that if you lose later, you must honor the bet first. Facing Ye Feng's threat, Yihan's mouth corner rose slightly, then stretched out a finger to look at him. One move. Chapter 4. Count me out if I don't defeat you in one move. If I don't defeat you in one move, count me out. Defeat in one move? Put. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yihan make such a big statement, Ye Feng unconsciously laughed out loud, looking at his expression as if he was looking at a retard, and put away his worries. Asshole. Just now, Yihan retrieved his silver sword in public, and thought that he had come prepared today. But so it seems that it is indeed too much to worry. This Li family young master is still as usual. What level is this Yihan? What level is he? This whole school is famous. Want to beat him in one move? What level dares to say such words? This young master Li is afraid that he is not crazy, right? Actually saying that he can beat Ye Feng in one move? Could it be that he woke up the wrong way today to do such outrageous things one after another? Alas! This young master Li must have been hurt by Su University flower and has already lost his mind. The people under the stage were also shocked by Yihan's words, and they all wondered if this young master Li had taken the wrong medication today, and did such outrageous things one after another. Seeing this situation, Ye Feng put his hands behind his back, slightly squinted his eyes, raised his chin in an expert stance and looked at Yihan indifferently. Since you have said one move, then I will let you have one move and see how you defeated me. Ye Feng confidently looked at Yihan. The corners of his mouth kept rising. In fact, he stepped into the 4th rank and reached the martial spirit realm yesterday. To be able to reach the 4th rank before the martial exam, this was a supreme genius that was rare in 1,000 years, and the gulf between each realm and the martial arts path is huge. Yihan, cricket's a 2nd rank? Even if he stood still and let him fight for 2.5 years, it would be almost impossible to hurt him a hair. Ha 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 ha, it's still Ye Feng's atmosphere. Later on, this young master Li is going to lose all his face today. Seeing that Ye Feng directly put down his defenses to look down on Yihan, the crowd continuously snickered. At this moment, Ye Feng's back was once again infinitely enlarged in Sumo's eyes. Brother Ye Feng is so handsome. Oh, then I won't be polite. Feel free to come. Seeing Ye Feng's look of confidence, the corner of Yihan's mouth rose slightly. This is what you said yourself. Then I'm sorry. Swish. Yihan's silhouette instantly disappeared in place and appeared in front of Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. With a slap towards Ye Feng's cheek, Ye Feng, who originally had a disdainful expression on his face, suddenly contracted his pupils after feeling this strong force, and lost his voice with a hideous expression. No, no, how could you have this kind of power? Taking Viagra. Ye Feng just wanted to burst his chi and blood to resist, but it was too late. Boom! A loud bang erupted on the martial arts ring, and in the eyes of the crowd's astonishment, they only saw Ye Feng's figure being slapped out of the ring like a cannonball, and his entire body smashed heavily on the ground, rolling up a cloud of smoke and dust. Ha! Holy, didn't see it wrong. Ye Feng was actually slapped away by young Master Li. How is this possible? The entire audience erupted in booming exclamations, all looking incredulously at the scene in front of them. As for Yihan, he casually shook off his hand and kept sighing in his heart. It's still brother unity. This Shura holy body is really powerful. A light wave of power is so terrifying. Ding! Detecting the humiliation of the son of heaven's destiny, Ye Feng, rewarding the host with an increase in his cultivation to the 4th rank and plus 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system's beep, Yihan was inwardly surprised. This Ye Feng's face, is it so valuable? Wouldn't a few more times make him a martial saint? Ah, brother Ye Feng. Seeing Ye Feng, who had stood up for himself, being slapped to the ground, Sumo was shocked and quickly jogged to his side to help him up. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes shook as he looked at Yihan on the stage, his eyes filled with scorn. How could it be possible? He himself would actually be slapped away by a cricket second stage waist? No, that strike just now was definitely more than that. It was even close to the 4th rank level. It was only because he had completely dropped his guard, or else he couldn't have been in such a sorry state. I didn't realize that this Li family's young master was actually hiding so deeply. According to the agreement just now, could it be that he really had to kneel down and apologize? No, absolutely not. How could he, a supreme genius, kneel to a licking dog? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he kept thinking of countermeasures. Brother Ye Feng, are you alright? Sumo's aptly timed inquiry at this moment caused Ye Feng to have a flash of light and think of a countermeasure. He quickly covered his chest with his hand and continuously coughed, his face suddenly becoming very pale, pretending that he had suffered a great deal of damage. No, it's nothing. I also didn't expect that just a simple match. young Master Li would actually use the power of a secret treasure. I thought that by advancing to the 4th rank, I would be able to resist it at will, but now it seems that even a lion fighting a rabbit needs to use its full power. It was me who was too arrogant, and this time is considered to be a lesson for me. Cough cough, never mind. Even though young Master Li used a secret treasure to defeat me, I recognize it. It's me who lost. As soon as the words fell, they instantly caused an uproar. What? What did Ye Feng say? He's at the 4th rank. My goodness, such a young 4th rank? It's really scary as hell. And he said that Mr. Li used the power of a secret treasure? Isn't this naked cheating? Right. No wonder he was able to slap the 4th rank Ye Feng with one blow. How come I didn't feel the energy fluctuation of the secret treasure? That Li family is the first family. The secret treasure that can be given to young Master Li must be of the advanced kind. Isn't it normal to not feel the energy fluctuation? I really didn't expect that this Mr. Li would be so despicable. This Li family is the #1 family. How could the character of the young master of this successor be so bad? The crowd of onlookers were all convinced by Ye Feng's terrifying talent while accusing Li Yihan. Even some of the teachers who had come to watch the battle kept shaking their heads at the situation, showing as much disappointment as they could. Seeing that the ploy was successful and the public opinion was completely turned towards himself, Ye Feng secretly rejoiced, his eyes staring sinisterly at Li Yihan in the ring. Humph, fighting with me? You're still a bit young. Even if that blow of yours could reach the level of the 4th rank. So what? This punch of public opinion is not that easy to receive. Then he looked at Suemo on the side. His body went downward and was about to kneel, and was immediately assisted by Suemo. Brother Ye Feng, wait. Hearing this, Ye Feng slightly raised his mouth and immediately stopped his kneeling action. Suemo took a step forward and stood in front of Ye Feng. Her gaze was icy cold as she looked at Li Yihan, extended her finger to point at Li Yihan and coldly scolded. Enough, Li Yihan, how despicable. To win by trickery and still have the nerve to make my brother Ye Feng kneel down. Knowing that brother Ye Feng is a genius of the 4th rank can't beat him. So you use a secret treasure? If you dare to make brother Ye Feng kneel today, I'll never care about you for the rest of my life. Although Li Yihan was pointed at by 1,000 people, his heart was not at all disturbed as he calmly looked down at the stage. I already knew that this Ye Feng would play this hand. Previously, when he read the original, Li Yihan understood that Ye Feng's skill with words was quite powerful. He was good at guiding public opinion, reversing right and wrong, and turning white into black. In many key episodes, he relied on his mouth to save the day, often pretending to be underprivileged to gain sympathy, and his acting skills to sell misery are outstanding. If he loses, Ye Feng, who has a strong sense of self-esteem, will definitely find a way to excuse himself. This point, Li Yihan is not surprised, but so what? For this kind, little master has plenty of tricks. But this woman, do you care about me or not? Off my bird really noisy. Seeing Li Yihan standing calmly above the ring, Ye Feng slightly tightened his brows. How is it that there is a feeling that is not too good? Chapter 5, 4th Order. Is it great? On the martial arts ring, Li Yihan's figure stood proudly upright, and in the face of skepticism and mockery, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice resounding and powerful. Secret treasure? Where's the treasure, Nima? Reward your mouth. This young master still needs secret treasures? Without waiting for the crowd to react, Li Yihan slightly narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. His body steeply erupted with a powerful and terrifying aura. Just like invading in the boundless Devil Sea, the suffocating feeling with the outbreak of this aura came face to face. The picture of the mountain of corpses and bones also loomed in front of their eyes, and the innate fear made people unable to move. Immediately behind Li Yihan, a grand and solemn golden giant face appeared out of thin air. Just like the reincarnation of Shura, although his eyes were tightly closed, he was unusually powerful and cold. This is a grandly accomplished Shura sacred body. When this face surfaced behind Li Yihan, everyone present revealed a look of incredulity. This young master liquor was actually a grand achievement Cultivation Saint Body? How could this be possible? But the lifelike golden Shura phantom face in front of them forced them to accept this fact. This was truly explosive news. Especially some of the teachers who had come to watch the battle had originally come to appreciate Ye Feng's strength, but after seeing this scene in front of them, they trembled as they pulled out their cell phones and called the principal. School, principal, it's unbelievable. You quickly come to the school's martial arts ring to take a look. What's the panic? Our school. There's a student who has cultivated the Shura sacred body to great success. What? I'm coming over. As martial arts teachers, they knew what it meant to be able to train the Shura sacred body to great achievement. To be able to practice any kind of saint body to its great perfection required an extremely terrifying talent and perseverance, and one could not be achieved without the other. Once it was perfected, the future was unlimited. and to be able to train the cultivating Luo Saint Body to a great success at such a young age meant that this Yihan had already become an 8th-ranked martial Zoom powerhouse, and there was even the possibility of him becoming a 9th-ranked martial Saint powerhouse further down the line. For a while, the teachers present were all moved to accept the idea of discipleship, but then reacted to the fact that it was the Li family's eldest young man. They shook their heads in regret, and Ye Feng's pupils trembled as he looked above the ring. That golden cultivator face slowly opened his eyes at this moment. At this instant, Ye Feng felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on both his shoulders, and the terrifying pressure kept on coming. No, it's impossible. How could you, a licking dog, cultivate the sacred body to a great completion? Ye Feng lost his voice, his fingers trembling slightly, just like he had no more poise of the previous first-place genius. Just when the crowd thought that Ye Feng's self-confidence had been struck down, Ye Feng, however, took a deep breath and settled his mind, as if he had given himself a tranquilizer pill. He snorted and raised his condescending head, looking at Yihan with no one in sight. Ha 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 ha, so what if it's a great cultivation Saint Body? That's just you bashing it up with your family's resources. I, on the other hand, am a solid 4th stage realm. Based on that alone, even if you were a grand completion Saint Body, you wouldn't have any advantage. The gap in realm can make up for everything. Ye Feng continued to be high, finding more and more self-confidence, then straightened his back and once again looked at Yihan with great vigor. A powerful aura likewise erupted from his body. This scene was seen in the eyes of the principal who flew in mid-air. He was astonished and then rejoiced. Such a young 4th rank? The future is also unlimited. Our school is going to be the dark horse of the martial arts exam this year. Yihan stared at the imposing Ye Feng and was speechless inside. Worthy of being the protagonist of the original book, the author's own son, the self-PUA skills are really superb. The ability to resist pressure is as strong as a small strong man. But, so what? Since Little Master has come, then the protagonist of this book, it is not you anymore. The corners of Yihan's mouth rose once again as he looked at Ye Feng with a teasing face, his tone flat and unperturbed. 4th rank, is it very powerful? I thought it was mediocre, so I didn't reveal it. It's true, the more people lack something, the more they love to show it off. Boom! The aura that erupted from Yihan's body was no less than Ye Feng's, and even vaguely overpowered ahead. After feeling Yihan's aura, Ye Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk. Unbelievably, he lost his voice and cried out. Even his own aura was almost not stabilized. How could you also be at the 4th rank? Ding! Son of Heaven's Destiny's mind has been subjected to fluctuations. Rewarded, villainous points plus 2,000. The audience under the stage was directly stunned by this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This, the young master of the Li family is actually a 4th rank as well. This is incredible. Such a young 4th order. There are actually 2 in our school. One of them is also a sacred body achiever. The principal's constipation is going to be laughed off now. The principal was originally suspended in mid-air, smilingly looking at the scene below. When he heard this, his localization tightened and he looked downward in surprise. Who is the leakage of the wind? And on the stage, Yihan looked at Ye Feng with disdain. This realm is the reward given by the system after slapping you just now. 4th order cultivation. Hey, didn't expect it. Listen to me say thank you. At this moment, Ye Feng's heart was like falling into an ice cellar. His lips trembled, and he was speechless for a while. He knew that with the same 4th order cultivation, Yihan, who possessed the cultivator Saint Body, could mercilessly crush him. Did he really have to kneel down? No, it was absolutely impossible. That damned licking dog was just lucky to have been born in a good family. He himself was nothing. Ye Feng is the pride of the Cold family. Step by step with his own skills to this point, he could never kneel down. At this moment, Ye Feng buried his head. His hands were clenched tightly with veins popping up. His body was constantly trembling and he didn't know what to do. Seeing Ye Feng in such an awkward state, Sumo's eyes were filled with heartache. Her pair of cold eyes stared viciously at Yihan on the stage. It's all because of that damn Yihan, making my handsome and dashing brother Ye Feng so embarrassed. Damn it! She pointed at Yihan with a blue face and cursed loudly and angrily. Your villainous look really makes me feel sick. If you dare to make brother Ye Feng kneel today, I will make you look good. Or, hearing that someone was standing up for him, Ye Feng hurriedly raised his head and looked at Sumu gratefully. Worthy of being the woman that he, Ye Feng, had his eye on, not only was she able to fund a large amount of martial arts resources for him normally, she was also able to stand up for him at this critical moment. After saying her words, Sumo stood in front of Ye Feng with a happy expression on her face, her heart excited. I can finally stand in front of brother Ye Feng in a bright and honorable manner and shield him from the wind and rain. Yihan, who heard these words, cocked her head and looked at that with a disgusted face. You don't say anything and forget about you, like it so much. Then together, Yihan looked at the sky and faintly said, kneel down. Boom. Suddenly, and out-of-this-world pressure descended from the sky and hit Ye Feng and Sumo. Dang! The two people who were originally still immersed in happiness steeply knelt down, their knees in the ground making a heavy collision at the same time. The two kneeling on the ground raised their heads with great difficulty as a black shadow appeared out of thin air from the sky, looking down at them with an indifferent expression. Their breath alone caused them to choke. This was actually a 7th-ranked martial sect powerhouse. Chapter 6: 30 years in Shandong, 30 years in Shaanxi. Who is the senior? What is the purpose of coming to my Kyoto Martial High School? The moment the aura appeared, the principal, who was still basking in the fact that his school had become the dark horse of the martial arts exams, was greatly alarmed. He instantly appeared in front of the black-clothed man as if he was a great enemy. He was a 6th-order martial king. He was also a party of experts in this Kyoto. However, he clearly felt that the aura emanating from the black-clothed old man in front of him was far beyond him, and it was likely that he was a peak 7th-ranked martial zone powerhouse. Principal, don't be nervous. This is my second master. Second master, come down. Oh, so it's Senior Li Badian. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Hearing Li Yihan's words, the principal took a long breath and then arched his hand. Phew. I thought it was that old undead next door in the second middle school who was jealous of our school's two outstanding seedlings and found someone to assassinate them. It turned out to be Li Yihan's second master. No wonder so, possessing such a terrifying aura. This Li family is really terrifying. What? Li Yihan's protector is actually a peak 7th order powerhouse? Even the principal treats him with courtesy. The crowd saw the principal's expression and actions and knew the terror of this black-clothed old-timer. Although the entire school knew that Li Yihan was the youngest son of the first family, the Li family, and was a generous licker of dogs, it was heard that he had a very strong protector, but he had never been seen appearing. Gradually everyone forgot about him having a protector. I didn't expect that not only did he have one, but he was actually so strong. At this moment, Li Badian slowly landed beside Li Yihan and looked at him with a kind face, his eyes filled with excitement. Great! This kid has finally come to his senses, actually letting the old man step in to suppress it. It seems that the old man's prayers to the heavenly Tao every night for the past few months have not been in vain. Li Yihan also smiled as he locked eyes with him. This was the first time Li Yihan had seen Li Badian's appearance, chubby and a bit cute, a kind face, the long beard between the eyebrows moving against the wind, looks immortal wind and Taoist bones, a simple black Taoist clothes, wrinkled, not the slightest hint of the style of a strong martial zoner. Li Yihan was extremely impressed with this second master in the original book. He had no heir at his knee and treated Li Yihan as if he were his own grandson, willingly becoming his Taoist protector from the moment Li Yihan was born, sheltering his growth. In the end, he learned that Li Yihan had been killed by Ye Feng and went on a rampage of anger, killing the Yi residents to avenge his death. Unfortunately, Li Badian was injured by the demon race when he was young and had a dark disease, and at the end of the day, he was barely able to cross into the peak of the Wu Zun. Even so, he also wanted to avenge him. By becoming a martial emperor, Ye Feng single-handedly obliterated into dust. Thinking of this, Li Yihan firmly looked at Li Badian. This time, it will definitely not happen. On the ring, Li Badian stroked Li Yihan's hair with a face full of favor, then patted his shoulder and spoke smilingly. Good, good, good. Little Han has finally grown up. This kid today can really let him surprise. Not only did he stop licking, but he's actually gotten to the 4th level? Good, good, good. Li Badian looked at Li Yihan heart-happy, from the bottom of his heart happy for him. Then his eyes were cold as he looked at Ye Feng and Sumo, who were kneeling on the ground and could not move. The insults that Li Yihan had suffered over the years were all in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yihan begged not to intervene in his emotional life before, he had long wanted to slap these two into a pulp. He said in an icy tone, "Today, since Xiao Han has already figured it out, then should we just scrap them?" The two people kneeling on the ground after hearing these words, a chill went straight from their spine to the sky. Their figures involuntarily trembled. They clearly felt the thick killing intent in this Li Badian's words. Not the slightest doubt that the next moment will be slapped into meat paste. Ye Feng too desperately struggling, but under the powerful pressure to no avail, can only woefully kneel in place. Senior must not This is the seedling of our Kyoto Martial High School. Make it not make it not make it. Hearing Li Badian's words, the principal was instantly anxious and hurriedly walked in front of the duo to block them. Seeing someone blocking for them, Ye Feng and Sumo sighed in relief. Li Yihan also stopped Li Badian's hand and said smilingly, He, there's no rush. Second grandpa, I'll personally do this later. Alright. Seeing this, Li Badian also stopped and withdrew his killing intent. It wasn't because Li Yihan didn't want to directly waste these two dogs and men. Rather, these two people still had great utilization value. In such a short period of time, Li Yihan had gained a lot of rewards from these two people. In the long run, these two people were two mobile ATMs. How could they easily lose their utilization value? The most crucial point, It was the system that prompted Yihan. The fate of the Son of Heaven must be below 10% to kill. If it was not reached, it was extremely difficult to kill him. And now Ye Feng's Destiny Son's luck was as high as 99%. Even Momo, who was beside him, had 60% chi luck value. Yihan shook his head. Worthy of being the previous author of the original book penned his own son. This chi is really explosive. But it doesn't matter. Little Master has plenty of time. See if I don't get you two killed. Since you've fulfilled your promise, let them get up. Good. Li Badian converged his mighty pressure. And in an instant Ye Feng felt that the pressure that was as heavy as a mountain on him suddenly disappeared. He slowly got up with trembling legs, his eyes covered in blood, and he looked at the spirited Yihan on the stage with hatred. 30 years in Shandong and 30 years in Shaanxi. Today's humiliation have memorized it. And Momo saw the choking sensation disappeared. She could finally speak. She was like a madwoman screaming and cursing. Yihan, how dare you make me kneel? Very well, you remember. I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Remember, it's a lifetime. Let's go. After cursing, Momo pulled Ye Feng and prepared to leave. Before she could take 2 steps, she was called by Yihan. Wait, you seem to have forgotten something. Hearing this, Momo coldly snorted with an angry face. What else? There doesn't seem to be any more interactions between me and you. Yihan stood on the ring and looked down at Momo with an extremely powerful aura. Please leave the high-level chi and blood pills in your hand, the A-rank necklace around your neck, and the Dao Protector ring on your finger. None of these belong to you now. There's a reason to take back what was given away. Hearing this, Ye Feng, who originally didn't want to speak, immediately became anxious and turned his head to question Yihan. This was his capital to turn his life around. Yihan spoke with interest. Do you have a say in this? Or do you still think it will all fall into your hands as before? These words caused Ye Feng to instantly mess up. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Slander. He slandered me. These words drew an uproar from the crowd. It seems like there is such a thing. Every time young Master Li gives something good to schoolgirls, so it feels like it won't be 2 days before it appears in Ye Feng's hands. I'm that good thing. I can prove that what is said upstairs is true. So this Ye Feng is still a soft food heavenly pride. These words reached Ye Feng, making him ashamed. How dare you talk about my brother Ye Feng like that? Take all this trash. Although Momo was furious, she also pulled off her necklace and ring with a heartbroken face and threw it at Yihan along with the advanced chi and blood dan. Yihan did not reach out to catch them, letting these valuable treasures fall at his feet as if they were a mass of garbage. Brother Ye Feng, let's go. We have these things in the Su family too. He then pulled Ye Feng and left the martial arts ring without looking back. Yihan looked at Momo, who was as interested. Still later? Tomorrow at the door. Your Su family will definitely be removed by me. You Su family, there can be no later. Chapter 7, The Terrifying System Mall. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully changed the course of the plot. Rewarded, Nianli forging scripture. Villain points plus 3,000. Change the plot? Yihan remembered. In the original book, this licking dog was in pain after being ruthlessly rejected by Momo after taking the advanced chi and blood coagulation dan on the 101 confession. At any cost, he took out an A-grade longsword from the family collection room as a gift to Momo. Only then did he get a brief chance to speak to her. And this longsword also served as Ye Feng's original weapon that reigned supreme in the martial arts colleges afterward. My oldly family doesn't have this kind of disgraceful stuff. It doesn't matter. What was lost, Little Master will double to recapture. Thinking of this, Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly, constantly playing calculations, and finally the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Let's go. Second Master. Let's go home. Yihan walked slowly down the ring with his hands behind his back, followed by Li Badian, who looked out of the corner of his eye. This aura was comparable to a prince going out on patrol. Even the principal in the ring was reduced to a backdrop. This is the aura that Blue Star's first family, the Li family's young master, should have. The crowd immediately made a pathway when they saw this, and their eyes didn't dare to meet theirs for fear of getting a slap in the face. Everything they saw today was too explosive. Slapping the school flower, beating up the school bully, completely breaking the image of the previous licking dog. Such a strong contrast made them not react for a moment. Especially the amazing strength displayed in martial arts. It made their jaws drop. They knew that this Li family's youngest master had completely changed. The sky of Kyoto, too, was about to change. Kyoto, Li Mansion. Yihan had just finished taking a shower. His body was bubbling with hot air, and beads of water were constantly dripping down from the hair between his temples. He stood in the hundreds of square feet bedroom, casually picking up a glass of red wine and sipping it, contentedly looking at his handsome self in the mirror. This is the life that a young master should have. Open the system panel. Yihan softly called out to the system in his mind. Ding! A burst of similar transparent blue light screen around the eyes of Yihan. Light dense, very sci-fi sense. with the pupil can also keep floating. Host, Yihan. Realm, 4th Order Martial Spirit Middle Stage. Asura Sacred Body Grade Completion. Villain Points, 6,000. Item, Nianli Forging Scripture. System Mall. Mainline, plunder the Heavenly Destiny Chi. Destroy all the Sons of Heaven, and become the strongest villain. Current mission, plunder Ye Feng's fortune and opportunity. Kill Ye Feng. Mid-4th Stage Martial Spirit? Seeing his realm, Yihan rationalized his thoughts. The martial realm in this world was divided into 1 to 9 orders, which were Martial Student, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial King, Martial Marquis, Martial Zone, Martial Honor, and Martial Saint. And there was another realm above the 9 orders which was the Martial Emperor. This was the highest martial realm on Blue Star, and Ye Feng also became the number 1 expert on Blue Star when he reached this realm, turning the tables on the Li family and killing them. Thinking of this, Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze gradually turned cold. This revenge must be avenged. Then he withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze to the system mall. Let me take a look. What goodies Brother Unicorn has prepared for me. Open the system mall. Opening the system mall now. Originally, Yihan was sitting on the leather sofa with a relaxed and scattered face, waiting for the system mall to load. But the moment when the system mall was displayed in front of Yihan, it instantly made his body shape give a slight tremor of his pupils, and even the red wine cup in his hand almost didn't hold steady. This Tuanzi Brothers kiosk is also too powerful. At this time, Yihan in front of his eyes was a dazzling array of various artifacts, scriptures, potions floating occupied, simply dazzled. Dark Knight Underworld Blade, SSS Grade Weapon, value 1,000,000 Villain Points. Cold Moon Shattered Star Sword, SSS Grade Weapon, value 1,000,000 Villain Points. Divine Body Alchemy Method, value 150,000 points. Looking at this extremely valuable treasure that would cause a storm of bloodshed if it was scattered all over the world, Yihan swallowed his saliva. Especially that Divine Body Forging Method. Yihan clearly knew its value. If one wanted to reach the Martial Emperor realm in this world, one had to forge a divine body. Only a divine body would be able to withstand the last lightning of annihilation from the heavenly Tao and achieve the position of Martial Emperor. The divine body forging method had long been lost with the fall of the last Martial Emperor thousands of years ago. Currently, the only top body refining methods in the entire Blue Star were the 3 great sacred bodies. But no matter how complete the sacred body cultivation was, it couldn't carry the thunder of annihilation. So currently there was only the peak of the martial saints or a half-emperor existing in the entire Blue Star. As soon as he thought that he would be able to obtain the method to become a martial emperor, the corners of Yihan's mouth drooled like a demented man. Brother Unity, is all this what I deserve? Then I'll be polite. Ding, the host must pass the appropriate villain points in order to exchange for treasures. Good blah. Yihan looked at the only 6,000 villainous points in his hand and fell into silence. At this time his mindset was like a bit of an octogenarian marrying an 18-year-old dainty wife, at a time when he particularly wanted it but was a bit powerless. But then he shook off his head and his eyes brightened up. It didn't matter. As long as these things were clearly labeled, then it wasn't terrible. The cheapest thing here, the advanced Chi and blood gathering pill only cost 10 points, but when exchanged for real-life Daxia coins, it would require hundreds of millions. It could be said that everything within this system mall was sold at an extremely cheap price, and the unit of purchase merely required only villainous points. What's even more terrifying is that the system mall has everything, and more than 90% of the artifacts are items that can't be bought on the market and only exist in legends. Looking at the rich system mall, Yihan's eyes flashed a trace of determination. It strengthened her determination to drain Ye Feng. I will definitely squeeze you to the last drop. After looking at the system mall, Yihan turned his gaze to the loot he had harvested today, the numinous forging scripture. Yihan's eyes sizzled as he looked at the parchment scroll that glowed with golden light. Nian Li, the power that martial artists could only dream of. In this world, martial artists who were able to master the power of Nian Li were few and far between, and every one of them was a martial saint at the end of their growth. The strongest half-emperor of the human race was the one who had practiced Nian Li to the extreme. What is a half-emperor? This half-emperor has reached the level of a martial emperor in terms of Nian Li. Only his physical body has been forged by the divine body, and this half-emperor was also the head of a martial arts academy. This is actually a secret amongst the human race, and only Yihan, who has read the original book, is aware of it. It's a pity that this half-emperor was blind and was swindled by Ye Feng's superior PUA technique, intending to break through the martial emperor at the same time to resist the heavenly thunder together. However, he never expected to be used by Ye Feng as a pawn to resist the thunder of annihilation, and perished in the dust. So the hero fell, and the villain Ye Feng became the only martial emperor. But it doesn't matter. This time, Little Master won't let you have your way. With that, Li Yihan sat cross-legged in the center of the bedroom and gently turned over the Nianli forging scripture. A dense and flowing sense of dizziness greeted him as he turned it over. Li Yihan slowly closed his eyes and entered the inner core world of his body, beginning his Nianli cultivation. Chapter 8, Going Up to the Su family. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight sprinkled on Li Yihan through the light veil, he slowly opened his eyes. Phew, it was really comfortable. Although he had been immersed in cultivation all night, because of the cultivation of his Nianli, he didn't feel tired in the slightest, and even felt more comfortable than a full night's sleep. Li Yihan carefully felt his Nianli. In just one night, he had already cultivated his Nianli to the level of enlightenment. One night to enter the orifice. This speed was simply unheard of. It was important to know that some people could not cultivate their Nianli to the introductory level even after a lifetime of exhaustion. And Nianli was categorized into 5 realms: initiation, entering the orifices, Zayayana, Dushang, and consummation. The fact that he was able to cross into the second realm in a single night, leaving aside Li Yihan's own talent, was also due to the Nianli forging scripture given by the system, which was a superb technique. It was true that Brother Unicorn's product must be of high quality. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure it's a good idea. Aha, today's weather is good. It's time to go out and do something. Thinking about the mere 6,000 villain points, Li Yihan fell into a deep sense of crisis. A knock on the door interrupted Li Yihan's thoughts. Awake? A thick voice then came from outside the door, mixed with some concern. Just by hearing the voice, Li Yihan knew who had come. His cheap father, a human 8th-ranked martial exalt and president of the Judgment Court, Li Huaishuan. In the original world, he was a lonely orphan who grew up eating 100 meals and grew up as a lonely corporate nuclear donkey without any concept of affection. But since crossing over to this book, probably influenced by the original book Li Yihan Memories, he has a personal feeling for affection, and also has a concept of the word home. Li Yihan quickly walked to the bedroom door and was about to push the door open when he was stunned. For this father, if not mistaken, he seemed to be teasing. Crunch, son smash, are you alright? As soon as the door was pushed open, he saw Li Huaishuan pouncing in, touching Li Yihan's forehead and continuously probing. No fever, ha? It means there's nothing wrong with the brain. Isn't it true that even 7 wolves can't pull back your love? Why did you suddenly wake up, and beat that up? Beat good I have long seen her unhappy. Even eat with take, not to touch you. Li Yihan took 2 steps back before he could see Li Huaishuan's well-defined face, but for some reason, a trace of a look appeared on the face that should have been upright. Li Huaishuan cocked his head and spoke with a frown. Are you serious with your 2-step backward movement? I'm afraid this is from Dun Huang, right? So many murals? A series of machine gun-like words after starting from entering the door put Li Yihan on the defensive. And finally a flash of inspiration, he found a breakthrough from it. Yeah, I haven't had breakfast yet. Li Huaishuan? I thought that I also, sister asked but after seeing Li Yihan's sincere eyes, Li Huaishuan fell into a brief daze. Did I really ask? I don't care. Let's get down to business. Seeing that Li Huaishuan no longer opened his mouth, Li Yihan breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this is how to deal with chatterboxes. Has Red Messy back? Right. Sun Smash, are you really going to the Su family to withdraw from the marriage today? Yes. Very well. The thieving heavenly path has opened its eyes. You finally don't become a dog anymore. Ha. Li Huaishuan heatedly laughed, patted Li Yihan on the shoulder and said again, this Su family has quite a lot of small minds. You have to be on guard against it. Dad has to rush to the Devil's Sea with all the family's martial zoons today. He doesn't have the time to accompany you along. But don't worry, I'll let your shadow father accompany you. He's a person who, although he's serious on the surface, but in private he likes to fight the most. Oh no, he likes to mediate these irreversible conflicts the most. Our old Li family is a big family. Don't be a wimp in anything you do. Hearing this, Li Yihan's heart warmed, finally realizing the feeling of having someone behind him. The shadow father in this mouth was the famous Shadow Wu Zun. He was his godfather. It was also Li Huaishuan's best brother, and the vice president of the Human Judgment Court. That sharp blade hidden in the darkness with incomparably strong strength. Thanks Dad. No need to thank. Wait for me to come back in front of me to sing a section of that time slower. Don't let me become old again, that song. Okay, your dad has to go. Good. Finally gone. Li Yihan just breathed a sigh of relief, but Li Huaishuan turned around and walked back in a hurry, with a mysterious look on his face. Almost the most important thing I forgot to tell you. Li Huaishuan looked at Li Yihan meaningfully, raised the corner of his mouth, and patted his shoulder. Since you don't lick anymore, then in the future, you can mobilize the Li family's resources as you please. When you go out in the future, you can likewise say the sentence that I am the proudest of my father. The entire consumption of the venue will be paid for by Mr. Li. Bye. After saying these words, Li Huaishuan shoved a pure black card with gold trim into Li Yihan's hands, then quickly disappeared from sight. looking anxious, looking at the black card in his hand. Yihan smiled disdainfully. Foolish father, you are ignorant of the wealth your son now possesses. How much can this one card be? So much. After feeling the amount in the card with his nianli, Yihan fell into silence. Is this dasha coins or game coins? I've only seen this many zeros in math books. He probably understood the old TV series where the rich man said to his son, if you keep this up, I'll only give you $1 million a month for pocket money, and starve you to death. Well, how can a poor man understand the troubles of the rich? In the past, I couldn't appreciate my father's happiness, but now I think my father's happiness is really unimaginable. Okay, let's go. Although the card has inexhaustible dasha coins, but cannot be consumed in the system store, Yihan also have to start laying out their own plans. After all, his ambition. Great. Su family. Inside the main hall of the villa, a middle-aged man sitting on a mahogany chair was currently squinting his eyes and frowning tightly. This person was none other than the Su family's family head, Su Yun, while a woman beside him who was constantly crying was Su Mo, surrounded by the Su family crowd. Su Yun was unusually annoyed at the moment. After learning that the Li family's young master was going to come to his door today to withdraw from the marriage, he hurriedly returned to the Su family from the Magic Sea. Alas, I don't even know what to say about you. Knowing full well that I'll be able to reach the Martial Zone realm after rubbing the Li family's resources for a while longer, you've chosen to poke a hole in me at this time? Couldn't you have held back a little longer? Su Yun's voice kept complaining within the main hall. Thinking about yourself every day. Can't you think about your daughter's happiness? It's so hard to look forward to this opportunity to be with brother Ye Feng openly and honestly. If you treat me like this, can you stand up to my mom's spirit in heaven? Su Mo wiped the teardrops at the corner of her eyes and disliked back unwillingly. Alas. Hearing this, originally still angry Su Yun sighed. This Su Mo is her precious daughter, especially after her mom left. Almost everything is in accordance with her. Is hoping not to be ashamed of her mom's spirit in heaven? Okay, then I'll also follow you this time. I'm just a hair's breadth away from martial honor, and I'm about to break through any time now. At that time, in Kyoto, my Su family will be considered a first-class family even if it is separated from the Li family's shelter. Then the words changed. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke sinisterly. But, actually dare to let my daughter kneel. This breath I can't swallow. I got the news that none of the Li family's martial exalted are present, and right now, there is only a peak martial zone protector beside Yihan. The connections my Su family has accumulated over the years are more than just this strength. Withdrawing from the marriage is fine. However, one has to make that Li family pay the price. Oh, I wonder what the price is. Dropping? A loud voice came from outside the villa door, and it was none other than Yihan. Chapter 9 Siege? Su family's helpers. Under the astonished gazes of Su Yun and the Su family, Yihan, dressed in sportswear, walked in with his hands behind his back and his head held high, as if he had returned to his own home. Behind him, Li Badian was still dressed in black, and exuded a gloomy and dangerous aura as he followed closely behind. Seeing this, Su Yun's eyes narrowed slightly and his expression was unpleasant as he chided. Li family's little child, you have a lot of guts. My Su family entrusted this only daughter to you with great difficulty, and you actually treated her like this? Yesterday, you even made her kneel down in public, and today you dare to come to the door to withdraw from the marriage? Although my Su family is not as good as your Li family, I won't be bullied like this by the Li family. This account, how to settle it? As soon as the words fell, Su Yun erupted with the powerful pressure of the peak of martial zone, weary of carrying a monstrous aura towards Yihan. Yihan stood with his back, the corner of his mouth gently raised, and did not intend to dodge. Puff. Behind him, Li Badian took a step forward. His out-of-this-world chi and blood burst out, easily dissolving Su Yun's oppression without making a single wave. I would like to see the Su family. How do you want to count? Yihan reached out and patted his sportswear, carelessly opened his mouth, casually walked to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs and continuously flinging them. Seeing that his dismounted power was ineffective, Su Yun, who was sitting on the high chair, frowned slightly at the sight, while Su Mo shouted, Yihan, don't be arrogant. This is the Su family. My father will definitely seek justice for me, and you will also pay for yesterday's recklessness. Today, it's not just as simple as withdrawing from the marriage. Su Mo slightly straightened her back. Her beautiful eyes contained anger. Some red marks of her hands remained on her originally fair cheeks, making Yihan unable to resist looking at her a few more times with admiring eyes. Su Yun looked at the second-generation ancestor like Yihan with a burst of anger, but then suppressed it, constantly mocking in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Wait for you to be arrogant for a few more minutes. Later on, I will see how you can laugh. Knowing that Yihan was going to come to his door today to withdraw from the marriage, he, Su Yun, was not unprepared. He specially invited 3 peak martial arts experts to come to help. in order to tear off a big chunk of fat meat from the Li family from this Li family's young master. The Li family's young master is the Li family's only son, but also the designated heir. Before the pursuit of Feng but to the Su family smashed a large amount of resources. Lively Su family from an unimpressive family kryptonite into a first-class family. The days of that period of time can be described as smooth sailing. Yihan completely belongs to the person who is stupid and has a lot of money but also has few things to do. But I don't know what kind of crazy yesterday. Actually want to withdraw from the marriage? Want to withdraw from the marriage without paying a price? It's not that easy. Although these three martial sect members also paid a lot of resources, but compared to the fat meat that will soon come to hand, this is nothing. Thinking of this, Suyun could not help but be happy. When so many resources from the Li family arrived, not only could the Su family leap into a super family, but he himself might also be a kryptonite at the peak of the 8th rank, bringing the Su family to a completely new level. Suyun slowly got up, teasingly looked at Li Yihan and clanked his words. A woman's youth is a priceless treasure. My family's foam has accompanied you for so many years. If you say you don't want it, then you don't want it. That won't do. You also have to compensate for my foam's youth loss fee, reputation tarnishing fee, and depreciation fee for so many years. Depreciation fee? You're not allowed to go to Ye Feng for this stuff. Li Yihan looked at Suyun with a look in her eyes, 10,000 grass mud horses passing by in her mind. In Suyun's opinion, Li Yihan was convinced by his own momentum as well as his reasoning, and he slowly got up and slowly walked towards Li Yihan, saying as he walked, the youthful beauty of my family's foamy, flower-like age has been wasted for nothing. 50% of the Li family's martial arts resources. This matter is over. However, if it is not taken out. As the words turned, a strong aura erupted from Suyun once again, this time also condensing thick killing intent. A biting wind swept through, blowing the entire hall lights to sway non-stop. Then my Su family will never stop. What a big mouth. Do you really think my Li family is a soft persimmon? Li Badian looked at Suyun with cold eyes. At the same time, he erupted a shocking aura. The two majestic chi and blood were like ocean waves colliding together. In a flash, the entire villa was shaking. Humph. Today, it's not up to you. Come out. Seeing Li Badian standing out to protect Li Yihan, Suyun was unimpressed and clapped his hands. Boom. As soon as Suyun's words fell, 3 peak martial zone auras came steeply from outside the hall. The moment he felt these 3 auras, Li Badian's face instantly became embarrassed. Each of these auras was not inferior to him in the slightest. 3 hunched figures with salivating gazes simultaneously walked in from outside the hall. Sitting on the sofa, Li Yihan twisted his head and glanced, recognizing a few people. It was the family heads of the Tang, Bai, and Zhao families. No wonder old Thing Su had something to fall back on and was so emboldened today. It turned out that he had invited these 3 family heads as helpers. Li Yihan let out a light laugh. These 3 families were originally a notch above the Su family in terms of family strength, but in just a few years' time the Su family has realized a sea change with the help of the Li family, making them envious of the Su family's luck, and also letting them hit the idea of the Li family's resources. 3 old things is not a good thing. 10 to trend of the wall grass. In the original plot on the coveted Li family resources, constantly trying to find ways to rely on, and ultimately in the Sumo's help or success, was the Li family successfully sheltered. The family development of that period of time is particularly rapid, but in the Li family crisis, the most need them, turn to the powerful Ye Feng, constantly backstabbing Li family, exacerbate the pace of the Li family's demise. Today, he dared to come to the Su family to support them, so I'm sure the Suyun must have put down blood money. How dare you, actually dare to join forces against the Li family's young master? Li Badian's voice instantly turned a few points colder while thinking extremely fast. The 4 people in front of him were at the same realm as him. Although he was able to fight 3 with 1 at the same realm, there was still a martial zone that he couldn't spare, as well as there were also a few martial kings from the Su family, and these people would pose an absolute threat to Li Yihan. Now that the Li family's top combatants are all in the magic sea, it is simply too late to arrive. What can be done? Li Badian's heart is anxious. In the midst of the panic, he saw Li Yihan, who was in a calm demeanor, which made him frown. This kid? Scared silly? Li Yihan leaned back on the sofa, flinging his legs, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the 3 family heads and spoke calmly. This Suyun, what's the price? I'll offer 3 times. No, 10 times. These words caused Suyun to roar with laughter. Ha 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 ha. You Li family's youngest child can truly be a flinty head. How could my several good brothers be bribed by a little favor from you crickets? Don't you think so? Suyun looked up at the 3 family heads whose eyes were glowing and looked like they were going to be bought off. Their hearts suddenly tightened. This 3 old pusher lights. Fortunately, before coming, he swore with the heavenly Tao to prevent this hand. Cough cough cough. Suyun covered his mouth and pretended to cough a few times, causing the 3 to react. At this moment, the 3 family heads felt remorse in their hearts. Had they known that they could extort a fortune from the young master of the Li family, why would they bother to swear on the heavenly Tao? They sighed helplessly and said with righteous indignation, "Brother Su is right. We are all brothers. How could we be bribed by a cricket billion points of favors? Today, your Li family will definitely hemorrhage money." Chapter 10, I'm a person who doesn't hold grudges, and I'll take revenge on the spot if I have one. Oh, there's really no negotiation on this? Then I'll raise it to 20 times. Oh no, 50 times. You guys know the strength of the Li family. As the successor of the Li family, this amount of money is nothing to me. With that, Yihan took out the pure black gold encrusted card that Li Huaishuan had given him this morning, and kept shaking it in front of the three people's eyes with an evil smile on his face. The gold-encrusted black card constantly glowed with dazzling light under the light reflection, like a golden mountain seducing the souls of the three family heads. Let the three family heads' eyes look straight chest to pain. Finally eyes turned to Su Yun, gritted his teeth and said, "There is no way to talk about this. We, a few brothers, have always been honest." Bah! Su Yun felt sick to his own stomach after hearing this. If these few old things weren't afraid of being revolted by the heavenly Tao, I'm afraid that they would have turned against the water on the spot. Luckily, he was resourceful enough to let them make an oath first, otherwise today would have been difficult. His greedy eyes kept staring at the black card in Li Yihan's hand from the back, inwardly rejoicing. Blue star black gold card. To be able to have a blue star black gold card was at least $100 billion to start with, and the Li family's black gold card was definitely more than that. It was an amount he probably wouldn't even dare to think about. The corner of his mouth unconsciously began to turn upward at the thought that this blue star black gold card would fall into his Su Yun's hands later. And Su Mo beside him also stared with unblinking eyes when she saw that card, then inwardly annoyed. Humph, to have such a black gold card and not take it out before? This Li Yihan really did hide something from me. He also claimed that he was all he had? What a hypocrite! Although he cursed inwardly, he kept rubbing his hands together and his eyes revealed his expectation, as if he had already seen his future with his brother Ye Feng's glory and wealth. Li Yihan sat on the sofa, taking in the micro-expressions of the several people. He teasingly observed, then sighed and pretended to feel sorry as he spoke. Sigh, what a pity. Of course he wouldn't really give it to a few people. He just wanted to see how these people's acting skills were. And by the way, he took it out to discuss them. Li Yihan slowly put the card back. This simple action but made the hearts of the few people present empty at the same time. It's not a pity. Su Yun stood out at this time. He put away his gaze that was filled with greed just now, made a look of righteousness and said in a deep voice, "I've changed my mind." Su Yun held his hand in the air as he said this while moving closer to Li Yihan. "Seeing as you're still barely good after all these years, how about this? Our Su family has decided to back down a bit. 50% of the Li family's resources. We don't want it. It's not good for everyone to tear our faces apart like this. But, Fomi's youth for so many years can't be buried in vain like this. Just use that black gold card you just had as compensation. Of course, this is the biggest concession we can make. Otherwise, you took out this card and still want to put it back in? No way." The greed in Su Yun's eyes was not concealed at all, and was fully focused on Li Yihan's pants pocket. Otherwise what? These words aroused Li Yihan's interest, and he looked slightly provocatively at Su Yun in front of him. "How? I'm only afraid that you won't be able to walk out of this Su family's gate today. Do it." Boom. After saying that, Su Yun and the other three family lords surrounded Li Yihan and the two of them in a net, simultaneously erupting their chi and blood, sealing the two of them in the middle with no point of retreat. Li Yihan looked at the scene in front of him flatly, and was about to speak when Li Beixian's voice suddenly came from his mind. "Little Han, later on, the second master will use his full strength to block these four people from attacking. You must rush out at the first opportunity. Leave me alone. Don't worry. Second master will send you out unharmed even if he puts his old life on the line." Alas, if second master hadn't been injured when he was young, what are these few little caramels? How could they put you kid in such a crisis? Hearing Li Beixian's voice transmission to him, Li Yihan's heart shook as warmth grew from the bottom of his heart and wrapped around his entire heart. In the original book, although Li Badian was not the strongest one beside Li Yihan, and his strength did not even rank in the top 10 in the Li family, he was the one who was the most devoted to Li Yihan. Whenever Li Yihan encounters danger, he is the first one to step in, and when he meets an opponent who can't be defeated, he will bring Li Yihan to run away madly, although woeful, but as long as the second master is there, Li Yihan have never suffered any harm. Originally, the second master was an amazing genius in martial arts. The biggest reason why he was never able to cross into the martial saint realm was because of the dark disease that was left behind after fighting with the demon race in the demon sea when he was young. The dark disease caused the meridians to be damaged. The cultivation was damaged, the talent was limited, and finally stuck in the martial saints, was mercilessly obliterated by Ye Feng in the world. Li Yihan pinched his fist, looked at the chubby face of the second master beside him, and made up his mind. "Second master, you don't worry. I will definitely cure your dark disease, and this time. Then raising the corners of his own mouth, he confidently spoke. It's fine, second master, we won't run this time. How did you utter a sound, silly boy? Hearing Li Yihan utter a sound, Li Badian grumbled and turned his head to look, only to see a smile as bright as a starry river. For some reason, this smile was very reassuring to him. Still want to run? Hearing Li Yihan's words, the four immediately raised their guard, especially Su Yun, fearing that the duck in his mouth would fly away. This Su family is not something you can come and go as you please. I heard that you are a 4th-rank genius. So what? There's only a 7th-rank Dao protector here today. What can you turn over? Be a good boy and hand over your card. You don't want to be a fallen genius either, right? At this moment, Su Yun was overwhelmed by greed. His heart only wanted that blue star black gold card. If you do this, you are not afraid of being retaliated against by my Li family afterward? Li Han asked. Retaliation? Su Yun snorted in disdain. I will make you swear to the heavenly Dao and voluntarily gift the card to the Su family to feel ashamed of wasting Sumo's youth all these years. Even if the Li family is no longer strong, so what? The heavenly Dao backfires. Even a martial saint would have to fall. I'm also doing this for your own good. I hope you don't hold a grudge. I don't think you dare to go against the heavenly Dao either. After saying that, Su Yun looked at Li Yihan almost maniacally, as if he was crazy. This was also his biggest reliance, that he dared to hit the Li family's resource idea. As long as he could take down Li Yihan's Taoist protector, then the handless Li Yihan would be like fish and meat on a plate, at his mercy, and afterward, the Li family can only hold back under the constraints of the heavenly Dao, not daring to act out. Li Yihan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder this old thing was so arrogant. I understand, but don't worry, I'm a person who doesn't hold grudges. Hearing that Li Yihan actually compromised, the corner of Su Yun's mouth lifted slightly, in a good mood, because there are grudges that I avenge on the spot. But hearing this, the originally raised corners of his mouth froze in place, and before he could react he heard Li Yihan's voice again. Slap your mouth. Hearing this, Su Yun burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, still talking tough at the end of your life? Your Li family martial exalt is not here. Who gave you such an arrogant backbone? Boom! As soon as the words fell, a terrifying and suffocating aura descended noiselessly, and after sensing the aura, the originally playful and mocking Su Yun's few people suddenly changed their faces drastically. What kind of person? Snap! Under Sumo's surprised expression, his father was jerked away by a dark shadow and smashed hard on the ground. Chapter 11 Elder. You can't hit me after hitting my daughter. Su Yun fell heavily to the ground, looking at a dark figure in front of him that was like a shadow-wrapped mass, his eyes filled with fear. As a peak martial zone expert, he did not feel the other party's attack at all, and did not even see clearly how the others struck. This person was definitely a martial zone, or even the topmost kind in the middle. When did the Li family still hide this kind of expert? No, the Li family's martial exalted were all gone to the magic sea. The intelligence was absolutely correct. This person was definitely not from the Li family. Thinking of this, Su Yun had a bottom line. Under Sumo's assistance, Su Yun tremblingly got up, brushed away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his hand, adjusted his breath and then arched his hand and said, I don't know who is senior. What is the reason for coming to my Su family? The other 3 family heads were suppressed by the powerful aura. They were not cuties, clearly sensing this person's dreadfulness, being able to easily suppress the 4 of them. This person was definitely a martial exalt. Even still, the eyes of the 3 family heads kept exchanging, revealing panic and anger. Damn Su Yun, didn't he say that none of the Li family's martial exalted were at Blue Star today? If they knew that they were there, they would not dare to come to this mess even if they borrowed 100 guts, but then frowned, seeing Su Yun's expression of confidence. It seems that the visitor is not the Li family's martial arts honors? Since it wasn't, then it was good. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. And when the second master next to Li Yihan saw this person, he directly dropped his guard. With a surprised gaze, he glanced at the calm and composed Li Yihan. No wonder this kid was emboldened. He actually had this person following him. Good boy. Even the second master is hidden. Although the heart spits, but the original taut nerves have been loosened. The expression also gradually relaxed. He knows the shadow most powerful. Very at ease. Also on Li Yihan has a new understanding. This kid does not lick the dog after. Seems to do things also put steady? How dare you beat up my father? Who gave you such big guts? Do you know what relationship I have with the Li family? Hurry up and apologize to my dad. Otherwise, you're dead. Seeing the dark shadowed man actually slapped Su Yun, and Su Yun was actually coy? This caused Su Mo to be irritated for a while. How could my Su family be bullied like this in front of that licking dog? What a joke. The infuriated Su Mo pointed at Shadow Mo and cursed. Hearing this, Su Yun was shocked. Sumo couldn't feel Shadow Mo's powerful aura because his pressure had precisely pressed on the four of them. Although the visitor was not a Lee family martial exalt, it did not mean that the others did not have tempers. Mo, shall not be without. Noisy, bang. Suyun was just about to block, when Shadow Mo flicked his hand, and powerful air currents surged like waves, instantly blasting the clamoring Sumo away. Ah, put. Sumo's delicate body was like a kite with broken strings, uncontrollably slamming into the rammed wall, smashing out a large crater, followed by two black eyes. Fainting. Fulmer. Suyun eyes full of heartache but cannot do anything, can only watch Sumo fainted over. Internal chagrin constantly. Chagrined that this daughter would be so unjudgmental, he slowly raised his head and spoke word by word, his words pale but powerful. Elder, hit my daughter, can't hit me again. Yihan. Hearing these words, the other three house owners instantly looked up, their mouths so big they could stuff apples in them. Were these the words of a human being? Even the rest of the Su family looked at Suyun with wide eyes, not expecting the hallowed family head to be like this. Suyun proudly raised his head. Being a daughter would not be able to examine the situation, but being a father certainly would. What does it mean to be able to bend and stretch? This is called being able to bend and stretch. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd had nothing to say, Suyun then eloquently analyzed. I probably know what's going on when seniors come to the Su family. It's nothing but for the sake of wealth. The Lee family's youngest child must have promised you a generous commission and then escorted him in the Su family. In my opinion, senior doesn't have to go to that much trouble. Why don't we make a simple deal and it will be settled? Right now, there is a blue star black gold card of the Lee family in the hands of the Lee family's youngest child, and I promise to give that card to you. Then I'll ask senior to leave, so please don't bother with the rest of the matter. No matter how much commission the Lee family's youngest child offers you, it's nowhere near as valuable as that card. Such a deal, I'm sure senior won't refuse, right? After saying this, Suyun revealed a proud expression. He was all impressed by his own cleverness. The other three family lords as well as the Su family members all looked at Suyun with admiration. They did not expect that the Su family lord would be so calculating. They were truly admired. Didn't expect it, little Lee family? The rescuer you brought in will be turned back by your own wealth. And when he is gone, I will force you to swear again. Although not as valuable as that card, but it is better than not being able to eat the big head. Suyun waited for Shadow Mo's answer, and then teasingly looked at Yihan, wanting to see a panicked expression on his face, but strangely did not as expected. Just as he was wondering if he hadn't said something right, Shadow Mo spoke up. You said it very well. A thick and powerful voice came out from the dark shadow, and hearing this, Suyun was instantly delighted. Great! It was true that no one could refuse the charm of money. If there was, it could only mean that the price was not opened enough. But then Shadow Mo's words changed. His body slowly drilled out from the black shadow. The ink-like black shadow faded away from Shadow Mo's body like flowing water, revealing a slender and upright body as well as a cold and gloomy face. I was almost moved. There aren't many people who can turn down such a valuable person. You have to take credit for that, don't you, Yihan? When the black shadow completely faded away, Suyun, who could see his appearance, was shocked as his pupils suddenly shrunk. He lost his voice. Shadow Martial Exalt. It is precisely this reverend. Shadow Mo looked at Suyun expressionlessly without the slightest emotion in his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. His feminine and emotionless voice surrounded within the entire hall as if it was a demonic sound. Why was it Shadow Mo? Yihan was actually able to invite him, although Shadow Mo was the vice president of the trial court. But didn't the rumors say that he was incompatible with Yihan's president father? Why would he come to help Yihan? Could it be a lie? Suyun had 10,000 question marks in his heart. This Shadow Wuzun was the vice president of the judgment court, in charge of fairness and justice for the human race, and was known for his iron face and cynicism. He definitely did not care to do this kind of private business, and what he was doing now was also something that could not be seen in the light of day. Suyun's heart suddenly lost its bottom, constantly swallowing his saliva, panic visible to the naked eye. But there is another point you don't know if you know. I am Yihan's godfather. Shadow Mo's eyes suddenly filled with thick killing intent, staring at Suyun dead on, like an abyss. Rumble. A thunderbolt exploded in the minds of Suyun and several family heads, causing them to be terrified. Godfather. Suyun's inner panic was a match at the moment. The three family lords behind Shadow Mo turned around and wanted to escape when they heard this news. However, they were shocked to find that the shadow chi emanating from Shadow Mo's station was like a vortex sticking them dead in their tracks, unable to move a single bit at all. Since we're here, then don't even leave. Chapter 12. Are you kid a devil? Boom. A terrifying and suffocating aura erupted, and a thick black shadow emanated from the center of Shadow Mo. Like a black veil, it firmly haunted everyone present except Yihan and Second Master. Even the fainting Sumo was not spared. Plop. under shadow emotions terrifyingly extreme oppression. Everyone knelt down at the same time. The collision sound of their knees against the ground was neatly organized and constantly echoed. Looking at everyone kneeling on the ground, Suyun's heart was crumbling inside at this moment. Nutshell, how did he become a fish and meat? No, there must be a way to explain. The other three family heads were constantly thinking of various excuses within their hearts, thinking that they would be able to defend themselves later on. Yihan, what do you say next? Shadow Mo ignored the kneeling crowd and turned his head to look at Yihan. The slightest hint of favor swirled under his calm eyes, but then it was withdrawn, turning back into an expressionless poker face. Although externally he was the iron-faced vice president of the Judgment Court, maintaining the order of the human race, but since he was a human, he would have selfishness. This was his test for Li Yihan. Li Huaishuan had repeatedly stated that Li Yihan would be at the helm of the Li family in the future, and it wouldn't do for the helmsman of the Li family to be a bloodless person. Although he had rarely met with Li Yihan before, he had also heard some not-so-nice words from the Li family's youngest master over the past few years. For example, dog licking, as Li Huaishuan's best brother, Shadow Mo. From a sentimental point of view, of course, immensely hoped that the Li family would continue to be brilliant and powerful under Li Yihan's leadership, but as the vice president of the trial court, from a rational aspect, he did not want the Li family successor to be a cowardly licking dog. A man has to be decisive and murderous in order to better lead the family to prosperity. This is Shadow Mo gave Li Yihan a question. Test Li Yihan can be competent Li family successor. If this time, by the four major family owners surrounded extortion, still like before choose to escape weak words, although he will set an example to educate him, but also will be disappointed. Shadow Mo looked at Li Yihan with an ancient well and waited for his answer. While kneeling on the ground, Suyun heard that Shadow Mo actually asked Li Yihan how to dispose of it, instantly rejoiced, feeling that he was saved. He slowly raised his head and looked at Li Yihan with a slight sneer in his eyes. This licking dog had been a cow and a horse in the Su family before, and was notoriously weak. Leave it to him? At most, we will be asked to apologize. But if not, what would he dare to do to us? Thinking of this, Suyun gradually regained his confidence, and the other three family heads instantly understood the meaning after seeing Suyun's expression. The expression on their faces swept away the previous gloom. At this moment, Li Yihan looked at the entire crowd actually gazing at him with anticipation, and he wondered, how to deal with it. That is not simple? I'm a vindictive little master. Dare to bully the little master? Go to the king of hell and report to him. Moreover, these few are not good things. The Li family's martial arts resources have been coveted for a long time. When the Li family fell the moment, like hungry wolves came to nibble on them. Not the slightest bit of the Li family's care for them in the past in the heart. Slaughter them all four families. Chop off the roots and leave no one behind. Li Yihan replied cleanly. Yihan, Godfather has to tell you that men must. What did you say? Seeing that Li Yihan answered so readily, Shadow Mo thought that he still chose to forgive, and was about to say the lines that he had memorized in his mind for a long time just now, when he realized that something was wrong. His figure lurched, and a rare expression of surprise flashed across his poker-like face. What do you mean? Slaughtered them all? Not a single one left? The few people who had originally knelt down immediately stared at Li Yihan with wide eyes and a look of horror. How was the direction of this plot different from what was imagined? Shouldn't he be begging for their forgiveness in a low voice and then be mercilessly rejected? How come it's not moving? No, kid, I just want you to pay me $100 million, but you want me to die? Can't do that. For people instantly turned their eyes to Shadow Mo, with thirst and pity. A time originally let a person fear Shadow Wuzun actually became their life-saving straw. Hearing Shadow Mo's surprised tone, Li Yihan knew that this made it difficult for him to do the estimation, so he lamented. Can't be slaughtered? Alas, what a pity. Shadow Mo stared blankly at Li Yihan's expression that didn't look like he was joking, but really felt pity, and froze in place. Good. A man indeed had to have a killing nature, but not too much of a killing heart, right? He was from the trial court, not a death sentence. Originally, by setting an example, making them pay the price, judging them to go to the Devil's Sea to serve and contribute their strength, this matter would end here. After all, they were four peak martial zone experts, the mainstay of the human race, a strong force against the demon race. One dying in battle in the demon sea would also cause heartache, let alone four. This, indeed, cannot be slaughtered. Now that the war is tight, the human race prohibits internal killing. Alas, good blah. Li Yihan shook his head, deeply regretting not being able to do this. Hearing Shadow Mo's reply, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, however, Li Yihan's next words caused them to shiver with sweat again, raising their hearts to their throats. Then can we waste them all? The kind where they lose all their martial arts, their meridians are broken, their limbs are fractured, and they can only spend the rest of their next life in a hospital bed. Seeing Shadow Mo's silence, Yihan knew that this probably wouldn't work either. Alas, this won't work, that won't work, it hurts my brain. Suyin several people at this time to see Yihan's gaze has already changed from the beginning of contempt to panic. Are you a devil? Thanks to the fact that the one who came today was the Shadow Martial Exalt, with the human race's great Tao and the order of the Court of Judgment in his heart. But had it been the Li clan's Martial Exalt who had come, the four of them would surely have already failed to hear this second option. Shadow Mo frowned, briefly lost in thought. Was he too merciful, or did this kid have too much of a killing heart? He originally thought that serving in the Demon Sea was already cruel enough, but now it seemed like it wasn't enough. Seeing that Yihan still wanted to open his mouth to give ideas, Shadow Mo immediately interrupted the spellcasting and preempted him. Alright, I've already seen this kid's killing nature. This Li family will definitely have no problems under his leadership. We can't let him talk any further. Then let's do it this way. This is at least 4 martial arts zone. Explicitly cannot be moved. After all, martial arts zone above the trial court cannot easily determine the death. The next days, let them go to the magic sea to serve. But, we can privately. Speaking of this, Shadow Mo also raised the corner of his mouth. He was also a murderous person. These 4 people wanted to hit the Li family. In public and in private he wouldn't lightly forgive them. Yihan's expression became abnormally wonderful after hearing Shadow Mo's expression, and his eyes continued to let out a brilliant light. Oh, Ginger is still old and hot. I can't believe it can still be operated like this. 666. Second Master. Let's go. Chapter 13, Su Family. Overwhelmed. Yihan, how dare you do this? Don't. Stop it. What you're doing is against the human law. Do you know that? Please. Breaking human law? Che, I'm a villain. Isn't it normal for me to do something against the law? Thinking of this, Yihan grinned and hit harder. The miserable cries and pleas for mercy of Suyun's several people continuously echoed in the Su family villa hall. The Su family's crowd all had their scalps numb, but they could only watch as their own family head was tortured. In the middle of the coma, Suemo was woken up once, but was scared by the hell-like scene in front of him and fainted again. A few moments later, the screams gradually weakened, leaving only a little gasping. Looking at the 4 family heads who were paralyzed on the ground like corpses, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. Got the strength. It's still the old generation's brains that suck. Actually thought of this trick. On the surface, the 4 of them were escorted to the Devil Sea to serve according to the laws of the Human Judgment Court, but privately, they abolished all of their martial realms. While on the surface, they could not see any difference at all. This undoubtedly sentenced the 4 of them to death. In the Devil Sea, the devil-subduing army and the serving army were simply worlds apart in terms of treatment. The demon-bucking army enjoys the admiration of the human race. The treatment is generous and the conditions are superior. And those who come here are young talents who graduated from various martial arts universities, with the lofty ambition of defending the Blue Star and destroying the demon race. And the service army is just the opposite. Not only the treatment is extremely poor, conditions are difficult. Each are notorious criminals of the human race, and do the most difficult tasks. The mortality rate is extremely high. Yihan indifferently looked at the motionless Suyun several people. The bottom of his heart had already sentenced them to death. After all, people without martial arts cultivation can't mix well in the service army. Then Yihan casually glanced at the fainting Suemo on the side. I really wanted to know what kind of mindset she would be in when she woke up and realized that the Su family had collapsed. It's a pity that Ye Feng is not here this time, or else his villain points will definitely be able to rise. Alas, according to the plot, Ye Feng should be practicing hard in the mountains, met his master, and made rapid progress under his master's guidance, and then made a big splash on the martial arts exam half a month later, winning the first prize in the exam, and a second after winning the first prize. Ye Feng's master publicly announced that she and Ye Feng's master-disciple relationship, attracting all the teachers and students' boiling shock. Under a crowd of envious gazes, she entered Tsinghua University, one of the 2 universities, in a high profile. Thinking of this, Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly and a coldness flashed through his dark eyes. That master of his was an old that he remembered vividly, a 40-year-old woman, the vice president of Tsinghua University, an 8th-ranked martial zune. On the surface, she was honorable and upright, but in private, she was a sinister and full-fledged villain, master and disciple working together to put the Li family to death. In the original book, in order to get what they want, unscrupulous with the demon tribe to join forces, in a key battle between the human and demon tribes, secretly attacked and killed Li Huaishuan as the main general, resulting in serious injury to his father. The human tribe lost, but she herself got what she wanted. Even after the battle, she cooperated with Ye Feng to put on a bitter show, shifting all the responsibility to Li Huaishuan and slandering him as an adulterer of the demon race, which led to the entire Li family being suspected of being traitors to the human race. However, She was praised by the world as a retrograde person who saved the human race in a time of danger. Since ancient times, loyalty and treachery were like ice and charcoal. How could they be allowed to defame a heroic man? It was really ridiculous for such a comical thing to happen. This time, I will not tolerate these things to happen again, and I will definitely win this martial arts exam, and crush Ye Feng's pride under my feet. Godfather, there's something I want to ask you. What? It's like this. After hearing what Yihan had asked him to please, Shadow Mo's pupils contracted slightly, very shocked. Even the second master behind him looked at him suspiciously as if he had seen a ghost. How did he not realize before? This kid, so ruthless? Silent for a moment, Shadow Mo agreed to the request. This point is difficult but not complicated for him. Let's go. In that case, the Su family is considered completely finished. Bye-bye, Godfather. Yihan had a smile on his face as he walked out of the Su family's door without looking back. He knew that the Su family was finished. When dealing with the Li family's tricks, he will return them one by one. And this Su family is just the beginning. That afternoon, originally, there were few announcements from the Human Judgment Court. A notice came out, and it quickly swept through the streets of the capital. Extra! After 5 years the trial court has once again sent out a notice. The Su, Tang, Bai, and Zhao families are suspected of joining forces with the demon race to preach within the Blue Star. The vice president of the Judgment Court, Shadow Mo, has personally judged the 4 family heads and sent them to serve in the Devil's Sea. Shame on the human race. For a time, the 4 great families that were originally comparable to first-class families had become street rats and everyone was shouting at them, especially the Su family. As the mastermind, the family industry was quickly divided up, and the strong martial arts resources were also seized by a group of relatives who had fallen on hard times. There were constantly people stepping through the threshold of the Su family, fearing that if they went late the good things would be gone. This scene was just like the Li family back then. One family is carrying a curse and dying out in the world? Just thinking about this, Yihan felt pathetic. Su Mo hid in the Su family villa, not daring to go out at all. As the Su family's young lady she became a thorn in the side of many hot-blooded people, all wanting to whip her severely to vent their anger against the traitors. Su Mo was full of despair. Her face was pale, like a fading rose, leaning limply against the wall. She clearly knew that her father was wrongly accused. The Su family was also innocent, but no one believed what she said at all. Even her class teacher from her own martial arts high school had blacked out her contact information in the first place after learning the news. The people who used to respect and admire her quickly disappeared as if they had vaporized. Everyone stayed away from her, fearing that they would be tainted with the slightest relationship. Sumo's eyes were haunted by tears. Her heart was aggrieved. This is all to blame for that damn Yihan. You can't get it, so you destroy me like this? You are so cruel. I will definitely not forgive you. Brother Ye Feng, come back soon. Meanwhile, the Li mansion. While this news was spreading, the system arrival sound also rang out from Yihan's mind in time. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully changed the plot direction to eliminate the Su family, causing a certain impact, and will receive a generous system reward. Yihan sat in the thousands of square feet of martial arts cultivation room in the Li mansion, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Let's see what gifts Brother Unicorn has prepared for me this time. Congratulations on the generous rewards. 1 realm enhancement card, 1 volume of the Touring Dragon Shaking Heavenly Gun Technique, and plus 10,000 villain points, 10,000 villain points. Listening to the system's beep, Yihan revealed an excited expression. Is Brother Unicorn so generous? Adding up the 6,000 from before, there are now 16,000 points. It's true that you still have to do something to get something. Ye Feng, wait for me. He then looked at the Realm Enhancement card. Realm Enhancement card, as the name suggests, is a Realm Enhancement card. So it seems that one will reach the 5th rank after using it? Yihan couldn't help but sigh. Holy, going to the martial arts exam with the strength of the 5th rank? What a concept. In Blue Star, basically, the graduates of the famous brand martial arts universities were also basically only at the 5th rank, while the graduates of other ordinary martial arts universities were only crickets at the 4th rank. After using it without hesitation, a golden light quickly lingered around Yihan, his breath climbing upwards, easily breaking through the 4th rank barrier, reaching the 5th rank. After feeling the boiling and thick chi and blood in his body, Yihan revealed a demented and foolish smile as he held the volume of the Traveling Dragon Heaven Shaking Gun. Chapter 14 S-Class Technique. Swimming Dragon Heaven Shaking Gun Technique. The Swimming Dragon Heaven Shaking Gun Technique. Yihan's gaze was hot as he looked at this martial arts technique, his heart filled with anticipation. This was an S-Class martial arts technique. The existing martial arts in the world were ranked from low to high as E, D, C, B, A, and S. As for the more advanced martial arts, they were ranked as E, D, C, B, A, and S. the higher-ranked martial arts were ranked from low to high. As for the more advanced techniques, they only exist in the legend, and no one has witnessed them with their own eyes. However, Yihan knew that there was one inside Brother Tuzi's kiosk. It was a pity that he couldn't afford it. However, as the top S-ranked techniques of Blue Star, any one of them was worth a lot of money. Even the entire Lee family had less than 5 copies, not to mention other families, so this was almost like the best of the best. It was also necessary for Brother Unicorn to be generous, and to casually offer it was the limit. The reason why every S-class technique is so rare is because after learning it, it has the power to destroy the earth and the sky. Thinking of this, Yihan couldn't wait to flip through this book of the traveling dragon heaven-shaking gun technique. Wow! Flipping open the old ancient book, a burst of obscure pressure hit his face, and a sense of dizziness immediately came. What a great strength! As if it was like a strong wine going to the head. After enduring the dizziness and memorizing the entire technique in his mind, Yihan sat down in the middle of the cultivation room and began to deduce and cultivate. The original white cultivation room was filled with light golden light, and a small and long golden 5-clawed dragon constantly lingered around Yihan. Ding! Detected that the host's chi and blood is insufficient. Has automatically locked the blood for the host? Please replenish it in time. After only a short while of practicing, Yihan felt his blood chi continuously surging, as if it was being drained with the momentum of exhaustion. He immediately stopped. Yihan frowned. Regulating his breath to ease his chi and blood was very surprised. He had already crossed into the 5th rank, and his chi and blood had long since broken through tens of thousands of cards, but he actually had insufficient chi and blood in such a short period of time. No wonder that even though the family had an S-rank gong method before, it has always been forbidden for me to practice it, and at the same time, I was not allowed to touch it. It turns out it wasn't for fear of quietly stealing it out to Sumo as a gift. Wrongly blamed them. It seems to be for my own good. The S-class Gong Fu is truly terrifying. Luckily, Brother Unicorn reminded me in time. The higher the level of the Gong Fu, the more difficult it is to learn, not only relying on the ability to comprehend, but also having an extremely strong chi and blood base to support it. And if you don't realize it in time during the cultivation process, you'll be drained of your chi and blood inadvertently and dry up and die. Every single run in the cultivation of high-rank techniques has a great consumption of chi and blood. No wonder it's said that less than the 6th rank, without 100,000 calories of chi and blood, is not to easily touch high-rank techniques. But so what? Thinking of this, the corner of Yihan's mouth raised in a proud arc. The last thing that Brother Unicorn's kiosk lacked was elixirs that replenished chi and blood. There were all kinds of pills from the 1st to the 9th order, which could be called a medical treasure chest. And these outside world is very rare and precious martial arts resources. Just the most corner items in the system mall, and even sold by the caddy. Fortunately, this time, from that green tea to earn tens of thousands of points, can also be considered to support the purchase of elixir consumption. Ha 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 ha. However, Yihan, didn't intend to use villainous points to purchase them. For the points he had other plans. Open the system mall. Opening the system mall for the host. Loading complete. The familiar blue light 3D screen reappeared. Yihan quickly slid the page to the elixir selling area, and then locked his eyes on a pale yellow elixir. Click to view. Back to Heaven Elixir, a gift from the heavens, the use of which by an 8th martial artist can get rid of all dark diseases, limited to those below the 8th rank. Price, 30,000 villainous points. Yihan's gaze was hot as he stared at this elixir. After he saw it after the last time he opened the system mall, he kept it in mind. Of course it wasn't because he needed it, but for libation's sake. The second master's dark disease has always been a piece of Yihan's heart disease. By virtue of the second master's good to him, Yihan is no matter how to cure him, even if the Li family how big, but has a cure for the darkness of the elixir is too rare. Searching the world has not been able to find for Libatian can be completely restored to eliminate the method. But Yihan knows, the world does not have something, does not mean that the almighty Tuanzi brother does not have, as expected by him to find, 30,000 points, although not much, but he was still short of half even now. Yihan slightly narrowed his eyes. The next martial arts examination will have to make more things to do. The second master's recovery from the dark disease was also quite beneficial to the Li family. When he was young, as the Li family's generation's top genius, in his youth, he was even stronger than even his own grandfather. It could be said that back then, without any accidents, the current Li family was going to have 2 martial saints, but there was an accident. As a result, he is now trapped in the martial sage realm for decades, and is unable to break through. Alas, as long as the dark disease is cured, with the second master's talent, he can quickly reach the martial zone or even impact the martial saint. Although Yihan himself is now able to make a fortune and grow rapidly with the unicorns, the stronger the Li family is, the more assured he will be. Yihan squeezed his hands and raised a confident smile. Since I'm here, the Li family will definitely become a standing family in the entire Blue Star. After returning to his senses, Yihan turned off the system mall. As for these elixirs that can be bought on the market, then there is no need to use Brother Unicorn's kiosk at all. Yihan silently drew out the Blue Star Black Gold card. The corner of his mouth quirked as he grinned. Money was a number to him now. Yihan took out his phone and called towards the largest elixir supplier in the capital. Hey, I want 10 pounds of chi and blood second return pills. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Yihan's originally upturned mouth froze in place. The script doesn't seem to be how it should be like this. It must be the way I opened it is not right. I'm Yihan. Send 10 pounds of chi and blood seconds back to the Li House cultivation room. Immediately. Okay. Young Master Li, please wait. What a coincidence. Just now there is actually also want 10 pounds of chi and blood Dan. Fortunately I was scolded away. We immediately send you. Yihan. It always felt a bit impolite. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a heavily armed escort vehicle arrived at the Li mansion, escorted by 4 6th-ranked martial marquis with thick breaths, respectfully delivering 10 pounds of chi and blood second return pills to Yihan. The head of the elixir supplier's smiling face was filled with a happy smile. Young Master Li's order could catch up with his usual yearly performance. Looking at the mountainous amount of chi and blood recovery pills, Yihan revealed a satisfied smile, taking back his previous unhappiness. What is the concept of 10 pounds? There were thousands of chi and blood recovery pills. According to the market price of daxia coins of 10W each, this pile was worth hundreds of millions of daxia coins, and some martial artists could not even enjoy the effects of a single chi and blood recovery pill in their entire lives, and he could use it by the pound. As expected, people did not have the same sorrows and joys as each other, and the set of being rich and powerful, no matter which world it was in, it was pleasurable. Yihan casually handed the Blue Star Black Gold card to the supervisor, who took it with trembling and carefully swiped the card before respectfully returning it. Thank you young Master Li for your purchase. Call me anytime if you still need it yo. Aha. After dismissing the supervisor, Yihan casually grabbed a handful and chewed it. Let the world see the power of young Master's kryptonite. Chapter 15 Terrifying Gunslinger. Imperative. A sleepless night. Inside the cultivation room, Yihan, who had been practicing cross-legged all night, slowly opened his eyes. The original chi and blood second recovery pills that had piled up like a small mountain bag in front of him only had a few of them scattered messily on the ground. He slowly got up and let out a long breath, shaking the hem of his coat before clenching his fists. A golden traveling dragon emerged from his arm faintly, encircling his body. After consuming tens of millions of cards of chi and blood, the swimming dragon heaven-shaking gun technique is finally proficient. Yihan silently lamented. All martial arts techniques were divided into 4 realms in terms of proficiency: introductory, proficient, great accomplishment, and consummation. In one day and night, Yihan was able to practice a set of S-ranked feats to proficiency. While talent was important, the trenchant kryptonite was the root of the rapid growth in proficiency. Can easily will be a S-level technique cultivation. Aside from that whole 10 pounds of blood second back Dan, also to credit to the system can lock the blood at the critical moment. There is no system to lock the blood. That Yihan how to kryptonite also does not help. According to today's pace, Yihan thinks that before the martial arts examination, he will be able to master the dragon shaking the sky gun method to a complete degree. But that expense could be described as terrifying. Luckily, the family had a mind and was unrestrained. It also has to be someone who lives in Rome to enjoy such treatment. Alas, so good conditions. Do what not have to go licking. Yihan spat out a sentence and then randomly chose a C-grade lance on the weapon rack, danced the lance and walked to the strength tester. Gotta try what level this dragon shaking the sky spear technique is. Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of killing instantly lingered around his body as he pointed the gun straight at the black ram strength tester in front of him. He then stomped on the ground, twisted his hips and sank his elbows. The ground under his feet appeared spiderweb cracks under the powerful impact, and the long spear in his hand was like a giant dragon whistling and rushing out. Boom! A cold aura pierced through the air. The chi and blood that surrounded between the gun barrels was like a golden swimming dragon constantly running around to converge on the head of the gun, violently lunging forward. The sonic boom along with the horrifying kinetic energy constantly issued a deafening reverberation. Swimming dragon heaven-shaking gun technique. Bang! The golden aura flashed by. Sky-shattering loud noise suddenly erupted inside the cultivation room. The silver gun in Yihan's hand instantly deformed and snapped under the violent impact, and the tester of the rammed power in front of him was shattered by a gun blast. Smoke and dust will instantly blinded in front of the eyes. In the dust Yihan looked at the front as scrap metal like strength tester muttered. This power tester if I remember correctly should be able to withstand the strongest range as the peak of the 5th order of power. A blow on the shattered looks like S-class Gongfu increase really live up to its name. Proficient to be able to achieve such horrifying damage. If this technique is practiced to perfection, then the full force strike is afraid to be able to reach at least the mid-6th rank level. Then he looked at the broken lance in his hand. Ordinary C-rank weapons can't withstand one full force burst. Gotta find a suitable weapon as soon as possible. Since he chose to use the martial skill of gunplay, the weapon would inevitably be a gun. And although the Li family was known for their swords, there was also an A-grade lance in the weapon collection room. Can only temporarily make do with it? Waiting for the end of the martial arts examination and then looking for a chance, Yihan rationalized his thoughts. According to the original book plot, after the end of the martial arts examination, the University of Martial Arts will organize students from all schools to visit the Devil's Sea to see the Devil's descending army. Not only to let all the students understand the great crisis that the human race is currently facing, but also to motivate them to practice hard and join the Devil's descending army as soon as possible to make a contribution to the human race. And it is this experience activity, as the original author's own son Ye Feng can't sleep in the middle of the night, get up and casually wander around. Actually wandered into the remains of a peak martial arts saint? I don't even believe it when you say that the author didn't arrange it on purpose. But to put it nicely, he found a chance at the relics of the martial sage. To put it bluntly, it's obviously getting up in the middle of the night to go digging graves and robbing tombs. In the relics, Ye Feng got the inheritance of a Nianli martial arts skill, and with this Nianli skill, it allowed him to shine in the Martial Arts University Freshman Exchange Tournament, which made him famous in the Blue Star. This was also a great chance for him in the early stages. The most crucial thing was that there was also a remnant divine weapon in this martial saint's relics, only that Ye Feng's eyes were clumsy at that time and did not recognize it, and only discovered it after he returned to this place by chance for the second time. And that remnant divine weapon was none other than the embryo of an S-class lance. Yihan confidently raised her mouth. Since these let me know, then all these chances can be mine. Open the system panel. Panel has been opened for the host. Host, Yihan. Martial Realm, Early 5th Stage. Chi and Blood 20,000 cards. Numinous Power Level, Enlightenment Realm. Villain Points, 16,000. Skills, Asura Sacred Body, Grand Completion. Swimming Dragon Heaven Shaking Gun Technique, Proficient. System Mall. Main line, Plunder the Heavenly Destiny and Chi. Destroy all the Sons of Heaven, and become the strongest villain. Current mission, Plunder Ye Feng's fortune and opportunities, kill Ye Feng. Looking at his strength at the early stage of the 5th rank as well as his 20,000 cards of Chi and Blood, Yihan revealed a satisfied smile. The Chi and Blood of the early 5th rank could reach up to 20,000 cards, and now that his Chi and Blood could reach this value, it was also thanks to the great completion cultivation sacred body given by the system. Looking at the time, there was only less than half a month left before the martial arts exam, and he wouldn't be going to school for these 2 weeks. Next, I'll be at home practicing the dragon shaking heavenly gun technique to perfection. This martial arts examination first, I will take it. After saying this, Yihan picked up his cell phone and dialed the phone out, speaking in a trenchant manner. Hey, give me another 50 pounds of Chi and Blood second recovery pills. Alright young Master Li. For a whole half month, Yihan treated the cultivation room as a dormitory, practicing inside without sleep or rest every day. His sudden spirited performance caused the Li family to rejoice, and they were all happy for it. Young Master has finally awakened. The Li Badian who was silently paying attention outside the cultivation room also revealed a kind smile, his eyes glistening with a few tears as he nodded his head continuously. Good boy, finally grown up, being so hardworking, Second Master is really proud of you. At the same time, somewhere in a large mountain in Disya, a silver sword chi cut through the sky, whistling rolled through the forest, and then a huge size similar to the mandrill beast body head, fell down in response to the sound. Looking at the head of the mandrill beast rolling down at his feet, Ye Feng stomped on it and crushed it. Then he raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, continuously venting the anger and aggression in his heart. Great! I finally did it! Looking at the 5th-ranked ferocious beast in front of him collapsing in front of him, the confidence in Ye Feng's eyes was like a sharp sword constantly bursting out. A moment later, as if he remembered something, he knelt down on one knee and opened his mouth towards a woman with a white veil and a voluptuous body in the dense woods behind him. Thank you for your benefactor's teachings. Well, get up. It really didn't let me down. A cool voice came out, and her joy could be vaguely felt. This time, it was considered that she had picked up a treasure. Instructing in less than half a month's time, with the strength of the 4th rank, he had crossed over to kill this 5th-rank ferocious beast, so it could be considered a supreme genius. Fortunately, this time, he was accepted as a disciple in advance. Otherwise, when the time came for the martial arts examination, there would definitely be a large number of tutors who would rush to accept them. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. Recuperate well and I'll give you a ride tomorrow. This low-grade cohesion chi and blood pill you take first. Cheer up for the martial arts exam tomorrow. Looking at the low-level cohesion chi and blood pill that his master gave him, Ye Feng frowned. Low grade? I can obviously get a high-level condensed chi and blood pill. It's all his fault. A face quickly flashed in his mind, and he clenched his fists as a morose coldness emerged from his side. Humph. Damn Yihan. This time in the martial arts exam, I will make sure that you kneel and submit at my feet. Chapter 16, You're Strong. Comes, but wants to leave. Early in the morning, the entrance of the Jingwu First High School was filled with people early in the morning. Today was an important day for the entire Grand Xia martial examination. Almost all of the candidates were accompanied by their parents who arrived at the school together and kept cheering at the entrance. Son, play hard and get into a second-grade martial arts university. And old dad will give you a C-grade weapon. Thank you, dad. Good daughter. Do your best today. Okay, mom. Looking around at the picture of parents personally sending their children to take the exams, the whole family joyfully encouraging and cheering. A trace of envy flashed in Sumo's eyes, and then she kept clenching her teeth and gasping. It was all because of that damned Yihan, who actually dared to slander the Su family, letting the Su family actually end up in such a state, because it was vilified as a demon spy. The father was executed into the service army. The Su family's huge industry for a time without a backbone was quickly divided. Before it was not easy to accumulate from the Li family, rich martial arts resources were also inexplicably snatched half. If it wasn't for the fact that the family's foundation was still solid, there were a few sixth-order elders who stayed in the Su family for the sake of their previous feelings. I'm afraid that the Su family's only remaining villa is not guaranteed. The original first-class family of the Su family instantly shrunk by 2/3. The reputation is even more infamous. This half a month her hall Su big miss, just like the sewer rats, hiding in the home do not dare to go out. Over the exceptionally stifling, the whole day cannot see the light. If it wasn't for the important day of the martial arts exam today, as well as knowing that Ye Feng had returned from his bitter training, she probably wouldn't have been able to muster up the courage to step out of her house. When she thought of meeting Ye Feng soon, a trace of scarlet flashed across Sumo's face again. Brother Ye Feng will definitely take revenge for me after knowing about this. Yihan, you wait for me. Wow, this car is so handsome. As soon as the words fell, amidst some students' exclamations of surprise, a windy red sports car roared lowly, raising a gust of dust and sand as it sped over, and in the envious gazes of the crowd, it steadily stopped at the entrance of the school. The scissor-like car door automatically flipped open, from which long and powerful thighs slowly stepped out, and a handsome figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was none other than the Li family's eldest son. Wow, I haven't seen young Master Li for half a month. Why do I feel like he's gotten a few more points of handsome? I think so too. Strange. As a senior face controller, I actually didn't think he was this good looking before. As soon as Yihan got off the bus, he heard the voices of all sorts of flower-obsessed fangirls continue to come in, and he greeted them enthusiastically, attracting a crowd of flower-obsessed girls. At this time, an abrupt shouting and cursing sound came, especially piercing outside the crowded school entrance. Yihan, you bastard actually has the nerve to appear in front of me? With such a big change in my Su family, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Actually splashing dirty water and slandering my Su family, causing my family to fall apart. Suemo stopped Yihan's way, her cold eyes glowing with a cold light, her face furious as she looked at him. Yihan stopped his greeting movement, looking at the haggard Suemo with disdain, gently raising the corner of his mouth. Smear? Splashing dirty water? Joke? As a villain, isn't it normal for little master to throw some dirty water? Besides, these are the same tricks you used on the Li family before. I'm just copying them. I appear before you? Who are you? Slander? The trial court's notification in black and white, and you're actually calling me a slander? Yihan's words caused the surrounding people to resonate, while looking at Suemo with contempt. Bah! This Su family was notified by the trial court of betraying the human race, and actually planted slander on young Master Li? What a joke! Does she think the trial court is Yihan's family? This Suemo clearly just can't get the idea of trying to ruin young Master Li. Right. The cynicism of the bystanders was like knives constantly stabbing into Sumo's heart, causing her to freeze in her tracks. It was clearly Yihan's false accusation. Why did no one believe it? Sumo's hands clenched the hem of her clothes, trembling and aggrieved. Just when she was aggrieved and had nowhere to vent her anger, a big hand patted to her shoulder. Familiar voice came. Foamy, don't be afraid. You're strong. Coming. Hearing this, Sumo's figure lurched and turned her head to look at the figure behind her that was illuminated by light, revealing an expression of joy. Brother Ye Feng, you finally came. Well, don't worry. I'm here. No one can bully you. Ye Feng's spring-like smile instantly made Suemo settle down, and she gently leaned against Ye Feng's side as if she had found her own support. Ye Feng felt the warmth beside him, retracted his smile and stared at Yihan as if he was frosty, gently protecting Suemo behind him in a righteous and heroic manner. Good big guts. While I'm not there, actually dare to bully my Suemo sister like this? Even if you look down on me, the Su family behind that foam is not a vegetarian. Ye Feng confidently looked at Li Yihan. His eyes flashed with thick battle intent. The current him was not what he used to be. Not only could he hunt and kill 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, he himself had even mastered Nian power. In just half a month, he was able to reach the introductory realm of Nianli. This speed could be said to be unheard of. The current Li Yihan, even if he had a great sacred body, so what? He could abuse it just the same. Hearing Ye Feng's rampant words, Li Yihan puffed and laughed. Oh, the Su family? You don't know that the Su family blew up? It looks like you're not too well informed. Li Yihan teasingly looked at Ye Feng as if she was waiting for a joke to happen. Seeing Li Yihan's expression was not right, Ye Feng frowned. This half-month he was in the mountain for hard training. He really didn't know about the news of the outside world. And today he was also able to quickly come to the entrance of the school to participate in the martial arts examination with the help of his master. So Ye Feng suspiciously turned his head to ask Su Mo, what happened to the Su family? Hearing Ye Feng take the initiative to ask, as if Su Mo had found a vent, tears instantly gushed out from the corners of her eyes in an unstoppable manner, venting out a flurry of aggression that she had received today. Brother Ye Feng, you have to do right by our Su family. That Li Yihan actually slandered our Su family for collaborating with the devil race, and father was also captured by the trial court. All of these falsehoods are fabricated by him, Li Yihan alone. Rumble. After hearing Su Mo's words, a thunderbolt exploded in Ye Feng's mind. It made the originally calm Ye Feng instantly have egg pain. His body instinctively took 2 steps backward, his face full of shock. What? The Su family collaborated with the demon race. The Su family head was also captured by the people from the judgment court. All of them were taken away. So wasn't that the nail in the coffin? Ye Feng stood in front of Su Mo's body, looking at the innocent eyes in front of him, but in his heart, he was so scared that he didn't know what to do for a while, and his body kept moving backwards. At the end of today's martial arts examination, he was going to be personally announced as a personal disciple by Su Ningshui, the vice president of Qingwu University. At this critical time, nothing could go wrong, especially getting too close to the Su family, which was collaborating with the demon race. This would put him in the middle of a public opinion storm and might even affect his ability to become Su Ningshui's personal disciple. Damn it! I thought that becoming the personal disciple of the vice-chancellor of Qingwu University would allow the Su family to see the potential to slam a fortune. But you told the Su family that you don't have any more? No! Then who am I going to ask for resources now? You're strong and afraid. Chapter 17. A stupid woman should be matched with a man. Ye Feng looked at Su Mo's gaze gradually changed at this moment. The care that was pretended before was gone, and his eyes gradually lost their luster and became cold. Looking for you is not just to mix the resources? The original Li family resources inexplicably cannot count on the matter. Have not yet had time to get angry. The result is now telling me that even your Su family resources are no longer available? This stupid woman's only use is lost. So what use do I have for you now? To stir up trouble for myself? Looking at the small changes in Ye Feng's eyes, the corner of Li Yihan's mouth kept on turning up, and all those movements that were hidden deep under his eyes that he didn't notice were caught in his eyes. Ye Feng's character was just like the original, a person with a strong sense of purpose who was only interested in profit. Every character that he comes into contact with, he interacts with them with a purpose, but whenever he meets a woman who is favorable and can help him, he will constantly disguise himself and create various opportunities to get acquainted. Afterwards, he will keep asking for warmth, and make a guest appearance as a sweet warm man or a big brother to chat with them, and become a confidant to make them rely on him. And if the other side is a man, will pretend to be brotherly love, hate each other righteousness, wine constantly befriending, and even sometimes tease these brothers' women. In the original, there are countless ones that Ye Feng interacts with, but none of them are people with resources behind them and power behind them. But these people, once the use value is lost, then quickly be removed from his own side, for fear of staining the relationship, like those brothers in the cold, although each of them to him only the head of the horse is looking forward to, but in the end there is no one ended up in a good place. At the beginning, Ye Feng constantly create chance encounters to pursue Su Mo, is to see Su Mo behind him, can continue to provide a variety of martial arts resources. According to the current situation of the Su family, this Su Mo should also be quickly discarded by Ye Feng, and that stupid still expects Ye Feng to take revenge for her? Do her spring and fall dream. Li Yihan looked at Su Mo with a teasing face. His eyes were filled with pity, as if he had seen her miserable end, and knew exactly what Ye Feng was going to say next. As expected, Ye Feng slowly skimmed away Su Mo's hands that were holding himself, looked at her indifferently, and then spoke in a firm tone. The justice and fairness of the judgment court is evident to the human race. I think you should have misunderstood young Master Li. Ye Feng's words were like a heavy hammer hitting hard on Su Mo's heart. The corners of her mouth that were originally with a smile froze at once. Shouldn't he be helping to speak for himself? What was Ye Feng talking about? Su Mo froze, thinking that she heard the wrong words. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Ye Feng and questioned. Brother Ye Feng, what are you saying? Why are you helping Li Yihan? Seeing Sumo's disoriented questioning, Ye Feng was unimpressed. I didn't speak for anyone. I wouldn't dare to question the fairness and impartiality of the trial court. Sumo took a deep breath. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her gaze complex as she looked at Ye Feng and opened her mouth. Then what do you mean? Ye Feng put his hands behind his back and slightly raised his chin, pretending to look righteous. There is no wind, no waves, no wind coming from an empty cave. Could it be that the Su family really isn't at fault at all? Buzz. After hearing Ye Feng's words, Sumo felt a heavenly whirlwind and a constant paroxysm of pain coming from his chest. Ye Feng actually didn't believe what he said, and even slandered the Su family? Ding! System detects Sumo's emotional rift towards Ye Feng. Villain value plus 3000. Yoo-hoo, is that okay? The sudden system sound surprised Yihan. It continued to continue. You actually don't believe what I said? I don't think there can be a fairer place than the human judgment court, right? Ye Feng stood in front of Sumo with an expressionless face. His voice was loud and clear, as if he was a righteous judge. His heart was constantly calculating at the same time. After worshipping his master, there was an inexplicable bond between master and disciple, and he could easily feel that his master was nearby and was definitely observing him. I must act cynical, so that master can see my upright and unselfish character. High in the sky, a figure as hidden as water in the clouds was none other than Su Ningshui. She was really observing in the dark as Ye Feng had guessed. Looking down, her originally calm face flashed through a ripple. She had heard every word of Ye Feng's words just now. Su Ningshui nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being her valued disciple, possessing such excellent character, able to distinguish between right and wrong, and being cynical. Not bad, not bad. Her figure then slowly faded and disappeared high in the sky. As a special invited examiner for the martial arts exam, she had to appear at the exam venue in a while. At the entrance of the school, sensing that his master was no longer concerned about himself, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. And at this moment, Sumo's anger had shifted from Li Yihan to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Even though my Su family has lost most of its resources, it's not something you can just bully now. Hearing these words, Ye Feng's figure lurched. What? Most of it? That meant that there was still a portion of the Su family's resources? No way. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Ye Feng instantly changed his strategy. He couldn't tear his face now. When Sumo pointed at Ye Feng and was about to continue accusing, her hand was tightly grasped by Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at her deeply and said word for word, "You misunderstood me. What I mean is, no matter what happens to the Su family, I will stand by your side, accompany you through these difficult times." Ye Feng made an appearance of being willing to resist the whole world for you and stood in front of Sumo, causing Sumo to instantly freeze, her anger instantly disappearing as she shyly said, "Really? Really? Well, that's natural." Ye Feng's spring-like smile instantly infected Sumo. Sumo pounced on him and leaned on Ye Feng's chest and kept sobbing. "Woo-woo, brother Ye Feng, you are so nice. I just thought that you..." Ye Feng pretended to touch Sumo's head and said softly, "How could that be? Silly girl." But a hint of wit flashed in his eyes. "Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that your Su family still has a portion of resources, how could I possibly care about you? Now you're all alone here. Aren't those resources all mine? Ha 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 ha." Seeing the two inexplicably make up, Yihan felt a burst of speechlessness. This stupid woman really has no brain at all. Ye Feng so obvious fraud can believe? Sure enough, a silly woman should be matched with a man. Then rationalized his thoughts. This Ye Feng just now that some words, obviously is pretending to his master, and change his face so fast, may be for the remaining resources of the Su family. Really enough. The surrounding onlookers also couldn't stand to watch due to their nausea and spat. Really shameless. To actually be with the daughter of a traitor not afraid of the wrath of heaven? Ye Feng saw the crowd start to accuse, then scanned the crowd, coldly snorted and emitted a gust of pressure. "Humph. Shut up. What the hell do you guys know? Who would have trouble with martial arts resources? It's called being able to bend and bend. Besides, when I become Su Ningshui's personal disciple, you guys will put away your villainous faces, then admire me to your heart's content." Before leaving, Ye Feng's gaze lingered on Li Yihan, containing a killing intent that was not concealed at all. "I'm going to waste you in the martial arts section of the martial arts exam." The thick clouds were blown away by the wind, and a sliver of the morning sun's merciful light poured over the gates of Kyoto Martial High School. With the ringing of the bell, the candidates entered the school gates with sizzling eyes, expecting that they would show their best results in the next martial arts exam. Chapter 18, Martial Arts Examination. The official start. In the playground of Jingwu High School, all the senior high school candidates gathered here, and the principal stood on the podium in an impassioned manner for all the candidates. On the side, there were also many Many parents watching from the sidelines. Today is the important day of the human race's martial arts examination. In this era of all people practicing martial arts, all people will put down their hands to keep in front of the TV or live broadcasting room to pay attention to the martial arts examination. As Daxia people, almost every martial arts examination has children they know or relatives and friends participating, and they will all gather together to cheer for the people they know. The major media will also seize the most favorable position for live broadcast, will be unreservedly displayed on the scene of the martial arts examination picture, in a variety of detailed angle eyeballs grab ratings. These candidates are the main force of the human race who will participate in the demon reduction army to fight against the demon race in the future. Paying attention to them is paying attention to the future of the human race. On the playground, the principal has been speaking impassionedly for 10 minutes. This is the only time in a year that he has the opportunity to make a favorable appearance. Every time he comes to this time, he will specialize in smearing hairspray, dressed formally on the speaker's platform to be able to talk for as long as he can talk for as long as he can talk for as long as he can talk for. Enjoy the flash bulbs and long guns and short cannons of the siege. The principal stood in front of the speaker's platform, looking extraordinarily spirited, and his chesty expression could also feel his confidence in this martial arts examination. Winning the lottery. This time, there were actually 2 fourth order in the first middle school, which was simply a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. This Kyoto martial arts examination's first prize winner will definitely belong to the first middle school. That old man in the second middle school is waiting to eat xiang to go. Once the cultivation of martial arts examination scholar, that next year's educational resources will be tilted to a middle school. In the long run that will continue to open the gap between the 2 schools. Think of next year's education resources funding to rise another wave. The principal of the heart on the happy flowers face cannot help but appear obsessive smile. Yihan stood in front of the crowd, looking at the principal who was chattering on the stage, boringly buttoning the hem of his coat. It was true that no matter where he was, the leader's speech seemed so superfluous. He could feel 2 gazes behind him that had been staring at him, one filled with wariness and murderous intent, while the other was full of grudges and anger, and he knew with his toes whose gazes they were respectively. God of the silly girl combination. Just now at the entrance of the school, Yihan vaguely felt that Ye Feng was different from the last time he met, so he used the system to carefully detect his strength today. As expected, the level of martial arts has reached the peak of the 4th order, and the Nianli have all reached the introductory realm, and he has also mastered a grade A martial arts skill. Sure enough, he was a demon. Although he was hiding deeply, trying to play pig and eat tiger, he was still seen through by himself at a glance. It couldn't be helped. Little Master had brother unicorn, but Yihan then sighed. It is really the pride of heaven, actually able to Jedi in such a short period of time. Continuous progress. This is simply horrifying as it is. Not only is the Nianli all practiced out, by virtue of their own actually able to master A-class martial arts skills, the potential of these sons of destiny really can't be underestimated. Casually disappearing for half a month and progressing so much. No wonder those who have read the cool article of the protagonist does not move to disappear for a period of time. Return to overthrow the villain. Others have a halo. Thinking of this, Yihan scoffed. However, so what? Don't think that you have to have 2 brushes and dare to be arrogant in front of the little master. Little master will let you remember. Although you have brushes, but no hair. Then finally, I wish all the candidates excellent results. When this sentence was finished, the principal's pre-test mobilization finally came to an end. All the candidates originally lax eyes instantly disappeared, all of them shaking their fists and spirits. The martial arts exam was about to begin. The moment the principal stepped down from the speaking platform, rumble, the ground suddenly shook. The original flat playground lawn suddenly kept bulging. The crowd heard the sound and looked back at the same time. A large ring broke through the middle of the playground, slowly rising from the ground. The dirt covering the surface kept falling. With a creaking sound, the ring squarely presented in front of the crowd. Examination ring. Looking at the ring made of white tiles piled up, the crowd knew that its material used was cut from the white or in the magic sea, and was specifically used for the construction of the martial examination ring. Because this kind of white tiles, even if it is the 5th rank of the full force of the blow, is also very difficult to cause damage, as a martial arts examination room basically can be used for decades without wear and tear. After all, there has never been a precedent in the martial arts examination will be the destruction of the ring. Just as the candidates were still sighing, the principal's voice came again. Next, please invite our first middle school special guest examiner, Principal Su, to ascend to the examination hall. As soon as the words fell, a silhouette slowly descended from the sky, the breeze blowing her long hair, her plump figure hidden in the light transparent sarong. All the candidates stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs moving in unison with that sinister shadow. This was the Vice-Chancellor of Qinggu University, the legendary beautiful tutor, the 8th rank female martial examiner Su Ningshui. The martial examination was an annual grand examination that concerned the selection of human talent. But because the candidates participating in the examination were too large each year, it was divided into various high school martial arts schools. But in order to ensure the fairness of the examination, each school would have a special invited examiner sitting in. Usually it was a 7th order martial arts teacher who was the examiner, and it was rare to have an examiner like this 8th order martial honor or a vice principal. The principal was like a proud cockatoo at the moment, constantly showing his face in front of the camera with a thieving look, constantly sighing in his heart. I don't know if that old man in the second middle school saw it. This is the row of the first middle school. What are you going to compare with me? On the exam ring, Suning Shui removed her white veil, revealing her beautiful and moving true face, causing the entire room to gasp. Although she was close to 40 years old, the years had not left any traces on her face, and her skin was still smooth and tight. Wow! I didn't realize that the examiner of the first middle school was actually the beautiful principal of Qinggu University. Wow, it's so beautiful. If we're chosen by her this time, won't we be able to fly high? Gotta show it off. Let the beautiful principal see my potential. Suning Shui's arrival made the already excited candidates even more passionate, and Ye Feng in the crowd's eyes flashed a trace of sizzle as some cheesy move surfaced in his mind. I actually didn't expect that Master this body is not only so plump, but also has such a young face. Age is not the problem. Technique is. Suning Shui looked at all the candidates on the stage with a smile on her face, a pair of smiling eyes like autumn water, with the unique flavor of a middle-aged woman. But inwardly, she was constantly flooded with disgust and loathing. Those words just now were all heard by her. A bunch of toads still want to eat swan meat? Don't even go home and look at yourself in the mirror to see which onion you are? Although she was extremely disgusted inwardly, she didn't show it in the slightest and walked towards the main seat of the examiner in the center of the martial arts ring with leisurely broken steps. Seeing her take her seat, the other few invigilators from this school didn't dare to be slow, and sat up in a panic. Seeing the examiners arrive, Suning Shui put away the smile she had just put on and turned expressionless. A clear and cold voice came out from her rosy mouth, not loud but echoing throughout the entire playground. The first item of the martial arts examination. Begin. Chapter 19, A Random Strike. The fish has been hooked. Cheer up. Upon hearing the first test begin, all the candidates quickly cheered and puffed up, and then divided into 4 sections according to the test numbers they drew earlier, ascending the stage from each of the 4 corners of the ring. And the originally empty 4 corners of the ring also appeared 4 black-rammed strength testers at this moment. The first exam, the strength test. Yihan was at the end of the 4th group, looking at the long queue in front of him. Alas, the young master has to queue for the test as well? How long has it been since I've waited in such a long line? I vaguely remember the last time I lined up was when I had my mouth opened and was stabbed in the throat with cotton. With nothing else to do, Yihan recalled the rules of the martial arts exam. He knew that the martial arts exam was divided into a total of 4 tests. The first one was the strength test, followed by the qi and blood test, the nian power test, and the final martial arts test. These 4 items are more difficult than one another. The most exciting and eye-catching is the final martial arts test, which is a real gun, real sword and fist to the flesh of the competition. Many of the candidates who were not outstanding in the first few items, by virtue of a skillful martial arts techniques and practical combat background, in the last pass to kill, thus drawing the attention of certain martial arts universities. The most difficult one, on the other hand, was the Nianli test, which actually belonged to the extra points program. Almost 99% or more of the candidates would score a duck egg in this test. Nianli was, after all, a power that martial artists pursued for their entire lives, and those who were able to be initiated at the age of 18 were none other than the phoenixes of men. That was why candidates who could score in this item would almost always be invited by the top 10 martial arts universities in Blue Star. Dang! 880 kilograms. Thud! 758 kilograms. Boom! 956 kilograms. Amidst the muffled sounds of fists colliding with testers at the corners of the ring, the first strength test kicked off. Most of the candidates were at the peak level of the second rank, with a hitting power of around 800 to 1000 kilograms, and a few of the top students who were at the third rank were able to hit excellent results of around 2000 kilograms. When these types of excellent results appeared from time to time, they would always cause gasps of surprise. Rumble! A sudden muffled thunderous crash resounded in the ring, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at the same time, only to see the invigilator stuttering and bursting out an unbelievable result. 5,000. What? Upon hearing this grade, the entire room was abuzz as if they couldn't believe their ears. But after seeing the numbers they all exclaimed in shock. Isn't that Ye Feng? Even though I know that he's already at the 4th rank, this power clearly far exceeds the normal 4th rank. It's the 4th rank limit. Has he improved again in such a short period of time? Hearing the shocked and exclamatory comments around him, Ye Feng slightly raised the corner of his mouth, And the principal on the podium happily kept nodding his head. Right. This is the effect to have. There's another one like this powerful one in our first middle school. This is simply the best publicity for enrollment. The moment the results came out, various media reporters had already set up their cameras to quickly zoom in and take a close-up shot of the results. The number of 5,000 was clearly displayed on the electronic display. All the major live broadcast rooms instantly exploded, and pop-ups came from all over the place. Asterisk. This is still a high school student? This power is almost fifth order, right? There's actually someone this powerful in Kyoto First High School? This should be the top student of this martial arts exam, right? So handsome. Hubby, I love you. With his strong strength as well as his dashing appearance, Ye Feng had gained a lot of fans in the instant live broadcast. It quickly made it onto the hot search, causing many brainwashed fans to call for him. As for Ye Feng, who was in the limelight in the ring, at this time, he looked in the direction of the fourth group, his eyes full of disdain. Yihan, this fist ancestral craft. What are you going to fight with me? Ye Feng walked down the steps with a confident and domineering stride. Worthy of being my brother Ye Feng, I'll be cheering too. Seeing Ye Feng's handsome back, Suemo secretly cheered for herself. Next, Suemo, 250 kilograms. Ha. There's actually such a disgrace? I can even fart more than she can hit. After the results appeared, hearing the incessant taunts from the stage, Sumo's white face flushed red. Grayly, she walked off the ring. It was just that she hadn't rested well these past few days. Humph, a bunch of beggars. What are you laughing at? I have brother Ye Feng to cover me, while you guys are just stinking beggars with nothing. After hearing Sumo's results, Ye Feng also fell into silence. He looked at her in a complicated way and pretended to smile to greet the comfort. Alas, if it wasn't for the remaining resources of the Su family, I really wanted to immediately disassociate myself from this good-for-nothing woman. This scene was watched by Yihan, who laughed and almost couldn't straighten his back. A hint of teasing flashed under his eyes. Ye Feng, don't you like to pretend? Then I'll do what you want and let you pretend enough first. When you think you have left me far behind, only to be defeated by me in one move in the final match. I wonder what kind of wonderful expression will appear. Suddenly, another ghost idea popped up in his mind. Thinking of this, Yihan ghostly laughed evilly. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed out. Is our Li family media company still there? Yes, young master. Currently the industry leader. I don't know what young master is asking for. Is it to vigorously publicize your martial arts examination results? Don't worry, this little one has already arranged it down in advance. No, there's no need to publicize me. After the martial arts exam is over okay young master Li. By the way, is father back yet? Back to young master. Master is on his way to the examination center. Okay. Just as he hung up the phone, he heard the supervising referee call his name. Next, Yihan. Hearing Yihan's name, the other candidates in the room also focused on him with attention. Even the principal stood up from the podium. Young Master Li is both a fourth order or a great sacred body. I wonder what level he can fight at. I think it's definitely not as good as Ye Feng. 5,000 is the extreme power of the fourth rank. While young Master Li looks like he's recently piled up his saint body with a heavy dose of pills, and his realm is also vapid. The analysis upstairs makes sense. +1. I don't think so. We'll see. Standing in front of the black strength tester, Yihan gently swung out his fist, carelessly hitting a seemingly reasonable score. 3,850 kilograms. Wow. Che. There were quite a few people who exclaimed in shock, but more of them were mocking. Even the principal sat down with slight disappointment after seeing this score. It looks like the fourth order power piled up by this medicine is indeed going to be a bit flimsy. Ha. Rich people can't do it either. Mocking sounds came like a tidal wave, but mixed with more jealousy, for which Yihan didn't care. Seeing that Yihan played far below himself, the pride under Ye Feng's eyes sharpened, and his battle intent grew stronger. See if I don't beat the out of you in the final actual battle. As the only two fourth order in this examination center, they would definitely be rivals in the martial arts test. Before stepping down from the stage, Yihan slightly raised the corner of his mouth after bumping into Ye Feng's battle-ready, confident eyes. The fish had already taken the bait. Chapter 20, poised and ready to explode. In the midst of all the hoopla, the first strength test ended, and all the candidates once again returned to their previous positions in line. On the big electronic screen standing in the center of the playground, Ye Feng was far ahead with a score of 5,000 kilograms. Not only was he in first place in this examination center, the entire Grand Xia was the first in the broken existence. History has not been in the martial arts examination. There has not been such a stunning achievement. The hot search was constantly updated, and it became the focus of society for a while. After many years, the humble family finally produced another heavenly pride. The defeat of a powerful family? Genius youngsters powering over the children of the world's families. The topics surrounding the topic continued to extend. The conflict was directed at the cold family and the worldly family, and there was also a tendency for it to become more and more intense. Many university martial arts instructors were already paying attention to his next performance, and all the netizens were also exploring various information about him. But what made the netizens feel a little strange was that this Ye Feng's previous information on the internet could not be found at all. Just like a black internet user, there was no trace of him at all. This still does not hinder those fanatical fans of the pursuit. The formation of backup team to become a brainwashed fan. Ye Feng, who felt star-studded for the first time, lifted his chin and looked at Yihan with contempt, his eyes full of disdain. See, this is just the beginning. From now on, the people of this world will all turn towards me, instead of you. Dude, you are finished. Yihan did not pay any attention to Ye Feng's provocation. Sure enough, the more people lack something, the more they will show off. Later on, Little Master will let you know what is called. The higher you stand, the more you fall, the more you crackle. Su Ningshui, who was sitting in the examiner's seat, looked at Ye Feng appreciatively, worthy of being my favorite disciple. With such talent, he will definitely be able to help her a lot when he grows up. Then she shifted her gaze to the second place. She snorted and laughed. The coldness in her cold eyes was not hidden at all. This Li family member's successor is nothing more than that. Li Yihan's results in this examination point, although it is the second, but in the whole of Daxia, it is not ranked in the top 10. Enough to show that the strength of this year's candidates is particularly horrifying. But it made the principal also slightly disappointed inside. Alas, I thought I would be able to bag the top 2. Overthinking it, but looking at the next situation, retaining the first place would definitely not be a problem. The second test will be conducted next, the Qi and Blood test. The referee examiner announced loudly from the center of the ring. Rumble, with the vibration. 4 carved light-colored columns slowly rose from the corners of the ring, with a thermometer-like scale set right in the middle of the columns, and the value at the very top was 10,000 calories, which was the limit of Qi blood that could be achieved by the 4th rank. After all, there had never been a demon who reached the 5th rank before the age of 18, so the 4th rank was already the limit of the test. The test begins. With the order of the referee examiner, the test was once again in full swing. When the last candidate finished testing, the Qi and Blood test came to a close. This time, it was still Ye Feng with 9,999 cards of Qi and Blood, far ahead. What amazed the crowd was that Yihan, who was also at the 4th level, actually tested with only 6,055 cards of Qi and Blood, making many people despise him. To know that reaching 500 cards is the introductory first rank. In this era of aura recovery, as long as one is an adult, almost all of them can reach it, unless for physical reasons, whereas the second stage's Qi Blood was 500 to 2,000 cards. This third stage's Qi Blood was 2,000 to 5,000 cards. The 4th order is 5,000 to 10,000 cards. Yihan's 6,000 Qi Blood is simply the existence of the bottom of the 4th order. No wonder he will be despised by these people who are not as high as his realm though. And the blood test is not like the strength test. You can collect energy to fake. It can actually measure your current blood level. Previously, the strength test might be suspected of showing weakness, but the Qi and Blood test was absolutely impossible. If you want to hide from the Qi and Blood tester, unless you have a hang, do you? Although you are higher than us, but compared to the same realm you are still far from it. The people who were originally secretly jealous of Yihan looked like they had found the behavior that would allow them to have a sense of existence and began to crickets continuously. Strength is not good. Qi and Blood is not good. A look at the realm is to eat medicine pile up. Too much flimsy, will definitely be Ye Feng a punch to death. These rumors ran around like they had legs and spread at once. Ye Feng's originally erect head became even more arrogant after hearing this. And Suemo was also excitedly looking forward to the final martial arts session where Ye Feng would beat Li Yihan to the ground begging for mercy. Regarding these rumors, Li Yihan as the person involved did not care at all. On the contrary, her eyes were unusually excited. Aha! That's it. The more there was a fallout like this, the more valuable the gold coins that exploded in Ye Feng's body must be. When the Qi Blood test was conducted, the system was specifically used to lock the Qi Blood at this very low score, in order to let Ye Feng build up a high confidence within himself. Then he looked at the Qi Blood tester with a limit of only 10,000 and smiled disdainfully. If you really want to show it, I can charge it up for you. Immediately after that, there was the third Nian Li test. The number of people who participated in this one was exceptionally sparse, and most people chose to abstain, not wanting to go up and lose face. Of the entire several thousand candidates, there were only less than 100 left to participate, and among these 100 people, there was also a large portion of people who held the attitude of giving it a try, just in case they were lucky today and the heavenly path was enlightened. So when Li Yihan stepped onto the testing platform, he drew a roar of derision. I haven't heard that you can pile up your Nianli by taking medicine. Have you heard of that? No. Ha 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 ha. So young Master Li also wants to gamble on a wave of luck. In the face of these gossips, Yihan was unimpressed. His face was flat and not affected in the slightest. He had his own plans inside. Originally, even if he didn't participate in this Nianli exam, with the results of the final martial arts test, he could successfully enter one of the two top schools, Xinggu and Diwu, and he didn't have to show the public that he had the talent of using Nianli. However, Yihan's goal was not in those two top schools. He who had read the original story knew that among the hundreds of martial arts universities in Daxia, on the surface, Xinggu and Diwu were the topmost, but in fact, they were not. There was a university that wasn't famous, but its strength could crush the two universities. It was none other than the Extreme Martial Dao Academy, and the dean was none other than the human race half-emperor. Extreme East. Everyone knew that Extreme East was the #1 powerhouse of the human race, but as the principal of the Extreme Dao Martial Dao Academy, almost few people knew about it. Only the enrolled students or some of the old family heads knew about it. Compared to other universities that could easily enroll thousands of students, this university's entry conditions were extremely harsh, with only tens of digits of students enrolled each year, so it rarely appeared in the eyes of the world, and the outside world never advertised it, only thinking that it was an ordinary school with a low eye. I didn't realize that this is exactly what created its mysterious and unpredictable. The reason why Yihan wants to participate in the Nianli test is because the Extreme Martial Arts Academy only enrolls candidates who have the potential of Nianli, and the higher the level of Nianli, the greater the hope of entering. Yihan's eyes were hot. This one I'm bound to take. And in the sky, Li Huaishuan's figure slowly emerged. Luckily, I caught up with the brat's martial arts exam. I heard that he became exceptionally diligent after not licking, so let your father look forward to the anticipation. Chapter 21 The Conceptual Power Test shocked the whole field. Li Huaishan converged his breath and quietly disappeared into the crowd, and there was no one beside him who realized that this uncle was actually a Wu Zun. As he gazed over, the third Nianli test was underway. Li Huaishuan skeptically inclined his head. This kid can read the power? This kid knows Nianli, and he just went up like this? The one who will lose face later on will be your father. Although he knows that the rules of the Nianli test are very simple, but I am afraid that the brat did not live a hard hole. Frowning, vaguely remembered that the test is not a fixed instrument and numerical value to measure the standard. Rather, it is through the first skill of the Nianli introductory realm. The first skill of the Nianli entry realm is to move things through space. After the Nianli entry realm, one would be able to perform a certain amount of spatial movement. The more objects one could manipulate, the more solid and higher the level. Li Huaishuan sighed, worrying in his heart that his own kid would lose face for him, and finally found a less crowded place to sit. Looking from afar, he thought he was hiding seamlessly, but he didn't know that his sneaky appearance had long been discovered by Yihan. Yo, the thief father came? Then won't you have more confidence to do something later? Then he confidently turned his gaze to the front. Now the center of the ring, place 10 heavy alloy flying dagger. Although the volume is not large but unusually heavy, each handle weighs hundreds of kilograms. The rules were simple. If you could use your mind power to make at least one of the flying daggers fly or move, then you could score points. Full score of 100. With the idea of controlling a flying dagger can get 10 points. The difficulty is extremely large. Although the number of people who participated in this test was not large, the attention on TV or in the live broadcast room was not weaker than the previous two. After all, this was the standard for spying on geniuses. Those who were able to score points in this test were all geniuses. Almost half of their feet had already stepped into a prestigious martial arts university. So when Ye Feng stood up, the entire room once again let out a shocked gasp as all the candidates were surprised. Holy, when did Ye Feng mastered Nianli? It wasn't there during the last mock exam. Could it be that it was recently? This is too demonic. The live broadcast room was also triggered, with a large number of pop-ups coming again, also making the fanatical fans who supported him before go crazy again. This kid is invincible, worthy of being the talent I have my eye on. With perfect scores in the first two categories, the Nianli test actually has to be taken. This genius Nan Martial Arts Academy will take. Upstairs, get lost. This Ye Feng will obviously be grabbed by the two universities. What's the point of you being a second-born? The Nianli test was soon halfway through, and of all the people in front of them, only two candidates were able to barely maneuver a flying dagger, while the rest of them were all wiped out. Just like the speculation of the people under the field, most of them were just going up to try their luck. Next, Ye Feng. When the referee examiner called out Ye Feng's name, the entire arena quickly quieted down, their eyes gazing at him at the same time. Yihan did the same, looking at Ye Feng with amusement. He also wanted to understand how many handfuls the supreme genius of the original book's pen was able to maneuver. Say, How many flying daggers do you guys guess he can manipulate at a time? 3 can't be more. Any more and I'll eat. I guess it's about the same. Ye Feng isolated himself from the noisy outside world and stood motionless in the center of the ring. As if he was one with the ring, he held his breath and stared at the 10 flying daggers with full concentration. Ding! An invisible force quietly erupted from his body, and the piece of air surrounding him became distorted with the naked eye. Following Ye Feng's gaze, this piece of distorted and sinuous air kept moving forward, and the flying daggers that originally stood calmly on the ring floor tiles began to tremble slightly. Ding 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 ding! The amplitude of the flying daggers' trembling grew bigger and bigger, and the sound of their impact with the ground was crisp and clear, and in the crowd's astonished gazes, 5 flying daggers rose up from the ground and quickly hovered in the air, and even though one of them was trembling and shaking, it was already covered by the shocked voices of the entire crowd at this moment. Actually 5. 5 of them? Oh my god, this Ye Feng is too demonic. I heard that the best score ever for this item was only 6, but it's a shame that genius ended up being taken away by an unknown school. Where's the eating brother? Don't go I have it here. Ye Feng's forehead was sweating. Maneuvering 5 flying daggers was already the limit for him, but the gushing admiration around him made him exceptionally happy, and he even wanted to maneuver the 5 flying daggers to change into a formation and provoke Li Yihan, but helplessly for the 5th flying dagger operation is too weak. A moment messed up the formation, finally all fell to the ground, although he didn't succeed in posing, but the whole person is still confident. 5. This Li Yihan, are you worthy? How many do you deserve? Ye Feng walked past Li Yihan with his head held high before stepping down from the stage. Very provocative. And Li Yihan seemed to understand what he meant. Oh, understand what you just wanted to play. So you like this? I'll show you one later. A little S, a little B. Next, Li Yihan. It was his turn, and Li Yihan walked to the center without hesitation. The cynical people under the stage were all waiting for him to make a fool of himself so that they could fall on him in time, especially Sumo. Can't wait for Li Yihan to be disgraced to death. And his cheap father also poked his head out of the crowd, staring wide-eyed at his next performance, where his eyes gathered. Li Yihan was as calm as water, not affected by the strange eyes at all. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and gently lifted his finger upwards. Ding ding ding! As if summoned, the 10 flying daggers quickly and neatly stood up as if in military posture, and then quickly floated up and down in the air without the slightest delay. What? Am I blind? These 10 are all up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still so simple? Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, revealing unbelievable expressions, especially those who had just opened their mouths to spray. All of their mouths had opened into an egg. Even the principal stood up at this moment, his gaze fiery. The live broadcast room exploded at the same time. Didn't see it wrong, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this a broken record? How could it be so easy? Isn't this that young master of the Li family? So he's this good? Che, what's the point of being powerful in Nianli now? It's still very likely that he'll be hanged by Ye Feng in the match later. In the center of the ring, Li Yihan's fingers kept sliding, and under his command the flying knives that were originally floating in place instantly came to life. Lined up under the leadership of the head knife, they kept changing in the air, forming 2 letters. Under the field, watching the flying daggers change randomly under Li Yihan's control, Ye Feng's face was as blue as if he was embarrassed by eating, but then he quickly adjusted his mind and snorted coldly. Humph! So what if the chanting power is stronger than me? So what if it's even more demonic? Right now, everyone hasn't mastered the Nianli skill and relies on the martial realm and techniques. The martial exam is all round. You're not as good as me at any of the other things, especially in martial arts. Let's see if I don't chop you out of you and take revenge. All the insults you suffered before will be doubled. After all, I have a sword that can cut across steps. Chapter 22, Extreme Dao Martial Academy. Martial Saint. Seeing the sunny and cloudy expression on Ye Feng's face, Li Yihan raised his eyebrows. Like this look of yours, and even more like the expression of your impotent rage later on. That could show that little master played for you is now about to be staged. The next match will make you lose face. At the same time, far away in the easternmost part of the Great Summer, under a courtyard interspersed with bamboo forests, suddenly people's voices boiled up, and on the broken plaque at the main entrance, one could vaguely make out the words Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. Inside the small bamboo courtyard on the side of the academy, a white-haired old man wearing a white undershirt and fancy pants was holding a cell phone and leisurely lying on a wooden chair, occasionally letting out a foolish laugh. Vice President, this is a big surprise. Crunch. Suddenly, the fenced wooden door of the small bamboo courtyard was pushed open by a dark-colored linen-clothed youth in a panic, whooshing in, frightening the old man's figure and hastily putting away his cell phone. His calm face flashing with a touch of embarrassment, the old man lifted his undershirt and casually brushed the drool from the corner of his mouth, as if he was hiding something. Ahem. Chi you. Why are you so flustered? Entering the courtyard without knocking on the door. What kind of behavior is that? Seeing the calm face of Li Qing in front of him, Chi Yu was puzzled. Vice President Li, aren't you also watching the live broadcast? Aren't you surprised at all? Li Qing sat up slightly from his recliner, making an unforgettable expression, and couldn't help but mumble. Surprise indeed. The legs in this installment are all so long and snowy. Halfway through her sentence, Li Qing was slightly stunned, and broke into tears at Chi Yu. Bah! What nonsense! You think Lao Fu would go and watch that kind of live broadcast? What is a leg full? Oh no! Brain thinking. What kind of demons and devils do you go to see if you don't go to practice your Nianli every day? Li Qing's sudden education left Chi Yu momentarily puzzled as he said suspiciously, Hey, wasn't it you who told us to watch the live broadcast of the martial arts exam to select geniuses with Nianli talent? Ah, you said this live broadcast. Ahem. Of course this old man is watching. What's all the fuss about? The embarrassment that flashed across Li Qing's face was quickly covered up by him, turning into a look of a respected old man. And those words reached Chi Yu's ears, instantly whitening his eyes. Wow, actually not even putting 10 swords in his eyes, worthy of being Dean Li Qing, so composed. I have to learn from him. In the martial arts exam will be able to flow with the idea of controlling 10 flying blades. Such a talent is simply unheard of. Alas, I'm afraid that this person will be snatched away by Qingwu and Diwu and be delayed in his future. It's just a pity that our academy is just too low profile. It clearly has the strength to crush the two schools, but no one publicizes it, resulting in being treated like a cutie when we say it. Look, ugh. Saying this, Chi Yu sighed, but Li Qing, who was originally lying on the wooden chair, instantly jumped up and looked at Chi Yu incredulously. What did you say? Martial exam Nianli controlling 10 swords, and traveling in the clouds? Where is this person? Dean Li, he's at the Kyoto Examination Center. Holy, I'll go out for a while. If I'm late, it's probably gone. Upon hearing this shocking news, Li Qing changed his careless appearance from earlier and slid his fingers forward. The powerful fluctuation of his Nianli instantly tore a gap in space before disappearing in place. Left behind were the roiling bamboo leaves swept up by the gale, as well as Chi Yu, who stood in place muttering, casually cutting through space. Is this the strength of Dean Li's martial saint? Dean Li, you haven't changed your clothes yet. Kyoto no. One high, on the martial arts ring, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yihan slowly stepped down from the ring. At this moment, he was completely like a monster in the eyes of others. However, there were still people who were not convinced and spoke with a contemptuous face. Che, maybe those 10 swords were also forged by the Li family? To be able to control them casually with such ease. Woo, hey, why did you stop talking? Don't you like it? A thieving middle-aged man suddenly appeared next to the one who spoke, and the moment he appeared, it was as if the air beside the man was frozen, and a sense of suffocation prevented him from speaking. Humph, dare to slander my good son? Li Huaishan gazed at Li Yihan, his eyes full of admiration. This son of mine has grown up. How can he be so strong with his Nianli talent? He's really got his father's talent. Just now, Li Yihan easily managed 10 flying daggers to make him shocked. In his memory, although this kid had a demonic talent for martial arts, he had never shown the slightest potential in terms of Nianli. Coupled with his recent drastic change in temperament, a hint of bad premonition suddenly flashed through his thoughts. Hurriedly probing his soul and body with the Li family's secret techniques, he found that there was no abnormality and that he was still of pure Li family bloodline. He then sighed in relief, thinking that Li Yihan had been taken over by some contraption. As a result, it seems that it is not No, or the old sun's seed. Laozi's seed is really bullish. Soon, the Nianli test ended, and no more stunning candidates appeared behind it. This time, excluding Li Yihan and Ye Feng, there were only 5 people who got a score. Although the number of people is not much, but the principal is particularly happy. To Li Yihan, Nianli's amazing talent will certainly be 2 universities to see. Then his first high school will definitely produce 2 Qingwu and Diwu students. The principal seemed to have seen the huge prize money as well as the huge amount of funds beckoning to him, and couldn't help but sit on the podium and smile nervously. Next, the last test, the martial arts competition. The referee stood on the ring and announced in a loud voice. The atmosphere under the stage was also pushed to a climax by the neutral voice, and the audience rubbed their hands in anticipation one by one. The most exciting part has finally arrived. The martial arts examination portion was the one with the largest percentage of score, and it was also the most exciting part. Candidates would show off their martial arts skills, their life-fighting techniques to the fullest in the ring, and in the martial arts competition, it was even better to see how a candidate's heart was. In the era of aura revival, the human race practiced martial arts to defend themselves against external enemies, whether it was the ferocious beasts that existed in the blue planet or the demons that invaded the demon sea. Under an engagement, the winner was the one who lived. No matter how good the talent displayed in the previous 3 items and how high the realm of cultivation was, if one could not engage in actual combat then it was all for naught. Only in the face of strong enemies do not fear, can play their own mastery of everything, is the true meaning, and the competition is divided into 3 groups to carry out. From low to high, are the second order group, third order group, fourth order group. The group with the longest queue was the second rank group, which was also the first to be conducted, and there were only 2 people in the 4th rank, lined up last to appear. Ye Feng, who was at the very back of the queue, looked up at the big screen, and now Yihan was tied with him for first place in terms of total points. His eyes narrowed slightly and he clenched his fists. A wisp of white sword intent suddenly flashed by his side, carrying the slightest hint of killing intent as he glanced at the person roaming beside him. Humph, so what if you're a genius in Yenli? This world is honored by force. Later on, let me completely bury your future with this sword. You can be an invalid for the rest of your life. Chapter 23, the match begins. One move? Seemingly sensing Ye Feng's killing intent, Yihan's eyes were filled with anticipation, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. I wonder, crushing Ye Feng in a crushing manner, how much reward could be harvested? He himself had to cash in that yuan recovery pill as soon as possible to settle a big matter on his mind. That way, the second master would be able to reach martial exalt as soon as possible. Seeing Yihan's carelessness, Ye Feng quickly collected his killing intent and hit a crooked idea. After going to Wudong University, I won't see this loose money boy again. I have to knock a good amount of money before I leave. Ye Feng raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Yihan with a provocative and unconstrained look. Yihan, do you dare to make a bet with me again? A bet? This little cutie, so fond of kneeling? Hearing Ye Feng actually take the initiative to accost himself, Yihan turned her head and looked at him with a blank stare. A bet? Again like last time? Seeing Yihan say this, Ye Feng coughed and said with a straight face, cough cough, like this, I swear on my reputation. This time it's absolutely fair. Fame? This thing? You'll probably lose it in a while. Yihan looked at Ye Feng, who had a face full of writing, with interest and asked, then what's the bet? Seeing Yihan agree, Ye Feng got excited. Great, this kid fell for it. Humph, last time was really did not think that this seemingly wasteful cockney kid hit a hand. Actually, the great sacred body was still a 4th order strength, causing himself to flip the boat in the gutter. However, now is not what it used to be. In just half a month, I have progressed by leaps and bounds, can decapitate a 5th order ferocious beast. I've mastered A-class martial arts techniques, so what if you have a great saint's body? I'll kill you all the same. It just so happens that I'm short of a high-level weapon. Ye Feng was afraid that Yihan would back out and said in a panic, then place a bet with your own weapon. How about it? Oh, weapon, you mean this? Yihan reached out and a silver gun appeared in his hand out of thin air. A cold aura shone along the gun's body to the tip of the gun, which was cold. The noble aura emanating from it was an A-class weapon at first glance. The moment the silver gun appeared, Ye Feng's eyes went straight and he kept sighing. It's true that the landlord's stupid son, randomly out of the hand is a class A weapon. Although it is a gun but it does not matter. When I went over to go to change into a sword on the line. With that, Ye Feng took out the weapon in his hand. A long sword that looks extremely poor quality. The sword body is rusty, and even suspect that it will break when touched. In terms of quality, it may not even have Ye Feng smiled crookedly. This sword was something he had picked up from a junkyard, and using it as a bet. Ye Feng thought it was more than appropriate. Empty gloves for nothing. He pretended to be embarrassed and opened his mouth. You know my condition. I can only use a weapon like this. I didn't realize that the weapon you used was actually grade A. It's really a bit strange to bet with me like this, but since we all chose to bet, we can only do this. You think so? Ye Feng looked at Yihan sincerely, thinking that he would smother the loss himself like before. When Yihan heard this, she smiled. Phew, is this a moral abduction of Little Master? But you know, as a villain, Little Master has no morals. It's your sister. The abacus beads are chipping into Master's face. You want to bet on Grandpa's A-class weapon just by taking a piece of crap? Other people who come out to sell know that they are ready to set. You open your mouth and know that you say every day that you want it. Where's the face? Yihan's words like a machine gun caused Ye Feng's face to change instantly. He had thought that Yihan would politely refuse even if she didn't agree. Never thought that she would actually say such words without the slightest regard for her face. Ye Feng was so angry that he couldn't speak, and for a while, he didn't find the words to retort. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully made the Son of Heaven's destiny. Ye Feng, break his defense, rewarding the villain with plus 1,000 points. The surprise that suddenly came up made Yihan's eyes light up, and he was about to continue speaking off the cuff. Bang! A figure fell across between them, fixing his eyes to see that it was actually Sumo. Lose CC wins. Sumo loses. Hearing the referee announce her defeat, Suemo hugged Ye Feng and cried out in aggravation. "Ah, brother Ye Feng, I actually lost." Ye Feng couldn't be bothered to break up with Yihan and hurriedly consoled. "It's okay Muo Muo, you just don't have enough experience. In the future I will teach you hand in hand. Definitely won't lose to others again." "Aha, brother Ye Feng is so nice." Hearing Ye Feng's comfort, Sumu sniffled and stopped crying. Avoiding himself from being disgusted, Yihan retreated a few steps and turned his head to the side, just in time to see Sumo's opponent get off the stage, like remembering something interesting. Then he intentionally stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable look as he spoke loudly. "No way sister, the peak of the second rank actually lost to the early second rank. Did you do it on purpose? Ha 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 ha." Yihan's words instantly drew laughter from the crowd, and even the referee from earlier didn't hold back. When Suemo, who had already been comforted, heard the jeers, her figure gave a lurch and howled out once again. Ding! Detected that the host successfully made the female lead Suemo break her defense. Villain points plus 500. Aha! Soothing. Unfortunately, only 500. Really worthless. Ye Feng gave Yihan a deadly cruel glance, and then busied himself with comforting Suemo, with a smile in his eyes, but inside he was constantly flooded with nausea. If not for the fact that your Su family still has some resources, just your peak of the second rank can lose to the early second rank. Deserve my comfort? Finally, when Ye Feng comforted Suemo, the match of the third rank group just ended, and it was his turn to go on next. Before going on the court, Ye Feng seemed to remember something and spoke to Suemo. "Mo, lend me your longsword." "Good, brother Ye Feng, be sure to teach that Yihan a good lesson." "That's a given." Without much thought, Suemo took her B-grade longsword to Ye Feng, which was one of the few weapons left in the Su family that could be taken out. Ye Feng confidently held the longsword in his hands, lovingly, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. "Humph, when this sword comes into my hands, it's considered mine. Comforting this for so long, counted as collecting some interest." Then his gaze was cold as he looked at the playful Yihan. Killing intent is constantly surging. New accounts and old accounts are counted together. When Ye Feng and Yihan walked onto the ring at the same time, the entire arena let out a roar. A battle of the fourth rank. This was rarely seen in the history of martial arts exams, and when it appeared, it was bound to be the main event of the dragon fight. All the media at the scene had already adjusted their equipment and aimed all their cameras at the two, fearing that they would miss a detail and be ashamed of the audience in front of the TV. The live broadcast room had also boiled over, almost on the verge of exploding. Although it was a battle of the fourth rank, almost all of them were cheering for Ye Feng. In the ring, the breeze brushed the hems of the two men's clothes. Ye Feng raised his long sword in a spirited manner and said in an extremely pretentious manner, "One move." Chapter 24 One gun destroys one sword. This Ye Feng has such a big mouth. Other people's humble heavenly pride is qualified to say this. I just don't know if this young Master Li can hold out. With young Master Li's three-legged kung fu, I think it's up in the air. Shu, don't disturb me. Watch carefully. At this moment, the audience and the other candidates were all staring intently at the two people on stage, afraid of missing any details. The match begins. With the referee's order, everyone held their breath, and Ye Feng on the ring quickly unfolded his movements when he heard it, raising his long sword above his head. Although he had exceptional confidence, he had also learned his lesson from last time and could not let Yihan have any chance to strike. And this time, he was prepared to kill in one blow, without any reservations. This time, he had mastered an A-grade martial arts technique. Kneel down, Yihan, I will double the humiliation of that day. Buzz. A wisp of white sword intent suddenly erupted from Ye Feng's body and swept across the entire ring with a gust of wind. The sword chi mixed in the wind was so hard that the spectators in the front rows felt a tingling pain, and it also blew the hem of Yihan's clothes in a hunting manner. Buzzing sword sounds resounded above this ring. This is an A-ranked technique. Sword intent emerging? This is practice to proficiency. This kid's talent is too terrifying, isn't it? To actually be able to master an A-ranked technique at the fourth rank. Some knowledgeable people under the stage saw the extraordinary nature of this move at a glance and were continuously shocked. As a high-level technique, it was at least the fifth rank to barely get started, but Ye Feng was able to master it at the fourth rank, which was enough to show his unrivaled and terrifying talent. Suemo clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Ye Feng with a firm gaze, very excited. Brother Ye Feng is so powerful, young and promising. Such a talent is worthy of me. It's best to beat this Yihan to death in the ring. Actually dare to slander the Su family and dare to insult me in public. Let him know the consequences of angering me. Dang! The floor was crumbled out by the huge impact with a slight crack. Ye Feng jumped upwards and hung in mid-air, holding his sword with one hand and his other hand behind his back, his lapel swaying with the gusty winds like an immortal descending to the world. He was overbearingly looking down at Yihan on the stage, his eyes flashing with cunning. Although the martial arts examination was expressly forbidden to show up to kill, there were exceptions to everything. If the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the act of losing one's hand and causing the other party to become disabled would generally not be pursued too much. Moreover, his master, as the chief examiner, was sitting down below. The timing, the place, and the people were all in his hands. So what if he was the young master of the Li family? So what if he had a great sacred body? If you are not as skilled as others, then you have only yourself to blame. Shun Tian, one sword, Ye Feng shouted, his expression grim as he swung the long sword in his hand out without any reservation, veins constantly surfacing on his arm. Suddenly, a silver curved moon appeared above the ring weary with surging sword chi, rushing towards where Yihan was standing at great speed. Seeing Ye Feng's strong offense, the pupils of the onlooker candidates suddenly shrunk. This was the power that a high school student could strike. For a while, they were all worried about Yihan. The principal saw that Ye Feng's attack was too powerful, and was afraid that Yihan would not be able to withstand it so that he could block it in time. He just wanted to get up but was pulled back by Su Ningxue who was at the side. Principal, sit down. There is a referee in the ring, isn't there? Referee? That referee teacher in the ring is only at the 5th rank. You think you can block that kind of offense? The principal looked at Su Ningxue suspiciously, his pupils constantly flickering, wanting to move but realizing that his feet had been dead stick to the ground by a surge of thick qi and blood that prevented him from moving, his face full of shock, unable to figure out why. Su Ningxue snorted. She was very clear about Ye Feng's small mind, and he also understood the grudge with Yihan. She would not allow her disciple to be insulted like this, and was bound to make Ye Feng take revenge today. What about the Li family? She was a martial arts honor. Even if the Li family traced down, she also had 10,000 ways to exonerate Ye Feng. Su Ningxue's eyes were cold and the corner of her mouth was slightly raised. She had long been displeased with the Li family, and her own brother's failure to compete for the commander of the demon-busting army was all thanks to the Li family. Saying something like he had too much of a killing heart and was suitable to go and subdue the group of service people and become the service army commander. Instead, the demon surrender army was given to someone they valued in the Li family. Although they are both army commanders, on the surface it looks like scenery, but in reality there is no oil and water whatsoever. It is all dirty work and exhausting work. Joke, Wu Zun who is not too heavy killing heart. His brother is not just accidentally killed a dozen people? This is not even a killing nature. How can you kill the demon race? Now using the life of the Li family's only son as interest is not bad. On the ring, Yihan didn't move at all, and everyone thought that this person was scared silly by Ye Feng's offense. Under the watchful eyes, he carelessly stretched out his hand to feel the oppression brought by Ye Feng and shook his head to speak disdainfully. If that's all the strength you have, then it's too disappointing to me. Humph, big talk. Ye Feng confidently looked at the magnificent sword chi as his current killer weapon. This sword contained a full 49 attacks, each of which was able to easily exterminate an existence at the early 4th stage. The added-up sword was enough to annihilate the 5th rank. You're dead. You can't stay even if you have a great sacred body, I said, when the sword chi was about to hit, and some among the timid even closed their eyes not to look. Yihan slowly stretched out his right hand and gently clenched his fist. Dang! Then his foot stomped, the power of chi and blood exploded. The entire ring began to tremble violently. For him as the center of the naked eye visible chi and blood erupted into a huge shockwave. The raging sword chi was instantly halted by the impact of the shockwave, unable to advance the slightest bit. What? The power of chi and blood alone has resisted Ye Feng's sword chi. This aura, it's not right. It's actually 5th rank. The crowd seemed to be in disbelief as they exclaimed in shock. Yo, this kid, hiding quite deep. 5th rank? Li Huaishuan, who was originally prepared to come to his rescue, sat down again, his eyes full of joy that he couldn't hide. Sure enough, it was his seed. Ye Feng, who saw the scene in mid-air, had a face as hard to see as if he had seen a ghost, especially after feeling Yihan's aura. He said incredulously, How is it possible? 5th rank? Wasn't it only 4th rank that day? How could it be so fast? Seeing that his all-out strike, the sword chi that could kill a 5th-order murderer actually couldn't even shake Yihan's chi and blood power, he subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Yihan looked at him playfully. A long spear that emitted a ferocious coldness slowly emerged in his hand, and then stabbed out through the air towards Ye Feng in the sky. Boom! A golden dragon extended the body of the spear and quickly rushed outward. Wherever it went, even the space cracked, and a horrifying pressure suddenly descended above the ring. Even the spectators who were far away from each other felt this unimaginable power. Swimming Dragon Heaven-Shaking Gun. Chapter 25, Is your backstage as hard as mine? ********. What's that? This. Such a strong martial aura. It must be more than a rank. Could it be that it was all pretend before? Young Master Li's talent is really even more terrifying than Ye Feng. In the midst of the crowd's exclamations, a huge golden dragon head appeared from the head of the gun, and the hard floor tiles of the ring crumbled in all directions under the powerful impact. The golden dragon roared up, opening its bloody mouth to easily crush Ye Feng's unstoppable silver-colored sword chi, charging towards him without the slightest obstruction. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly be able to master a martial arts skill that exceeds a rank? Ye Feng roared hideously, as if he still didn't believe that his sword chi could be destroyed so easily. Even more so, he didn't believe that Yihan was able to master a martial arts skill that was even stronger than his. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Ye Feng's Dao Heart doubtful. Villain value plus 5,000. The golden swimming dragon was getting bigger and bigger in his pupil reflection. A strong sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. His sweaty hairs exploded, but he was suppressed by the terrifying aura and didn't move a muscle. Just when Ye Feng was about to be devoured by the golden swimming dragon, a cold voice came, mixed with the power of thick chi and blood. The incomparably strong golden dragon easily crumbled and disappeared in this sound. Enough! As soon as the words fell, a plump figure blocked in front of the disoriented Ye Feng. Seeing Su Ningshui striking out, Yihan was not surprised. He knew that this old woman would surely be unable to calm down and violate the rules to defend Ye Feng. When he saw that he easily dissolved his killing move without even raising his hand, Yihan frowned. Although this move was able to kill the 6th rank, the gap between it and a martial zone was still vastly different. He had to improve as soon as possible. Yihan, how dare you? Actually dare to kill someone in a martial arts examination competition? If it wasn't for the situation where this examiner stepped in to stop it, it would have been a major disaster. Su Ningshui looked down at Yihan, the powerful pressure allowing him to visualize the strength of a martial examiner for the first time. Oh, laying down a killer, have you? Yihan calmly opened his mouth in the face of danger. Still dare to argue? This official can directly declare your results null and void. Facing Su Ningshui's aggressive questioning, a hint of amusement flooded the bottom of Yihan's eyes. Invalid. May I ask Examiner Su, which rule have I violated? Feeling Yihan's offense, Su Ningshui's heart ignited a flame of warm anger. Still talking tough? To actually kill someone in the middle of a martial arts examination competition? That's still not against the rules? If it weren't for the presence of this examiner, today would have been a big mistake. Killing? Hearing this, Yihan snorted a laugh and opened her mouth with a mocking tone of curved acid. Meaning, just now Ye Feng's earth-shattering blow, did he not lay a killer on me? And I haven't seen Examiner Su make such a big deal out of it? Yihan's words immediately caused the other examiners and spectators to talk. Yeah, just now it felt like Ye Feng didn't show any mercy with that move either. How come I didn't see Examiner Su come out to administer justice? If it wasn't for young Master Li's formidable strength, I'm afraid he would have fallen on that sword. Right. How dare you disobey yourself, and dare to incite the masses? Hearing these words, Su Ningshui's heart flooded with killing intent. It was true that the Li family were all damned with the same virtue. Wasn't it for this killing move that you hid your strength to strike? Su Ningshui's gaze was icy cold, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Upon hearing this, Yihan put his hands behind his back, putting away his previous diffidence, and opened his mouth with a serious face, as if with a tone of accountability, without any politeness. Which rule of the martial examination states that one cannot hide their strength? Or am I specifically hiding my strength in order to exterminate Ye Feng? How much potential does this Ye Feng have that he needs me to use such dirty tricks? Is his strength better than mine? Talent better than me? Family background better than me? It seems like none of the above. Who can you blame for being less skilled? Ye Feng's sword. I'm not sure if he stayed or not, but my shot. I was holding back. Even without you being nosy, that Ye Feng will be safe and sound. Detected that the host made Ye Feng's heart break his defenses. Villain points plus 3,000. Yihan tilted her head and opened her mouth aggressively, causing Ye Feng's figure to lurch. It also caused Su Ningshui's entire body to tremble continuously. She then unreservedly erupted her martial exalted mighty pressure, the majestic power of chi and blood covering the entire Kyoto 1 middle school, pressuring everyone below to not be able to raise their heads at once. Su Ningshui opened her mouth angrily, not looking like an examiner in the slightest, more like a matron defending her dignity. Do you know the price of angering a martial exalt? Is this the quality of the Li family? Feeling the killing intent that was not hidden in the slightest, Yihan was not nervous. He was just in midair with unconcealed contempt. Ha! Wu Zun, my Li family can be quite a lot, but like so unqualified. There is really no so easy to warm anger, old woman? Hearing these words, Su Ningshui's explosives that were originally stuffed inside were instantly detonated, her killing intent not converging in the slightest, directly blocking Yihan. No one dared to call her an old woman. Slander against a martial exalt. I can directly judge you. Hearing that Su Ningshui had moved to kill, the principal hurriedly flew up and blocked the middle of the ring, isolating the two. Make no mistake, Principal Su. This is also considered an outstanding student of our school, not to mention an heir to the Li family, so no way. Seeing the principal blocking the center, Su Ningshui narrowed her eyes slightly, then spoke in a condescending manner. Humph, slandering a martial examiner, not to mention secretly slaying him in the middle of a martial arts arena. As an examiner, I will be fair. Who cares who he is? What do you say, classmates? Su Ningshui looked down below the ring, as if she wanted to gain the support of the crowd. Unfortunately, Su Ningshui's impassioned speech didn't seem to have elicited the crowd's approval, which caused her to freeze a bit as well. Candidates are not without eyes. Just now the killing intent of Ye Feng's sword is not at all weaker than this shot. How can you not see? You stop it. Now Yihan that shot others have said to collect, but you are like this? Know the situation of the principal, trembling said. Fists and feet have no eyes. This is after all a written test for the martial arts exam. You just now were not. Oh, what just now? Su Ningyi looked at the principal with a frosty surface, not hiding her threatening expression in the slightest. If you dare to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will cancel all the grades of your examination center in the name of martial exalt. These words were like poking the principal's soft underbelly, making him not dare to speak. Seeing that the principal didn't dare to say more, a thick voice came out. Oh, in the name of martial honor? What a head huffing and puffing. What a big mouth. I saw your little move just now when you held down the principal. Besides, you old lady, bullying no one in my Li family? The corner of Li Yihan's mouth kept turning up when he heard this familiar voice. Coming, Ye Feng. So what even if you have a backstage? Is your backstage as hard as mine? Chapter 26, I can apologize. Who dares to speak so loudly? Hearing someone call herself an old woman again, Su Ningshui instantly changed her face, her tone unusually angry. It's this father. Li Huaishuan put away his loose appearance and walked out from the crowd, slowly stepping onto the ring to stand beside Li Yihan. This person looks so familiar. It seems like I've seen it on TV. You're so uninitiated. This is the president of the trial court. Yo, the Li family head is here. This is a good show. Seeing Li Huaishan's rare serious expression made Li Yihan froze. Not waiting to react, Li Huaishan patted his shoulder and said softly, Don't be afraid, son. Father is here. The Li family is not afraid of any threat, even if it's a martial saint, not to mention this half-assed martial zune. Then indifferently looking at Su Ningshui in midair, the peak of his martial zune aura erupted in full force. The thick qi and blood stirred up a fierce wind, instantly causing Su Ningshui and Ye Feng in midair to falter. Su Ningshui, whose strength was originally inferior, looked unusually pale, but her proud pride made her not want to lower her head. Just as she was trying to find her way back to the stage, she heard Li Huaishuan's flat voice. Come down, not really used to looking up at people. These words just fell. The gravity of the ring suddenly strengthened like a black hole, and the two people suspended in the air were unsteady, and were pulled into the ground at once. Su Ningshui's pupils shook. She had never expected that this Li Huaishuan's strength had reached such a level. She kept running her qi and blood, forcibly stabilizing her figure during her descent, barely allowing herself to fall too hard. Ye Feng, on the other hand, was unable to resist in the slightest and directly fell heavily on the ring, making a dog's ass of himself. Su Ningshui, who landed in the ring, had a frosty face and questioned in a nonchalant tone. What is the meaning of the Li family lord? Going to meddle in the martial examination? You know that I am the examiner for this examination. Joking. Li Huaishuan waved his hand, reverting back to his gangly appearance, not seeing the slightest hint of his judgment court president's appearance. Seeing Li Huaishan's humble look, Su Ningshui lifted her chin and the arrogance in her heart emerged. This is my home turf, and you still dare to go against me? It looks like he is just trying to back up his son. It is a pity to find the wrong time. Other places I will still be afraid of you, Li family, a few percent. But today is not the same. I'm the invited examiner. Everything is up to me. In that case, why don't you get lost? If you dare to delay the martial examiner, then you will definitely receive a heavy punishment. Su Ningshui scolded nonchalantly, and behind him, Ye Feng climbed up from the ground, looking at Li Yihan with a villainous look of disdain. So what if your father is here? So what if he's strong? What's the use of having a big family? Still not by my master easily pinch. People, when it's time to bow your head, bow your head. Su Ningshui's insults did not move Li Huaishuan. He put away his diffident demeanor and looked at her with a serious face. Examiner Su is right. The martial examination is one of the most significant events for the human race. No one can violate the rules. These words made Su Ningshui's aura even stronger and gave her an inexplicable backbone. The entire crowd was unusually solemn, all infected by the topic and assuming that Li Huaishuan was about to bow his head. Only Li Yihan teasingly surrounded them. When the crowd thought that Li Huaishuan was about to admit his weakness, they only saw his words change. In an icy tone, he spoke nonchalantly. But, as the president of the trial court, Maintaining the fairness and order of the human race is a matter of duty. The martial examination is even more of an important part of the human race that only requires fairness. In this such an important exam, what if I think that you, as an examiner, are suspected of harboring? Li Huaishuan looked sharply at Su Ningshui, his eyes not harboring the slightest bit of emotion. These words caused Su Ningshui to instantly panic, scrambling to explain. You, don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly harbor anyone on the martial arts exam? Although she opened her mouth to explain, her complexion became unusually flustered to the naked eye. Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you block that strike from player Ye Feng just now, while you had to step in for this strike from Yihan? Yes. Why didn't I see Examiner Su make a move just now? If it wasn't for young Master Li's ability to counterattack with that sword, anyone else would have died in that sword. And it's obvious that young Master Li's shot was restrained. The surrounding people originally thought that Li Huaishuan was trying to help his son out, but after hearing his words they felt it made sense. They then kept analyzing it and started talking about it. Public opinion suddenly began to turn back. Li Yihan looked at Li Huaishuan's back and his eyes flashed with a trace of warmth. The seemingly unreliable dad didn't seem to be just a chatterbox like in the original, but also a person with temperature and flesh and blood. Su Ningshui's heart was unusually flustered. She never expected Li Huaishuan to open his mouth in such a perspective. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she said with a straight face, "This examiner is measured. Looking at the current situation, you can all clearly see that Li Yihan has the ability to catch this move, whereas Ye Feng doesn't have the ability to catch Li Yihan's shot." Seeing Su Ningshui retorting in such a manner, Li Huaishuan wasn't surprised and snorted coldly. Joke. The previous few scores were all Ye Feng being far ahead. Under a sword as strong as Ye Feng's, do you think that Li Yihan, who has relatively weaker scores, is 100% able to dodge it? As an examiner, even if the candidate has something to hide, why didn't you act when there was such a big difference before? Li Huaishuan's series of words were like cannonballs, and the originally nervous Su Ningshui became even more flustered, hastily explaining, how did I not act? Didn't I stop it? In the face of the explanation, Li Huaishuan did not appreciate it in the slightest and spoke even more seriously. As an examiner, you know is not to strike out at will. Once you strike it's not that one move that you stop, but a candidate's hope of attending a martial arts university. So at that moment when my son did not reveal his strength, that move by Ye Feng would most likely bury him. Why didn't you make a move? Or maybe we need to ask the principal what's going on. Li Huaishuan turned his head to look at the dumbfounded principal, his eyes filled with amusement. Su Ningshui's small actions just now were all in his eyes. He just didn't want to point them out. Seeing that the topic was given to the principal, Su Ningshui, who was afraid that the principal would say the wrong thing, panicked and opened her mouth with an unusually flustered expression. She knew that if someone testified, she would most likely be put on the spot for cheating on the martial arts exam, simply because this person in front of her was the president of the trial court. No, there is no need for someone else to open their mouth like this. I can apologize. Consider this examiner's misjudgment. Seeing Su Ningshui open her mouth in a low voice, the audience who were still eating their melon all of a sudden, it looks like it's true. There was actually cheating? Then don't apologize quickly. Seeing his master bowing his head, the anger in Ye Feng's heart became even more. Wait for me. Chapter 27, is this the attitude to apologize? Kneel down. Su Ningshui slowly walked to the front of Li Yihan, although it is an apology, but still high and mighty without the slightest appearance of apology. She looked at Li Yihan with an icy gaze, slightly narrowing her eyes and raising her chin to open her mouth arrogantly. It was indeed a mistake on the part of this examiner just now, so consider this an apology. Su Ningshui's condescending attitude caused an uproar in the arena. Is this the attitude of an apology? It doesn't look like an apology in any way. Being able to make a martial exalt do this is already pretty good, alright. What more do you want? Su Ningshui stared at Li Yihan with a torch-like gaze, not hiding the disdain in her heart at all. Apologize? I dare to apologize and you dare to accept it? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have your father to rely on. Do you really think that you can turn the world upside down? By the time you go to the University of Martial Arts, with my influence, there are 10,000 ways to get rid of you. Be satisfied. Just talk to you like this is also considered my greatest gift. Su Ningshui was certain that Li Yihan wouldn't dare say anything more, and was about to turn around when she heard his disdainful voice. Bah! This is the attitude of apologizing? You're still a teacher with this? How can you teach students? Apologizing has to look like apologizing. Kneel down. Su Ningshui's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she felt that her ears had misheard. Do you know what you're talking about? Even Li Huaishuan beside him was slightly surprised, but then raised his mouth. Worthy of being a laborer's seed. He has a temper. The arena, however, was ignited by Li Yihan's words and roared with clamor. What? This Li Yihan is crazy, right? Making a martial exalt kneel down and apologize to him? Ye Feng couldn't hide the smile on his face when he heard this. Sure enough, he was an idiot. Give some dye and you start a dye house. You really think that my master is easy to bully? What's the point of angering my master, even if you are the young master of the Li family? Ye Feng's eyes curved up slightly, as if he had already seen the scene of Li Yihan being taught a lesson by his master. Kneel down, apologize. Facing Su Ningshui's almost threatening eyes, Li Yihan was not afraid in the slightest. Dare to mess with little master? Is little master that easy to mess with? Originally, this old woman would also be a huge threat to the Li family in the future, so there was no need to be concerned about anything now that she was offended, and there was no need to leave her the slightest bit of mercy. After all, Li Yihan was eager to wipe her out as soon as possible. As for Li Yihan daring to speak to Su Ningshui in such an unceremonious manner, his greatest reliance came from his father. The moment Li Huaishuan appeared beside him, he whispered an unusually firm word to him. Don't be afraid, the sky will collapse and father will carry it for you. This was Li Yihan's bottom line. Very well, you actually dare to speak to a martial exalted like this. Is this how you educate your son, Li family master? Su Ningshui narrowed her eyes slightly as a coldness continued to emanate from her body. She nonchalantly pointed accusations at Li Huaishuan, her words revealing the lack of quality of the Li family's people. Seeing this, Li Huaishuan also put away his diffident smile and looked at Su Ningshui with a serious expression. Those black eyes like an abyss that could devour everything. That's right. Hearing this, Su Ningshui thought that Li Huaishuan was addressing her, and the corners of her mouth froze in place just as they rose. Since you're apologizing, you have to look like you're apologizing. Kneel down as an example. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly surrounded Su Ningshui. Her pupils suddenly shrunk. Wanting to resist was too late, and her shoulders suddenly felt a huge mountain. With a thud, she heavily knelt on the ground, the powerful impact smashing 2 craters out of the ring floor. You! Su Ningshui raised her head in shocked fury. She never expected that the Li family father and son would actually give her so little face. The moment Su Ningshui knelt, the entire arena was stunned. Really kneeled? Ye Feng also froze, slowly taking 2 steps backward for fear of being affected. Li Huaishuan looked down indifferently at Su Ningshui, his sharp, merciless eyes as if he was judging a prisoner. At this moment, Su Ningshui swallowed her saliva, without the slightest hint of her earlier domineering demeanor, her heart inexplicably flooded with fear. She could feel Li Huaishuan's hidden murderous intent. If she didn't apologize, she had no doubt that she would be wiped out on the spot. Although they were both martial Zuns, Li Huaishuan, as a half-saint at the peak of the martial Zun realm, would not find it too difficult to kill her, who had just entered the martial Zun realm. Thinking of this, Su Ningshui panicked. This examiner apologizes to you. It was indeed a misjudgment just now. Please forgive me. Su Ningshui put down all her bravado and looked at Li Yihan sincerely. A far cry from just now. Li Yihan teasingly looked at her and nodded. Ding! Detected Master Ye Feng being publicly humiliated. Villain points plus 5,000. Seeing Su Ningshui bow her head and apologize, Li Huaishuan put away his terrifying pressure and turned his eyes to smile as he patted Li Yihan on the shoulder and spoke aloud. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll go down first. You guys continue. Don't mind me, ha. He walked off the stage with ease, as if nothing had happened. Su Ningshui, on the other hand, quickly stood up and walked back to the podium with a gloomy face and forced composure, her heart already sentencing Li Yihan to death. Very well, actually dare to insult me like this? Just wait, do you really think someone will cover you all the time? Let's see how I'll clean you up when we visit the Magic Sea before enrollment. My brother is the commander of the service army. Seeing that the 2 bigwigs had gotten off the stage, the referee examiner finally reacted and immediately announced, Li Yihan wins. Li Yihan casually waved his hand as if winning was a common thing to him. Ye Feng clenched his fists, his eyes of gloomy moxibustion staring at his back. Wait for me, this revenge will be doubled. This martial arts examination is over. First place, Li Yihan. Second place, Ye Feng. With the announcement of the results, all the netizens watching the live broadcast had exploded and couldn't believe their eyes. Just now, at the most critical time when Li Yihan and Ye Feng were fighting, all the live broadcast rooms actually lost their signal at the same time, and nothing was seen. As a result, as soon as there was a signal, it was now directly announced that Li Yihan had won the championship, causing many cynical people to keep spraying furiously, and also causing Ye Feng's fans to be heartbroken. Humph, it must be shady. How can the young master of the Li family win first place with that appearance? Too dark. The cold sex heavenly pride lost to money and power after all. The netizens were indignant and vented their emotions. Not seeing the results they wanted, they kept suspecting shady practices. At this time, Su Ningshui, who was sitting in the examiner's seat, straightened her hair and stood up, without the slightest hint of the wretched appearance she had just had, and a mature woman's charm emanated once again. As the invited examiner of the martial arts university, she would also be recruiting publicity for the school at the end. On top of that, there was a more important thing to announce. She guffawed at all the cameras, and a cold and unflattering voice slowly came out from her vermilion lips. Welcome all the strong candidates to enroll in Tsinghua University, yo. Beautiful tutor waiting for me. I'm coming. Su Ningshui's words caused a huge response in the live broadcast room. Su Ningshui then smiled and spoke again. Finally, I once again announce that I will accept Ye Feng as my personal disciple. Ye Feng has also been admitted early by Tsinghua University. Chapter 28 8th Order Powerhouse comes to the door to snatch a disciple. Politely rejects. What? Ye Feng's life is really good. Strange, actually not choosing the first place winner. Li Yihan? Then I'm even more convinced that it's shady. That's it. Su Ningshui's on-the-spot announcement of accepting Ye Feng as her disciple instantly triggered the live broadcasting room, and also made it seem like the netizens who believed it was shady just now had found even more definitive evidence. Not accepting the first place, but accepting the second place? Then it's damn obvious that Principal Su thinks that the first place is shady. Under the stage, Sumo's eyes were bubbling with red hearts as she looked at Ye Feng with infatuation. Worthy of being my handsome brother Ye Feng, too powerful. To be able to be accepted as a disciple by Tsinghua vice principal. Ye Feng picked up his cell phone and looked at the clear support for him in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but feel proud. Forgetting the matter of being ravaged by Li Yihan just now vanished into thin air. He proudly looked at Li Yihan as if he was a victorious cockfighter. How about it? Even if you win me in the martial arts, so what? I'm still not enrolled in school before you. Even more so, I'm the personal disciple of an 8th ranked martial exalt, and you can only find some 7th order tutors after enrollment. Even if 8th order, so what? You'll never be a disciple. This is the world of difference between me and you. But what Ye Feng found strange was that Li Yihan was as calm as water and didn't seem to care about this matter. Moreover, the emotions of the audience and candidates at the scene were also out of his expectation. They were witnesses to the matter from beginning to end. Not like the netizens who took things out of context. They were tearing their throats and cursing, and the mocking and abusive voices kept coming. Holy, a pro-disciple? No wonder Principal Su was harboring Ye Feng just now. Now it seems like everything makes sense. Geneva refunds the money. This old woman doesn't look like she's any good either. Ye Feng's face became embarrassed, never expecting the people at the scene to step on him madly instead of cheering for him. He thought that he would be held in high regard, but now he is being shouted at by everyone? What a damn! You guys are just jealous. He then blamed Li Yihan for everything. It's all your fault. Damn you Li Yihan. Humph. What are you guys cursing? You people are just jealous that my brother Ye Feng was chosen by the martial exalted and are not convinced. Sumo's sharp voice rang out abruptly, constantly defending Ye Feng. Forgot there's this human Traitorous. Brothers curse together. Sumo ignited the anger of the crowd present. They who already felt unjust just found a point of venting. The spittle kept coming along with her to punish her. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Su Ningshui let out a humph, and her powerful aura tumbled and surged. Humph. The entire arena instantly quieted down as she narrowed her eyes and scanned the arena, coldly opening her mouth. Any more troublemakers will have their results in the martial arts exam cancelled. When these words came out, there was instant silence. Every candidate was afraid that they would be cancelled and silently closed their mouths. Although there was anger in their hearts, but they dared not speak. Seeing Li Yihan's relaxed face, Li Huaishuan was puzzled. Son Smash, don't you feel ashamed? There are people who want those who are worse than you. Is there a teacher who looks good? Pops went to build you a line. Don't worry, any one of them will be better than that half-ass stuff on stage. Li Huaishuan's voice was not loud, but it was easily heard by the entire audience. Su Ningshui's face was once again gloomy when she heard this. Seeing his master being so bent sour, Ye Feng stood out and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Some people do whatever they want with their family's power. That's cowardice. A truly strong person relies on his own efforts to win the admiration of all. Ye Feng looked at Li Yihan in an overbearing manner, and these words also caused Su Ningshui's face to lighten up a lot, silently admiring his disciple. As soon as his words fell, a thick voice immediately came from the middle of the sky, and his 8th-ranked martial exalt aura was not concealed in the slightest. Li Yihan, I would like to accept you as my disciple. The crowd looked towards the place of the voice, only to see an old man wearing a red robe, suspended in mid-air, not angry and authoritative. Those with sharp eyes saw at a glance that this was actually the vice principal of the imperial capital Yangyun. The people under the stage instantly boiled over. It's unbelievable. Principal Yang actually came all the way to the capital to accept a disciple. Young Master Li's life is really good. Without waiting for them to continue sighing, another voice followed. This honored one is also willing to accept you as his disciple. A green-clothed woman appeared, her exquisite and beautiful figure floating above her head. This was the top tutor of Tsinghua University. This old man is also willing to accept you as his personal shut-in disciple. A towering figure appeared above, instantly making people feel oppressed. What? The principal of the Human Martial University has also come to accept a disciple. What exactly is this young Master Li's origin? Several 8th rank powerhouses appeared one after another, stunning the crowd. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't react for a moment, and the pop-ups changed winds. With so many Martial Exalted rushing to take in a disciple, is young Master Li really too timing? Nonsense. To have a Martial Exalted personally come to the door, it definitely can't be bad. Did we just miss some exciting part? The playground was half empty. Several Martial Exalted looked at Yihan with scorching gazes, while secretly competing, all offering their best conditions, fearing that Yihan would not choose them. This maneuver also made the other candidates on the scene envious, being snatched by the Martial Exalted to accept their disciples. Young Master Li's life was really good. At this moment, Ye Feng's back teeth were about to be clenched. His righteous mockery just now seemed like a slap to his own face, unusually loud. Suning Shui's face was blue. She also didn't expect that there would actually be so many Martial Exalts coming to grab their disciples. In the center of the playground, Yihan, who was being focused on by everyone, was unusually calm and did not feel the least bit surprised in the face of several Martial Exalts accepting their disciples. These few are indeed very strong, but not enough. He wants more than that. He calmly looked at the mid-air and spoke faintly. Thank you for the good intentions of the three of you, but I refuse. Hearing Yihan's refusal instantly caused an uproar. Even Li Huaishuan froze for a moment and turned his head to look at him suspiciously, and the three in mid-air instantly changed their faces when they heard Yihan's refusal. Among them, the principal of the Human Martial University even spoke without ceremony. Humph, what a big stance. Do you really think you're unique? The other two did not speak, but their faces were grim. Yihan arched his hand and did not speak. This Yihan has really drifted. The Martial Exalted has not even failed to accept his disciple? It's hard not to want a Martial Saint to take on a disciple? I'm afraid this is not a fool's dream? Who does he think he is? Seeing Yihan did not agree to the martial arts. Let the people who were originally jealous of him directly make up the knife. Few finally caught up. Just as the three Martial Exalted were about to leave, their faces suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, they looked incredulously in one direction, only to see an old man with a white undershirt lifting off a corner of space and lazily appearing, and in an instant everyone was shocked by his trembling and terrifying aura. This aura was Martial Saint. Chapter 29 Martial Saint in person. Ye Feng's name cracked. Seeing this person, Yihan slightly raised the corners of her mouth while sighing in relief. I thought I wouldn't come. Junior Master had shown such talent. It would be really hard to say if he didn't come. Yihan, I see that you have amazing bones. 1 in a million. Are you willing to enroll in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and become my disciple? Li Qing's voice rolled out like muffled thunder, reverberating continuously over the playground, flying toward the stage as he spoke. It instantly caused the audience to explode, looking at the grandpa wearing a white undershirt and fancy pants in shock. Extreme Martial Arts Academy? What kind of pheasant college is that? You've seen a martial saint in any pheasant university. In that case, it seems like that previous Nianli record holder was admitted to this academy. Even the three Martial Exalted were petrified in midair at the same time. They were never expecting that there was actually a martial saint who actually came forward to snatch their disciple from them. It was still Li Qing, a top-notch existence amongst martial saints. You guys came early. This child is not destined to be with you. Li Qing waved his hand at the three martial saints who had come earlier. Since Sage Li wants to take in a disciple, then we won't bother. Knowing that they could not compete, the three of them arched their hands and retreated, turning into three meteors that quickly disappeared in place. Li Qing slowly landed opposite Yihan, returning to the basics and collecting his breath, his eyes instantly ancient. If it wasn't for the terrifying aura that emanated from his hands and feet just now, who could have thought that this grandpa who looked like he was walking the street was actually a hallowed martial saint? He looked at Yihan smilingly, without the slightest hint of the condescending and superior appearance that the three disciples had just taken in. How about it? Are you interested in coming? Li Qing opened his mouth again, afraid that he didn't understand what he had just said. His gaze stopped dead on Yihan. The more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him, just like seeing a treasure. Just now, although on the road, but as a martial arts saint, the fight that happened here and even everything cannot escape his ears and eyes. All clear. This strength and character of a good seedling. The key is that he clearly felt the sun of the talent on the idea power. He made up his mind must be properly cultivated. How is it? How is it? Seeing Yihan's delay in answering, Li Qing asked again. The crowd was surprised by this behavior, originally thinking that the martial saint was just mentioning it casually on a whim. But now how did it seem to feel like he was begging Yihan to worship him? Ye Feng gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows sinisterly. He instantly felt that his martial sage master didn't smell good. He had thought that he had picked up a bargain, but he hadn't realized that he was actually the existence of the bottom of the barrel in martial sage. Compared to Yihan, he felt that he had been pulled away by a large margin again. Why would he be so lucky? He was nothing more than a rich dude waste from his family. Why should they all be towards him? And should I be bullied like this because my family is poor? Deadly heaven, are you so unfair to fate? Ye Feng clenched his fists in death and roared inwardly with unwillingness. Ding! Detecting the gradual distortion of Ye Feng's heart. Villain points plus 5,000. After sensing the system voice, Li Yihan's heart was happy. Then he hurriedly agreed with Li Qing. And then he definitely made others feel impolite if he didn't say anything. Just now, his subdued appearance was deliberately done to Ye Feng, just to see if jealousy can be him to burst some points out. I didn't expect that there really was, and there were quite a few. Li Yihan looked at Li Qing's sizzling eyes, and with a hefty smile, hurriedly agreed. Good. Seeing Li Yihan agree, Li Qing was instantly delighted, but then he saw Li Yihan raise his hand thievishly, his index finger and thumb constantly cupping. The thievish look, at a glance, was that she wanted to order something? Understanding the meaning of Li Qing laughed. Little naughty. Without slowing down, he touched a vermilion-colored medicinal pill from his pants pocket. Since you promise, then this is a meeting gift from Master to you. It's a deal on this matter. Seeing the pill in Li Qing's hand, Li Yihan was instantly shocked. Concentration pill. This was a good thing. It was of great help in improving the cultivation of Nianli. It was extremely rare on the market and had to be sold for 100,000 points in Brother Unicorn's kiosk. I thought that I wanted to let Li Qing have some fun, so that I could once again make Ye Feng jealous and explode the contribution points. But now it seems that this is too much. This was too much fun. Li Yihan hurriedly excused himself, and his extremely pompous voice reached the ears of everyone present. Ouch ouch. This is the concentration pill. I'm too embarrassed to accept it. The value is too expensive. No way. No way. It was just words, but Li Yihan didn't make the slightest move to reject it. But as soon as the words fell, he heard the system's voice and he raised the corners of his mouth. Villain points plus 2,000. What? Concentration Dan? That thing that has a price? Just watered down as a meat? I want a Martial Saint Master too. Ye Feng in the other direction lowered his head and clutched the hem of his coat in death, his whole body trembling with anger. Why does he have all this for worshipping his master, while I only have a low-grade chi and blood pill? On what grounds? Is the difference in treatment between people so severe? Gloomy eyes then looked at Su Ningshui on the side, her heart constantly cursing her pettiness. Detected Ye Feng's heart breaking the big defense. Villain points plus 4,000. This is the address of our academy. Li Qing had just finished his introduction when Li Huaishuan saw the right time to also walk up, politely arching his hand in greeting. Senior. Li Qing put his hands on his back like a neighboring grandfather and nodded amiably. This is your family's boy, right? Not bad at all. Our Li family is truly blessed. Kid, waiting for you yo. Finally patting Li Yihan's shoulder, humming a small song and taking leisurely steps, he casually lifted a corner of space in the ring and disappeared without a trace. After Li Qing left, Su Ningshui snorted and flew out without looking back after giving Li Yihan a cruel glance from afar. Ye Feng also left with Su Mo in a sorry state. Seeing this, Li Huaishuan muttered and reminded Li Yihan, son smashed, in the future when you run into this old woman you have to be careful. Itself narrow-minded, but also met menopause. Okay Lu. Li Yihan slightly narrowed his eyes. Coldness flashed. Dare to hold a grudge against little master? This woman must be gotten rid of as soon as possible. Seeing a few bigwigs are gone, the principal finally breathed a long sigh of relief, and then excitedly announced the results of the current examination. So the martial arts examination also came to an end, and as soon as the martial arts exam ended, Ye Feng, who couldn't find any traces on the internet before, countless black materials sprung up like rain, as if someone had done it deliberately. In the Su family, he originally thought that he had harvested a group of loyal fans, but he didn't expect that he had just opened his cell phone and realized that the sky had collapsed. Just registered a certain sound number was also scolded on the hot search. That piece of news was like a sharp sword, shattering the already fractured heart of today. Soft rice hard to eat? Counting down those black pasts of the human race's fake heavenly pride and the daughter of a traitor. Li Yihan, you deserve to die. Very well, you're dead. Ye Feng looked at those news displayed on his cell phone with an icy gaze and vented his anger. He knew that what was written above was true. However, there was one thing he especially didn't understand. Why did Li Yihan know so much about it? Just like reading a novel completely knowing all the details? Even knowing what posture? He turned his head and looked with a slightly chilly gaze at Su Mo who was also crying. Could there be a spy? Li Mansion. Ding, detected that the host caused Ye Feng to have an emotional breakdown. Villain points plus 1,000. Ding, detected that the host led Ye Feng to lose his voice and cry. Villain points plus 1,000. Li Yihan lay on the sofa, listening to the constant sound of the system arriving, and smiled dementedly all night. Chapter 30, Second Master. Deng Zun. The next morning, the sound of insects chirped within the grass of the Li Mansion's outer courtyard. Li Yihan stretched and sat up from his bed. The system reminder sound of the night let him sleep especially solidly. Listening to the sound of the barking that Ye Feng seems to have not slept all night. Thinking of this, Yihan couldn't wait to see the fruits of his bountiful harvest. Brother Tongzi, open the panel. Has opened the panel for the host. Host, Yihan. Martial Realm, early 5th stage. Chi and Blood 20,000 cards. Numinous power level, Enlightenment Realm. Villain points, 566000. Skills, Asura Sacred Body, Grand Completion. Swimming Dragon Heaven Shaking Gun Technique, Completion. System Mall, is it open? Main line, plunder the heavenly destiny and Chi. Destroy all the sons of heaven, and become the strongest villain. Current mission, plunder Ye Feng's fortune and opportunities and kill Ye Feng. Current progress 11%, 560,000 villain points. Looking at that surprising number made Yihan explode with bright eyes. His drowsiness was swept away, and he instantly came to be energized. Sure enough that Ye Feng is a huge ATM. After screaming all night, it really gave something. This time, not only can the second master's dark disease be solved, but he himself can also spend a good wave of money in the Unity Z Brother kiosk. Alas, it's just a slight pity. The gift was all points and no substantial items. I guess it is only rewarded if you have to cause physical and mental harm to Ye Feng at the same time or grab a chance or something like that. Yihan then noticed that at the end of the panel, the mission actually showed progress. Currently there was only progress, and it didn't show that Ye Feng's chi had reached the quit value, indicating that although Ye Feng's chi had been greatly weakened, it was far from enough to the point of being killed. Humph, this is my scattered wealth boy. How can he be defeated so easily? You have to cheer up. Collecting his thoughts, Yihan remembered that he should do his business. Open the system mall. Ding, have exchanged for the host to purchase the heaven returning pill. Deducted villain points, 30,000. Remaining villain points, 536,000. Looking at the white heaven restoring Dan grip paralyzed in his hands, Yihan had a feeling that my life is not in heaven. This was the first big thing he could change when he came to this world. Clutching the heaven restoring Dan in his hand, Yihan softly pushed open the heavy door of the cultivation room and walked towards Libation's bedroom in a rush of excitement. Cough cough cough. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard a windshield pulling cough coming out from inside. Yihan stood outside the bedroom door with mixed feelings in his heart. Alas, the second master's body was getting worse and worse. Then without hesitation, he knocked on the door. Cough. Who is it? It's me, Yihan. Little Han, come in quickly. Libation's plain clothes wrapped around his body was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. His forehead was still seeping with some cold sweat, but after seeing Yihan enter the door, he immediately asked with a forced composure, "Is there anything you can do to find second master?" Ha. Nothing. Just want to see second master. After entering the door, Yihan smiled nervously. Ha. Very good. Very good. It's rare to see little Han come to second master's room. It really makes second master happy. It's just rare to see you little wit to come. Listening to Libation's strong tone, Yihan did not break it down and silently walked to the bed, looking at him solemnly. Second master, thank you for taking care of me before. This is something you keep. This time Yihan will never fail you. Ha. Our little Han has grown up. He knows how to give second master a gift then second master will take. This is. Libation's original laughing voice came to an abrupt end after seeing Yihan. His body shook slightly after he looked at the thing Yihan handed him with an excited expression. The thing that he had searched for decades in vain was suddenly placed in front of him, causing him to stutter a little. Taking advantage of Libation's frozen moment, Yihan had already gently brought the door closed. He leaned lightly against the door and said in a single word pause, "Second master, don't worry about using it. This time, there's no need to run away. We're killing it big time." Ha. Outside the door, Yihan's laughter faded away. Only the old man inside the door, who was lightly touching the tears falling from the corners of his eyes, remained, smiling. Then I'll listen to you, little Han. On that day, a terrifying energy of breaking through the martial zone suddenly came from the Li mansion, sweeping through the entire Kyoto. It caused the entire Kyoto to be amazed. Terrifying, the Li family has even produced another martial exalted. The Li family is too terrifying. Tidbits of information kept running around, making the Li family's image even more indestructible. Feeling the breath of the second master's breakthrough, the pent-up stone in Yihan's heart finally fell to the ground. Then he opened the system's kiosk and began to prepare his planning. Looking at the wide array of system malls, Yihan's gaze grew cold. His first and foremost task now was to improve his martial arts strength. In the martial arts exam, the shot he had been waiting to fire was obliterated by Su Ningxue without a ripple, letting him know the gap in the realm. A good saddle must be matched with a good horse, and improving strength was fundamental. In the system mall shopping for a long time, Yihan finally retreated out. He consumed the entire remaining 530 000 villainous points and exchanged them for 3 things. The first item, Shura Divine Body, Remnant Volume. Although it was a remnant scroll, it also cost Yihan a whole 300,000 villainous points, because he knew of a place where he could make up the rest of the residual scrolls. The second item, Shura Body Battle Technique. This was a technique that could transcend the ranks and was only used for the Shura Sacred Body. Yihan spent 200,000 villain points to exchange it. It was a beyond S-class feat that could increase chi and blood by more than several times, and was rare in the entire Blue Star. And the last thing was a massive amount of body refining stones. Body refining stones were originally items that could be bought in reality, but due to the fact that the amount Yihan needed was too huge, within a short period of time, almost no one would be able to get it together quickly, and even if they had the money, they would have to reserve it. If you wanted to get it together quickly, the only place that had unlimited quantities was Brother Tuzi's kiosk, so he didn't hesitate to place an order. A perfected Shura Sacred Body would be able to utilize the full strength of the Shura God Battle method. The reason why he was in such a hurry, Yihan also had some considerations. In his impression, at the end of the first semester of entering the school, the entire Blue Star would hold the Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament, and a big chance to make Ye Feng take off appeared in the exchange tournament. This chance he had to take, and take it strongly. This was also the highlight of his global debut, but as a freshman to take it, just being close to the realm wasn't enough. You had to have a strong martial arts technique as well as an all-round crushing strength to stand out. In the Pole Martial Arts Academy is more about learning the skills of the Nianli, but the martial arts road can be more than that. To get a place, one must be up and coming. Yihan looked at the blue body refining stones piled up in front of him and raised the corners of his mouth. But before that, I also want the Martial Saint relic of the Devil Sea. Then he picked up the concentration pill that Li Qing had given him and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 31, Zhao Lingshi. Thomas, have you heard? Great Xia actually produced a Nianli genius this martial arts exam, capable of maneuvering 10 flying blades. In the pretty country, in the cultivation room of a luxurious palace, a white man pushed open the thick slate door, speaking to the figure in front of him with a ramrod strength body and thick chi and blood, constantly emitting a terrifying aura. He said. The man named Thomas sat on the ground with his naked upper body, opening his eyes and instantly bursting out a strong aura. A pair of golden yellow eyes were like stars, constantly flowing. His face was expressionless as he spoke in an arrogant tone. Ha, so what? The white man asked in surprise at the sight. You're not afraid of a threat to you? After all, the first place winner of this Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament can observe the body of a martial emperor. Thomas slowly got up and carelessly walked in front of the white man. His powerfully muscular body was as hard as a rock as he disdainfully spoke. The flesh is a fatal flaw for those who are strong in Nianli. On the path of martial arts, the physical body is the king. Everything else is a side road. So what if the numinous power is strong? I can annihilate it with a single punch. The white man also stopped talking when he saw this. This Thomas, as the absolute genius of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University, had reached the terrifying 6th rank in just his sophomore realm, and was only one step away from reaching the perfect realm of the angelic sacred body. As pretty country's biggest dependency to dominate the global martial arts universities, this time they were determined to win the first place. There was no other reason. It was to be able to observe the body of a martial emperor. After the fall of that martial emperor hundreds of years ago, there had never been another martial emperor realm existence in the human race. It was as if the path to martial emperor had been cut off. Nowadays, the strongest was a half-emperor, or the one from Great Xia. That martial emperor's body that was preserved in the land of stars now became the hope for the human race to take that step forward, especially for flesh body cultivators. Observing it once could almost take a few decades off the beaten path. However, since the Starry Skyland was only open once every 10 years, it wasn't possible to visit a martial emperor's body at any time. And after this year's Global Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, it just so happened to be the opening time of the Starry Skyland, so the first place country would undoubtedly be able to obtain the qualification to visit. Thinking of this, Thomas looked out the window with a confident gaze. The first place could only be his beautiful country's, Kyoto. Finally, it's complete. Phew, Yihan paralyzed on the floor, excitedly looking at the ceiling. The corners of his mouth could not be suppressed from turning up. The originally neat and white cultivation room was currently in tatters, with black smoke rising from many places. It was as if it had experienced a battle for the ages. In just a month's time, he had cultivated the Cultivation Saint Body to perfection. The martial Dao realm had also reached the early 6th stage. This speed was simply unheard of, and Yihan, who possessed the unified Z Brotherhood, had utilized his martial arts talent and resources to the extreme. As a genius, not only did he possess unrivaled talent, but he also had 10,000 times the effort to put in. What was even more terrifying was that he had cultivated that cultivating Luo battle body method to proficiency. Although it was only proficient, it was still able to achieve a fivefold increase in physical strength. With the current him relying on the terrifying increase ability of the cultivating Luo battle body method, he could face a mid-7th ranked martial zone without losing a fight with his physical body alone. Brother Yihan, in a daze, a pleasant voice came from outside the door of the cultivation room. Hearing the voice, Yihan just wanted to get up, and a playful white face was reflected in his eyes. The pair of soulful and deep eyes stared straight at him, blinking continuously with playfulness. Yihan stood up sideways before seeing the visitor. A young girl like in a comic book, with a high ponytail, tall and slender figure, especially that pair of attention-grabbing long legs, aura moving. Zhao Lingshi? Seeing the person who came made Yihan froze and opened his mouth to ask, "Why are you here, Sister Lingshi?" Zhao Lingshi hemmed and hawed, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, and she happily said with her hands behind her back, while Brother Yihan finally gave up calling someone his sister. But after hearing Yihan actually ask her how she came, she instantly beamed her mouth full of complaints. Alas, it's really a nobleman who forgets a lot of things. Yihan recalled and suddenly realized that it was this matter. Before the previous seclusion, Zhao Lingshi had contacted him via phone, and the first thing was to ask him if he really didn't like Sumo anymore. After getting an affirmative answer, Zhao Lingshi was happy, and then she carefully asked if she could be sent to Qinggu when she reported. Yihan agreed at that time, counting the days tomorrow was the time to report. Presumably afraid that he forgot this, came to remind. Then he looked at Zhao Lingshi in front of him with mixed feelings. This is in the original Yihan's only admirer. When you know that Yihan like Sumo is not willing to disturb, so never express their hearts openly, but privately for him to pay a lot of money silently, especially after knowing that Yihan was killed by Ye Feng. He directly incited the Zhao family to rebel, but he was ruthlessly suppressed by Ye Feng. Ye Feng coveted Zhao Lingshi's beauty and wanted to privately force her to betray herself in exchange for a way out. Zhao Lingshi refused to comply and finally blew herself up. All the resources of the Zhao family were also easily pocketed by Ye Feng. Thinking of this ending, Yihan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chills rising. Zhao Lingshi was a female emperor. Her talent was extremely terrifying and not weaker than Ye Feng's, but she had been delayed by Yihan, which had led to the tragedy. Yihan secretly resolved, this time, none of the ones who were good to him would be let down. Looking at the smiling Zhao Lingshi, Yihan's eyes flashed with a hint of doting, stroking her head and said, "Of course I know. Don't worry, I won't forget such an important matter." This action made Zhao Lingshi flattered, and her face reddened as the deer bumped around, wriggling and squirming. Just know it, why are you touching people's heads? Although she complained on her lips, she was happy in her heart. Then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow, Brother Yihan. Without waiting for Yihan to send her off, Zhao Lingshi left the cultivation room jumping around, as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Looking at Zhao Lingshi's departing back, Yihan raised his mouth. Tomorrow was the day to report to the Martial Arts University. Zhao Lingshi had entered Qinggu without any surprises by virtue of her superior martial arts talent. After sending her to school tomorrow, he himself had to depart for the easternmost extreme Nian Martial Arts Academy. The Zhao family was the same superfamily as the Li family and had been friends with the Li family for generations, of which Zhao Lao was the same peak martial saint as his own grandfather and had been guarding the Devil Sea all year round. In the original story, after the Li family was slandered by Ye Feng, also only the Zhao family stood up to resist, but was easily eliminated by Martial Emperor Ye Feng. Yihan clenched his fists. I remember all of these. The good of the Zhao family. The good of Zhao Lingshi. I will not fail. Chapter 32 Qinggu Entrance. A pair of sand sculptures. At the entrance of Qinggu University, the normally bustling front gate was overcrowded at the moment. One by one, they poked their heads in and came with their cell phones to join in the fun. There weren't many native students reporting yet, but every one of them would cause these people to look at them with envy. As one of the two most famous universities in Daxia, countless people would gather at the entrance every year during the opening season, and these were the ones who came to watch the proud appearance of the human race. Qinggu University only recruited over 1,000 students every year, and these candidates who could stand out from the millions of candidates were all geniuses from various places. Brother Ye Feng, I want to visit the Qinggu University campus with you. Yeah, of course, there's no problem. Two figures walked side by side towards the entrance of the school. It was none other than Ye Feng and Sumo. Seeing the entrance of the school surrounded by people, with many cameras set up with live broadcast anchors, Ye Feng immediately changed his appearance. He gently let go of Sumo's hand, stepped forward with his head held high, and raised his chin in a high and mighty manner. Intentionally or unintentionally, he kept a distance from Sumo beside him, as if he wanted to create a single persona, thereby enjoying the gazes of admiration and flashbulbs surrounded by the crowd, as well as the cast of beautiful women. Ye Feng brought Sumo just walked to the entrance of the school. A gateguard dressed in security uniform reached out and blocked the way. He held a rolled cigarette and after taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth. Slow down. Idle people can't enter. So visionless? Seeing that someone actually dared to stop himself, Ye Feng frowned slightly. Wanting to remain gentle, he did not get angry. Pulling out the extremely conspicuous acceptance letter of Tsinghua University from his bosom, he proudly spoke. I am a student of this university. Seeing Ye Feng take out the notification, the grandfather loosened his mouth. Oh, you can enter. Ye Feng put it away and then looked at him condescendingly. Isn't it godly? Poof. What kind of cat or dog dares to stop me? Let's go. With that, he took Sumo and was ready to go inward. Moncler outlet store reaching out again, only to stop in the middle of the two. Ye Feng looked at him suspiciously, and Sumo also froze. Please show the notice. I don't have a notice. You can't enter without a notice. Seeing the grandpa not letting himself in, Sumo panicked. She brainstormed a way to act unusually gentle and pampered. Grandpa, I am accompanying my boyfriend to report. Please accommodate. Oh. Seeing the grandpa put down his hand, Sumo thought her beauty plan worked. It's useless to be pampered. Hurry back. The grandpa's voice steepened, then turned his head to urge Ye Feng. You quickly go in. Sumo's pampered look was quickly noticed and mocked. Ha 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 ha, someone actually wants to go in by being pampered? Seeing that her pampering failure was still being mocked, Sumo instantly red-warmed and nonchalantly pointed at the gatekeeper grandpa and cursed. You a lowly doorman dare to stop me? Know who I am? Ye Feng frowned. Why can't I bring someone in? The gatekeeper grandpa did not pay attention to Sumo's abusive scolding, as if he was used to it, pointing straight at the doorway and calmly speaking. The school regulations only look at the notice. You see so many people at the door. If they can all enter, why are they standing at the door? Tsinghua is not something you can get into just because you want to. Everyone who can get in here is a genius. And your grandpa, I'm known as the threshold of genius. The gatekeeper grandpa ended up pointing at himself in a godly manner, exhaling smoke in a big breath. Seeing this, Ye Feng was a little anxious in his heart as he saw them gradually being noticed. Since he couldn't go the hard way, let's go the soft way. He approached the gatekeeper grandpa and spoke quietly in his ear. This grandpa, please be accommodating. I won't hide it from you. I'm also someone with some connections in this school. I am the disciple of Vice Principal Suning Shui. Ye Feng, hearing this, the grandpa cocked his head and looked at him suspiciously. What? Ye Feng? He removed the rolled cigarette from his mouth and stared at Ye Feng with cloudy eyes. Deadpan. Seeing the grandpa's appearance, Ye Feng thought that it had an effect and couldn't help but raise his chin and proudly spoke. It is exactly under me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're that soft food heavenly pride who's with the Su family's traitorous daughter? Then you're that traitorous, aren't you? I said it looks so familiar. The first time I saw the real person. It's really as shameless as what's written on the internet. And you still want to enter the school? Do your spring dream go? The grandpa's voice steeply increased, angrily disliking the two men, so that everyone could hear clearly. I said that person looks so familiar. Is he actually the soft rice king? It's still a bit shameless. Seeing the surrounding people pointing, Ye Feng's face was as embarrassing as eating, while Sumo had already been so angry that her whole body was trembling. How is it that all of them still remember this after a month? Didn't they say that the internet has no memory? Just as Ye Feng rolled his eyes wondering what to do, a familiar voice came with a tone. Yo yo yo, why don't you go in? Hearing this voice, Ye Feng instantly turned his head and saw a pair of handsome men and women standing behind them. It was none other than the two of them, Yihan and Zhao Lingshi. Yihan gazed at Ye Feng in a manner. On the other hand, Ye Feng stared at Zhao Lingshi and kept scanning with lust in his gaze, and when he saw the pair of fair white and slender legs, he kept saying in his heart, this woman is not bad. Then he laughed coldly and looked at Yihan with contempt, thankful for sending such a great beauty to the door. Anyway, you can't get in without a notice. Tsinghua is not something you can get in just because you're such a good for nothing. Later on, I will take this beauty to tour the campus slowly alone. With my charm, a day to take down is never a problem. Hey, 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 hey. The original angry Sumo saw that the woman beside Yihan was much more beautiful than her in terms of appearance. She immediately turned pale and directly cursed angrily. Bah, Yihan, you really are a scum. How long has it been since you licked me? And you're looking for such a vixen? Pah! As soon as Sumo's words left her mouth, she felt a fiery heat at the corner of her mouth, and she froze in place as she touched her mouth, only to see Zhao Lingshi withdrawing her palm. Looking at Sumo with a frosty face, her gaze was ghostly cold like an iceberg empress, different from the neighboring sister before. She said in an icy tone, after letting me hear you talk about brother Yihan like this, the palm will not be the mouth. Yihan teasingly looked at all this. Don't look at Zhao Lingshi in front of him lively and lovely as if she were a sister, but in front of others she is able to call the shots in Kyoto Zhao family princess. Iceberg beauty. Sumo covered her mouth and instantly howled, accusing Ye Feng. Brother Ye Feng, this woman actually dared to hit me. Give me revenge. Ye Feng stared at the two with an embarrassed face. Actually hitting someone in front of him was too much of a disrespect to him, wasn't it? This friend, please give me an explanation. Ye Feng frowned. Straight away, he saw Zhao Lingshi holding Yihan, ignoring Ye Feng's reply and walking forward. Seeing that he was actually ignored, Ye Feng's heart became even more irritated. But when he saw that the doorman grandpa was still standing there, he suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth. Humph, so capable of pretending. If you can't get in the school gate later, you'll still only have to come and beg me. Yihan and Zhao Lingshi walked to the school entrance. The original picture Ye Feng imagined did not appear, only to see the grandfather directly out of the way. Respectfully salute Fawning said, come in, come in. The Moncler outlet store differentiated face made Ye Feng burst into a rage, pointing at the doorman and yelling, why does he get in? Don't you even take a look at the fact that he has a notice? You're blatantly abusing your power and letting people in indiscriminately. I'm going to complain about you and report you. The grandfather cocked his head and looked at Ye Feng with an expression as if he was looking at a retard. Are you out of your mind? He pointed at Yihan and continued, who knows about other people? Young Master Li? Others can enter because he was first in the martial arts exam, is fully qualified to enter Qingwu. It's just that others didn't choose Qingwu. This is Qingwu's regret. Then he pointed at Su Mo, who was covering her face and sobbing, and scoffed. You think I don't know her? The traitorous daughter of the Su family. Why can't she enter? Because she scored just over 200 points on her martial arts exam. Read that Kyoto Butaku Vocational College across the street. Are you out of your mind? And report me? The grandfather's aggressive tone made Ye Feng embarrassed, and also made the originally sobbing Su Mo instantly redden her face. The rambling laughter of the melon-eating crowd on the side continued, not hiding the mocking questioning at all. Ahahaha, a pair of sand sculptures. Chapter 33, Departure. Yakuza Academy. Ding, detected that Ye Feng's heart was subjected to fluctuations. Villain points plus 2,000. The sudden system sound made Yihan happy and satisfied. Looking at Ye Feng, who was trying to find a crack in the ground. This little lamb is really good. Everywhere I go, I can pop gold coins for me. Yihan laughed before leading Zhao Lingshi towards the Qingwu campus. Seeing that he was about to be drowned in saliva, Ye Feng, who couldn't resist the pressure, panicked and stepped into the entrance of the school and said to Su Mo through the fence, Mo, since you can't enter the school, I'll go in first. Hearing these words, Su Mo, who was still sobbing, raised her head violently and looked at Ye Feng with an incredulous expression. What? You just left me alone like this? Looking at the eyes of the people around her as they lifted their disdain towards her, Su Mo, who had pinned her hopes on Ye Feng, inexplicably felt a bit chilled. Ye Feng opened his mouth falsely. Don't worry, I will definitely help you avenge that mouth of yours just now. It's inconvenient for me to go to your school, so go by yourself. After saying that, he walked towards the campus without looking back. Yi, what are you screaming for? Go, don't block others to report. Under the grandpa's yelling, Su Mo was driven away in a sorry state. Her eyes reddened, teardrops wrapped in her eyes, staring at Ye Feng's back in death, slightly disappointed in her heart. Qingwu University, on the boulevard. Looking at the two people who were talking and laughing, Ye Feng's eyes were as sinister as a torch as he stared at Yihan's back. Inwardly, he was constantly indignant. Even if you have a martial saint master, so what? Can a broken pheasant university compare to our school? Qingwu's resources, skills, teaching, strength, and students can completely crush you. Martial arts in college is not a passing game like it used to be. Wait for me to mercilessly ravage you at the exchange selection tournament in a month. But it's possible that your college won't even have a chance to participate yet. These words would probably make Yihan laugh his ass off if they reached his ears. In every session of the Great Summer Exchange Selection Tournament, it was the Extreme Dao Academy that took first place, while Qingwu and Diwu could only compete for second, just due to the Extreme Road Academy does not bother to publicize. The two academies also in order to their own academy's face leads to this news is rarely known. Every time Daxia won the championship, the world only thought that it was the students of Chang and Emperor's academies who were strong. But these Ye Feng did not know. He was constantly scanning Zhao Lingshi's long and round legs with a lustful gaze, and his mouth was constantly dripping with saliva. He. If I can rob you of one woman, I can rob you of a second. Thanks for sending me such a nice yukai. I won't be polite. I wonder if this is a contrast like that from Su's family? The entire morning Yihan and Zhao Lingshi were strolling around the campus, and Ye Feng sneaked around and followed them all the way. In the end, he hungrily watched those two dine inside the cafeteria. After the meal, under Zhao Lingshi's reluctant gaze, Yihan left Qingwu. Mom yo, finally gone. Now it's my turn to play. After Yihan left, Ye Feng quickly walked over to the lone Zhao Lingshi. He even deliberately smeared his hairspray and straightened his collar before coming. He stopped Zhao Lingshi and opened his mouth as a gentleman. Hello, this young lady just now, although I met you briefly. I'll introduce myself. My name is Ye Feng. Do you know why I would refer to you? Because then I can put you at ease. Ye Feng thought to himself that he gazed at Zhao Lingshi in a sardonic manner, his entire being filled with confidence. When he thought about it, it was this light and witty pickup that took Sumo down easily, and now without any surprises. He believed that this woman would soon sink as well. But what made Ye Feng feel surprised was that his pretense of a handsome pickup didn't get any response from Zhao Lingshi. Zhao Lingshi directly ignored his entire person and rubbed her shoulders and walked past. Seeing that he was actually ignored, this caused Ye Feng to freeze, then became annoyed under his pride and prepared to forcefully stop. Stop talking to you? As he said this, he reached out to grab Zhao Lingshi's white jade-like arm. Scram! A flat and merciless tone, accompanied by a biting cold wind, brushed in front of his body. Ye Feng only felt a pain in his face followed by a heavenly spin. There was a thud, heavy fall to the ground. He was paralyzed on the ground. His pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at Zhao Lingshi. This woman was actually a 5th rank. The people passing by looked at the defeated Yi Chen and mercilessly mocked. The kid is so bold. He actually dared to mess with the princess of the Zhao family. How did this person get into our school? How dare he go to people with this amount of strength? The human princess of the Zhao family is the 2nd best overall score in the martial arts exam. Probably another toad who wants to eat a swan. Zhao Lingshi looked at Ye Feng expressionlessly and spoke indifferently, not disguising her killing intent in the slightest. Dare to appear in front of my eyes again. Waste you. Hearing that Ye Feng swallowed his saliva and nodded with his eyes glaring, he waited until Zhao Lingshi left before he got up, slightly narrowing his eyes as he looked at her back. Stinking. Wait for the day when you are conquered by my big bird and beg for mercy. Then in order to vent the anger in his heart, he picked up his cell phone and made a call out. Hey, Sumo, come out quickly. I have a brother who wants to see you. That's right, bring me a little more of your Su family's chi and blood pills. No more? Then think of another way. Aren't you in charge of the Su family's resources now? My side is in dire need of cultivation. Oops, it's true that I was wrong this morning. I will definitely apologize to you properly at night and take you to eat the barbecue at the roadside stand. Hanging up the phone, Ye Feng's face only slightly eased up. Humph. Fortunately, there was this stupid woman who took over. In just 1 month, half of the Su family's martial arts resources had been quietly transferred into his hands using various excuses. It made him profoundly understand 2 truths. A skinny camel was indeed bigger than a horse, as well as that a fool must not have too much money. The chi and blood resources in his hands now were more than what he had seen before combined. Even though they were all things that no one else could afford to look at after the Su family had been hit hard, but as a child of a poor family, these were all treasures. He had to make good use of it next and cultivate with all his might. Must step on Yihan's feet and press Zhao Lingshi into his crotch. With that, Ye Feng turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Outside the school gate, Yihan walked out of the school gate in a loose manner, holding a bamboo slice key that was constantly being coiled and pinched. She passed by the street corner and casually found a dead end to drill into. The location of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy was different from ordinary schools. It was in a small space opened up separately, and the usual means of transportation did not allow one to get there. This was also a symbol of the depth of the Extreme Dao Academy. Instead, the way to travel to the report was the bamboo piece of key that he was currently holding in his hand. The academy sent out bamboo tablets for every new student, and new students could only be transported to the academy by crushing the key in their hands. This was both a notification and the first test that the Extreme Dao Academy had for new students. Timing would start the moment the key was crushed, and the faster they arrived at the academy, the better the score. Yihan looked at the ancient and elegant bamboo piece key in his hand and slightly curled his mouth. With a click, the bamboo piece shattered. A door composed of a dense aperture of light appeared out of nowhere in front of Yihan, and the gusty wind coming from behind the door blew his hair around. Little master is here. Yihan inserted his hands into his pockets and gently took a step in. His figure disappeared after disappearing into the light door. Chapter 34 Illusion Technique. The moment Yihan stepped through the door of light, Li Cheng, who was far away on the rocking chair in the small bamboo courtyard, then opened his eyes and casually said, "He's coming. How long do you guess he'll take?" Shi Yu was standing beside Li Cheng at the moment, respectfully. "Even if this junior brother has even more talent in Nianli, according to my experience, it will take at least 30 minutes to break through that illusion and find the location of the academy." Although Shi Yu knew about Li Yihan's amazing talent in Nianli, he also bet that it would take at least half an hour. After all, he himself had similarly excelled in the area of Nianli during the martial arts exam, controlling an entire 6 flying blades, but at that time, it had also all taken close to an hour to find the academy location, but he had also left the second place behind for a whole hour. That was something he was quite proud of as well. Let's take a look then. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng smiled without saying anything and leisurely shook it again. Ka-ching. 2 minutes later, a sound of space shattering came from outside the bamboo forest compound, and Li Yihan's puzzled voice came from outside. This is the Extreme Dao Academy? It's really hard to find. I almost got lost. This styling is really different. Looking at the white brick and gray tile ancient compound, Yihan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Inside the small fenced bamboo courtyard next to the compound, Chiyu was greatly shocked after hearing the sound. As if he felt that he had a hallucination, he heard the sound and came out. After seeing Yihan, real people suddenly froze in place. This, just how long? And Li Qing is still lying on the bamboo chair yang leisurely. For Yihan can come so quickly, he was not surprised. The reason why he was so sure that he could not use much time, because clearly no Yihan Nianli level. A month ago on the ring he perceived that Yihan was already at the peak of the second stage of enlightenment. It was estimated that without any accidents, he would be able to step into the third stage, the Shao Chang realm, within a year. Therefore, that bamboo piece of key within the introductory level of the Nianli illusion was not a difficult task for him. Then he got up smilingly and leisurely pushed open the fence enclosure. But after seeing the moment Yihan sensed the fluctuation of his Nianli, he also froze. This, just how long? Nianli actually has reached the Xiayana realm. Good day, master. Upon seeing Li Qing, Yihan greeted politely. Ahem. Good. Finally here. Just as Li Qing responded, Chiyu couldn't wait to introduce himself. Hello, junior brother. My name is Chiyu. I'm the oldest student in the entire academy at the moment, and I'm also an assistant teacher now. Seeing Yihan arching his hand, good day, senior brother Chi. No need to be polite. After entering the academy, we are family. Senior brother found the academy location so quickly. I think the Nianli has already entered the orifices, right? Not inbred. Arriving so quickly with just the initiation realm. Really gifted. Just in time for the lesser vehicle realm. Little vehicle realm? Chiyu looked at Yihan dumbfounded, as if he was looking at a monster. Meaning not only did he already reach the graduation standard when he enrolled in school, his Nianli was also on the same level as himself. Chiyu froze in place, not knowing what to say for a moment. What's wrong with senior brother Chi? Nothing, he's naturally immobile. Follow me. Li Qing put his hands behind his back and walked towards the bamboo forest outside the courtyard. Seeing this, Yihan followed, and the two of them walked in front of each other right through the emerald green bamboo forest path. Peak enlightenment breakthrough to Shao Qian. This seemingly simple step some people may not be able to cross in a lifetime. I didn't expect that in just 1 month you did it. The talent is truly demonic. Ha ha ha. It's also because that concentration pill sent by Master played a big role. Yihan patted his horse's ass. Li Qing smiled and continued. You can graduate now. This time, Yihan was confused. No, I've only been here for 2 minutes and you let me graduate? Driving school would take 20 days at the earliest. 6th rank in martial arts. Small multiplication in Nianli. You've already reached the graduation level by far. I'm afraid that you're no better now that you're facing the 7th rank. Li Qing suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Yihan. His ancient, waveless eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. However, it's not enough. Do you know about the crisis of the human race? The sudden sharpness of the words caused Yihan to freeze and nod. The human race has been fighting with the demon sea demon race for thousands of years. Your appearance seems to let us see the human race win hope. Packet win. Do not believe in little master. You also believe in brother unity. Vision. Yihan muttered in his heart. To be able to cultivate Nianli to this realm at such a young age. You are the first person I've seen. Know who the dean of our academy is? The human half-emperor, Extreme East. Li Qing didn't seem surprised that Yihan knew this news and continued to ask. Then do you know where he is now? Yihan shook his head. This was not really known. Although he had read in the original book, this human half-emperor's movements were actually quite mysterious, appearing only a handful of times throughout the book, and it had never been known what he was usually doing. He's in the extraterritorial battlefield, sealing the demon emperor. This news made Yihan startled for a moment, and was really a bit of a surprise. He knew that the extraterrestrial battlefield was a space outside the Magic Sea, and the Starry Skyland was also in that area. Behind the extraterrestrial battlefield was the Starlight Avenue that led to the Cosmic Sea. Li Qing then suddenly smiled, a joy visible to the naked eye. I originally thought that I was just accepting a good disciple, but it turns out that I might have to dip into your brat's light. Here, look at this. He spread out his hand and a yellowed parchment scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. Looking at the casing, it seemed to have existed for many years. This technique is called the illusion technique. It was dropped from outside the extraterrestrial battlefield, and in terms of rank, it may be far beyond S-class. This is the only thing that the Dean can rely on to trap the Demon Emperor nowadays. But he can't hold on for long now. After the Demon Emperor wakes up, the human race will definitely engage in an all-out war with the demon race once again. And this time, the human race that has lost the Martial Emperor will surely fail. But now, if you master this book, you will be able to help the Dean extend the sealing time, and be able to continue to stall for the human race for at least another 100 years. However, The requirements to be able to practice illusionary thoughts are extremely harsh. It is to be able to reach the third realm of Nianli before the age of 20. In the last one, only the extreme dean did it as well. Yihan looked hotly at the parchment scroll. A Nianli technique that exceeded S rank? This would have to be sold for at least 800,000 points or more at Brother Unity's kiosk, not to mention if it's sold in reality, and it's just given to me in such a watery way? Seemingly seeing through Yihan's mind, Li Qing let out a light laugh. The Nianli technique isn't as simple as a martial arts technique of the same level, and to be able to reach the introductory level within a year, even if you're gifted, and your graduation standard in this academy is to be proficient in the illusory numinous feats, don't underestimate. After becoming proficient, you will be able to help the dean. After all, even the dean has not yet reached perfection. By the way, with this strength, you'll also be able to participate in the martial arts exchange tournament in place of our academy. By the way, just one request. Only first place. Chapter 35, not convinced? You guys go together. After listening to Li Qing's broken speech for so long, at the end of the speech, Yihan finally raised the corners of his mouth. Participating in the exchange tournament was something he had to do, and he was afraid that Li Qing would avoid talking about it, to let him practice his illusion technique, but he didn't expect to take the initiative to say it. After all, that was the moment to break Ye Feng's chance and grip his wool. How could this be less? Then looking at the book of illusion technique, Yihan slightly narrowed his eyes. According to the terrifying strength of this technique, if he could master it to a proficient level, then controlling an early-stage martial exalt should not be a problem. Then raising the corner of his mouth, a bold plan surfaced. The next step, then, was to seriously cultivate. With the omnipotent kiosk of Brother Unity, what to be afraid of? Good, Yihan agreed in a single breath. Doesn't such a big burden weighing on you have no burden at all? Li Qing raised an eyebrow and said, no. Yihan smiled faintly and muttered in her heart. In the original book, the Demon Emperor was killed by Ye Feng in the end, and then Ye Feng started the path of cultivation to the Cosmic Sea. Just kidding, Ye Feng was destined to be killed by Little Master, so this Demon Emperor could only be done away with by himself. Seeing how serious Yihan was, Li Qing put away his serious expression and transformed back into an old man who was awake and dispersed, happily rushing towards his own bamboo courtyard. Dormitory, you find Chiyu to arrange for you. Don't worry, our academy is sparsely populated and independently open space. The dormitory is definitely too much better than other universities. Rest today. Tomorrow we will head to the Magic Sea for the entrance ceremony for the new students of the Martial Arts University. Under the verdant bamboo forest, Chiyu led Yihan towards an independent bamboo courtyard. Creak. As soon as the door of the bamboo courtyard was pushed open, a refreshing bamboo fragrance came to the surface. The courtyard is not large. In the middle there is a path paved with gravel that winds its way to a small bamboo building, which is built from slightly faded yellow bamboo. Elegant and simple, the surrounding cicadas chirping from time to time from a distance, reflected in this simple courtyard, the fragrance of the quiet far away. Patting the dust in his hands, Chiyu spoke. Yihan, in the future this will be your dormitory. The green tilehouse courtyard over there will be our teaching building. Alright, senior brother Chi, there's no need to be polite. In terms of strength you don't have to call me senior brother. I'm older than you, it's fine to call me brother, Chiyu said politely. Originally, he thought that as the academy's eldest senior brother, he was already the first person under the academy's tutors. If he wasn't thinking of staying at the academy to teach, with his strength he would have graduated a long time ago and could also teach at any other martial arts university. But just now Yihan burst out of the level of the Nianli really scared him. Originally the heart also with a little pride. The results in casual conversation and inquire. Yihan martial arts realm is actually also the sixth order. Even the holy body are practiced to the perfect realm. This configuration. The dog shook his head when he heard it. He really couldn't figure out why a person would be so perverted. If he really wanted to compare, he would unsurprisingly be pummeled by Yihan on the ground. Then, thank you brother you're welcome. Yihan was about to step into the small courtyard when the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him vastly. Turning his head to look, only to see dozens of people dressed in light green cadet uniforms walking quickly. Each face was full of vigor, and the leader was even wearing an expression of defiance. Seeing these people walking straight towards the side, Chiyu frowned. Wang Mang, what are you doing here? These dozen or so in front of him were all sophomores of the academy, and although each of them were arrogant and boasted of being geniuses, they had never done anything out of the ordinary. However, it was also the first time that they had seen so many people gathered in a crowd, causing Chiyu to be puzzled. Wang Mang with a group of students behind him walked quickly to Chiyu and said loudly in defiance, Senior brother Chi, we don't think it's fair. What's unfair? Chiyu froze. Don't play dumb. Senior brother Chi, we all saw it. He's a freshman who can live in the independent bamboo courtyard. On what grounds? Our sophomores all have a room for two. The independent bamboo courtyard is reserved for juniors or those who have reached graduation level? If you guys are so blatant, I'm afraid it's detrimental to the fairness of the academy, right? As soon as Wang Mang's skeptical voice fell, the crowd of trainees behind him all chimed in and protested. That's it. Where is this kind of reasoning? On what grounds? Wang Mang continued. I also heard that he'll represent our academy to participate in the Great Xia Exchange Tournament. It's just internalized? He crickets a little brat who just finished the martial arts exam. What ability does he have to represent us? Both surnamed Li. Could he really be a relative of the vice dean? Wang Mang looked at Chi Yu, his eyes full of disbelief. Hearing this, Chi Yu shook his head and just wanted to explain after turning his gaze to Yihan. However, he saw Yihan raise her eyebrows with an itchy look. Chi Yu suddenly came up with an idea. Although these trainees were all geniuses and prided themselves on being extraordinary, they did not seem to have experienced blows, so he said in a deep voice, our academy has always emphasized fairness. Since everyone has brought it up, then we won't hide it from everyone. I am here as a witness. Whichever one of you defeats Yihan, the Bamboo Academy will be given over to him alone, and the quota is also conceded to him. Chi Yu teasingly looked at Wang Mang and the others. He actually wanted to witness Yihan's strength. Wang Mang's pupils flickered as he excitedly said, really? Defeat him? Don't say I'm a bully. I'm afraid of beating him to death. Hearing Chi Yu say this, the crowd instantly rejoiced, not placing Yihan in their eyes in the slightest, and not noticing Chi Yu's watchful eyes at all. Genius? Ha! The last thing we lack here is geniuses. Yihan stared at the several people with a smiling look. It was just the right time to try out the level at which he had perfected his cultivating Luo sacred body in a month of seclusion. But one person might not be enough. So with the crowd watching intently, Yihan grinned and politely said, you guys go together. What? What a big mouth. Yihan's seemingly kind words instantly angered Wang Mang and the others. None of the people who could come to the Extreme Tao Academy were demonic and terrifying geniuses, and almost all of the sophomore students had reached the Enlightenment realm in terms of Nianli, and all of them had also reached the 5th rank in the Martial Tao realm. Martial arts college and high school can be different. Learning is the real gunfighting and skills. So what if you're number 1 in the martial arts exams? Entering the 2nd year of college, they now seem, the martial arts examination is just playing house. All the people present are not the provinces of the martial arts examination top students, all high-minded and proud. Seeing a freshman who had just finished the martial arts exam so arrogant, naturally the bottom of their eyes flashed with warm anger. Even if you are a genius, so what? This will let you see that there is a huge gap between geniuses. Wang Mang was the first to speak, very annoyed. Very well. Senior brother Chi, don't stop us later. See if we don't beat the out of him. Chapter 36 Seconds to kill the senior and set off to the Devil Sea. Wang Mang and the others had such an exuberant attitude, causing Chi Yu's eyes to suddenly flash with a hint of worry. Seeing Chi Yu's cautious demeanor, Wang Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that it was because Chi Yu was afraid that they would break Yihan, and the arrogance in his heart grew even more. However, Chi Yu did not seem to have imagined that he would tell them to lighten their hands, but instead asked tentatively, you guys haven't been out on a mission recently, right? Wang Mang confidently said, no senior brother Chi, after we beat him up, we will have an outing to participate in the exchange tournament. Oh, that's good. Don't worry, I won't stop it. Then taking a long breath, he looked at Yihan and gave an affirmative look. Looking at Yihan's cat playing with a mouse look, Chi Yu was also curious. Against this group of sophomores, although he could easily take them all down, it would take at least 10 minutes, especially that leader Wang Mang, who was already at the peak of the 5th rank, was relatively tricky as well. Then how long would Yihan need? Begin. Dang. As soon as the words fell, Yihan took the lead and rushed out, like a cannonball, with a tiger's wind. Despite his speed, he did not release any fluctuations in his martial aura, seemingly relying solely on the power of his physical body. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered, his heart full of disdain. Sure enough, it is a young greenhead who just finished the martial arts examination, only relying on brute force. The real fight is a fusion of chi and blood, Nian force, skills as a whole. Meet the strength of a college student. Wang Mang's body erupted with thick chi and blood, raised his palm towards Yihan who was pouncing at great speed, and concentrated his Nian power to gently grab his palm. Buzz. The air between the two people distorted with the naked eye, just like in the deep sea. The powerful pressure continuously squeezed inward and solidified, just like a wall. Wang Mang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It's over. The Nianli of the Enlightenment realm can already cause great damage to people, casting spells in the air, making it impossible for ordinary martial artists to get close. This was also the reason why martial artists with Nian power were stronger at the same realm. Boom! When Wang Mang thought it was over, the corners of his mouth instantly froze. Then his pupils suddenly shrunk. How is this possible? only to see that Li Yihan was like entering a no-man's land, breaking through Wang Mang's Nianli confinement without any obstruction, and then raising his fist, he fiercely slammed it towards Wang Mang's abdomen. Fist with the sound of breaking wind. The speed of the potential energy is huge. Wang Mang cannot dodge in time, was hit by a blow, the entire abdomen sunken, instantly spit out a mouth of blood, expression hideous. Ah, poof. After the muffled sound, Wang Mang's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and the dense bamboo forest was also knocked down, cutting a trail of hundreds of meters before stopping. One punch? The other sophomores were shocked when they saw that Wang Mang had rolled his eyes and fainted. This Wang Mang was their number one sophomore. One punch and he went down? A wave of fear spread in their hearts. Without waiting for them to react, they heard Li Yihan's voice. Oh yeah, and you guys. Turning their heads they saw Li Yihan's devil-like smile, making them instantly break their defenses. They shouted, "Don't you come over. Is this a test to get in by relying on thoughts? It's clearly a humanoid ferocious beast. Senior brother Chiyu, don't you care?" Hearing someone calling out to him, Chiyu innocently spread his hands. "Wasn't it you guys who said for me to stay out of it? I also asked just now. You guys haven't had anything to do for the last half a month. It's fine." A short 2.5 minutes. Everyone wailed and lay on the ground, each with a painful expression, either covering their legs or touching their hands. Their eyes were lax without the slightest fighting spirit. Although Li Yihan did not hit hard, but this injury can also make them at least half a month cannot get out of bed. The people lying on the ground, looking at the dense bamboo forest above their heads, instantly understood the meaning of Chiyu's words just now. Their eyes became clear. It turns out that asking if they have been out for half a month means this. I should have known to say yes. Chiyu stood beside the bamboo fence, although he witnessed the whole process, but unusually surprised. He stared at Li Yihan for a long time, unable to speak. Without using the slightest martial arts skills and techniques, purely relying on his physical strength, he crushed a group of 4th and 5th rankers unilaterally, and in such a short period of time. Was this the sacred body perfection? And looking at the ease with which he was traveling, it seemed that he hadn't even used a third of his strength. Chiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. In this edition of the Global Martial University Exchange Tournament, the champion team had the opportunity to observe the body of a martial emperor. However, the Starry Skyland could only hold a few people each time it opened, so every team wanted to win the championship and send their best martial arts students to observe the body of a martial emperor. Originally, Grand Xia was determined to win the championship. However, in the recent year, it had been heard that the pretty country had an angelic sacred body peak of greatness that had swept through the entire Western Martial Dao University without an opponent. Although the geniuses of the Grand Xia Martial Arts University were strong, but now there was no one who could stop him 100%, not even himself. But now looking at Li Yihan's innocent face, Chiyu seemed to understand why Li Qing would let Li Yihan participate. With him in, not only would Dasha be designated to take first place, but the players from those teams were probably going to suffer. Wrap it up. Li Yihan clapped his hands and smiled nervously at Chiyu. Chiyu swallowed his saliva, completely unable to associate it with that rough look just now. The next morning, cicadas resounded in the verdant bamboo forest, and the first rays of sunlight slanted through the bamboo poles and hit the white walls of the Extreme Dao Academy, reflecting mottled shadows. In front of the academy's main gate, Li Qing was already standing on the steps. Today he was dressed in a long green shirt, straightened his hair, and looked extraordinarily spirited without the uninhibited feeling of the vested grandpa from before. He counted the number of people. No more, no less, just 9 people. This year's academy has enrolled 9 students, all of whom are top geniuses from various provinces. Originally, before they came in, they were all high-minded and unrivaled. But yesterday, after they heard that a new student in this session had done something earth-shattering, they all instantly came down honestly. In the team, the eyes of the others glanced from time to time to Li Yihan, who was standing at the end. There was caution in their eyes. This was the person who looked harmless, but seemed to have a tendency towards violence. They had all heard about yesterday's incident. The sophomore seniors had been beaten by him alone and still couldn't get out of bed. The human race didn't have that long of a cycle to cultivate martial arts talents, so for every martial arts university, only freshman and sophomore level students would be in school. The junior year students were all in the Magic C for the graduation test, and as long as they survived, they would be considered graduated. In this world where the fist was big, everyone feared the strong, and the one who could knock out a sophomore just after entering the school was undoubtedly a big brother. Li Yihan didn't care about the peeking eyes of the crowd. At the moment, his mind was filled with only one thing, and that was how to scourge Ye Feng. I haven't seen him for 2 days and I miss him. There was no villain points gained for a whole 48 hours. Li Yihan kept rubbing his hands until he heard Li Qing's voice. Depart. The whole person was energized. Magic C, Little Master is here. Chapter 37, Extreme Dao. The first academy of the human race. the entrance of the Extreme Tao Academy. Li Qing walked leisurely at the front with his hand on his back, leading the crowd deeper into the bamboo forest. After walking along the path between the bamboos for about 10 minutes, they saw an empty clearing. Very few people came here, and the bamboo breath contained in the air, despite being thick, was faintly filled with a faint odor of blood. In the middle of the open space, a stone monument stood tall, the surrounding space constantly tearing and healing week after week. The crowd could see at a glance that it was extraordinary. This is a spatial teleportation array. Spatial teleportation array is very complex. Each must be mastered by the power of space of the martial saint can be refined. So extremely rare. Did not expect that the academy is hidden in A. Li Qing walked over to the stone monument and casually patted the teleportation monument before turning his head to look at the crowd of students. I know that many of the students have just arrived at the Extreme Tao, and it's inevitable that they are arrogant and unconvinced in their hearts, thinking that they are geniuses and that their martial arts exam scores can easily go to the 2 universities of the Qing Emperor. But they have been tricked by various means into coming to this unknown academy, Li Qing said with a loose tone, but then his words turned and his expression gradually became serious, completely devoid of his previous laid-back demeanor. For me to say that is simply farting. What are those 2 academies? It's no exaggeration to say that our Extreme Martial Tao Academy can be called the #1 academy in Disya and even the entire Blue Star. But you guys would wonder why the human experts and ministries have never heard of one from our academy? Now I'll tell you all. That's because the reputation of the Extreme Tao is not in the Blue Star but in the Devil Sea. Our Extreme Tao Martial Arts Academy is the closest academy to the Devil Sea and the last line of defense for the human race. Standing in this place, behind us is the human race that we guard, and in front of us are our strife-torn enemies. Every student who graduated from the Extreme Tao Academy all dedicated themselves to the Devil Sea. Li Qing then eased up and scanned the crowd. The Extreme Tao people, destined to be heroes of the human race, are silent. Of course, you can opt out now, and with your grades you can immediately join any university. A gust of wind whipped by, swirling the bamboo leaves on the ground and swaying them into the air. There was no one who took a step back. They looked at Li Qing firmly, revealing their determination despite being speechless. They knew the human race. There was no way back. Although they had been tricked into coming here in various ways before, none of them were wimps. Seeing this, Li Qing nodded in satisfaction. The Devil Sea has thousands of years of our Extreme Tao people's heritage, and the Devil Sea will be your new home. Let's go. Now, old me will take you all home. Li Qing's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally powerful, shaking the hearts of the crowd. After everyone stood on the teleportation array, Li Qing gently snapped his fingers. Ding! A large mouth tore out of thin air beneath their feet after the strong light, swallowing the crowd and disappearing. A sense of weightlessness followed, and after a bout of upside-down dizziness, Yihan stood firmly on the ground. The top of the head is dark, such as ink-heavy clouds cover the entire sky. Under the feet is soft and black earth, faint smoke around the tip of the nose. To adapt to the eyes look up. Everyone was in front of the huge building in the town. Even though Yihan had read the original book and imagined what this behemoth would look like, he was secretly surprised when he stood in front of the human race's main domain city for the first time. A magnificent and gigantic green-colored city wall crossed in front of his eyes like a mountain, thousands of meters in height and tens of thousands of miles in length. The surface of the green city wall was somewhat peeling off, and the huge claw marks and sword marks that could be seen everywhere highlighted its long history of war. Standing in front of a huge and heavy red city gate, they realized how small they were. Is this the Devil Sea? Seeing their shocked looks, Li Qing slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Newcomers, welcome to the human central region city. With that, he muttered in a low voice. It's a pity that there's no signal to watch the live broadcast. Crunch! As Li Qing's words fell, the city gates vibrated and then slowly opened. He led Li Yihan and the others through the city gates, and what met his eyes was a huge square. On the plaza, it was already full of people at this time, with various squares wearing different colors of clothing that seemed to be students from various martial arts universities. Looking at the crowded stations again, it seemed that every academy had arrived. The moment the people from the Extreme Tao Academy appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. What kind of academy is this? Only 9 students? I'm afraid it's not going to collapse next year. Under the astonished gazes, a man dressed in a green military uniform walked quickly to Li Qing. The man's expression was solemn, his pace was sharp, and he appeared to be a veteran who had been in the battlefield for a long time. He stood erect and lofty in front of Li Qing, powerfully raising his right hand to salute Li Qing. Teacher, welcome home. Yang Jun, I didn't realize that your kid has become a major general. Li Qing looked at the man in front of him with a smile and joked. What? Major General Yang actually graduated from this academy? Why haven't I heard of it before? Shoo! Under the gaze of the teachers and students of the other colleges, Major General Yang Jun led the least numbered team from the Extreme Tao Academy towards the center of the square. Subsequently, he even stood at the very center of the square, steadily suppressing Qingwu and Diwu's teams. All of a sudden various voices murmured, all of them muttering continuously, whispering their dissatisfaction. Coming the latest and actually standing at the front? On what grounds? With this number of people they have, won't they collapse if they can't recruit students next year? Especially Ye Feng. He stood in Qingwu's team. Saw Yihan actually stood in front of his own, instantly unconvinced. Why can a wild chicken university stand at the front of the line? What kind of behavior is this? Seeing that the people around him were whispering, but no one dared to speak up, Ye Feng sneered, a group of goons. This is the time for me to stand up and speak. I'll give you a demonstration. Let everyone see that I, Ye Feng, am the one who dares to challenge injustice and not submit to power. In the neat Qingwu team, Ye Feng suddenly drilled out from it. A serious Lang rebuked. Why would a pheasant university stand in front of Qingwu and Diwu? What are their virtues? I'm afraid that this has made us Qingdi students dissatisfied. After saying that, Ye Feng proudly turned his gaze in Zhao Lingshi's direction, as if to say, see, I possess a charm that ordinary people don't have. I dare to say what others dare not say. As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, the teachers from the two schools leading the team instantly frowned. Where did you recruit this dirt dog? Didn't you hear that those who have opinions are from those colleges behind you? No one from our two academies can say they are dissatisfied. For those who attend Qingwu and Diwu, who dares to say that Extreme Dao Academy is a pheasant university? There's a last line in this Qingwu and Diwu's enrollment manual. Didn't he read it? It clearly states that students should remember. Sheng and Di are not the number one colleges in Daxia. The actual number one college is the Extreme Dao College. Internal news. No need to spread the word. Zhao Lingshi was in the middle of the group, his face expressionless, as if he was hearing an idiot barking, and the other Qingdi students looked at Ye Feng with wide eyes like a jumping clown. Did this person not read the entrance manual? But the other academies were instantly ignited by Ye Feng's words. Well said. Sure enough, someone from Qingwu has guts. Finally, someone has come forward to speak our minds. Hearing the waves of support, Ye Feng continuously stiffened his spine, as if he was a god of war. He raised his head proudly and looked at Yihan with great vigor. See how I'm going to crush you step by step. And the thousands of teachers and students of Qingwu University buried their heads in shame and blushed. Yihan teasingly looked at Ye Feng, waiting for him to be punched in the face. Major General Yan laughed coldly when he saw how loud the skepticism was. The tone was extremely cold and emotionless. Even the temperature plummeted. On the basis of what? On the basis that the Extreme Dao Academy is the number one academy of the human race. Chapter 38 1075. After hearing this, the people who were originally causing trouble froze for a while. The number one academy of the human race? What's so great about bragging? The Qingguo and Imperial Capital Academies didn't even dare to call themselves the number one academy of the human race. Can this academy be called the number one academy? Hearing this, Ye Feng's aura increased, and the contempt in his heart was not hidden at all. Joke. I think Major General Yang, you might be proud to graduate from this one. That's why you praised it so much. I can understand the heart of praising one's alma mater. But who in the world doesn't know that there are two colleges in Qingwu Diwu? Everyone is admitted by the scoreline. What makes you rank it first? Opening your eyes and talking nonsense won't work with me. Ye Feng looked at Yang Jun, arrogance rising in his heart. The more he spoke, the prouder he became, not afraid in the slightest. When these words came out, all the teachers and students of Qingwu buried their heads even lower, wanting to find an underground to drill into. Zhao Lingshi also buried her head, but it wasn't because it was humiliating. It was because when dumbfounded peeked at Yihan, she lowered her head shyly after being discovered. The other trainees, hearing Ye Feng's words, agreed. That's right. This can be the number one academy of the human race? What does it base on? On having fewer people? The number one academy of the human race with fewer people. Ha 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 ha. The wide plaza boiled up, and the further outward the irony grew louder. They were all pheasant colleges. Why should they be the only ones to come out on top? Isn't it good for everyone to honestly stand at the very outside? As the waves of ridicule continued to pounce, Yang Jun did not have the slightest ripple in his heart. Almost every class of students who enrolled to visit the Magic Sea would have people questioning the status of the Extreme Dao College. Previously, most of them were behind the authentic Pheasant University to question. This time I did not expect that it would actually be a student of Qingwu. Did this idiot not read the entrance manual? The last line of the Qingwu Diwu enrollment manual is clearly written. Yang Jun looked at the students who were getting more and more emotional. He knew that the most direct way to face mockery was to smash it with his fists. In this world where fists were honored, respect all came from strength. Seeing the group of students from the Extreme Dao Academy's aura rising, Yang Jun raised the corners of his mouth, thinking that a good show was starting. He walked in front of Ye Feng. His lanky body exuded a powerful aura, pressurizing Ye Feng, who couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Yang Jun looked down at Ye Feng and said in a cold voice, I heard that everyone is unconvinced? Then I will give you all a chance to prove yourselves. As long as you guys can defeat the students of Extreme Dao Academy, then you can stand in their place. The few people on the side of Extreme Dao Academy had already been enraged. Seeing that Ye Feng was so arrogant, they all wanted to rush up and beat him up. Him. Wait, stopped by a hand, only to see Yihan speak with an excited face. I'll do it, leave it to me, you guys rest, my little lamb, only I can harvest it. The other few people froze, and at the same time looked at Yihan with admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Strong strength not to mention. This dude has something is really on awe. They had originally thought that Yihan was a person who rode roughshod over his own strength, which was why he had entered the school to beat up sophomores, but now it seemed like they had misjudged him. A few people looked at each other and finally turned their gaze to a man named Lulu, who was slim but had a hard face, and finally spoke in a deep voice. Johnny, from now on, you will be our big brother. Seeing Yang Jun saying that he could challenge the people from the Extreme Dao Academy side, and that side also seemed to be ready to make a move, Ye Feng thought to himself that he had finally taken the bait. So what if you, Yihan, are even more powerful? As long as you unite with the people from the other academies together, you will definitely be stepped on hard by yourself. Ye Feng also learned to be smart. After the first two encounters, he knew very well that his current self was not Yihan's opponent for the time being. After all, Yihan had reached the 5th rank even a month ago, after absorbing a large amount of qi and blood resources from the Su family. Although he had crossed into the 5th rank but for insurance purposes, still don't choose to fight one-on-one. But you can definitely win by joining forces. After all, in a fight, you can't just rely on brute force. Brain is also quite important. Ye Feng suddenly looked at Yang Jun with a straight face and said in a loud voice, Major General Yang has just said that this Extreme Dao Academy is the #1 academy, so we must not underestimate it. In this case, how about all of our academies joining forces? Seeing Ye Feng wearing his hat so high, Yang Jun frowned. Although there were all conflicts in the past, it was rare to see such a brazen request. He couldn't decide for a moment. If he messed up, wouldn't he be smashing his academy's signboard? Yang Jun looked towards Li Qing, who waved his hand in a calm and relaxed manner, and with a bottom in his heart. He was about to agree when a voice came out from the Extreme Dao Academy. You say that your 75 academies are joining forces against one of our academies? So shameless? Li Yihan stuck his hands in his pockets and walked idly to Ye Feng. Seeing that Li Yihan finally stood out, the joy in Ye Feng's eyes could barely be preserved. You might have misunderstood. How is it possible that several thousand of us are bullying 9 of you? I mean, we only put out one person from each academy. Although it seems unfair, but aren't you guys known as the #1 academy? You should have this bottom line, right? Ye Feng confidently looked at Li Yihan with an expression of determination. He knew that according to Li Yihan's arrogant character, he would definitely agree to this unreasonable request. As long as you dare to agree, 75 people can beat the out of 9 of you to shape up. Li Yihan raised his eyebrows. 75 to beat 9? Seeing this hesitant tone of Li Yihan, Ye Feng thought that he had wimped out. Then he prepared to taunt. This was the effect he wanted. If you dare to agree, we'll be beaten out of you. If you don't agree, the saliva can spray you to death. Ha, fight with me? You're still a bit rash. Ye Feng opened his mouth with a pretense of regret. Alas, if you find it difficult, then forget it. I didn't realize that the so-called #1 academy of the human race is nothing more than that. Playing 9 is indeed a bit difficult. How about this? I'll fight 75 of you all by myself. Hearing this, it instantly caused an uproar. Looking at Li Yihan with a big smile on his face, everyone seemed to think that they had heard wrong. What? Yang Jun's face was full of skepticism upon hearing this. He frowned tightly as he looked at Li Yihan, clearly feeling that what he did was really inappropriate. Hearing Li Yihan being so arrogant and cocky, Ye Feng snorted a laugh. Ha 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 ha, really overestimated you. I thought you would be restrained, so able to pretend. Can you pretend? Li Yihan's arrogant tone also caused other colleges to strongly disconcerted. Even the imperial capital also disconcerted. Stirring up your nose? So arrogant? What a big mouth. There is no drama in the military. The imperial capital Wudao invites war. Human Wudao invites us to fight. Jinggu Ye Feng, please fight. Ye Feng looked at Li Yihan wryly and secretly said, this time, we'll definitely waste you. Chapter 39, Storming the entire court. Ye Feng admits defeat. Seeing that all the representatives of the academies stood in a line, Yang Jun waved his hand. Vacate the center field. Rumble. The other cadets quickly retreated outwards, vacating the center with an empty fighting space. In the center of the entire square, Li Yihan faced 75 people and stood with his back, the hem of his clothes fluttering, quite the imposing manner. And Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and stood at the very front, snorting coldly. Sure enough, He can pretend. Still pretending even after the hits the fan. The 8 cadets from Extreme Dao Academy also withdrew to the side and watched the fun. They were despised by the people from the other academies. Actually, none of them went to help and watched that brother get beaten up. Lulu lightly laughed and did not answer. Getting beaten up? That's impossible. Don't you know how fierce our buddy is? Since you have the guts, then we don't have to keep our hands off. Ye Feng twisted his neck and looked at Li Yihan with contempt. In his eyes Li Yihan was already a wastrel who could only spend the rest of his life in bed. Remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. Boom! Ye Feng erupted with a shocking aura. His chi and blood at the early stage of the 5th rank suddenly erupted, and beside him, that scholar from the Imperial Martial Arts Dao also had an early 5th rank aura. Gosh, this Qingwu Imperial Martial Genius is really extraordinary. Just enrolled in school and reached the 5th rank. The teachers of the two schools felt a sense of pride at this moment. This was the hard power of the two universities. Then they looked at Li Yihan's lone figure and snickered. In the past, there would have been disputes, but they were all group battles that were sent out, and the Extreme Dao Academy would have steadily pushed them down. The difference in the team's strength was too great. There was nothing to say about that, but to challenge so many people with just one person? Simply crazy with confidence. This time it just so happens that they can also let the students of their two academies make a splash and teach them a lesson. Seeing the two leading ones explode their amazing aura, the 70 or so students behind them no longer had any reservations, and they all took out their full strength. In an instant, a large surge of chi and blood power erupted on the field, and the red aura was like waves sweeping across the entire square. Too spectacular. The least on the field was at the 4th rank, and it was rare for so many people to erupt at the same time. Oh my god, that Extreme Dao Academy person won't be killed, right? Seeing such a magnificent momentum, Lulu and the others also swallowed their saliva and couldn't help but start to doubt. Big brother will be able to pull through, right? Li Yihan, facing the raging chi and blood, still stood with his hands on his back without a hint of nervousness, and continuously sighed. That Ye Feng is worthy of being the original author's own son. Not only is it the strongest of the group, but in just 1 month, actually already has the strength of the 5th order. Must not be convinced. For the other people Li Yihan is not in the least bit in the eyes. After all, there is no gold coin to fight. That said, the higher the level of this Ye Feng, the more gold coins should explode, right? Li Yihan stood in place thinking. Ye Feng was not used to seeing his bland demeanor and loudly despised it. Don't look at that bullish look. He's at most at the peak of the 5th rank. But don't be afraid. More than 70 of us, with all our chi and blood, can wheel him to death alive. Ye Feng's words instantly put everyone's mind at ease, and at the same time, they sighed in relief. And then their battle spirit surged even more. Looking at Li Yihan's appearance, he still thought that there was much not to be had. Although the peak of the 5th rank was truly perverted, it wasn't enough in front of 70 or so people of the 4th or 5th rank. It was well known that martial artists could only rely on their own chi and blood to fight until the 6th rank. Only at the 6th order martial marquee realm could they fight with the help of some of the power of heaven and earth. So what if they were at the peak of the 5th rank? Chi and blood will always dry up. Ye Feng's words were like a cardiotonic agent that ruthlessly stabbed at the hearts of the crowd, greatly boosting their confidence. Damn it, charge, go! The people at the back couldn't suppress the rage in their hearts and took the lead to roar out, charge! At this moment, Ye Feng had a smile on his face. Seeing the raging crowd rushing towards him, Li Yihan offered his own lance without panic and casually danced the lance. His body shot out like a bullet and disappeared in place in the blink of an eye, looking for death. When Ye Feng saw Li Yihan take the initiative to rush in, his heart was secretly happy. But then the expression that was originally overflowing with smiles froze and did not move, only to hear the person beside him yell in surprise. What? He is 6th rank. That Qingwu kid is cheating? Li Yihan suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. His 6th rank aura was like a mountain weighing heavily on the hearts of the crowd. Even the people on the sidelines felt their hearts palpitate. In an instant, he alone suppressed to death the chi and blood power that had erupted from the combined efforts of more than 70 people. Even more terrifying was the Shura aura emanating from him. A complete and hideous golden Shura face appeared steeply behind him, and the aura of a sea of blood eating away at his bones greeted him. And the moment Shura opened his eyes, all of the scholars below the 3rd rank outside the arena collapsed to the ground in a paralyzed heap. Saint Body perfection, that imperial capital scholar exclaimed in shock, and before he could utter his next sentence, he was knocked to the ground with a muffled stick. Li Yihan was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, not hindered in the slightest. The number of people seemed to be just a number. 1, 2, 35. Li Yihan, who was a fierce tiger, swung the back of his gun out, knocking out one person with every stick that fell, without dragging his feet, and killing with every move. Asterisk so fierce. Li Yihan's amazing maneuver directly shocked the tens of thousands of students present to watch the battle. it also made the originally arrogant teachers of the two academies freeze in place. Dang! When the 74th person was knocked unconscious on the ground with a stick, only Ye Feng was left on the field. His eyes were currently looking at Yihan in fear, as if he had seen the devil. No, it's impossible. Why did he improve so much this month? On what grounds? Ding! Detected that Ye Feng has fear of the host. Villain points plus 8,000. Yihan flung the barrel of his gun and looked at Ye Feng mockingly. Stepping closer to him, Ye Feng's mouth hardened at the sight, trying to show his resistance. Don't think you're... Dang! Ah! Before Ye Feng could finish his sentence, the Mori cold gun stick hit his arm, causing him to scream miserably. You damn! Ah! Dang! Immediately followed by another knock on the back. Instantly the blood and flesh trembled and rippled. Yihan was like Asura. Ye Feng said a word and received a muffled stick. Detected that Ye Feng is fearful of the host. Villain points plus 10,000. Detected. Detected. Ye Feng stood in the center of the square with scars all over his body, and the people who had been knocked out before had long since woken up. The eyes looked at Yihan in horror. Is this the devil? Yihan was looking at Ye Feng with an indifferent expression at the moment, but she was happy inside. Really good. This little lamb actually sent me so many points. Thank you, old iron. Ye Feng was filled with fear towards Yihan at this moment, but the resentment in his heart grew thicker. To actually dare to humiliate me so nakedly like this. Wait for me. I admit defeat. Seeing that Yihan still wanted to knock him, Ye Feng raised his hand and blocked his face before opening his mouth in panic. This is admitting defeat? Good blah. Yihan shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to knock some points. What a pity. He walked outward in disillusionment, as if he was a loser. Ye Feng concedes to the host for the first time. Villain points plus 10,000. Ye Feng's fortune dash 5%. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This big brother is too powerful. Luckily we conceded to him first. Who was it that just said to isolate him? Lulu and the others simultaneously gulped, their hearts constantly celebrating. Fortunately. Chapter 40, How dare you bully my disciple? Suffered death. Yihan, crouching. At this point, the entire arena had boiled over. Looking at Yihan's back, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. A person who didn't use any martial arts skills, just with a gun stick, he picked over the entire 75 people with ease? Although the realm suppression, but we are all real just martial arts examination students. This is simply the hope of the rise of the human race. The pride of the human race. The original arrogant and mocking voice had long disappeared, replaced by a gaze of incomparable respect. I don't know who shouted out, and they were echoed behind them. What a human pride! Yang Jun was exceptionally excited. He seemed to see in Yihan the hope of the human race to destroy the demon race. The 70 or so people on the field also returned to their own teams in a grayish manner with the help of their respective academies. Only Ye Feng limped alone towards the Qingbei team and did not have anyone to pick him up. They buried their heads to death. Their faces were red, and they completely couldn't lift their heads anymore. So many people beating up one person. They thought they could take the opportunity to get back a fight, but they actually didn't. And the one who made this request was still the one from his own academy. Ye Feng's face was blue, and the pain in his legs made him unusually uncomfortable. This damned Yihan, each stick knocked towards the place where he was injured. It was simply kicking the cripple's broken leg violently. Just as Ye Feng slowly moved his steps, an upright figure blocked his way. Yang Jun was looking at him with a serious expression and indifferent eyes. He had seen many clowns, but not many as ugly as this. Just now, Yang Jun could clearly remember Ye Feng's condescending face. Now, he had to be made to pay him back twice as much. Seeing Yang Jun walking in front of Ye Feng, the field also instantly quieted down. Yihan looked at the two with interest, seemingly expecting something. Boom! Yang Jun suddenly radiated a powerful aura. His thick chi and blood kicked up a fierce wind, causing Ye Feng, who was originally standing unsteadily, to stagger. He looked at Yang Jun in a daze. He didn't seem to understand what this meant. He just wanted to rebuke but realized that he was full of killing aura. Ye Feng chose to shut his mouth. Yang Jun indifferently looked at Ye Feng, who was barely staggering in place, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. He opened his mouth word by word. His voice was like a muffled thunder, resounding above the square, and also woke up the people who were originally bent on acid. Kid, didn't you ask what makes Extreme Tao Academy the #1 academy of the human race? Now you know on what basis. The same freshman. A group of people can't beat one. Makes me say it's simply a bunch of losers, especially you Qingwus. The thick voice kept rolling back above the square, drilling into everyone's ears and also like a knife scraping into Ye Feng's heart. All of us here are freshmen from various martial arts academies, except for some of the bottom-ranked vocational academies that didn't show up. Almost all of the freshmen from Disya are here. Then it's up to me to tell everyone why. Just by virtue of the fact that after the domain city of the land under our feet can't be defended, the Extreme Tao Academy is the last line of defense for the human race. On the basis of what? On the basis that all the students of the Extreme Tao dedicate themselves to the Devil Sea without any hesitation after graduation. On the basis of what? And on the basis that the human half-emperor, Extreme East, is the dean of the Extreme Tao Academy. Yang Jun's voice was like a wave that rolled in, interspersed with an even more oppressive chi bang. The crowd was breathless from the pressure, and it also silenced everyone who heard it. Ye Feng stood at the forefront, alone in the face of Yang Jun's majestic momentum, as if a flatboat in the deep sea waves, lonely and helpless. I'll tell you in the end, the Extreme Tao Academy never shows its scores, but those who can enter the Extreme Tao Academy, Qin Gu Di Wu, they won't put it in their eyes. Not getting in is just because you're not talented enough. Ding! Detected Ye Feng's emotions producing humiliation. Villain points plus 5,000. Yihan froze. There was money to be made from eating melons? Major General Yang's words were like a muffled hammer, smashing the crowd awake. It also made the people from the other academies hesitate to speak. On the side of Extreme Tao Academy, Lulu and the others were in tears when they heard Yang Jun's words. So our academy is so great? Li Qing looked at Yang Jun with a negative hand inside. In his eyes, Yang Jun was like a child who had been away from home for many years, and when he heard someone say that his hometown was bad, he argued with reason. Everyone in the room looked at Yang Jun solemnly, but not including Li Yihan. He kept looking at Ye Feng in a sneaky way. Continue. Break more defense Yang Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at the lost soul Ye Feng and said righteously. Finally I tell you, appreciate your reckless courage. You're the only one who stood out from the two institutions of Qing Bei Di. Seemingly this unfair resistance. In truth, you didn't even understand the manual, but wherever you turn to the last page, you won't do such a stupid thing. All the academies in this Magic Sea practice are credited. Qingwu students shouldn't have someone so reckless, so Qingwu cancelled the credits this time. Hearing these words, all Qingwu students looked at Ye Feng in unison. The eyes of the wannabe swordsman were not hidden at all. What idiot, you didn't read the enrollment handbook yourself. Let's forget about disgracing us, but you're also losing credits. Ding! Detected that Ye Feng's prestige is damaged. Villainous value plus 10,000. 1 Gongfu De Chun quick achievement card. Good. Great. Li Yihan was especially happy that he actually exploded a Gongfu quick achievement card. The students on the periphery have been shocked by Yang Jun's words. So this Extreme Tao Academy is so capable of being awesome? The fledgling ones were moved and thought to themselves why they didn't enroll in Extreme Tao at that time. There are also sensible people who keep mocking. Forget it, with our points we can't get into the exam. Under the influence of Yang Jun's words, the voices of the square's discussion disappeared. Ye Feng stood in the center, as if he were a lost dog. At this time, a familiar cold voice mixed with a little warm anger suddenly came from outside the square. Hearing the voice, Ye Feng's body shook, as if he had found something to rely on. Enough! This father is just half a moment late and he bullies my disciple? What a big bully! Su Ningshui, dressed in a white veil, slowly flew in from the distance with a cold and merciless expression. He himself was only half a moment late. How could he see so many people bullying his disciple? Humph! Really big guts. All dare to bully to Qingwu's head. We'll make them look good. This time the teacher leading the team is also a waste. Being bullied on the doorstep and still don't know to defend. Su Ningshui landed beside Ye Feng, so that the original trance of Ye Feng immediately found reliance. Got a few points. Rear Admiral Yang is so powerful, actually injuring our Qingwu students in public? Even if you don't know that he's this father's disciple, do you not put our Qingwu in your eyes? Yang Jun looked at Su Ningshui indifferently, not putting her threat in his heart. Vice Principal Su is joking. Yang Jun bit this vice particularly hard, causing Su Ningshui to be quite annoyed. He wasn't skilled enough to be beaten. Joke, my hallowed Qingwu scholar is less skilled than others? How can I still be beaten like this? Then it must be someone else bullying the few with the many. Who did this? Su Ningshui scanned the surroundings, like a mother hen protecting her pups with eyes like knives. When she saw Li Yihan's playful and smiling appearance, she suddenly warmed up to anger. Is it you, Li Yihan? Su Ningshui looked straight at Li Yihan, overbearing. She could harbor a grudge from the insults of the last martial arts exam. Just in time to see you playfully smiling. If it's not you, it has to be you. It's me. Only to see Li Yihan lightly admit it. It's really him. Su Ningshui was overjoyed. Here's your chance for revenge. You asked for it. What a big guts. Be a good boy and be punished. She directly erupted with a thick aura and rushed towards Li Yihan without saying a word, the corners of her mouth rising, ready to waste him in one move. Revenge had to be vicious, accurate and quick. Chapter 41, The Demon Surrender Army moves out and detains Su Ningshui. Having his way, the corners of Su Ningshui's mouth rose, and the fist containing the power of a martial honor was about to hit Li Yihan. A dry, thin palm suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, enlarging at her pupils, wanting to dodge but it was too late. Slap! Su Ningshui flew out backwards as if she was a cannonball, heading towards Ye Feng at breakneck speed. Ye Feng's eyes shrunk, and he dodged with a golden chicken standing on its own. Bang! With a loud bang, instantly smoke filled the air. A pit slowly emerged between the bricks. Su Ningshui's pupils trembled slightly as she looked at the owner of that hand, Li Qing, who appeared beside Li Yihan. He cursed himself for being in a bit of a hurry, forgetting that this old man was here. After organizing his clothes but not the slightest bit flustered, the bottom of the head held up. This time, but your disciple in public, I injured disciple. This matter is how to say is their own reason. Martial saints cannot be unscrupulous so bullying, or have to be reasonable. But Li Qing's action of lightly slapping Su Ningshui away made the eyes of the students from other academies fall out, causing an uproar. This, slapping away a martial saint. It's a martial saint. Is this the depth of the Extreme Tao Academy? The lead teachers are all martial saints? No wonder it can be called the #1 academy. Fart. I heard that's the vice dean. It's just that the academy has few teachers and no one to lead them. Li Qing smiled and waved his hand, and with his negative hand, he found another step to sit down casually, without the slightest bit of a martial saint stance between his hands and feet. Most of the martial saints in Daxia were invisible, and only high-ranking martial artists had the opportunity to see the true face of a martial saint. So when a living, breathing martial saint appeared in the square, it instantly attracted a huge amount of attention from the students. In the middle of the square, Yang Jun's face was gloomy at the moment. Attacking his schoolmate in front of him? If it wasn't for teacher Li Qing's presence, perhaps the gifted junior apprentice brother would have been brutally attacked. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in an icy tone. How dare you lay your hands on a pride of the human race? What audacity! Su Ningshui was unimpressed by what he heard and spoke with a light laugh. Daring to injure my disciple. As a master, I am bound to teach him a lesson. Su Ningshui did not take Yang Jun's threat to heart and turned his head to continue threatening Li Yihan, but saw that Li Yihan's expression was not right and seemed to carry a teasing expression. Seeing this expression instantly made Su Ningshui frown slightly. How did it feel a bit wrong? Just now, Yang Jun seemed to have said a sentence about the human race's heavenly pride? What did that mean? Without waiting for her to figure it out, she saw Yang Jun quickly offer up a red streamer from his hand. Su Ningshui's pupils suddenly contracted when she saw the banner. Xinggu Vice Principal Su Ningshui, killing a human pride in public, suspected of being a demonic spy. The 7th Regiment of the Central Region Demon Subduing Army is under orders. Arrest Su Ningshui. Yes. Vocal responses came from all directions. Dum 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 dum. As the ground kept shaking, thousands of soldiers dressed in black armored hedgehogs neatly ran towards the square like a black dragon, quickly surrounding Su Ningshui in the middle. A thick murderous aura mixed with coldness greeted them, and the least of them was a 6th-ranked martial marquis. Seeing this battle, the other trainees were so frightened that they didn't dare to utter a single breath, fearing that they would be dragged into it. What? Shaking people at the drop of a hat? Seeing that Yang Jun actually really recruited the demon subduing army, Su Ningshui panicked with the naked eye, but then calmed down. What does Major General Yang mean? Is this an abuse of power on your part? Isn't it just to teach a lesson to the troublemakers for my disciple? He was beaten up like this by so many people, and I'm still not allowed to teach him a lesson, and slandering me as a foreigner spy? What a big hat. I, Shang Wu, am not a vegetarian either. Yang Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, and the demon surrender army behind him seemed like it was about to move out in the next moment. So many people beat up your disciple? Why don't you listen to your good disciple and tell us what's going on? Ye Feng, say it out loud. You have the backing of your master today. Seeing Su Ningshui being so strong, Ye Feng was instantly confident, thinking that his master would definitely avenge himself. No matter what, he was beaten into this state by Li Yihan. That damned Li Yihan would surely pay the price. Ye Feng then pretended to be very aggrieved and choked. Master, it's like this. After listening to Ye Feng's narration, Su Ningshui's godly expression gradually disappeared. Fine sweat broke out from the corners of her forehead, and a panicked look flashed from the bottom of her eyes. Is what you said true? Su Ningshui looked at Ye Feng with an ironic expression. Seeing her serious face, Ye Feng thought that he blamed himself for not saying something miserable enough. So he continued. Yes, master. Everyone else was knocked out with a stick, but when it was my turn, Li Yihan, he kept humiliating me, kept hitting my injured leg. Su Ningshui's head was buzzing at the moment as if she had been struck with a boring stick, and Ye Feng didn't listen to the words that followed. More than 70 people beating up a single person and being beaten like this. With this kind of demonic talent, it was no wonder that he was valued by Yang Jun like that. This was a well-deserved pride of the human race. Su Ningshui swallowed her saliva, her heart secretly saying that it was not good. What an unfortunate coincidence. She completely didn't expect that just because she was late for this small moment, such a shocking feat could actually happen. As soon as she had appeared, she had immediately clamored for the appearance of the heavenly pride who had just accomplished the feat. This is not recognized as a spy or very difficult to explain. One is reasonable cannot say, "Damn Li Yihan, how is it you again? How can you grow to such a level in just 1 month? Damn it!" Su Ningshui's heart was flooded with remorse, regretting that he hadn't hardened himself against Li Qing's slap to forcefully abolish him. Is there an explanation for this? Yang Jun's cold voice rang out, and Su Ningshui just wanted to explain. Without waiting for her to finish, 2 martial sectors with thick breaths appeared behind her and detained her. Su Ningshui didn't struggle. If she resisted now, it would be true that she was a spy. Before being taken away, Su Ningshui looked at Li Yihan with poisonous eyes. The killing intent in her heart became more and more intense. Ye Feng? I haven't even finished speaking. Why is Master being detained away? Didn't she say she would take me to a good place at night? How am I going to get there if she's gone? In Ye Feng's confused eyes, Su Ningshui was taken away by the demon surrender army, and the noisy square quieted down. No one is daring to talk nonsense. Even the vice principal of Qinggu said to arrest. This demon fall army is really overbearing. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Yang Jun slowly opened his mouth. Let's move on to the next item. Let me give you all a brief introduction to the Devil Sea. I'm sure this is the first time everyone has come to the Devil Sea. Then familiarizing yourselves with the Devil Sea is also your first lesson when you enter the academy. I will be the one to teach you all the lesson. Thousands of years ago the aura revived. From then on all the species surviving on the blue planet seemed to have superpowers and kept getting stronger. The human race had blood chi and started practicing martial arts, and those beasts gradually changed into ferocious beasts. At first, the human and beasts constantly strife. The human race or by virtue of their own wisdom to the beasts to defeat. Just when the human race to celebrate, the blue star above the Sea of Magic as a rift valley suddenly appeared. The demon race from the Sea of Magic surging out to start attacking the blue star. So far the human race pulled off the struggle with the devil race. In the resistance of the human race sages and seniors, the human race martial emperor sealed the devil emperor, but he himself fell in the land of the stars, and the human race also established their own city in the Devil Sea, and the place we're standing underneath our feet is the human race's #1 city in the Devil Sea, the Middle Domain City. The human race has a total of 3 cities in the Devil Sea, the Western Domain, the Middle Domain, and the Eastern Domain, with the Great Xia alone guarding the Middle Domain City, the Western nations combining to guard the Western Domain City, and the Lesser Days and Pretty nations combining to guard the Eastern Domain City. From the side, it also reflects our Grand Xia's strong and deep heritage. Of the 20 martial saints in the entire Blue Star, our Grand Xia accounts for a full 10. Everyone here, you should all be proud of being born in Grand Xia. The end of Yang Jun's words ushered in continuous thunderous applause. For the college students who came to the Devil Sea for the first time, it was a reminiscence of history and pride in their country. Next we head to the 7th Regiment of the Demon Fall Army's barracks for a tour. Everyone will be stationed at the barracks tonight. Chapter 42, Illusionary Idea Greatly Accomplished. Beginning of Reaping. Late at night, the light silver moonlight poured out through the heavy ink clouds, spreading on the dark earth. Under the moonlight, thousands of military tents sprouted up like spring bamboo shoots outside of Central Region City, like a smear of duckweed under the huge city wall. Although this was at the foot of Middle Domain City, it was far away from the battlefield, mainly to ensure that these newly enrolled martial arts college students experienced military camp life and adapted to the environment of the Magic Sea. In fact, most of the students felt that this step was purely transient, with no bitter hard feelings, but there was nothing they could do about it. Snoring sounds rose within an inconspicuous tent, for single beds were placed simultaneously within the crowded space, all of which were full of sleepers. After seeing everyone asleep, Ye Feng lying on the bed opened his eyes with a glare. He sat on the bed and looked around, confirming that he was really asleep, then limped off the bed and quietly stepped out of the tent. After looking around, tiptoeing towards the barracks in the moonlight, thinking that the perfect action was hidden in the darkness of a pair of deep eyes found. Hidden in the dark observation, Li Yihan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. The little fish finally out of action, and then converged breath quietly followed. In the original Su Ningshui's reason for taking Ye Feng to the Martial Saint Ruins wasn't because she wanted to bestow him with a chance, but simply because she couldn't get in by herself. Although this Martial Saint Ruins was very close to the Central Region City, it was hidden, and no one had found it for a long time. But Su Ningshui, who happened to be passing by, stepped on dog poop and found it. Originally, she was excited to go in but was turned away because she found out that this Martial Saint Ruin was passed down to males but not females. Su Ningshui's first thought was of her own brother, the commander of the service army, the late 8th Order Martial Sage Su Shan, but the thought of two powerful people know the goods, will certainly seize the treasure with her to grab the opportunity, cannot be controlled, thinking about it will have a plan, that is to accept the apprentice. Those edges to the disciples who do not know the goods as a gift. and he can enjoy the admiration and love of the disciples, but also to obtain most of the opportunity in name only. This plan was simply perfect. Therefore, Ye Feng became her disciple. Ye Feng, who thought he had picked up a great bargain, was touched to the core, but he didn't know that what he had obtained were some unusual edges. Even the numinous power technique that he later rebuked the exchange tournament was the worst one that Su Ningshui had picked out from it, but Ye Feng had hardened himself to kill his reputation with his own talent. The relics of martial arts saint origin was also Su Ningshui take away. Finally Ye Feng breakthrough martial arts saint need this thing, but still in the middle of the 8th order Su Ningshui not to give, leading to the master and disciple antagonism left behind a gap. Recalling this, Yihan, who revealed half of her face in the darkness, let out a light hum. Humph, they're going to turn against each other anyway, so let me add more fire to you guys. But before going over there, I have to use this card first. Yihan took out a golden card from the system backpack. Kung Fu Great Achievement Quick Achievement Card. You can quickly cultivate any Kung Fu to the Great Achievement realm. Click to use. Object of use, Illusion Technique. Swoosh. The card in his hand turned into a spot of light and dissipated, turning into a wisp of golden aura surrounding his body. As the golden aura absorbed and disappeared, Yihan felt that his proficiency in mastering illusionary numinous technique was like a rocket rubbing up, and in a matter of moments, he came to the grand completion realm. Yihan slightly closed his eyes. A vast and boundless illusory world appeared in his mind, as if it could easily appear in front of him with a single thought. This was the illusory thought technique grand completion? It was possible to switch between the illusory and real worlds, allowing one to get lost in them as if they were in a cage. No wonder it was able to seal the Demon Emperor. With the strength of the human half-emperor Extreme East, he was able to easily construct an imaginary world with his Nian Yu and banish the Demon Emperor. The current Yihan, although the Gong method is accomplished, but the realm is lower to do not be able to the level of the Extreme East, but trapped a beginning of the martial arts zone Su Ningshui. He thought it should be more than enough. The slightly cool wind lightly scraped against Yihan's cheeks, causing him to slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Next, it was his turn to reap the rewards. A few kilometers outside the barracks, a limping figure, unusually lonely in the dark and lonesome late night, finally stopped in front of a huge mountain rock. Ye Feng raised his head and looked at the rocky mountain with no grass, muttering, "This should be the place that Master said. Where is Master?" She should have come out of the demon surrender army by transmitting her voice in advance, right? Just as Ye Feng was looking east and west trying to search, a weak, clear and cold voice came from above the rocks. Cough cough, Master is here. Hearing the voice Ye Feng was overjoyed. He looked up and saw Su Ningshui sitting on top of the rock with her hair scattered. Her chi and blood looked to be constantly churning. Master, are you alright? Hearing Ye Feng's concern, Su Ningshui lightly scolded and waved her hand, pretending to speak calmly. It's fine. Her eyes, however, flashed a trace of scorn, and her heart harbored a heavier hatred towards Yihan. Demon descending armies means she is considered to have seen, if it is not their own big brother intervened, may also lose a layer of skin, but then smiled again, the fair white face in the moonlight unusually brilliant. It doesn't matter. After opening this martial saint relic today and obtaining the treasures inside, everything will be worth it. Su Ningshui dabbed and jumped down from the top of the rocky mountain and stood in front of Ye Feng. Afterwards, her hand gently waved at the mountain in front of her, and a powerful forceful chi erupted from her sleeve, exploding the hard rock body in front of her with a rumble. The loud sound accompanied by the rock body burst fly, the whole piece of rock exposed after a green-colored copper door. Su Ningshui led Ye Feng to the door. At her signal, Ye Feng bit his finger with a vicious breath. A drop of blood flowed out of his finger. While the drop of blood did not fall, suddenly pressed in the center of the bronze door, the drop of blood moistened the doorway, and with a vibration, the bronze door slowly opened. Seeing the door open, Su Ningshui's eyes were glowing. She stepped into the bronze door first. Seeing this, Ye Feng followed closely and went in, afraid of missing something good. The moment the two stepped into the door, a faint voice came from far away and resounded around the rocky mountain. Illusory world, descend, buzz. An invisible film appeared in front of the bronze door, and the two of them didn't notice it in the slightest. Passing through that invisible membrane one after another, their bodies rippled in the air. Thunk! The moment the bronze door closed, Su Ningshui couldn't hide the smugness in his heart. Ha 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 ha! Great! Finally got in! Now everything in the martial saint ruins is mine! Behind him, Ye Feng was watching the mysterious scene around him with wide-eyed excited eyes. Is this the chance I'm going to encounter next? Yihan, the mountain doesn't turn. After obtaining the chance, all those shame you brought me before, I will definitely double it. The master and disciple walked into the passageway of the relics with their hearts in their mouths. Unbeknownst to them, in front of the bronze door of the barren rock body in the magic sea, their figures stood in place as if they were frozen in time, not moving in the slightest. Chapter 43. Well then, you go and undress her. Behind the bronze door, Wallfires hung on both sides of the dark and narrow passageway, and the cold and gloomy wind blew from the inside to the outside, blowing the lamps hanging on the rock wall to shake, reflecting two figures under the wavering firelight, one in front and one behind. Soon, the two of them passed through the passageway to a wide space, where the entire rocky mountain looked like it had been hollowed out, with a huge empty interior. I really didn't come to the wrong place, Su Ningxue shouted out in excitement. Reflected in her eyes were mountains of martial arts techniques and A-grade or above transcendent weapons. They were piled up together glowing with golden light, shining the entire space in a golden splendor. And suddenly she rushed forward. Fat, developed. On the other side, Ye Feng stood in place like he was lost in thought. He had never seen so many qi and blood pills in his life. The height of several buildings, the medicinal fragrance emanating from the thick qi and blood made his heart and blood surging. He pounced forward like a vicious wolf, completely ignoring the pain in his legs. The two stood in front of the different resources they saw, frantically harvesting them with the spatial rings they had prepared, no one willing to lag behind. Su Ningxue, who was having a great time pretending, suddenly looked up as if she remembered something, putting down the volume of the merit law she had just held in her hands and getting up to head deeper. No, so many things in this Martial Saint ruins? Why does it feel a bit unreal? What kind of big dog household is this, to actually have so many martial arts resources? The entire fortune of the Martial Saints on the blue planet combined was afraid that there wasn't this much, right? Su Ningxue walked forward with a puzzled expression, passing through the layers of treasures, finally discovering a distinctive item in the deepest part, something she could only dream of, a slightly dense white light, transparent orb, containing a warm and refreshing breath. After seeing this item, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally thinking that she was still skeptical about the authenticity of this Martial Saint ruin, but the existence of this item meant that this ruin was real. Martial Saint origin. Su Ningxue looked hotly at the origin in front of her, gently resting it in her hands and quietly feeling the Martial Saint power it emanated. On the blue star, one could not reach Martial Saint by cultivation alone, and if one wanted to break through from the 8th order to the 9th order to achieve Martial Saint, one would need the Martial Saint origin. The 8th order was the ceiling of the human race's cultivation of martial arts itself. And want to break the ceiling, you have to use the power of the origin of heaven and earth to be able to break through. And this is the origin of the Martial Saint, the human blue star currently on the 20 martial arts saints. Each martial arts saint is vigorous blood lifelong, unparalleled combat power. She did not dare to hit the idea, but there are always some selfish martial saints who know they are about to die but don't want to pass on their origin, such as the one in front of her. These are not many but there are always some. Those inexplicably disappeared martial saints in history are almost all like this, opening up relics in the magic sea to hide their own origin. The beauty of it was that they wanted to walk intact on their own, but in her opinion these were just old, undead, cowards occupying a latrine and not Ting. Might as well give them to her, now that she had gotten the Martial Saint origin herself. In the end the path to Martial Saint had been opened, and when she reached the peak of her martial exaltation, she would surely become a saint directly. Ha 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 ha. The entire space echoed with Su Ningxue's smug, maniacal laughter. Just as she was about to put the origin away, an old voice came from her, instantly causing her figure to quake. The old man is still being woken up even after he's dead. These grave robbers are truly unqualified. The voice that suddenly came from her caused Su Ningxue to be startled. She never expected that there were actually other people in this ruin. Previously, she had come to detect that this relic had not been opened, and it was simply impossible for anyone else to come in. Could it be that? A chill rose from her spine and her hairs instantly exploded. Su Ningxue slowly turned around and saw the owner of that voice and her pupils instantly shrunk, only to see a translucent, withered old man, similar to a spirit, cloaked in hair, looking at her, with a teasing gaze. The bottom of the eyes is hiding a trace of lust. What made Su Ningxue feel even more horrified was that she actually felt the other party's Martial Saint's aura. This Martial Saint was actually still alive. How could it be? No intention to disturb Senior. Elder will leave now. Fear caused Su Ningxue to instinctively step back and turn around to vanish, but she saw the old man raise his hand up and gently squeeze it. Ding! The surrounding air was instantly as hard as rock. The entire space was blocked off at once, and Su Ningxue's body was deadlocked in place. Want to leave? Did I promise? The old man floated to Su Ningxue's body, his face sticking extremely close as he kept sniffing, his eyes constantly glancing at the shocking glow under the light veil in front of his chest, his expression unusually lewd. TSK. Such a snow-white and plump woman. How can she do this kind of chicken stealing? Seeing the old man leaning so close, Su Ningxue was terrified and disgusted, and spoke quietly after strongly suppressing her breath. I didn't know that Senior was here. Please forgive me. I am Su Ningxue of the Su clan. I still hope that Senior will be magnanimous and let me go. The old man raised his head, a pair of cloudy eyes looking straight at her. Su family? What bull family? Never heard of it. Let you off the hook? What about that little mouse outside? The old man stretched out his finger and gently hooked it, and Ye Feng's body, who was frantically sweeping hundreds of meters away, shook. Why is there a feeling of palpitations? Didn't wait for Ye Feng to react. Boom! A huge pulling force suddenly attacked, carrying Ye Feng to disappear in place with a swoosh, and the spatial ring in his hand also fell to the ground. Deep in the cave, Ye Feng's weightless figure flipped flying at extreme speed. Dang! After hitting the hard rock wall, Ye Feng's head was full of dizziness, and after slowing down, he looked at the lewd old man who resembled a soul and Su Ningshui who was motionless, and his face was full of questions. How come there are other people here? Master, this is your pee. Without waiting for Ye Feng's words to fall, monstrous killing intent suddenly erupted from the old man's body, as if he was being gazed at by an abyss. Frightened, Ye Feng didn't move a muscle, his eyes filled with panic, even Su Ningshui's face paled. No, this old man was going to kill them at the drop of a hat? Looking at the panicked Ye Feng, the old man spared a glance and opened his mouth dryly. Young man, do you want to live? Hearing this, Ye Feng was like finding a life-saving straw and desperately nodded his head. Since you want to live, then answer me a few questions. Aha. Ye Feng's head nodded furiously like a chicken pecking at rice. What is your relationship with this person? She is my master. Is your master good to you? Hearing this, Ye Feng began to think. That said, although Su Ningshui was stingy with her, but twice he stood up for himself, so he had to say that he was still good. Ye Feng straightened his spine and spoke proudly. He wanted to impress this senior with his sincerity. My master treats me well. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Su Ningshui's heart warmed and her eyes warmed as she looked at Ye Feng. This brat, he still had some conscience. The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement when he heard the reply. Good then, you go and take off the clothes, sir. Chapter 44 Master, you don't want to lose this life either, do you? What? After hearing the old man's words, Ye Feng was struck by lightning, and Su Ningshui's pupils even shrunk. You, what did you say? Boom! The old man slightly narrowed his eyes. A horrifying killing intent surfaced once again. His eyes coldly stared at Ye Feng, and he said in an unquestionable manner, I'm only going to say this once. If you don't do as I say, then all of them will die for me. Fear came like a tidal wave, all of a sudden occupying Ye Feng's heart. Looking at Su Ningshui who was confined and unable to move, Ye Feng swallowed, and although he was afraid, the sizzle in his eyes grew hotter and hotter. A trace of excitement somehow flooded his mind. Master, this isn't me wanting to do this. Su Ningshui's plump figure wanted to keep struggling, but to no avail, and was deadlocked in place. Fluctuations raging in front of her trembling and struggling keto body. Su Ningshui's expression looked flustered to the naked eye. Master, I'm sorry. Ye Feng, you, don't come over. Master, you don't want to lose this life either, right? I was forced to do this. When Ye Feng untied Su Ningshui's first layer of light veil white clothes, Su Ningshui hissed non-stop as teardrops rose from the corners of her eyes. Ye Feng, didn't you say that master treated you well? Is this how you repay your master? Su Ningshui's words didn't make Ye Feng stop the movements in his hands. Instead, he became sharper. After he skillfully unbuttoned that final hurdle behind his back with one hand, a pair of plump rabbits jumped out violently. The white blossoms were eye-catching. It's because it's good for me that I'm doing this. I'm doing this to save you, master. Don't worry, master. I'll be quick. With a swish, sat down his pants. Rocky Mountain. In front of the bronze gate, Yihan slowly walked out from the back of the cave entrance and came to the side of the two people who stood motionless like statues. Phew. Feeling a bit dizzy, he rubbed his head and spat, creating an illusion with the illusory numinous technique to control an 8th order martial exalt, even at the early stage, had caused his numinous power to almost bottom out. If it wasn't for the timely exchange of a few Nianli replenishment pills in the Unicorn Brother kiosk, he might have failed, but fortunately successful. The corner of Li Yihan's mouth rose. However, according to his current realm of Nian power Xiaoyuan, although he couldn't utilize 100% of the ability of the illusory Nian technique grand completion, illusory world, he could still construct it according to his general idea. The illusory world that Li Yihan created for the two was very simple. It was to achieve a world where master and disciple created a break and held a grudge against each other. By the looks of it, it was almost done. Li Yihan walked to the front of the two people, wanting to admire the two people's faces as they turned against each other, but he froze for a moment. He looked at the two people's very different expressions in confusion. A question mark was issued in the bottom of his heart. Why was Ye Feng's face comfortable and full of enjoyment, while Su Ningshui looked pained and frowned? What was going on? Shouldn't they both be in pain? Why is Ye Feng smiling so brightly on this face? Go and take a look. Li Yihan slightly frowned. Will be the idea of probing into the illusion of the world after a sentence of nationalism out of mouth. I wipe. This is not coded can see things. seeing the spring light inside, double rabbits flying around, Yihan straight called out awesome. However, I don't seem to mean this, right? He then noticed the old man with a lewd face of a spirit next to the two athletes, and Yihan narrowed his eyes. He himself currently did not have the level to operate the people in the illusory world. Nowadays, this plot should be influenced by that martial arts saint in the original relics and related to his fetishes. In a flash of lightning, Ye Feng took a long breath, his body trembled slightly, and completed his sprint. The old man who was watching the show saw Ye Feng finish, collected his lewd expression, looked at Ye Feng playfully, and said with a straight face, "Why did you defile your master?" Ye Feng after hearing this voice lifted his pants and turned his head to look at the old man suspiciously. "Wasn't it you who told me to do that?" The old man raised his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes curved slightly. "Told you which? I only told you to take your clothes off. I didn't say a word about the rest of your 2.5-minute long behavior. Purely your personal behavior." Seeing the old man flip-flopping and not admitting, Ye Feng was extremely annoyed in his heart. He felt Su Ningshui's resentful gaze, but he didn't dare to question it out loud. He could only swallow this breath and helplessly said, "You." Behind Su Ningshui's face was filled with tears. Her eyes were lax as she looked at the cavern above her, and she felt remorse in her heart. What a good disciple. No matter what, I did as I was told. Now senior can let us both go, right? Ye Feng looked at the old man with a pleading face. Spare you guys? No way. The old man still has half an hour left. According to the speed just now, you can still perform 10 times. Old man hasn't seen enough. Not even once less, or else old me will slap you to death. The old man's soul spirit looked at Ye Feng with a smirk, while Su Ningshui at the back had fallen into despair after hearing this, and she roared hysterically, "Ye Feng, if you're still my disciple, don't do this. Wait for him to shoot us to death." "No master, if you leave a green hill, you're not afraid of no firewood. I'll definitely save you." Scram! 10 times later, Ye Feng panted and looked at the old man. Su Ningshui, who was lying on the ground and couldn't close her legs, was more like a puddle of dolls to be slaughtered at the moment. The old man of the soul was surprised and looked at Ye Feng. "Awesome, actually completed 10 times in only half the time. Congratulations, you have managed to survive." Hearing this news, Ye Feng's originally tense brow relaxed and happily told this news to Su Ningshui, who was lying on the ground. "Master, did you hear that? We managed to survive. Roll." Then the old man looked at the happy Ye Feng as if he remembered something and teasingly flirted. "Tell another good news while you guys are happy. Actually, if you don't listen to me, also won't die, because this is an illusion. The request I made just now was purely a personal pet peeve, but I didn't expect it, young man. You accomplished it even better than I thought. Ha 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 ha." The old man of the spirit gradually faded as he laughed maniacally, and finally disappeared. What? Illusion? Only Ye Feng, who was frozen in place, and Su Ningshui, who was trembling with anger on the ground, remained. Yihan also retreated from the illusory world at this time. The time of the world of illusions was almost over, and the two of them were about to wake up, so they had to get to work. Yihan, who had read the original book, knew where the most crucial treasures were, so even if he was delayed watching the show, it didn't matter. He lightly took away most of the valuable things, the artifact remnants as well as the martial saint origin. Bouncing with small steps, he leisurely left. After passing by the two men, he teasingly looked at Ye Feng. Someone is going to suffer. A few moments later, a thick chi and blood with murderous intent erupted like a tsunami from within the Rocky Mountain, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Yihan, who was several kilometers away, could feel this monstrous killing intent from Su Ningshui. Chapter 45, Why don't you call me father? Master, please forgive me. This is just an illusion. I didn't mean it either. I also just want us to live. At the entrance of the cavern, Ye Feng knelt on the ground, prostrated himself with both hands, knocked his head hard on the hard ground, and kept begging for forgiveness. Su Ningshui's eyes were like knives, looking down on Ye Feng without emotion. The killing intent emanating from her body made Ye Feng's heart palpitate as she opened her mouth icily without a trace of tone. "You really have a lot of guts. I was also forced to do so, Master." Even though it was an illusion, that real feeling made Su Ningshui not dare to recall it. It was simply like it was real. He had to say that this disciple was the fastest he had ever seen. Seeing that Ye Feng's attitude of admitting his mistake was still sincere, Su Ningshui indifferently opened his mouth. "Rot this matter in your stomach. Otherwise, Before Su Ningshui's words fell, Ye Feng's head quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing Ye Feng nodding his head once again made Su Ningshui remember Ye Feng's traitorous appearance just now, and a wave of nausea surged through her heart. Immediately, she turned her head and ignored the expression of disgust, twisting her arrogant steps towards the ruins. Looking at Su Ningshui's enchanting steps, Ye Feng's eyes were gloomy and unhappy. "What do you want to pretend to be? Wasn't it to save you just now? How dare you still not appreciate it? Ha, really an old woman who does not know what's good for her. Ye Feng's mind Su Ningshui didn't know. She was in a pretty good mood at the moment. The thought that she was about to obtain the Martial Saint origin and open the path to the Martial Saint was also a way to offset those unpleasant memories just now. But the moment she stepped into the bronze door, her entire body suddenly paused with a look of disbelief. The interior wasn't large, a small cavern that could be seen at the bottom with a single glance, 100,000 miles away from what was in the illusion just now. Su Ningshui stood at the mouth of the ruins, her eyes trembling, her hands clenching, her fists rippling with veins. As far as the eyes could see, the interior was empty. The weapons that were originally supposed to be placed in the weapon racks had been emptied. The books of feats were in a mess, and there were very few of them left on the shelves, and the location of the Martial Saint origin was also empty. The most crucial thing was that there were 2 large lines of words carved on the rock wall deep in the bottom, haunting the eyes like a magic spell. Running lights are good yo, D grade, right? The beauty of it is that your disciple is too fast. Ye Feng's pupils plummeted when he saw the second line, his fists clenched to death. No, the same time others once I can complete 7 times. This is called efficiency. Ka-ching. Su Ningshui directly shattered the rock wall at the bottom with a single thought, then roared in anger. Damn it, who is it? Boom. She suddenly erupted with terrifying chi, and the entire relic quickly collapsed under her anger, drowning in ruins. Ding. Detected that Ye Feng's master-disciple relationship has produced a break, gaining bonus villain points plus 10,000. Detected that Ye Feng has become confused about himself, gaining bonus villain points plus 6,000. Detected that the host has plundered Ye Feng's chances, rewarded with plus 20,000 villain points. Ye Feng's fortune minus 5%, current mission progress plus 3%. Progress reaches 15% to receive a reward top martial sage experience card. After returning to the barracks, Yihan listened to the system's constant prompts and lay on his bed smiling from ear to ear, not to mention obtaining the Martial Saint origin from the relics. He had also harvested a top-tier Martial Saint experience card. Now that it was the critical stage of raising one's strength, all resources were quite important. If one remembered correctly, in the exchange tournament, the demon race had tried to force the human race to go to war. Spies were planted in the global martial exchange tournament to assassinate the human race's pride. Although the assassination failed, there were 8 demon saints who arrived at Domain City in unison for a battle for the ages. It was during that battle that the Li family, which was the main force, had most of its top battle force depleted, falling several martial exalts, and even grandfather Martial Saint Li Shengtian was severely injured under the siege of the 3 demon saints. This caused the Li family to begin to decline, and also allowed Ye Feng to take advantage of the opportunity to develop. This top Martial Saint experience card came at the right time. With it, Yihan had more confidence to make the Li family the ultimate winner of this battle. With that, Yihan took out the dense and warm Martial Saint origin and sighed slightly. This time, I have gained a lot. Not only did I obtain a large amount of martial arts resources, but this Martial Saint origin has also arrived. Now that I have the origin in hand, my Li family can have a double Martial Saint in one family. It's time for that cheap old man to advance to Martial Saint. Remembering Li Huaishuan's unorthodox appearance, Li Yihan smiled. The stronger the Li family was, the more at ease he would be. The next day, after listening to the summary, the trainees on the square returned to the Blue Star through the Magic Sea large transmission array in turn. On the other hand, Li Yihan and the others followed Li Qing back to the backyard of the Extreme Dao Academy through the separate teleportation array that he had come from. Just after arriving at the academy, Li Yihan was ready to leave without stopping. Li Qing did not ask much about this. According to the strength of Li Yihan has reached the level of graduation. His only task now is to cultivate the phantom thought technique to proficiency. And the idea cultivation cannot be tense. Have to relax the cultivation in a gradual manner. In this regard, Li Qing counted on his fingers. According to his talent, it is estimated that he will be able to reach it within a year. Kyoto, Li Mansion. Where's Pops? Li Yihan pushed open the heavy door and started looking around. He knew that Li Huaishuan would usually be at Blue Star except for emergencies. The trial court, whose duty was to maintain the human race internally, hadn't been busy lately and would only go to the Magic Sea when necessary. Father is here. What's going on, son? You miss your father after only 2 days of school? Li Huaishuan walked out from the cultivation room with a face. Possessing a strong perception, he already knew the moment Li Yihan arrived in Kyoto. Getting down to business. What realm are you at now as a martial zune? Seeing Li Yihan's unprecedented initiative to ask about his realm, Li Huaishuan instantly came into the spirit. Such a good opportunity to blow off some steam. Mustn't he show off in front of his son? Ahem. Li Huaishuan put his hands behind his back and opened his mouth in a deep voice. Your father, I was 3 years old and practiced. Get to the point. 8th order perfection. Li Huaishuan hemmed and hawed, proudly saying, but sighed immediately afterward. If there was a martial saint origin, your father and I would have been martial saints long ago. It's all because of those old things occupying the latrine. There's only one Martial Saint origin in my Li family's 8 generations of single heirlooms. Alas, if someone else could give me one, it wouldn't be too much to ask me to call him father. Meaning, whoever can give you the Martial Saint origin is your father? Then what else? I'll just wait for my father to pass it on to me. Li Huaishuan gave a blank look. How about you call me dad? Li Yihan pulled out a dense, light-flooded orb from his spatial ring. Originally still chattering, Li Huaishan's body shook when he saw it, and his eyes widened considerably as he quickly grabbed Li Yihan's hand and said incredulously, This is, Chapter 46 Star Destruction Realm Technique, Cultivator God Body, Martial Saint Origin. Li Huaishuan's trembling voice resounded within the room, those black eyes staring deathly at the object in Li Yihan's hand as his breathing became rapid. Where did you get this thing? Li Huaishuan reached out to touch it. A wave of warm origin power slowly came from his fingertips, and he could feel his entire body's chi and blood boiling with caterwauling. Outside of Central Region City, in a Martial Saint relic, Li Yihan said proudly, Holy, you're so lucky with. Then daddy is welcome. The corners of Li Huaishuan's mouth were almost dripping to the ground. He had just reached out to take it when Li Yihan gently skimmed it away, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Li Yihan smile. It had to be said that this look was carved out of the same mold as him. Li Huaishuan slightly inclined his head, a bewildered look on his face. Isn't this for me? Look at you being in a hurry again. What did you just say that you forgot? Li Huaishan looked at the Martial Saint origin and then at Li Yihan's smug look. With a raised eyebrow he coughed lightly and hummed with a cheap smile on his face. Little Han always asking for you without ever saying thank you. Li Huaishan's off-key voice chanted in his ears, and Li Yihan's eyes curved with a smile as he listened. This song, it was worth it. After Li Huaishan took the origin in his hands, he finally looked meaningfully at Li Yihan, and said in a rare and serious manner, Thank you son, but, you remember. Li Huaishuan patted his chest. Your father is your father. Even if the sky collapses, your father will always stand above you. Li Huaishuan's words caused Li Yihan's smile to intensify. The Li family was at peace, and that was enough. The commotion of breaking through the Martial Saint is too great. Father needs to find a secluded place. Li Huaishuan carried the Martial Saint origin in his pocket and turned into a white chi hui that broke through the air. Afterward, Li Yihan put away his smile and began to think continuously. His father's breakthrough to Martial Saint this time. The major crisis faced by the Li family on the Demon Clan's invasion of the Central Region City after the exchange tournament was considered to be temporarily free of pressure, and the next step was the longer-term plan. He knew where all the remaining Martial Saint relics in the Devil Sea were. In the original book, Ye Feng accomplished the Martial Emperor, and before leaving Blue Star, he recovered all of these origins that were left everywhere. However, the number of Martial Saints in Blue Star did not increase, and instead of sending the origin to those Martial Emperors who needed to break through, Ye Feng secretly refined them. This was simply a waste of resources. Li Yihan snorted coldly. The current Ye Feng didn't know about these Martial Saint relics, but he knew everything. After all, this was considered Ye Feng's chance and had to be snatched as well. Then he calculated that after the exchange tournament, he also had to make the second master a Martial Saint. He himself relied on the system. He didn't have to take this path of Blue Star's traditional cultivation. As long as he had Brother Unity's kiosk and villain points, he could grow infinitely, and the speed of upgrading depended on the speed of wool gathering on the heavenly fate. But the rest of the Li family couldn't. The Li family could only honestly rely on the existing cultivation system to go up one step at a time. And the Li family's multiple Martial Saints in one family was not Li Yihan's ultimate goal. He had great ambitions. Li Yihan raised his head, his deep eyes looking out the window at the blackness that spanned the firmament, wanting to see through it. He knew that the magic sea was only a springboard in the vast and infinite cosmic sea. In this world, beyond the Blue Star there are many powerful races. Some can even obliterate the stars with the lift of a hand. Wanting to traverse the world behind the land of stars, the Martial Emperor was only the starting point. There was still a long way to go on one's own, and the dependency was the family. His plan was to build the entire Li family into the strongest family in the entire cosmic sea. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yihan entered the cultivation room and found a place to sit casually. Half a month later was the Global Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. Although his current strength was enough to win the championship, it wasn't enough. A big event would happen at the Global Martial Arts Exchange Tournament that he had to participate in. He had to speed up his growth again to be able to navigate through the next crisis. Looking at the full 600,000 villain points in the system panel, Li Yihan once again lamented. To be honest, Ye Feng was really quite fat. Opened the system mall. Ding! Flipping through several pages, he finally found a mysterious green plant in the corner of the mall page, and without hesitation, Li Yihan spent half of the points to buy it. Extinction Star Enlightenment Tree. After using one it will demarcate an area. Within the area you can deduce any technique with a 100% success rate. limited to the extinguished star realm and below. The last time he was opening the Unicorn Brother kiosk, Yihan noticed this thing. That was why he had spent an entire $200,000 to purchase a copy of the Shura Divine Body Scroll. Nowadays, he was a sacred body, great perfection, and if he wanted to break through to Martial Emperor, he had to be a divine body, and Martial Emperor was just what Blue Star called it. In the entire cosmic sea, it was called the Star Destruction Realm. Yihan took out the remnants of the cultivating Luo divine body from the system space, and then without hesitation, he set out the extinguishing star-level enlightenment tree. An aroma that touched the soul instantly wafted throughout the cultivation room, and it felt like the entire chamber was much richer in aura. I wonder if Brother Tuanzi would have a problem if he knew that he was such a Kappa brother. The divine body technique that was originally worth millions of points was given to him for $500,000. Start learning. Replace the merit law. Throughout the night, Yihan sat cross-legged within the cultivation room, the entire space's aura churning with surging blood chi. When the last leaf of the enlightenment tree was about to wither, a hostile aura of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses swept through the entire cultivation room, and scarlet aura constantly surrounded the perimeter of Yihan's body. The original golden-yellow holy body was also gradually invaded by a touch of scarlet, until finally all the golden yellow was occupied, and the hideous Shura behind the whole person had turned into a scarlet face. Phew, it's done. Yihan took a long breath and slowly got up. Towards the front, he casually punched out a fist, which vaguely had the power to break space. Although the current god body was the proficient realm, and the martial realm was far from enough, but it was also a solid star destruction realm technique, and now he vaguely had the might of a martial emperor. Next is the realm. Open the system mall. Looking at the remaining 300,000 points, Yihan looked towards the 6th order realm enhancement card. 6th order realm enhancement card, selling points 300,000. After using it, you can raise your 6th order cultivation to the 7th order. This was also a new page unlocked by the mall after the 6th rank. Within this new page were cultivation enhancement cards for each realm, and the price difference between the enhancement cards for each stage was huge. So at that time after this interface appeared, Yihan knew that the cultivation route he took was completely different from the others. And the last thing shown on that page was an exterminating star realm enhancement card. As for the price, that was even more astronomical. As for the back of the page, did not show. It may not be opened until after the exterminating star realm. Whether or not to use the 6th order enhancement card? Use. Yihan looked at the clean white cultivation room and fell into deep thought. The physical body and realm had already reached the limit at this stage. As for the numinous power, Yihan did not intend to use the items within the system mall. The budget of points was limited and could not take care of every aspect perfectly. This could only rely on himself. The next subsequent moment of observing the body of the Martial Emperor had a moment of soul communication with the Martial Emperor. That would be enough. Chapter 47 Departure. Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament. Time passed in a flash. Half a month later, a shocking piece of news ran through the major martial arts academies around the globe, leaving people in disbelief. Shocking. Massachusetts Martial Arts University. Thomas has achieved sacred body perfection and stepped into the 7th rank. When this news appeared, the schools and students who were originally preparing for the martial arts competition were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Asterisk, is this still human? Not even graduated from college yet and he's already at the 7th rank? It's too terrifying. Heavens, then isn't there no chance for Desya to still observe the body of a martial emperor this time? Alas, a genius who comes out of nowhere. No one can stop him. Originally, it was thought to be a rumor, but when the Massachusetts Martial Arts University personally came out to confirm it, all of the countries within the martial arts universities were thrown into a panic. In that case, could the first place really belong to Pretty Country? Inside the Massachusetts Martial Arts University, inside a magnificent circular palace building, boom, with a loud bang, the huge Ram's 7th rank strength tester in front of him was shattered by Thomas's punch without changing his color. He exhaled a long breath, exuding an astonishing aura. His thick chi and blood surrounded by flesh and blood, and a 6-winged angel with golden light and floating colors appeared faintly behind him. The entire person was like an angel possessed, full of intimidation. Is this the power of the angelic sacred body perfection? It's amazing. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man walked in at this moment, his blue eyes filled with shock and great astonishment. This time, the champion is not our Pretty Country. Great Xia is bound to lose this time. This is inevitable. Thomas slowly turned around, thick chi and blood power continuously escaping as he turned, arrogantly looking at the white man who spoke without anger. Jack, this time I will definitely fight my way through the entire Desya alone, even globally. At the same time, all of the martial arts universities in Grand Xia were very flustered. and many of them began to worry about this Grand Xia's performance in the martial arts competition. Even Shiyu in the Extreme Dao Academy was quite anxious and kept circling around the small bamboo forest courtyard with his hands behind his back. At this level, he didn't even dare to guarantee that Li Yihan would be able to secure a win. Seeing Li Qing still lying on the chair with a look of calmness, Shiyu finally couldn't help himself. Dean Li, aren't you even worried about not getting first place? Worried? Enjoying his leisure, Li Qing slowly opened his eyes and said in a flat tone, there's nothing to worry about. Extreme Dao Academy taking first place. This matter will not have any surprises in any term. He then sat up and looked at Chiyu, nodding with admiration. But then again, you're getting more and more like an academy teacher now. A day before the departure of the competition, Li Yihan returned to the Extreme Dao Academy with a smile on his face, and in just half a month, his strength had risen a great deal more. During that time, he had refined that remnant soldier from the Martial Saint ruins into a gun, giving himself a weapon to use while he could for the time being. Today's golden spear, although not the top-tier weapon, was still a solid S-class weapon. It wouldn't crumble after 10 consecutive uses of the swimming dragon heaven-shaking gun technique. His own realm was now at the 7th rank, but according to his own strength some 8th-ranked martial exalted wouldn't be his opponent. The current Su Ningshui would have the ability to decapitate him if he was in front of him. Thinking of this, Li Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gentleman's revenge. The faster the better. Have to find an opportunity to GA her. Central Region City. Square. Ink like thick dark clouds were constantly churning overhead, and under the cold wind 8 figures were unusually cool in the large square. These were the 8 contestants representing the Grand Xia. In addition to Li Yihan, the entire body Qinggu Emperor martial arts students, and only 3 freshmen. Beside Li Yihan stood Zhao Lingshi, whose eyes were curved like a crescent moon at the moment, extremely agile. Seeing the two so well matched, a dissatisfied voice came over. Student Zhao Lingshi, we are from the same school. I think you should stand with me. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Yihan raised the corners of her mouth while Zhao Lingshi didn't pay any attention to it, as if it was a breeze to the ears, continuing to smile and chat with Li Yihan. Seeing himself being ignored once again made Ye Feng slightly warm with anger. This woman is simply oil and salt. They have been accosted for half a month, but a positive eye has not been seen. Seeing this, Ye Feng was ready to mobilize public opinion as he airily incited the 2 Qingwu University second senior brothers around him. These 2 senior brothers usually acted in an exceptionally domineering manner, so they definitely disliked this kind of individual behavior that was not separate from the group. We Qingwu students should go out hand in hand to show the unity of our school. What's it like to get entangled with people from other colleges? 2 senior brothers, don't you think so? Ye Feng coldly snorted in his heart. Since he was ignoring himself, then he would wait for the crowd to target him, only to see that upon hearing this, Li Yihan and Zhao Lingshi did not have any reaction, while the 2 senior brothers of Qingwu frowned. They turned their heads and looked at Ye Feng with disgust in their eyes. Originally, the fact that this person was not strong enough but forced his way into the delegation based on Vice Principal Su's blatant favoritism was already enough to annoy them, and now he was still being so shifty? The key was that he also dared to take the initiative to mess with that master of the Extreme Dao Academy? Hasn't this stupid kid heard of his glorious record? The matter of Li Yihan beating up a few Big 2 brothers from the Extreme Dao Academy had already spread throughout the Big 2 levels of the Dixia martial arts colleges. It was said that someone had gone to visit Wang Mang, only to find him lying on the bed with bandages all over his body, leaving them in a state of shock. Back then, Wang Mang was the top student of their level in the martial arts examination. How could he be beaten like that? Once they inquired, they found out that they were beaten up by that freshman, the young master of the Li family. Moreover, they had heard about the incident at the Magic Sea freshman camp, where one person had picked off more than 70 freshmen. Who would dare to offend such a devil king? Brainwashed, they did not pick up Ye Feng's words and said to themselves, Daxia is all one, there is no academy. I don't think it matters who stands how, don't you? I think so too. Looking at the 2 people explaining themselves, Ye Feng was confused. No, what does this mean? Aren't the 2 of you so arrogant in school? Why did you wimp out here? Ye Feng looked at Li Yihan's laughing and joking appearance. The bottom of his eyes were full of resentment. It's all because of the damn Li Yihan. Let him in the freshman camp in such a big face. This accounts sooner or later to pay back. Recently, Sumo's remaining family wealth was almost emptied by him. He had to find a receiver as soon as possible. He couldn't just sit there and eat nothing. Have to work hard. Looking at Zhao Lingshi's long legs, Ye Feng secretly resolved to take her down during this competition. Feel the charm of his own fire. At this time, a majestic man in a general's uniform walked in with a solemn expression. It was none other than Yang Jun. The Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament was exceptionally important to the human race, and each team had a demon-busting corps escorting them. And the long green-shirt old man who came with Yang Jun was none other than the current principal of the Imperial Capital School, Wei Nan Yun. 8th Order Martial Exalt Perfection. He was also the leader of the Great Xia team. He was full of white hair but in high spirits. Although he had restrained his aura, the crowd still felt the oppression he brought. After looking around and seeing that everyone had arrived, Wei Nanyan opened his mouth in a refined manner. Departure. East Domain City. Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the humble author online begging. Trouble you masters send free gifts. For this book review if favorable comment it. Chapter 48. He said I'm Brother Yihan's girlfriend. This is East Domain City? The style is very different from Central Domain City. In front of the huge spatial teleportation array, a group of people from the Grand Xia Martial Arts delegation team looked at the scene in front of them and discussed it. A Western-style upright building rose up. The outer layer of the building all had exquisite reliefs. The glass appearance between each layer was exceptionally exquisite. It was hard to imagine that there could actually be a building as modern as this in the Magic Sea. And the gap between each tall building, interspersed with small days of unique style courtyard, two very different buildings combined together, for the visual impact is still quite strong. Walking on the streets of East Domain City, Zhao Lingshi stared with a pair of big eyes constantly looking around, full of curiosity. He soon arrived at his destination, East Domain City, the martial arts competition venue. This bowl-shaped stadium-like competition venue was overcrowded at the moment, with elite representatives from various martial arts universities around the world gathered here. When Yihan and the others walked in through the passageway entrance, all eyes were on them. The Great Summer's representative team had entered the arena, but soon some people's eyes became teasingly amused. It was important to know that Grand Xia had already won 10 consecutive championships, and their streak was about to be crushed today if no surprises were to be expected. It was only because of that supreme genius from the pretty country, who at the age of 20 had already perfected his sacred body and stepped into the 7th rank. It was heard that he alone could punch through the entire Grand Xia team. After entering the ring, the team split up, with the leader, Principal Wei, and Major General Yang heading in the direction of the podium, while Yihan and the others walked towards the resting area for the players of the Great Summer representative team. Suddenly a small man with a skinny figure and a lewd look led a few people in samurai costumes to block the way of the group. The small man squinted his eyes, and the mustache on his mouth was especially conspicuous as he said in an extremely heavy accent, "You drops, are you the ones working for the Great Summer delegation this time?" He was looking at a few people with an unusually arrogant demeanor, and his tiny eyes kept observing the pair of long, fair white legs of Zhao Lingshi in the back, full of ideas. "Precisely. I wonder who your excellency is." Seeing that an international friend had come to greet him, Ye Feng stood out and greeted him warmly. "Yoshi, I am Yamamoto Itachi of the Japanese Rainbow representative team. You're walking at the front. Are you the captain of the Dacia representative team?" Hearing Yamamoto ask himself this, Ye Feng couldn't help but straighten his back. Before setting off there was no decision on who was the captain. Originally thought that all would come to compete for the name of captain only to find out that there was none, so Ye Feng volunteered to be the captain. He proudly opened his mouth. "Yes, I am the captain, Ye Feng." Hearing Ye Feng's answer, Yamamoto Itachi raised his eyebrows and spoke disdainfully. "With all due respect, Captain Yi, your strength is also too poor." "Right, the captain is like this. Then this team of yours is really not good at working this year. Ha 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 ha." Yamamoto Itachi's unabashed mockery caused a few samurai-costumed men behind him to laugh out loud. Hearing being insulted by himself, Ye Feng's expression instantly went cold, yet he didn't dare to be angry. The aura emitted by the few people in front of him were almost all stronger than him, and most importantly, Yamamoto Itachi's name was one he had heard before, the only martial arts saint in Rainbow, Yamamoto Kishi's only son. It was heard that this martial saint doted on his son, and Yamamoto Itachi's reputation was very bad in the Rainbow, bullying the city, but no one dared to say anything. It's because of his father's backing. Knowing that the other party's background was heavenly, even if he provoked himself, Ye Feng did not dare to take any chances, and could only slightly toughen his tone. "Your Excellency Yamamoto is joking. My dacia is very powerful." Hearing Ye Feng being so humble, Yamamoto Itachi ignored it after despising it. His eyes passed through the rows of people and stared straight at the last Zhao Lingshi. Obscene to the extreme. "How about this? You let that pretty girl at the end of your row spend a night with us, and I might consider letting you off the hook when we face you. You're the captain dropping work. I think you should have that right." Seeing Yamamoto making such an unreasonable request, Ye Feng first frowned slightly, and after a moment of hesitation he suddenly came up with an idea. "Your Excellency Yamamoto, I'm afraid that's not good. Someone else has a boyfriend. That's the boy beside her. Just that tall, skinny, tall drop?" "Yes." Seeing Yamamoto pointing the finger at Yihan behind him, Ye Feng secretly smiled. "Humph, since I can't do any harm to you, I'll just create trouble for you, right? We are in East Domain City, but in someone else's Yamamoto family's lair. You, the young master of the Li family, Even if you are arrogant, you can only not suppress the snake in the ground. Let's see what you do. Then you get out of the way. Yamamoto Yada knocked Ye Feng out of the way and arrogantly walked towards Li Yihan's direction. After seeing Ye Feng being such a wimp, the other few Dasha players cursed a waste of money and were ready to go forward to block him, but they were stopped by Li Yihan's voice. Let him come over. Several people turned their heads to look at him suspiciously upon hearing this, only to see Li Yihan slightly raise the corners of his mouth in a gloating manner. The small life was indeed annoying in any world. I was worried that I couldn't find a place to do it, but I didn't expect that I would send it to my door. This Yamamoto Itachi's father was the same spy who had ultimatum the demon race at this global martial arts university exchange tournament. After hearing the news that the demon emperor's seal would awaken in less than a year, Yamamoto Kishi was deeply in crisis and led his family to defect in droves, wanting to cooperate with the demon race's demon saint to hunt down the human race's pride at this global martial arts university exchange tournament as a vote of confidence. And this son of his, Gu, had presumably known about this news for a long time, which was why he was so reckless. Ichiro Yamamoto with a few samurai behind him arrogantly walked up to Li Yihan, raised his head and looked at Li Yihan who was a head taller than him and despised him. Kid, if you are sensible, let me have your girlfriend tonight and I will make it up to you. Otherwise, Zhao Lingshi's face instantly flushed red when she heard Yamamoto's words inside. There was a burst of ecstasy. What? He said I'm Brother Yihan's girlfriend? And Brother Yihan didn't seem to explain? I don't think he's explained it. Seeing the crimson expression on Zhao Lingshi's face, Yamamoto Itachi thought that his words had worked. Then he urged at Li Yihan, get lost. Your girlfriend is already impatient. Let the man of my great rainbow of the sun come to work with a good pain. Yamamoto looked at Zhao Lingshi full of lust, causing the reacting Zhao Lingshi to feel uncomfortable. And just as he wanted to go up to scold angrily, he heard Li Yihan's gentle voice. Lingshi, close your eyes. Hearing Li Yihan's voice, Zhao Lingshi slowly closed her eyes with a red face. Dang! Just as soon as he closed them, he heard a loud thud coming from him. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be the sound of his face hitting and colliding with the hard stone bricks. Then came Yamamoto Itachi's almost hoarse voice. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the humble author is begging online, so please send a free gift for this book review and a favorable comment. Chapter 49 Thomas, is it a little train? Zhao Lingshi opened his eyes and saw Yamamoto Itachi's face covered in blood, pointing at Li Yihan and cursing angrily with the samurai behind him assisting him. Ye Feng saw that Li Yihan made a move to beat up Yamamoto Itachi's heart was overjoyed. This is the territory of the Yamamoto family. Actually dared to make a move to beat up someone else's crown prince? This time he will waste half of his life if he doesn't die. Li Yihan indifferently looked at Yamamoto Etienne and said in a disdainful tone, it doesn't matter who your father is. Do you know who I am? Li Yihan's rhetorical question made Yamamoto froze. Could this kid be big? He asked hesitantly. You drop. Who drop work? I'm your father. Baka. Li Yihan's answer made Yamamoto Yita instantly rage. Looking at Li Yihan's teasing expression, his eyes were about to spit fire. He gritted his teeth and clenched both fists to death. After a few deep breaths, he forcibly suppressed his violent heart. Yamamoto Yada's eyes looked at the frivolous Li Yihan with gloomy moxibustion. This revenge he had memorized. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had warned him not to cause trouble before the plan started to avoid the operation being exposed in advance, this person would have been wasted by him right now. Wait for you to be arrogant for a little while longer. When the match is over and the operation begins, I will make sure that you are worse than dead. Watching your girlfriend submit to my crotch. Live. Very well. I'll take this revenge and work. Let's go. Under the escort of the samurai, Yamamoto Itachi left without looking back after putting down his harsh words. No, you're just leaving? Isn't he a local snake? This is it? Ye Feng was instantly confused when he saw Yamamoto Itachi was humiliated and left without turning his head. The plot is not right. Does it mean that these people are all paper tigers? Damn. I should have known that I shouldn't have been so polite just now. I should have been more savage. Again by that damned Li Yihan loaded to. Not far away, two stout white men took in the scene that just happened, and the white flag behind them clearly marked the pretty country team. Boss, according to the photos on the intelligence, the one who struck out seems to be the expert who scored a perfect mark in the Disya martial arts exam. Nianli, Jack said in a low, muffled voice to Thomas, who had his arms wrapped around his chest next to him. It's a bit interesting. The strike was decisive, but it's not my opponent. Too weak. Thomas' power voice was full of arrogance. He leaned lightly against the wall and slightly closed his eyes, emitting an extremely majestic aura. I'm going to pick a fight. Don't go too far. Jack, don't worry boss. Jack raised the corners of his mouth and walked towards the Disya team with a sturdy pace, his expression arrogantly looking like he was here to find trouble. Yo, another one? Just in time. Let's watch me perform next. Seeing that there is another person who is not good. This time Ye Feng's heart is full of confidence. Looks like These people are soft and fearful of hard, as long as the attitude is resolute, plus some insults, will be gray and roll away. This time, I can't let Yihan take the lead. I have to let everyone see my charm, especially Zhao Lingshi. Ye Feng's face was ruthless and he stretched out his hand to block Jack's way. Jack slightly turned his head sideways and looked at Ye Feng with slight confusion, seemingly not understanding what it meant. What the hell are you doing? Ye Feng opened his mouth with a serious face. To provoke my daxia, you have to ask me if I'll answer. Seeing Ye Feng stopping himself, Jack frowned slightly and subconsciously asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your father. Nima. Where did the second little cutie come from?" Boom! Jack suddenly erupted with a strong aura of mid-6th rank, causing Ye Feng's pupils to shrink. So strong, without having time to react. With a snap, the whole person was trapped by Jack's large hand, which was pressed against the wall with a slap. Dang! Ye Feng's entire head was stuck inside the wall. His body kept twitching outside. He was unusually confused. No, this script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't it be that I finish insulting him and then leave in disgrace after slapping him? Why is it that after Yihan insulted and beat up others, nothing happened, and I got it so bad? Why? Ah, damn Yihan, why are you so lucky? Detected Ye Feng's resentment towards the host has increased. Villain points plus 3,000. Ha, I get rewarded for him taking a beating? Jack looked at Ye Feng in disgust, clapped his hands, and said innocently to the rest of the daxia team, "He was the one who provoked me first. You guys saw it." Hearing this, the few sophomore seniors who originally had icy cold eyes nodded, their faces easing a little. Indeed, this is the truth. It was that Ye Feng himself who had a cheap mouth. This time it was our side that was at a disadvantage. Seeing that no one had an opinion, Jack walked straight towards Yihan's position. "You are Yihan, right? Which one are you?" Jack wrapped his hands around his chest and opened his mouth in an overbearing manner. "It's not important who I am. What's important is that I've come to bring a word." "What word?" "The champion of this global martial arts university exchange tournament will definitely be our pretty country." "Oh, and your daxia team will be pierced by our boss alone." "Who is your boss?" "Thomas." Jack teasingly looked at Yihan and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. And a few other seniors suddenly changed their faces when they heard the name Thomas. Thomas's name has recently swept the globe. Almost no one knows that no one knows. This is known as the Blue Star ever the first day of talent. He actually took the initiative to provoke Yihan? Jack looked at Yihan contemptuously, wanting to see shock in his eyes, but what shocked him was that Yihan seemed to have no ripples, instead frowning in thought. "Thomas, is it a small train?" "Shout dash." Zhao Lingshi lightly laughed upon hearing this. In her heart, she continuously sighed that brother Yihan could be really cute, and then explained. "No, he's a person." "Oh, don't recognize it then." Don't recognize?" Jack snorted coldly after hearing Yihan's answer. What's the point of pretending? Surely he was scared after hearing this name, but after observing Yihan's flat and wave-free eyes, he frowned. It didn't feel like this kid was lying, as if he really didn't recognize it. "You'll recognize it when I beat you guys through." Oh, Jack felt like his provocation had hit cotton, making him feel powerless all of a sudden. Remember that. He then turned his head and walked away, huffing and puffing towards the pretty country rest area. Just as he returned to the rest area, he loudly complained, "Boss, that kid is too arrogant, actually not putting you in his eyes." Thomas sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, not even raising his eyelids after hearing this, and opened his mouth indifferently. "I heard that he single-handedly challenged more than 70 freshmen in his enrollment, so he does have a bit of arrogant capital, but they are all low-stage martial artists of 4 or 5 orders. Nothing to be proud of. Meeting me, just one punch. Woohoo, boss is mighty." Chapter 50 Martial Arts Exchange Tournament begins with strong pretty country. Yihan and the others walked towards the rest area. Ye Feng walked at the end with a face full of resentment, a face of defiance. When a group of people had just settled in their positions, they saw a huge roar coming from above the podium, and a strip of colorful colored smoke rose up and bloomed in the air, rendering the entire stadium glorious. Colorful smoke, fireworks accompanied by exciting stage music. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a stout figure slowly walked towards the center of the podium. The original noisy venue with his appearance on stage instantly quieted down. Yihan know him, the town master of the town of East Region. Pretty country's Martial Saint Stephen, also belonged to the top amongst martial saints. Stephen stood in the center of the stage like a mountain with an aura. After looking around with his deep eyes, he laughed cheerfully and then opened his mouth with a voice as thick as muffled thunder. This year's Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament officially begins. Amidst the intense applause and cheers, Stephen walked robustly back to the center of the podium to take his seat. A slightly stooped, moxie-faced man sat on his right side, none other than the only martial arts saint of the Japanese rainbow, Yamamoto Kishi. And a glance, The podium sitting representatives of various martial arts universities. None of them is a martial arts honor. So many powerful people are seated in a row, so that countless people feel at ease. This is the human race heritage. Stephen just sat down. A soldier in armor hurriedly jogged to his back, close to the ear and said something. After hearing this, Stephen's face instantly changed and hurriedly got up. Seeing that Stephen was about to leave, Yamamoto Kishi at the side hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Stephen-kun?" Stephen's face was gloomy. The domineering aura emanating from between his eyebrows was palpitating as he spoke sullenly. The demon race doesn't know what's gotten into them. They even sent out 7 demon saints to besiege Central Region City. I have to go over to support them as well. What? With such guts, I'll go and slaughter them as well. Hearing this news, Yamamoto Kishi pretended to be surprised and immediately got up. He was held down by Stephen's big hand. No, the martial arts exchange tournament over here is also quite important. There must be a martial saint to hold down the fort. Everything here will be left to you after I leave. And the safety of this group of human race's future elites is also in your hands. Hearing this, Yamamoto Kishi nodded and solemnly said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me. With the old man here, there are no accidents." Seeing Yamamoto Bank speak with conviction, Stephen lowered his heart. After a final brief explanation of 2 sentences, he hurriedly left. Seeing Stephen's departing back, Yamamoto Bank slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes sinisterly sweeping a circle. "There is old man in. No accident, one cannot run. Oh, human pride? All go to hell." At this moment, the martial arts venue is lively and extraordinary. Everyone does not know the next disaster has quietly come. Each participant and the students are overflowing with anticipation and longing, fantasizing that they can achieve excellent results. And the stage Yamamoto sure but do not know their own that sinister face, was a person in the rest area to see clearly. At this time Yihan eyes calm and way free. Silk killing intent emerges in the bottom of the eyes. Anyone who betrays the human race must die. Game 1, the stick team versus the pretty country team. With the referee's announcement, the first match kicked off. Only to see the side of the ring, the 7 players from the stick country walked up the steps with ugly faces, totally not expecting their luck to be so bad, drawing the favorites to win the championship as soon as they arrived. However, after seeing that the pretty country on the opposite side of the ring had only sent out 6 men, the gloom was instantly cleared. Thomas didn't make it to the ring. Several people from the stick country laughed rampantly at the same time. The leading black-clothed captain pointed at the 6 people across the ring and screamed, "Ha! How dare you guys be arrogant? We are not to be messed with either. Just wait for the car to roll over Similac." The pretty country's side didn't pay any attention to the stick country's provocation. Only Jack mumbled to himself while moving his neck. "Ha! Pickling a bunch of cabbages still needs the boss to take action? Still have to pay attention to the guys though. The stick team isn't strong, though. They tend to be pretty dirty when it comes to the game. Game on." As soon as the referee's words fell, Jack's eyes narrowed slightly, and he blasted out a strong aura of a 6th-ranked martial marquis, and then his feet stumped, and his figure was like a golden bullet as he suddenly rushed towards the stick country's team. The other countries watching the battle on the sidelines froze when they saw Jack's aura. What? The pretty country actually has this character besides Thomas? A 6th rank and a 7th rank. Pretty country is destined to win the championship this time. On the podium, the corners of the pretty country's representative's Martial Exalt's mouth couldn't stop curling up, glancing at Wei Nan Yun with contempt from time to time. At this moment, although Wei Nan Yun was expressionless, he was constantly sighing inwardly. Alas, I've heard of the strength of that kid from the Extreme Dao Academy, but his own strength is only at the 6th rank, and it's already good enough to stop Thomas. But now that there's another 6th rank, there's no one on the Grand Xia side who can stop him. This time, I guess, planted. Jack, who was moving at high speed, kept raising the corners of his mouth when he heard the praises from the stage. Just kidding. If it wasn't for the emergence of a Thomas, he would be the #1 person in the pretty country martial arts university. He was like a tiger killing and breaking into a flock of sheep, and the highest strength of the stick country, which was only in the middle of the 5th rank, couldn't resist Jack's ferocious offense at all. Dang. Ah, surrender Smithy. In less than a minute, the stick country surrendered, and this battle performance shocked the crowd. 1 person killed through a team. This pretty country was too strong. Jack stood in the middle of the ring and saw Yihan, who was in the back of the stage with eyes full of provocation, and Ye Feng clenched his fists in death after seeing Jack's strength. Why are they all so strong? Shouldn't I be the main character of this? Damn it, I have to get stronger. Ding, detected that Ye Feng's self-esteem has received a severe blow. Villain points plus 8,000. Ha, this all has gold coins. This ATM's self-esteem seems to be quite strong. Ha, then it shall not be properly displayed in front of him today. Looking at Ye Feng's shaking figure as he clenched his fists, Yihan, who had originally focused his mind on the aftermath of the exchange match, instantly came up with an idea. Today, little master. Show you to death. Next, Team Disya vs Team Rihong, with the referee's announcement. With a playful smile on his face, Yamamoto Itachi brought the 6 samurai costume Japanese rainbow team behind him onto the stage. Great. This timing was too good. Originally, I had to think that I would have to wait until the action started to get a chance to take revenge, but I didn't expect that the opportunity would be placed right in front of me now. Ha, that Yihan, right? How dare you disrespect me just now? Wait until you get the beaten out of you by our Great Sun Rainbow team. On this side of the ring, the 7 members of the Great Summer representative team came onto the stage in order. Ye Feng was at the front, the 4 senior brothers Qing Wu and Di Wu were in the center, and lastly, Zhao Lingshi and Li Yihan. There was only one Imperial Marshal Senior left on the bench to cheer for everyone. The 2 teams were ready to go, and with the referee's order, the match begins. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the humble author is begging online, so please send a free gift for this book review and a favorable comment. Chapter 51, Phantasmagoria's New Move. Moon reading. As soon as the referee's words left his mouth, the rainbow of the Sun team was on fire. Die! Yamamoto Itachi roared, his aura at the peak of the 5th rank erupting steeply, and the several samurai behind him also displayed their strength at the middle of the 5th rank. He narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly drew out the black samurai longsword at his waist, pointing the blade at the Dasha team. Juha chop! Whoosh! Yamamoto Itachi's human sword united, instantly transforming into a silver residual shadow as he sped to attack. Humph! Suffer death. Yamamoto Yada sneered. This move is my family's killer weapon. Although I am at the peak of the 5th rank, but after using this move I can cross the rank to kill the 6th rank Martial Marquis. Just now, although Li Yihan's strike did not reveal his breath, but according to his speculation, at most the 6th rank, he definitely couldn't block this strike. His purpose was clear, that is, to use his own killing move to settle Li Yihan in one move, in order to avenge the humiliation just now. Die! Just as Yamamoto Itachi's katana was about to slice through Li Yihan's body, an eerie voice came from the distance like a bell, but it suddenly rang in the ears. Illusory world, descend. Phew! Yamamoto Itachi, who heard this voice first, froze, then lost consciousness. What's going on here? A wave of confusion came from the stage, only to see that the katana that was just about to chop at Li Yihan suddenly stopped in front of him, and Yamamoto Itachi maintained his grim expression, keeping his sword swinging motion like a statue. The other people from Team Rainbow were also motionless in their places. Such a strange sight made the audience under the stage puzzled for a while. Why aren't they all moving? Even the few people from the other families on the Dasha side were quite surprised, and didn't seem to be able to figure out what was going on. Jack from the Pretty Country Rest area was especially shocked, frowning and analyzing. It should have been that kid who made the move. It seems like there's something in Nianli. At this time, Thomas also opened his eyes in a rare moment, a pair of golden eyes constantly surveying the stage before speaking in a disdainful tone. Carving skills? People with strong Nianli tend to have fragile physical bodies. Just force the spirit to hold it for a second, and a punch through his physical body will naturally lift it. Worthy of being the boss, so mighty. And on the podium, a pair of gloomy muddy eyes stared at Li Yihan dead on, full of shock. It wasn't because his own son was fixed in place, but seeing that move on the stage. This is illusion technique. Seeing Li Yihan actually use an illusion technique caused Yamamoto Kishi, who was on the podium, to raise a huge wave inside. He could tell at a glance that this was Extreme East's famous technique, a technique that Extreme East had practiced for almost all martial saints at that time. However, due to the extremely harsh requirements for Nianli talent, no one other than Extreme East had successfully mastered it. Unexpectedly, someone had actually mastered it now. Yamamoto Kishi knew that the Demon Emperor had been controlled by this move of Gokudon, and now the Demon Emperor was about to be unsealed because one person's phantom thoughts alone would not be enough to seal it for too long. But now, Yamamoto Kishi's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he looked at the upright figure on the stage. Inside, the death knell had already sounded for him. We can't let him grow any further. This son must not be capped. He must be the first to be killed later. On the ring, a group of statuesque Rihongs were quickly thrown off the stage like garbage by a few people from the Great Xia representative team. They were lying on the ground like mannequins, but each of them looked terrified as if they were being haunted by nightmares. Although everyone didn't know what kind of gongfu was so magical, they all knew that it must be Li Yihan's moves and cast gazes of admiration and respect. This master liked violent fighting styles, and had forgotten that he was a monster with a perfect score in the martial arts exam Nianli. Except for one person. Ye Feng stared at Li Yihan's spirited back, his eyes full of jealousy. Damn, why is everything better than me? I'm the one who should be that genius in the limelight. Ding, Ye Feng's jealousy has been detected. Villain points plus 5,000. Not bad. I have to show you a few more tricks before I can do it. The Great Summer team wins. After hearing the referee's announcement, Yihan led the crowd out of the ring, and as they passed by the statuesque Japanese Rainbow Team members, they opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes trembling with fear, especially Yamamoto Itachi. At this moment, his face was pale and his eyes were lax. When he looked up and saw Yihan's face, his pupils shrank as if he had seen the devil, and he subconsciously took a few steps backward, gasping for breath, as if he had experienced something extremely frightening. Although only a short minute had passed in the outside world, he had spent a full 24 hours in the world of illusion. During these 24 hours, he was in a blood-red world, his body tied to a wooden cross, with a blood moon above his head. In front of him was a dense crowd of black-robed Yihan, one of them holding a dagger, looking at him in an extremely bizarre manner. Just as Yamamoto Itachi was wondering if he wasn't supposed to be in the martial arts ring, the figure closest to him, without saying a word, raised the dagger and poofed it into his body. The intense pain drilled through his heart alive, making him unable to hold back his heartbreaking and miserable screams. But before the first person pulled the dagger out, the second person took the dagger and stabbed in. No matter how much he struggled, it didn't help. Densely packed people lined up to take turns stabbing him with daggers for a full 24 hours, and the blood gathered into a river to dye the entire ground red, causing him to feel oozing when he saw Yihan's face now. The damn Daxia people. You give this young master to remember. With a belly full of resentment, Yamamoto Itachi put down his harsh words before turning around with his group of samurai and walking away. Daring to put himself through such a miserable illusion? He must catch Yihan during his father's rebellion and let him truly experience the feeling of being tied to a rack and being gang-stabbed. And his girlfriend, he must insult her in front of him. Oomph. Looking at Yamamoto Itachi's gray and fleeing appearance, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. Before using the illusory idea technique, Yihan pondered whether he could add his own ideas to the illusory world. It didn't work before when he used it across the ranks, but for realms lower than his, it shouldn't be difficult to operate. So he tried to incorporate the moves of a man named Uchiha Itachi in an anime called Naruto in the original world. It seems to work well? Yihan slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Then in the future this move will be called Phantom World Moon. Reading it. Soon, the first round of matches had ended. In the later rounds, Daxia and Pretty Country strongly defeated all the other participating teams and met in the finals. The Pretty Country team, in particular, had killed their way in with an unrivaled momentum. In the final match, Thomas went up alone and defeated the Maple Leaf Nations team, which was full of peak 5th-ranked players, with just 2 punches. The Martial Emperor's stance shocked the entire arena. Although the Grand Xia team was also strong in the finals under the leadership of Yihan's illusion technique, everyone still felt that the Grand Xia team was a great success. But everyone still felt that the Grand Xia team, this time, they were sure to lose. Chapter 52 Strong Counterattack. One punch blasts away. The large martial arts venue at this moment, a needle could be heard. All the spectators held their breath as they watched the entire ring. In the square ring, the temperature plummeted, and across the audience could feel the air pressure on the stage drop to freezing point. Thomas stood in the front of the beautiful country team. He is tall, full of blonde hair, arm muscles high bulging, like a lion with a strong aura, golden eyes cold and merciless, as if the opposite side of the Daxia people are already dying prey. Standing beside him, Jack, a face of playful look at Yihan, raised his chin and constantly flipped his mouth to open his mouth. Hey, that kid, aren't you quite capable of pretending? Don't you know who my boss is? You'll know later when you're knocked to the ground by a punch, and you'll be shrouded under his shadow for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. Vice Captain Jack, you don't have to talk nonsense with that turd. Compared to the relaxed and diffident nature of the few people from the Pretty Country team, the side of the Great Summer team was unusually depressing. With the exception of Yihan, each face was stony as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. The image of Thomas destroying the Maple Leaf team with a single punch just now still lingered in their minds, and he was like an insurmountable mountain that spanned in front of everyone's eyes. Several senior brothers were cautiously looking across the room, thinking about how to lose decently. Even Zhao Lingshi's fair face flashed with a bit of gravity, listening to the meaning of that yellow hair on the opposite side. He actually wanted to make a move against Brother Yihan. Humph, then you have to cross over in front of me as well. And Ye Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart, too good to be true. It looked like their target was Yihan, who told him to be so arrogant. He deserved to be targeted. Although it was his team's opponent, he couldn't help but be happy that someone had avenged his previous insults for him. Yihan stood in the ring with his heart as if it was still water, and did not take Jack's provocation to heart, knowing that the real main event would come after this match. Then he casually dealt with a sentence. Speed together. We have to do some errands later. Seeing that Yihan didn't put himself in the slightest bit, Jack narrowed his eyes slightly, and his anger gradually surged to his heart. Even Thomas was stunned. Can you even act like this in front of yourself? He coldly said. Very well, that person from the Daxia representative team. You've caught my attention. Yihan, right? For your arrogance, there will be a price to pay for this. I will go all out to make you see the gap between people. Hearing this, Jack's heart rejoiced as he looked at Yihan pitifully and taunted loudly. Kid, you're finished. My boss will go all out. This time, you're in trouble. Hearing these words, the faces of the several senior brothers who were already nervous became even paler. They knew that Yihan was strong, but he was definitely not enough to look at in front of that person. Only thinking about how to lose decently on this side. The match begins. With the referee's order, everyone immediately gazed at Thomas, simply because his entire body was now surrounded by golden light, dazzling and eye-catching, and the terrifying aura he emitted rolled waves of air whistling out. It was hard not to pay attention. Several people from the Pretty Country team had retreated to the edge of the ring, looking at Thomas with their waists crossed in respect, ready to enjoy this solo show that belonged to him. Thomas took a step forward, and golden light slowly condensed behind him to form a solemn and dignified six-winged angel phantom. The angel stood with a sword and hovered behind him. As Thomas continued to roar, the six-winged angel seemed to come to life, and the phantom slowly attached itself towards Thomas's body as if it was armor. Boom! The moment his entire body was covered by the angels, Thomas's early 7th stage chi blood unreservedly erupted like a god of war descending into the world, and the entire venue boiled over as a result. Heavens! Is this the true appearance of the angelic sacred body perfection realm? It's simply terrifying as hell. Together with Thomas's own strength, I'm afraid that he can even stand in front of a late 7th ranked martial zone without losing a single step. Team Dacia this time, it's really hanging by a thread. Jack and the others were laughing their asses off at the back, as if they had seen the championship trophy beckoning for them. The players on the Dacia team's side were as if they were dead in the water at the same time. The sense of oppression that Thomas brought to them was too strong. The heart could not give birth to a single thought of resistance, but only forced to raise their spirits to face the next Thomas's blow. The next moment Thomas moved. Boom! The hard floor tiles were easily crushed under his feet. He turned into a golden aura and rushed towards Yihan. His six-winged angelic phantom was vivid under the blowing of the gusty wind beside him. Yihan stood still. Thomas thought he was preparing to cast a phantom thought. Laughing coldly and disdainfully, he opened his mouth. Give up. Your thoughts are no good in front of me. Let's show you how your proud Nianli is shattered by me. Just when the crowd thought that Yihan was about to use his illusory numinous technique, Yihan slightly flexed his body, and with a boom, he turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Thomas. The people in the audience exclaimed in shock. Without using his specialty Nianli, does he want to go hard against Thomas? I'm afraid he's crazy. He wanted to go hard against himself? Seeing Yihan charging towards himself in a high-speed pair, Thomas first froze, then the corners of his mouth turned up, cursing in insouciance. The people in the audience had their eyes covered, already anticipating the image of Yihan being blown away. Brother Yihan. Zhao Lingshi's pair of bright eyes looked at Yihan's back and couldn't help but worry, only to see a scarlet cultivator's face slowly emerge behind Yihan. After seeing this, Thomas's heart became even more disdainful and mocked. Red color? You know that the perfected holy body is golden. Die! Thomas punched out. The muscles of his arm rippled like a dragon, bursting out with terrifying kinetic energy. Yihan threw an expressionless counter-punch, his knuckle-boned fist containing scarlet and violent energy. Dang! The two high-speed moving figures collided together, fists clashing with fists, and a loud sound exploded in everyone's ears, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Click! Click! Even the sound of space shattering was vaguely heard, a powerful circular shockwave visible to the naked eye centered on the two people, instantly setting off a huge wave. Violent astral winds swept across the entire arena, blowing the hems of the two teams' personnel on the stage. So intense? I'm afraid that person from Team Dacia had been blasted into dregs, right? Under the shocked gaze of all the spectators, an unexpected scene occurred, only to see a figure fly out backwards like a cannonball, shocking everyone after seeing it clearly. The one who flew out was no other than the captain of the Pretty Country team, Thomas. What? Thomas was blown away by a punch. The scene was in shock, and everyone seemed to be unable to believe their eyes. The first genius of Blue Star with a perfect angelic sacred body and the strength of a 7th-ranked martial sect, was sent flying with a single punch. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the humble author is begging online. Please send a free gift for this book review. A favorable comment. Chapter 53, Dacia wins the championship. Demon Saint attacks. Thomas flew backwards through the air in an arc, the angelic phantom originally attached to his body cracking continuously, with the last crack running through his chest. The entire armor shattered and disappeared with a click. Dang! His entire body landed heavily on the lawn outside the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thomas's eyes were now tightly closed, a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body fell into a coma. The scene was silent and silent, seemingly unable to believe the scene they saw in front of them. Even the crowd of Martial exalted on the high seat and podium froze in their tracks after seeing this scene, especially Wei Nantian, his eyes wide open. That kid from the Li family, so fierce. Yang Jun, who was also on the podium, didn't seem to be surprised by Li Yihan's strong strength, being able to be looked upon by teacher Li Qing. He was bound to be a dragon and phoenix amongst men, but what surprised him was that in just half a month, Li Yihan had obviously become stronger. This kid seemed to be too demonic, right? And a chubby figure hidden in the audience was smiling happily at this moment, looking at Li Yihan on the field with a gratified gaze, nodding his head continuously. On the ring, Jack of the Pretty Country's representative team's jaw dropped. His jaw had fallen to the ground in surprise, and he opened his mouth with a trembling voice. How is this possible? Defeating the boss with a single punch. Beside him, a group of other team members also did not have the relaxed and loose appearance just now. At this time, their hearts were filled with fear. Their eyes reflected the spirited figure in the center of the ring, and they were constantly trembling. Looking at Li Yihan trying to walk towards them, they subconsciously took a few steps back and realized that they had already reached the edge of the ring. Jack swallowed, without his previous arrogance, and hurriedly said, "We surrender." The man who could defeat Thomas with a single punch. He simply couldn't afford to put up even a hint of resistance. Great! Brother Yihan is awesome. Hearing the Pretty Country team surrender, everyone on the Daxia side roared with excitement. Under the field, Yamamoto Yada looked at this scene with a grimace on his face. Really didn't expect this kid to hide a hand. But then the corners of his mouth rose up, and cunning flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Oh, but so what? This is very strong, but it can't turn over the slightest bit of wind in waves. The more capable you are, the happier I am. The thought that a supreme genius like you is going to fall on his knees in front of me and beg for forgiveness excites me. Ding! Cracks in Ye Feng's invincible Dao heart have been detected. Plus 6,000 villain points. Ding! Detected. System sounds like garbled code kept exploding in Li Yihan's ears, making him think that Brother Unicorn was jerking around. Turning his head to look, it turned out to be Ye Feng jerking off. Ye Feng's fists were clenched tightly at the moment, burying his head in trembling continuously. Li Yihan leading the Daxia team to a strong victory did not make him feel happy. Instead, it made him even more jealous. His eyes were red and covered in blood, and his heart kept roaring wildly with 10,000 disbeliefs. On what grounds? What in the world? Why is Li Yihan so strong in every single thing? Why is the heavenly Dao so unfair? Obviously I should be the protagonist of this world. Why in the world? Ye Feng was hysterically roaring in his heart. Li Yihan's strength was now beyond his imagination, causing a sense of powerlessness to surface in his heart. Suddenly, an old and obscure voice, faintly ringing in his ears. You want to become stronger. Who was it? After hearing this voice, Ye Feng raised his head violently and didn't find anything unusual after scanning around. Was he hallucinating? You want to become stronger. After hearing the voice again, Ye Feng was shocked in his heart. This was not hallucination. He roared loudly in his heart. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger than anyone else. The voice came again and continued repeating as if it didn't hear Ye Feng's reply. You want to get stronger? Ye Feng, not being able to hear his own answer, but this intermittent sound like an old broken radio constantly lingering in his ears made Ye Feng sigh. Could it really be that he was hallucinating? I announce, the winner of this year's Global Martial University Exchange Tournament is the Great Summer Team. Yay! When the referee announced the final result, the entire arena instantly boiled over, cheers rising like a tidal wave. The Great Xia representative team defeated their opponents in the strongest scene and won the crown. Just because of that one person, Li Yihan, everyone's gazes were fixed on him. To have such talent at such a young age, this was simply the future hope of the human race. Li Yihan, Li Yihan, Li Yihan, ding, ding, ding. The entire audience screamed Li Yihan's name at the same time. The atmosphere reached a climax. Li Yihan enjoyed the cheers of the crowd while listening to the ding-dong sound of unicorn bursting. This kind of feeling is so good. On the podium, Yamamoto Kishi slowly got up. He received the championship trophy handed over by a soldier on the side, and slowly walked towards the Daxia team on the stage under everyone's gaze. Everyone was filled with desire and envy as they looked at the golden trophy in Yamamoto Kishi's hands. Getting the trophy this time also meant that they could go to the Starry Skyland to observe the body of the martial emperor. This was an opportunity that everyone could only dream of. Thomas has also woken up, in Jack's support eyes hot looking at the trophy, the heart of mixed feelings, but not before the arrogance. Only Yamamoto Itachi teasingly looked at the joyful Daxia team on the stage. He knew that this beautiful thing was about to end, and that the next step would be a descent into endless hell. Yamamoto Kishi's hunched figure walked over to Li Yihan, handing over the trophy before raising it above his head along with Li Yihan. Congratulations to the Great Summer Team. Congratulations. The atmosphere of the scene also reached a climax at this moment. Yamamoto Kishi looked at the expressionless Yihan and kept nodding his head in praise. Worthy of being the pride of the human race, even in such a big scene, he can manage to stay calm in a crisis, and his heart is like water, and to possess such strength at such a young age and to master the illusion technique. The future is promising. The future is promising. But then, he sighed with a grim smile. It's just a pity that you don't have a future. The voice of this sentence was not loud, but the few people closest to him heard it. The others had yet to understand the meaning of Yamamoto Kishi's words. A terrifying aura suddenly descended. Suddenly, a raging and surging demonic aura tumbled and surged to cover the entire sky above the East Domain City competition stage. And the black aura that spread across the sky was like a curtain that enveloped the bottom. This aura? Demon. Demon Saint. Impossible. How could the devil race enter the Domain City? On the podium, the group of Martial Exalted who were the first to sense the Devil Saint aura rose at the same time, incredulously shouting. As a corner of the curtain was lifted, the black demonic aura continued to coalesce into a burly figure. In an instant, the air on the entire martial arts stage froze. Chapter 54 Shame. Martial Saint Mutiny? Second Master to the rescue. The demon saint that appeared in midair looked down at the stage. He was tall and black, with a pair of red horns on top of his head and a pair of black fleshy wings on his back, resembling a human and not a human, especially that face. The pointed mouth and monkey cheeks looked extremely disgusting. He was suspended in the air, and the black cloak behind him was constantly swaying in the lingering wind. Wisps of black destructive aura constantly lingered around him, and as he just stood there, a violent and chilling aura pounced on his face, pressurizing the crowd underneath the stage and leaving them breathless. Demon Saint is actually here? Help! The audience under the stage was in an uproar, and the group of Martial Exalted who reacted on the podium were enraged. A mere demon saint dared to show off in the territory of the human race? Bullying my human race is not vegetarian. How dare you? How dare you come to the human race domain city? You're really looking for death. Whoosh! A thick-breathed Martial Exalted steeply crossed in front of the demon saint. He was dressed in white robes. The majestic blood chi emanating from his body did its best to resist some of the oppression brought about by the demon saint, and the pressure below instantly plummeted. And it was precisely the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University. He looked angrily at the demon saint in front of him who was emitting monstrous black chi, and loudly rebuked. Do you really think that my human race is made of soft persimmons? Since you're here, don't leave. This demon saint did not speak. As he looked at that principal contemptuously with his own gloomy, blood-red eyes, he then gave a hideous smile, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth that looked very bizarre. At this time, Yamamoto Kishi had also left the ring at some point and flew into midair, approaching the Massachusetts Martial Arts University's principal. Seeing Yamamoto Kishi's arrival, the Massachusetts Martial Arts University president's bottom line had obviously become even stronger as he raised a high-pitched tone and loudly taunted. You damned demonic sinner didn't expect to pick the wrong day, did you? Today is the grand ceremony of our human race's martial Dao elite. The Yamamoto Kishi martial sage is here with dozens of our human race's martial honored ones, and you're just shooting yourself in the foot by arriving here. The Massachusetts martial arts principal's words caused the audience under the stage to breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. With the martial arts saint as well as so many martial arts students here, this demon race demon saint must not be able to turn over a wave, and will definitely fall today. Jia. Is that so? What if I say that this saint specifically chose today? This was the first time the demon saint opened his mouth. His voice was extremely hoarse, boiling water boiling generally hard to hear. Hearing the words of the demon saint, the Massachusetts martial arts principal was very disdainful. Ha, it's hard not to think that just one of you still wants to turn over any waves? Prepare to suffer. Puff. The Massachusetts martial arts principal's words suddenly came to an abrupt end in the middle of his sentence. He only felt a coldness in his chest, and then he lowered his head to check, only to see that his originally thick chest had been mercilessly passed through by a dry, thin and pale hand, and that freshly beating heart was bouncing continuously between that dry palm. He turned back in disbelief. The whimpering corners of his mouth could only barely utter a single word. Behind him, Yamamoto Kishi was looking at him with a sinister expression, a smirk on his face. Boom! The beating heart was instantly pinched by Yamamoto Bank, and bright red liquid instantly burst out. Seeing this, the opposite demon saint gently waved his finger, and the blood that burst out of the heart was like a fine spring towards the tip of his finger, and then he stuck out his tongue and licked it, very satisfied. Before the Massachusetts Martial Arts University president's consciousness blurred, the roar of the other human race's martial exalted roaring loudly and angrily came faintly to his ears. Yamamoto Kishi, what are you doing? Yamamoto casually brushed off the blood that stained his robes and laughed unabashedly. This is the first. Today, none will escape. Boom! The aura of the Yamamoto Bank martial saint suddenly erupted. and wild winds rose in all directions as his strong aura intertwined with the grim aura of the demon saint, covering the entire eastern domain city like a heavenly net, like 100,000 mountains pressing down on everyone's hearts. Even the martial exalted on the first podium were briefly suppressed in place. At this moment, those who had witnessed the scene of the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University being killed by a human martial saint were simultaneously thrown into a panic, and they all shouted loudly, "Oh my God! Help! Run! There are traitors!" Everyone panicked and tried to move but realized they couldn't move at all. Run! No human race can escape today. GGGGGGG. Little ones, come on! The hoarse voice of the demon saint came out once again, and as his thick arm waved, a single demon race with wings poked its head out from the countless whirlpools that appeared in midair. Looking at the densely packed demon race, for a moment, everyone fell into despair. The great Xia team on the ring also fell into deep fear as they stared at the scene in midair, unable to believe that this had happened. A human martial saint would actually collaborate with a demon saint of the demon race. Yihan stood still calmly looking at them, the killing intent between his eyes getting heavier and heavier. His thin lips gently opened, his one-word voice like a tidal wave. Collaborating with the demon race, the crime deserves death. Hearing these words, Yamamoto Bank smiled contemptuously. There's an old saying in Disya, it's called the one who recognizes the time is the best. The demon emperor is about to revive. What are you still resisting? With that, his cloudy eyes looked towards Yihan in the ring and he laughed hideously. Ha 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 ha, you kid, I admire and have courage. It's just a pity that you can use illusionary techniques, so you'll just have to die. Chump. As soon as the words fell, Yamamoto Kishi flicked his hand in Yihan's direction. Space was instantly torn apart, and an imposing silver chopping strike like a curved moon came towards him at great speed. Just when Yihan wanted to use the top martial saint experience card that he had long held in his hand, whoosh! Suddenly, a chubby silhouette dressed in Taoist robes stopped in front of that huge bright moon. The familiar back made Yihan slightly stunned as he exclaimed, "Second Master? Why are you here?" Only to see Second Master trying his best to explode his mid-martial Zun Qi in blood, using all his strength to barely resist the curved moon from falling downwards. Li Batian erupted with difficulty, clenching his teeth as he kept reprimanding. "Silly boy, what are you still chilling for? Froze for what? Quickly run! Second Master will stop it for you. Run! No one can escape today. Brush!" Yamamoto Kishi snorted and casually slashed out another terrifying crescent, attacking in the direction of Li Batian. "Hurry up!" Li Batian's pupils suddenly shrunk as he loudly urged Yihan. Seeing that the second master's figure was about to be engulfed by the two magnificent and huge crescent beheadings. Seeing this, Yihan confidently laughed out loud. "Second master, what I said. Your old man seems to have forgotten. Keep in mind that we never have to run again." Ding! Using the top martial saint experience card. Boom! In an instant, an aura of a top-tier martial saint suddenly descended on this place. Sensing this aura, Yamamoto Kishi was startled. After Steven left, how could there be any other martial saints in the entire East Domain City? Who is it? P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the humble author is begging online. Please send a free gift for this book review, a favorable comment. Chapter 55 Obligations of the Human Race. Demon Saints blocked. Great! A martial saint lord has come to save us. After sensing this strong martial saint aura, everyone in the audience cheered as if they had found a lifesaver. Ka-ching! The two giant curved moons that were about to engulf Li Batian were instantly crushed into dust by the mighty pressure and obliterated in the air. Thank you, Senior, for coming to the rescue. After being saved, Li Batian breathed a sigh of relief and turned around before arching his hand to thank him, but he froze in place for a moment. Seeing his chopping attack being easily twisted and shattered made Yamamoto Bank's heart shake. Then he frowned and cursed in a low voice. Whoever comes today will die. He subconsciously looked up to look for a figure, but removed a dark cloud of empty air. Just as he was about to be confused, he saw Yihan in the ring. At the moment, he was covered by a layer of scarlet flames that appeared and disappeared all over his body, and the flames swayed with the gusty winds, as if he had descended to the world. After feeling the aura of that scarlet flame, Yamamoto Kishi said incredulously, "This is the power of origin? It was you who struck just now." For a moment, everyone followed Yamamoto Bank's shocked gaze, only to see Yihan with his hands behind his back, his body glowing with scarlet flames as he took a step forward. In mid-air, a grave expression also appeared on the demon saint's acrid face for the first time. Yihan's eyes were slightly cold as he stared at Yamamoto Bank and opened his mouth one word at a time. His voice was not loud but unusually cold, as if it came from hell. Yamamoto Bank collaborated with the demon race, shame of the human race, to be executed. His tone was firm, like a blade of judgment, flatly pronouncing the outcome of Yamamoto Bank's fate. The scarlet flame swaying on his body continued to flood with his words. "Little Han? You?" This look on Yihan's face caused Li Batian to freeze, then shook his head and laughed. This kid is giving the second master too many surprises now. The crowd of martial exalted on the podium was shocked. Isn't this the Li clan's kid? How could he be a martial saint? No, the aura was a sudden outburst. Used in Origin's secret technique? Even Yang Jun and Wei Nantian looked at that scene incredulously. With this thick martial saint aura, they had initially thought that it was whichever senior from Great Xia had descended. As it turned out, they didn't expect it to be Li Yihan. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with questions, but then they were replaced by surprise. No matter what secret method could have such an exaggerated magnitude, they at least had a chance to fight to the death. The most desperate person in the entire scene was none other than Ye Feng, who was wide-eyed and shocked beyond words at this moment. Is this his true strength? Li Yihan is a hang-up. In the end with what? Yamamoto Bank's cloudy eyes scanned the bottom. See no other martial saints come here. Just in front of him Li Yihan alone exudes the breath. Let him breathe a sigh of relief. He then snorted and resumed his playful expression, responding with an extremely disdainful tone. Just with you wanting to execute me? Humph. It looks like you should have used a secret technique. Really think that you are a true martial. Boo. Before Yamamoto Kishi's words fell, a golden gun shadow suddenly appeared. The head of the gun was lifelike, like a swimming dragon whistling head-on. Dang. His pupils suddenly shrunk, wanting to dodge but it was already too late. With a thud, Yamamoto Kishi instantly felt his left shoulder lose consciousness, and he looked down, only to see his entire left half of his body empty below the shoulder. A huge bloody hollow appeared, continuously oozing blood. Seeing that Li Yihan had actually destroyed Yamamoto Kishi's left arm with a single shot, it drew a chorus of praise from the crowd. Well done. Quickly kill that shameless old traitor. Yamamoto Kishi hovered in the air, looking at Li Yihan with a blue face. In a dry, hoarse voice, he gritted his teeth and frowned. Good. You've successfully angered me. Boing. A flash of golden light suddenly appeared on Yamamoto Bank's body, which was none other than the martial saint Origin. Only the originally empty left half of his body was quickly surrounded by the golden Origin, and in the span of a breath, an intact left hand coalesced. Is this the terror of a martial saint? Even if more than half of his body is destroyed, he can recover. After seeing this scene, the audience under the stage had already screamed some stuttering in fear. Li Yihan still looked at him without changing his color, without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Yamamoto Bank shook off his newly grown arm and stared at Li Yihan mercilessly. To actually make me waste my martial saint Origin, so anxious to die, then let's send you on your way. A contraption that was reached with a secret method. Let's show you what it means to be a true martial saint. GGGGGGG. Yamamoto Kishi suddenly laughed hideously as his hunched figure was instantly wrapped in a dazzling and eye-catching martial saint Origin. Boo! Only the golden light continued to grow larger and larger, gradually coalescing into a huge humanoid figure. Finally a golden giant with a body hundreds of meters tall suddenly appeared over the entire martial arts stage. He looked down on the ground like a mountain. Very oppressive. Gusts of wind accompanied by a terrifying aura came steeply. A moment of fear lingered in the hearts of all the spectators. It's over. This old thief Yamamoto actually used the martial saint golden body directly. Quickly stop him. Cover the other spectators and evacuate quickly. Knowing the terror of that huge martial saint's true body, the martial arts experts quickly reacted. They all erupted their chi and blood, preparing to go forward to block it. Li Yihan stood firm in the face of Yamamoto Bank's massive golden body as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The golden body of a martial saint was obtained by a martial saint from the power of the Origin, and could be opened after the cultivation of one's own holy body to the perfection realm. When opened, it could give one's battle power an unimaginably terrifying increase. It was also a symbol of a martial saint's strength, and it was only the farther one traveled in the martial saint Origin Dao that the greater the martial saint golden body that was displayed would be. On the other hand, martial artists below the martial saint level could only cultivate various holy body techniques in their physical bodies, without the martial saint Origin, and even if they cultivated the holy body techniques to perfection, they still didn't have the martial saint golden body. Looking at each of the principals of the various martial arts schools who defiantly went forward to stop them, each person's heart was filled with emotions, knowing the power of the martial saint, but also rushing up without any hesitation. Protecting the pride of the human race was their duty. You guys seem to have forgotten that this saint is here. Ha ha ha. Boo. The feet of the crowd of martial exalted had just left the ground when they were stopped in their tracks by a cold and gloomy black flame, which also cut off the passage for the martial exalted to go to support them. Damn it. Seeing the demon saint make a move to block the way, all the martial university principals were instantly alarmed. Yamamoto Kishi's betrayal had caused them to forget that there was an even more troublesome troublemaker here, only to see the demon saint casually wave his hand. The sky was densely packed with demons as if they had heard the sound of a rallying cry. They instantly came towards them, looking at the black pressurized group of ugly demons with wings, rushing towards them. The crowd below once again panicked. Although they were the best of the best in the various martial arts universities, Most of them were flowers in a greenhouse and had never felt the cruelty of a battlefield head-on. Demon Surrender Army's 7th Regiment is under orders. Kill the demons and cover the retreat of the colleges. Yes. Eastern Region Army. Listen to the order. Cover. Yes. The demon subduing army stepped forward at this moment, and compared to the first time they saw the demon race's heavenly pride, they had long been veteran warriors who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Now that they stood out, they were just doing what they usually did day in and day out. Descending demons. Protecting the human race. They were righteous. Chapter 56. Yihan strongly beheads a traitor. Martial Saint falls. War flames were flying all over the martial arts arena. The various generals of the Demon Surrender Army were covering the trainees in the audience, and there were quite a few human prides who had joined the war, such as Thomas. His pride never allowed him to become a deserter. And in the ring, looking at the hundreds of meters tall golden body of Martial Saint Yamamoto Kishi, Yihan snorted. The height of the Martial Saint's true body represents strength. You're really short. Seeing Yihan's contempt, Yamamoto Bank became furious. He hated it when people said he was short, as if his koan had been measured by someone else. What an ungrateful person. Go to hell. The magnificent and gigantic golden giant raised his foot and stepped in the direction where Yihan was standing. Facing this sky-covering foot, Yihan was unperturbed by the danger, and at this moment, he was the only one in the huge ring. The second master and Zhao Lingxi and the others had long since joined in the fight with the demons. Yihan clenched the golden spear in his hand, his eyes glaring at the huge foot, lightly stabbing forward. Boom! It was this light spear that suddenly caused all of space to start tearing apart. A 1,000-meter-long fishy red dragon appeared behind Yihan, its body coiled in the ring, its head roaring at the sky, as Yihan coldly shouted out, "Swimming dragon heaven-shaking shot!" The giant dragon soared into the sky, opening its bloody mouth to lunge at Yamamoto Kishi's magnificent and gigantic golden body. The dazzling light from the collision instantly attracted the eyes of the entire audience, and some murmured and asked, This is..." Only the scarlet dragon instantly engulfed Yamamoto Bank's martial arts golden body, piercing through the body without any obstruction. This shocking shot penetrated Yamamoto Kishi's gigantic martial Dao golden body. He looked at Yihan in disbelief, his eyebrows slightly throbbing. He had smelled the flavor of death with that shot just now, and if he hadn't tried his best to avoid the vitals, he would most likely have been buried under that shot. Yamamoto Kishi wanted to use his origin to repair the martial Dao golden body, but he realized that his origin power was suppressed by a scarlet and violent aura, and it was constantly being swallowed up. He exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible? Didn't you kid use a secret technique? How could you possibly harm my origin?" Looking at the expressionless Yihan, Yamamoto Bank subconsciously took a step back. Generally speaking, only the power of origin could suppress the power of origin. This was completely beyond his knowledge. Yihan's eyes in the lingering wind were slightly cold. His thin lips slightly opened and his tone was ice cold as he said, "I said, today, you will die." Seeing Yihan's big words, Yamamoto Bank's heart burned with anger. He roared, "Kid, don't be too arrogant. I recognize your strength from that shot just now, but, don't think I don't know that you can't afford such a secret technique. I don't believe that you can still offer that kind of move just now." Boing. In response to Yamamoto Bank's questioning, Yihan did not respond with an expressionless face, only that a scarlet Shura's face slowly emerged behind him, like a messenger from hell, hideous and terrifying. The moment the scarlet cultivator opened its eyes, the cold and suffocating cultivator aura locked Yamamoto Kishi to death. A strong sense of crisis surged into Yamamoto Bank's heart, only to see Yihan gently stabbing a shot forward gently once again. Swoosh! Upon seeing the hidden swimming dragon reappear, Yamamoto Bank was terrified. His whole body trembled with sweat, feeling that death was coming towards him like a tidal wave. Yamamoto Kishi hurriedly roared hysterically, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Let's cooperate now and slaughter that demon cub. Shall we?" I admit that I was a bit naive in my previous thoughts. It's not too late to reform. After all, I am a human martial saint. The human race still needs me. I can fight for the human race. Seeing Yihan's murderous intent towards him, Yamamoto Bank began to panic and beg for mercy. Yamamoto Bank's words did not cause Yihan to stop his hand movements as he spoke indifferently. "Cooperation? Without you, that demon saint won't be able to escape today. The human race does not need a traitor like you, so, go to hell." Seeing that begging for forgiveness was fruitless, Yamamoto Bank turned around and wanted to escape. He instantly erupted a strong and incomparable origin power, turning into a golden meteor flying towards the sky. Pops, wait for me." Seeing his father fleeing, Yamamoto Yada, who was watching the battle from the side, was directly dumbfounded. He was never expecting that his omnipotent martial saint father was actually afraid. There is no escape. Yihan used the lance in his hand as a javelin and threw it with force in the direction that Yamamoto Kishi had fled. Boom! the high-speed rotating lance broke through space and quickly transformed into a scarlet swimming dragon, chasing after Yamamoto Kishi at an incredible speed. The terrifying energy rolled along with it, swept away in the form of a shockwave, and the entire East Domain City was shaken by the lance. Yamamoto Kishi, who was transformed into a golden meteor, was hit squarely in front of his chest by this gun, and the enormous energy directly penetrated through Yamamoto Kishi's tattered Martial Saint golden body. Yamamoto Kishi, staring down at his empty chest with an unbelieving face, that look was as desperate as the president of the Massachusetts Martial Arts University who had just died at his hands. A beam of light then emanated from the wound. As if feeling the countdown of his life, Yamamoto Kishi frantically shouted, "No!" Boom! Yamamoto Bank's rammed body burst apart like a bomb, and the huge flames of the explosion lit up half of the sky of East Domain City. It also reflected everyone's shocked faces. Traitorous Martial Saint Yamamoto Kishi, fallen. As the smoke dispersed, a dense and flowing Martial Saint origin was suspended in mid-air, and was gently pocketed by a knuckle-dragging hand. Seeing Yihan do the scene, no one dared to say otherwise. Witnessing Yihan defeating Yamamoto Bank with his own eyes, it sent Thomas into a deep shock. So this was his true strength? Originally, he thought that he would eventually have his day of revenge, but now it seemed to be whimsical, and Ye Feng had gone crazy. Before, the pressure Yihan brought to him was just some feeling of powerlessness, but he thought that with his talent, he was destined to be able to trample him under his feet in the future. But now, Yihan was like an insurmountable mountain that deeply pressed himself, unable to move. "No, I'm not willing." "You want to become stronger?" This old and weird voice appeared again, the voice becoming more and more solid. "I want to get stronger. What's the point of you just asking this?" Ye Feng roared angrily in his heart, but this time what came was not the question that kept repeating. Instead, it was a sentence that answered, "Well, come to me." P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the humble author online begging, trouble you masters send a free gift. For this book review a favorable comment. Chapter 57 No, it's you who will die. In the sky above East Domain City, the flames of various martial arts skills continuously intertwined and exploded with a great sound, creating a vacuum area. Dozens of martial exalted with thick chi and blood were here, facing the single-handed demon saint. They were engaged in a fierce battle. When it was said to be a fierce battle, it was better to say that it was the demon saint's one-sided teasing. It looked at the opposite side of the tattered clothes of a group of martial dudes with a playful smile on its face, and behind it, the long and wide black cloak was spotless, hunting in the gusty wind. In the face of the siege of the devil saint did not use full force. The sturdy body wandered easily between each martial arts zone, like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly shuttling, randomly striking out to seriously injure a person. Despite the large number of human martial exalted, they were helpless against the teasing of a demon saint. This was the gap between the 8th and 9th ranks. It was comparable to a heavenly rift. Rumble. Just as the maniacally laughing demon saint continued its teasing game, a huge light suddenly reflected the entire Eastern Domain City. Fierce gusts of wind swept along with it. The loud noise caught the attention of everyone above. They turned their heads at the same time. The juggling demon saint also looked on playfully, muttering to himself on his lips, "By the looks of it, it should be resolved." It turned its head to see the scene of Yamamoto Bank being killed, and the words in its mouth came to an abrupt end, and its original teasing expression froze in place. Seeing Yihan's action of pocketing the martial saint origin, the demon saint high in the air narrowed its eyes slightly. The sharp sound of a broken kettle boiling came from his lips. What a waste! Actually unable to even up a little brat who used a secret technique. Although Yamamoto Kishi was a martial saint, his strength was at the bottom of the list. Compared to it, it was a notch worse. So from the very beginning, he despised, from the bottom of his heart, this weak and traitorous human martial saint. It just simply wanted to utilize him, but the result of being slaughtered so easily made it feel even more like sitting on the name of a waste. The demon saint looked at Yihan's figure in the distance, a chill emanating from its body. Originally thought that there is a traitor dogleg to help contribute. He can sit back and enjoy the extermination of the human race of a domain city. The results found that this dogleg did not get the job done, even if, actually also died. Although Yamamoto Coast is a dogleg, but at least is also their devil's dogleg. That human actually in their face will dogleg killed? This gas demon race can endure. The devil sank cold narrow eyes looking down at the prosperous lights of the East Domain City below, smelled the air fresh human blood fragrance. The thought of let will have to suck these people. Blue barbed fishy tongue licked his mouth constantly. If not Yamamoto Coast secretly unlocked the Domain City ban, the demon race is not easy to enter the human Domain City. This time, the demon race has divided their troops into two groups. The armies were all in the middle Domain City in order to apply pressure and attract firepower. And the most important part of the operation was to contact the traitors of the human race and attack the East Domain City. In order to avoid publicity, only one of his own demon saints was deployed to attack East Domain City. Originally, he thought that this operation would be coordinated, and without other martial saints blocking the way, the East Domain City would surely become a bag of gold. However, a human race with a secret method was killed in the middle of the road, and the key to the secret method's increase was too terrifying? The demon saint looked uncertainly at the figure that slowly flew towards him. A cold snort escaped his lips, but since he had entered the East Domain City, he had no intention of withdrawing. This city would surely be taken down by the demon race under its leadership, taking the top spot. Boom! Its aura was finally no longer restrained, and its lanky body erupted with a shocking demonic aura all at once, forcing back all the martial exalted that surrounded it in an instant. The terrifying black aura lingered around its body with a raging momentum. The crowd below, who were celebrating the killing of the traitor, once again panicked when they felt this monstrous demonic aura. In the face of the surging aura, some of the martial exalted in midair could not even stabilize themselves, while Yihan was walking on the ground. The scarlet aura that overflowed around him was like a broken axe that easily tore through the pressure brought about by the demon saint. He levitated in front of the demon saint, the killing intent in his eyes unconcealed. The demon saint teasingly looked at Yihan, wrapping his thick hands around his chest and snickering. Beheading a subordinate martial saint with a secret method does have some strength, but not much. This saint doesn't intend to play along either. After finishing you off, the entire city will become a paradise for the demon race. Speaking of this, the demon saint looked at Yihan provocatively and snickered. It's reasonable to say that the time for this secret method of yours is almost up. Why don't I wait a little longer? Jia. Hearing the demon saint's words, the faces of the martial exalted on the side became ugly and anxious at the same time. Don't give that nonsense. Let's slaughter him together. Facing the demon saint's brash provocation, Yihan remained expressionless. Secret time? Admittedly, Yihan knew that this top martial saint experience card had a time limit. However, that was a full day's time. Yihan casually glanced at the countdown in the system prompt. Top martial saint experience card current remaining time, 23h55. It took less than a minute to slaughter Yamamoto Bank. Pretending to be a bully took 4 minutes. Thinking about this, Yihan shook his head. No, although time is abundant but it can't be wasted. Seeing Yihan suddenly frown up, the teasing underneath the devil saint's eyes became even more intense and continued to taunt. It looks like you really don't have much time. It's fine, this saint is not in a hurry. You can take your time. Seeing this demon saint in front of him beeping nonstop like a word squirt gun, such dense words reminded him of someone. This made Yihan's eyes, which had always been flat, finally show some fluctuations. He had been thinking about how this storm should end up in front of the world. From the very beginning, after using the top martial saint experience card to resolve Yamamoto Bank and the demon saint, he had planned to use the illusory world to create a scene of a martial saint saving the world to steal the memories of everyone today. After using the martial saint experience card, although he hadn't reached perfection in his thought power, with his current realm it wasn't difficult to create a scene that would make everyone believe the truth. This was the power of the illusion technique. Yihan is not willing to prematurely expose all his cards in this world, but there was one thing he hadn't thought about, and that was who would be the savior in this world of illusion. He had never had a candidate. Looking at the demon saint who had been talking nonsense, Yihan finally knew who he should choose. It's decided that it's you. This play, it should be sung like this. Thinking about this, Yihan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and a spirited smile finally rose on his face. However, this feeling gave the demon saint an ominous premonition, and it narrowed its eyes slightly. Dead to the world and still smiling? Yihan smiled confidently. No, it's you who will die. Big talk, just by you? Illusory world. Descend. Swoosh. Chapter 58, Discovering the End. The furious Central Region City. At the same time, outside of the Middle Domain City, which was separated by 10,000 miles, 7 black dragon scrolls with heavenly aura carried a huge pressure across the front of the huge gates of the Central Domain City, as if they were chains descending from the top of the ink like dark clouds, blocking the Central Domain City to death. The rammed red city gates between the thick city walls were tightly closed. Above the gates stood 4 figures, the corners of their clothes constantly swinging beside them, their tiny bodies unusually thin in front of the pillar like dragon scrolls. These were precisely the 4 martial saints of the human race, who were gathered here. The hale and hearty crane-haired old man standing at the very front of the city wall was Yihan's grandfather, the top martial saint known as the human race's C-Pin, Li Shangtian. He was dressed in a dark-colored Taoist garment, and faced with the 7 demon saints descending, he didn't have any ripples and casually cursed. Damn it, why do these stinky things keep blocking this doorway for? If you want to fight, just fight directly. Knowing that Domain City can't get in, they don't take the initiative to attack and just stand there for punishment? As he was chattering away, Li Qing behind him walked up, muttering under his breath, still fighting or not? If you don't fight, go back and watch the live broadcast. Li Qing also looked bored, and Li Shangtian was worried about finding something to talk about. so he asked. Speaking of which, that kid of mine, how is he doing in your academy? I heard that you actually took the illusion technique to him. Can he learn it? This kid didn't seem to be very fond of practicing martial arts before. Hearing this, Li Qing cocked his head and looked at him suspiciously. Are you still his grandfather? You actually don't know about Li Yihan's exceptionally gifted Nian Li? The old man is busy every day. You unfolded to talk about it? Li raised his chin negative hand, wanting to wait for Li Qing's continued compliments. Not like your own grandson. This talent, TSK, is more like my Li Qing's. Li Qing spoke with a cheap smile on his face. I pooh. The old Li family doesn't have a disgraced widowed man like you. If they were all like you, this surname Li would all be dead. Humph. This is my pleasure. This kind of happiness you can't experience. Bah. Humph. The two of them were constantly bickering. Neither one of them was convinced by the other. The amiable-looking, white-haired old man on the side finally couldn't help but open his mouth to stop them. What time is it? Both of you are still bickering. Old Zhao, shut up. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. And then Li Qing teased. He. Don't think I don't know that girl in your family seems to like that boy from the Li family. Humph. That still depends on whether or not that kid from the Li family fights for it. Don't lick all over the capital like you did before. Zhao Jinyue instantly retorted after hearing this, his face full of defiance. A few people kept joking and laughing. Only another man with a stout figure standing next to him was blowing cold wind and couldn't interject. It was none other than Stephen, who had rushed here at breakneck speed from East Domain City. He looked at the three people laughing and joking in front of him, and then looked at the opposite side of the demon saint. In his heart, he was very puzzled. There were these three in and still needed support? Just kidding. He looked at the laughing and joking trio. With this lineup, it seemed like it was more than enough to deal with 10 demon saints, although martial saints were the strongest realm under martial emperors. However, martial saints also have their own strengths and weaknesses. After obtaining the martial saint origin, it is up to them to cultivate the origin avenue to a certain length. In layman's terms, the martial saint level was divided into 3 levels: secondary, advanced, and top. Those whose origin avenue was below 1,000 meters were considered secondary, and those above that were considered advanced. As for the top tier, each one's origin avenue was above 5,000 meters. In other words, each of their martial saint golden bodies was a behemoth of over 5,000 meters. Although he himself was a senior martial saint, he had not long entered for the first time, and his origin avenue had just set foot on less than 2,000 meters. And these 3 great summer martial saints in front of him had already stepped out a few thousand meters on the origin avenue. And he actually came to help these 3 big brothers? Simply inverted the Big Dipper. Seems to have seen Stephen's lack of conformity. Li Shangtian laughed playfully and came over, patted his shoulder and spoke in a serious manner. Little Fancy, it's very pleasing for us to have you come to Central Region City, but why come out of the blue? Li Shangtian's words caused Stephen to faintly stare. Wasn't it Central Domain City that requested for support? Is that why I came over? What nonsense are you saying? You still need support with old me? Li Shangtian patted his chest as if to say that with old husband around. These are all trash. Wasn't it you who notified the East Domain Demon Navy that 7 demon saints were besieging the city and needed support from the East Domain City martial saints? To be able to make Central Domain City call for help. I thought at the time that all of the Devil Sea's top-tier devil saints were out, so I rushed here without stopping. Hearing this, Li Shangtian was still wondering when Zhao Jinyue opened his mouth. Who informed you? No one called for support from Central Domain City. This one top-tier devil cub with a few little devil cubs that just stepped into origin. Old Li can fight through it all by himself. You're at least an East Domain City lord. Nothing to do but guard there, blindly skulking what? Strange. Hearing these words, Stephen suddenly had an arc of electricity flash through his mind. He instantly realized what was going on and lost his voice incredulously. Crap. No good. The sudden yell caused the other 3 people present to instantly have a jolt, simultaneously turning their heads to look at the puzzled Stephen. They asked, "What's wrong?" Fooled. Over at East Domain City, there's a mole. Stephen opened his mouth with a grave expression, which seemed to make these 3 feel a hint of difference. What's going on? Speak properly. Li Shangtian frowned and stared at Stephen. Stephen panicked and explained to the few. I was originally at the martial arts exchange tournament today, but I suddenly received. What? After hearing Stephen's analysis, the few people felt bad. Immediately, they contacted the East Domain City Guards and realized that they were out of contact and no one was connected. They instantly understood the reason why the 7 demon saints were guarding the opposite side but were hesitant to attack. It also made them understand the reason why they had originally been puzzled that there were no top-tier demon saints yet they dared to come to Middle Domain City to cause trouble. They hadn't realized that something was wrong before, but after hearing Stephen say this, everything instantly made sense. The human race had traitors. The one from East Domain City, Yamamoto Bank, is very wrong. Li Shangtian, who had discovered the problem, rushed towards the outside of the middle domain city, and that top-level demon saint's eyes dramatically looked at them as his hoarse voice rang out. Just realized it now? It's already too late, ha 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 ha. I'm sure all of you, East Domain City, have already shattered. Originally, we would have given out 5 top-tier demon saints, but the one who defected to us told us this would make you guys overly nervous, but it seems right now, since you guys found out, we'll withdraw. It then casually slashed out 7 spatial cracks, preparing to leave with the demon race. Want to leave? No way. Damn demon race. Die. Boom. 3 golden giants over 5,000 meters tall appeared at the same time, killing from the middle domain city with a handful of grasps that shattered the spatial cracks leading to the rift. The mountainous fists rolled with terrifying power, crashing down on the 7 demon saints. P.S. Everyone watch the official. For the book review a favorable comment. Send a free gift it. Chapter 59 Demon Saint Obliteration. 10,000 meter golden body. Eastern Region City. This once prosperous and bustling city was currently shrouded in a dead silence. Time seemed to have been suspended by an invisible force. The entire city was like a still painting. All living things were like statues standing in place, motionless, and the air was filled with an ineffable strangeness and depression. Suspended in the air, a group of strong Wuzun was also fixed in this moment, in this space as if it was static. Yihan was the only one who was able to move freely, and his figure stood out in the silent city. Is this the effect that the Martial Saint realm achieves by using the illusory world? Yihan muttered as his gaze swept across the entire Eastern Region city, taking it all in. Although the power of the Martial Saint realm's illusion world had long been anticipated in his heart, he still felt shocked when he saw this magnificent landscape with his own eyes. The tall and sturdy demon saint in front of him was like a fixed sculpture, with panic and despair written all over his face. Yihan stretched out his hand and easily pinched its neck, and the hidden face of Shura was suspended behind him, emitting a faint scarlet glow, as if it would explode with destructive power at any time. Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, just as he was about to break the demon saint's neck. Scram! The devil saint with that horrified expression unexpectedly opened his eyes violently, bellowed, and quickly retreated backward. Broke free? This sudden turn of events caused Yihan to frown. It looked like although using the Martial Saint experience card was powerful in terms of realm, it was the level of Nianli that should need to be raised in order to fully control a Martial Saint level powerhouse. The opposite side of the demon saint's body undulated, panting heavily. Looking at Yihan, its eyes were filled with scorn and fear, and it no longer had the contempt and arrogance it had before. It knew that it had just almost died under Yihan's move. If it hadn't forced itself to wake up from the world of illusions, I'm afraid that it would have already lost its soul at this moment. What the hell is this move? Why have I never seen it before? The demon saint muttered secretly in his heart, putting away his contemptuous thoughts and began to take the human in front of him seriously. This saint has underestimated you. The devil saint's voice was low and hoarse, filled with anger and resentment. But you have also completely angered me. Go to hell. Mole Cricket. Let you know what happens when you offend a high-level demon saint. Accompanied by a roar, wisps of black demonic chi lingered around them, and its aura exploded as if it wanted to swallow the entire heaven and earth. A black sword blade illuminated by black chi was held in his hand. The blade was cold and icy, with monstrous demonic chi attached to its surface. It was indestructible. Swoosh! It turned into a meteor, killing towards Yihan at extreme speed. Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the golden spear in his hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, thrusting out blatantly, colliding with the demon saint's black sword blade. Dang! After a loud bang, the black and red intertwined aura violently swept up a fierce wind. The sky and the earth changed color, and the terrifying energy swept out along the way, as if it was going to flatten the entire Eastern Region city. Click! Click! Under this astonishing force, the golden spear in Yihan's hand was blatantly shattered. Seeing this, the demon saint couldn't help but reveal a hideous smile on his face. Griffin, go to hell! Yihan's face did not change, his breath still surging. Although the golden spear in his hand was shattered, the shattered fragments seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force at this moment, and recondensed into a kilometer-long scarlet dragon, which swooped out brazenly from the shattered spear, and pounced straight at the demon saint. The devil saint's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was too late to dodge, and was hard hit by this kilometer-long dragon with a terrifying aura. Rumble! A violent explosion resounded throughout the sky above the entire Eastern region. Instantly black smoke and thick dust rolled and filled the air. Only after the smoke dissipated did the demon saint's wretched figure slowly reveal itself. There's something. The devil saint gasped for air, but the color of excitement was in his eyes, but without a weapon. The current you is at my mercy. Oh yeah? Hearing that, Yihan smiled contemptuously and reached out with a wave of his hand. A giant scarlet Shura's face slowly emerged behind him, and the moment the Shura opened his eyes, an ancient and obscure terrifying pressure suddenly descended on this heaven and earth. Upon feeling this horrifying pressure, the face of the originally teasing demon saint instantly turned as white as paper. What is this thing? Why is there such a mighty pressure? The demon saint screamed in terror as it felt deeply ill, a sense of crisis rushing straight to its head. No, it had to find a helper to come. This human race in front of him was too weird. One had to leave this place for the time being. The demon saint's figure slowly retreated backwards, attempting to escape from this terrifying heaven and earth. Yihan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Want to leave? Can you walk away? Although the devil saint was no longer as arrogant as before, he was still arrogant. I admit that your moves are tricky, but if I want to leave, just you, a person who used a secret method to reach the saint realm, can't stop me yet. As soon as the words fell, the demon saint instantly transformed into a black cloud and vanished towards the outside of Domain City. Phew! Just as it was desperately evading, a powerful astral wind came from behind. The demon saint turned its head disdainfully, but after seeing this scene behind it, the tone of its voice instantly turned higher, screaming with fear, impossible. Aren't you using a secret technique? How could you have such a large martial Dao golden body? In the devil saint's terrified pupils, a giant with a body size of 10,000 meters was reflected. This giant was stretching out his arm as huge as a river towards himself, as if he wanted to take the entire heaven and earth into his arms. Moreover, this giant was different from all the martial Dao golden bodies of all the races it had seen before. Not only was his body huge, but he was also covered in scarlet flames, and his terrifying pressure shot up into the clouds. What shocked it even more was that this martial Dao golden body was actually red. It should be known that the human martial saints' martial Dao golden bodies were all golden, as this was the symbol of a holy body, and only the legendary divine bodies would show a red color. Could it be that? The demon saint was shocked. It wanted to retreat at extreme speed, but it realized that it could not dodge at all. That huge golden body was like the palm of Buddha Rudra's hand, pressing down on it fiercely. No! Accompanied by a cry of despair, the tiny demon saint was easily wrung apart by the gigantic palm of Yihan's incarnation, obliterating into the dust. Phew! Seeing the demon saint die, the huge golden body reverted to Yihan's appearance at this moment. Taking a long breath, he flew in the direction where the demon saint died, muttering, "Only the golden body of a top-tier martial saint can bring the Shura divine body into full play. It's a pity that it can only be done by using the experience card. Without the martial saint origin, neither the saint body nor the divine body can be condensed." Yihan shook his head, secretly pondering his next plan in his mind. He came to the place where the demon saint was crushed, only to see that the flesh and blood body had completely obliterated in the dust, leaving only a pure black mass of light flickering and floating in front of his eyes. This was the demon saint origin, something diametrically opposed to the martial saint origin. It was the origin power unique to the demon saint of the demon race. Originally, the human race should have an innate rejection and fear of the demon origin, but for some reason, Yihan didn't have this feeling. He even had an inexplicable heartfelt feeling towards this thing. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to pocket this origin force. Chapter 60 Ye Feng, who broke free from the illusionary world. There is a chance? After Yihan collected the demon saint origin, his gaze deeply scanned the crowds that were stopped in place. Under the effect of the illusory world, time seemed to freeze and everyone was immersed in a dead silence. Now their consciousness was forcefully pulled into an imaginary East Domain City. There the shocking episode of Yamamoto Kishi's betrayal and the invasion of the demon saint was being played out. In the midst of this catastrophe, the original human race was in despair, but there appeared a savior who looked like a heavenly god descending from the heavens, Li Huaishuan. He is a vast and righteous, sword pointing to the sky, with his own strength to fight two saints alone, sword light like a dragon, cut down the enemy's head. That valor, let everyone for the shock. Ka-ching. After Yihan twisted the neck of the last demon, he sighed softly, a trace of reluctance showing on his face. Is this about to lift the power? It's really lingering. If only I could pause it, he murmured, his fingers gently touching the martial saint experience card, and was about to lift it. Just then, a trace of abnormality was suddenly detected. Someone had actually broken free from his illusory world force. What person? Yihan's heart was startled, and his gaze was like a torch, quickly locking onto the figure that was staggering through the streets like a walking corpse. It was actually Ye Feng. What kind of situation was this? Someone with a lower realm than him had broken free of the illusory world? This was a situation that had never been encountered before. A big question mark surged up in Yihan's heart, and with doubts, he immediately followed. The two figures passed through the thick city gates one after the other. Yihan followed the hobbling silhouette in front of him as he walked on the sprawling wilderness outside Domain City. Where is he going? It seems to be controlled? Ye Feng below was stumbling, but his speed was abnormally fast, as if he was being pulled by an invisible force that kept him guessing. Finally, Ye Feng's figure stopped on the usual ordinary-looking hill in the boundless wilderness. He stood still and didn't move. It seemed that nothing special had happened. Could it be just by chance? Floating in the air, Yihan was wondering, when a hidden spatial force came from below. It really did look like there was a bit of a problem. Yihan frowned. This place couldn't even feel the fluctuation of the spatial force from below without feeling it carefully. On the mountainside, the piercing cold wind whistled past, waking Ye Feng from his daze. Where did this dry me up? Ye Feng looked around at the barrenness and was filled with bewilderment. Don't you want to get stronger? Then come in. That old and mysterious voice once again rang in his ears, this time incomparably solid. Come in? He had always thought that the voice in his ears was an illusion, but just now the voice seemed as real as if it was spoken right next to his ears. Along with the fall of the voice, a spatial aperture slowly floated in front of Ye Feng. Seeing this, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before making a choice. Gamble on a single car into a motorcycle. He stretched out his trembling hand and touched the aperture, and finally took a deep breath and broke in headfirst. Seeing him go in, Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, then concealed his breath and quietly followed him in without hesitation. Ding! The moment he entered the circle of light, the effect of the illusory world disappeared. At this moment, the East Domain City, once again, the bustle and hustle was restored. In the streets and alleys, people's faces were filled with joy and celebration after the robbery. Boom! Boom! One after another, several thick and terrifying Martial Saint auras tore through space and descended from the sky, and the originally murderous ones froze instantly as they looked at the scene in front of them. How is this different from what was imagined? Wasn't it said that this place had been invaded by the demon race into the Domain City? Seeing that there were no corpses littering the Eastern Domain City, the hearts of Li Shangtian and the others who had rushed here were flooded with questions. They had forcefully defeated the joint efforts of 7 demon saints, slaughtering 3 of them on the spot, and then rushed here at breakneck speed just to save East Domain City. Now it seemed like it wasn't needed? Could it be that the demon race's plan was wrong? With doubts, Stephen took the lead and arrived at the martial arts square. Looking at the buildings and facilities that were intact, his heart was thankful that it was fortunate that it was fine. On the square, he was about to inquire when he heard the voices of a group of martial headmasters talking. What a celebration! If it wasn't for the Li clan martial saint falling from the sky this time, I'm afraid we would have been killed long ago. That's right, it's a pity that the person disappeared before we had a chance to thank him. What a pity! Suspended in mid-air, Li Shangtian slowly landed, listening to the murmurings, but his heart was somewhat puzzled. Li family martial saint? How did he not know that there were other martial saints with the surname Li? Where did they come from? Li Shangtian muttered with a full of puzzlement, before he was patted on the shoulder by the smiling Wei Nantian who walked up. This was a fellow student of the martial university from the same class as him. Although there was a gap in strength now, the relationship had always been good. A rare and close friend from his student days. Old Li, you're really deep. Li Shangtian slightly inclined his head, frowned a bunch of tightly, hard not to understand the meaning. Che, still pretending, Huaishan broke through the martial saint for so long actually didn't inform a word. If not for him being here today, I'm afraid that we're going to suffer a great calamity. What the hell? You said my son, Li Huaishan. Hearing Wei Nantian's words, Li Shangtian said with wide-eyed incredulity. He saved you guys. Wei Nantian froze, then laughed, stretching out his index finger to point at him with a light nod while snickering at the bystanders. Look, this old Li is still so pretentious. He's been like this since he was a student, and he still doesn't change when he's old. Li Shangtian, what the hell is going on? In a hidden cave somewhere, Li Huaishuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "Bah, who's bad-mouthing me behind my back again?" He then rubbed his nose full of unconcern and observed his strength. In just half a month's time, not only had he managed to absorb the origin power, he had also walked his origin Dao out as far as thousands of meters. Feeling the vigorous strength and surging vitality in his body, he couldn't help but smile smugly. I really am gifted. On the other hand, Yihan finally arrived at a chaotic space after passing through layers of spatial ripples. Looking around, the entire space was filled with an azure halo, a chaos that could not be seen. A cold, chilly wind blew in his face, causing him to frown slightly. This place seemed to have a transcendent power that made the heartbeat accelerate involuntarily, and in Li Yihan's line of sight, Ye Feng's figure moved forward towards a direction with certainty, as if something was calling him. Chance? Then it's not my fault. Li Yihan raised the corner of his mouth and continued to follow. That old and mysterious voice kept echoing in Ye Feng's ears. The voice was getting louder and closer, as if it was whispering in his ears. Finally, under the guidance, a silver-colored point of light appeared in front of him in the distance, and as he continued to get closer, that thing was getting bigger and bigger in Ye Feng's eyes as well. Finally, when seen clearly, a thing that he never expected actually appeared here. A worn-out silver airship? P.S. Lords, point-free gift, give the book a evaluation. Chapter 61 Extraterrestrial Powerhouse. Source power cultivation? A spaceship? Is this a drama? Ye Feng looked at the thing in front of him with a shocked face and suddenly felt puzzled. This thing in front of him was exactly the same as the kind of thing on TV. What era is it now that there are spaceships? Nowadays is the era of revering force. The top powerhouses are all saints of the flesh, able to travel through the clouds, who still sits in an airship. Wasn't this something that was eliminated a long time ago? How could this old antique appear? Come in. Ye Feng was still wondering when the voice in his head sounded again, urging him to go in. Ye Feng frowned slightly, then he broke. Since he was all the way here, he might as well go in and see what kind of demons and ghosts were there. He resolutely walked into the entrance of the airship, and his figure disappeared into the entire azure space. In the distance, Yihan, who was hidden in midair, squinted slightly. He saw this silver-colored airship from afar. The peculiar shape similar to a water droplet showed at a glance that this did not belong to the Blue Star's creations. It was most likely a visitor from outside the land of stars. Yihan rationalized his thoughts. In the original book, there was indeed an outsider who was seriously injured and slept for hundreds of years in the magic sea. The owner of this airship seemed to call himself Star-Lord. He came from the Galactic Alliance outside the Starry Skyland, and because of his evil deeds, he was chased and seriously injured. And panicked, he mistakenly entered the magic sea and was forced to land here, and then opened the boundary and fell into a deep sleep to recuperate from his injuries. This Star-Lord's original strength reached the terrifying 5th stage of the Star Destruction realm, but this person is greedy for money and lust, and is a famous trafficker in the Galaxy Alliance. He likes to discover talented seedlings from various remote corners of the Galactic Alliance and pretends to take them as disciples. In reality, those disciples will be cultivated to a certain strength, and then sold to some big families in the Galactic Alliance as war slaves. He was a notorious street rat in all the major star cities of the Galactic Alliance, so he had established quite a few enemies, and according to the development in the original plot, the Star-Lord did not regain his peak strength after awakening and wanted to do his old business for some top resources, so he utilized the talent detector to discover seedlings, and at a glance, he found the supreme genius in the Blue Star, Ye Feng. He was overjoyed. This kind of talent is extremely rare, and wanted to take him as a disciple to cultivate him into an extermination star-level war slave to make a fortune. Ye Feng, on the other hand, saw through the Star-Lord's mind at a glance, but didn't break it up because of his greed for the extreme martial arts resources he gave him, and began to take advantage of each other. The Star-Lord accompanied Ye Feng for a long time on the Blue Star, and after experiencing some calamities, his fake master-disciple bond with Ye Feng gradually became real. So the Star-Lord was ready to wash his hands in gold and cultivate Ye Feng with all his might, wanting to have someone to rely on. Then he confessed his previous thoughts with Ye Feng. Seeing this, Ye Feng, who had long known the original reason, saw the sincerity of others, and could only helplessly accept this master who was of great help to him. Originally, the love between master and disciple could have continued in this way. However, it took a huge turn after Ye Feng first arrived at the Galaxy Alliance. He was quite shocked when he saw the huge bounty that the Star-Lord had hung in the Galaxy City. It was a figure that one could not refuse. So it was that Ye Feng had a crooked mind and turned back to the Blue Star without stopping, taking advantage of the fact that the Star-Lord was once again recuperating from his slumber. Ye Feng took him out in a sneak attack. Before dying, the Star-Lord opened his incomprehensible eyes and died in peace. Ye Feng, however, did not feel the slightest bit guilty and handed the Star-Lord's body over to the Galactic City-State's enforcers after cursing that he deserved it, and then ruthlessly raked in a sum of lucrative resources. It also allowed Ye Feng to gain a firm foothold in the Galactic Alliance. Yihan frowned darkly. According to the time this 8th Devil Emperor is about to awaken before Ye Feng met. According to reason there is still a long time. I did not expect to meet so soon. Is it because of their own sake? Or is the Devil Emperor about to awaken? Forget about it. Go in and take a look. Yihan collected his breath completely and was glad that he didn't remove the Martial Saint experience card. With his current strength of a top-tier Martial Saint going in and hiding, a Star-Lord who hadn't recovered to his peak wouldn't be able to discover him. Buzz. Yihan silently dived in, his entire person completely breathless, not even causing a single fluctuation. Upon entering the entrance of the airship, the cold light illuminated a narrow, silver-colored passage about 20 meters deep, similar to a corridor. The four walls were wrapped in metal, flanked by regular-shaped doors. It was empty and coldly silent at a glance. Along the silver corridor in front of him, Yihan kept exploring forward. He wasn't worried that he would be discovered. The perception on the Nianli's lesser multiplication realm was exceptionally sharp, being able to detect it before the other party. The most important thing was that he knew that the current stage of the Star-Lord's realm was only partially restored and had not reached the Star Destruction realm, which was also the reason why he dared to walk in recklessly. Passing through several doors one after another, he didn't find anything unusual. Finally he walked in front of the deepest door and stopped. An old but weak voice came from within the door. its tone extremely disdainful. The system of your cultivation has gone completely wrong. Ha! What blood chi body refining method? That's only used by inferior races like yours. Outside of a door, Yihan listened to the voices inside the door continue to come out. Proud words mixed with a bit of contempt. Behind the door, on the metal throne in front of Ye Feng sat a bald old man with a peculiar face, under the tightly wrapped silver battlesuit. His muscles were bursting like gnarls, and the most unique thing was that the skin on his body was actually blue. This made Ye Feng very shocked. He had never seen a human race with blue skin. For a time, he was too shocked to move, and only listened to the man's words and kept digesting them, finally determining that this seemed to be a race from outside the domain. Finally, after stabilizing his mind, Ye Feng slowly spoke. Senior, just now you said that the system we are using is problematic. Then what are you guys using to cultivate? Hearing this, the Star-Lord raised his lofty head as if he was waiting for Ye Feng to ask this. He got up and slowly walked to Ye Feng, his tall body looking extremely oppressive. What you guys are using are some inferior body refining cultivation techniques. They are practicing the power of your own blood chi, and in front of those gifted people with higher bloodlines. It's possible that the blood chi cardinalities that you're so proud of can be achieved by others as soon as they're born, and the truly strong are all pursuing source power. Of course, the current you guys can't do that. In order to refine source power that you have to reach the Star Destruction realm. That is, the realm of the Martial Emperor as you call him. Martial Emperor? Star Destruction realm? Ye Feng who heard this frowned slightly. He knew that Martial Emperor was the realm above Martial Saint, but this was the first time he had heard that there were other designations. Seeing Ye Feng freeze, Star-Lord upward curled the corner of his mouth. For you to be here, it's only natural for the old me to send you some opportunities. This is the source power that we cultivate. You can try absorbing it. With that, the Star-Lord waved his big hand. Buzz. A blue dense chi suddenly appeared within the entire airship, filling the entire space. Chapter 62 Star Destroyer Realm Powerhouse accepts apprenticeship. Ye Feng. So much energy can be fed to a pig up to the 9th rank. This is source power? When this dense mass of energy appeared, Yihan's eyes behind the door went straight. He could feel the surging aura contained in the source energy, and the concentration was quite pure. Holy, this old man is so rich? After Ye Feng was wrapped in this blue dense mass, the entire person's eyes flashed with madness. He had never felt such a majestic aura before. Compared to this, those blood chi pills he absorbed before were simply like gutter oil. For a time, he greedily looked at these dense energies and fell into silence. Don't you want to become stronger? This is even a meeting gift from the old man to you. Good. Seeing that the Star-Lord was so generous, Ye Feng no longer hid it, and without hesitation he sat down and absorbed it, and in a few moments the Pangbo energy surged madly towards where in the doorway Ye Feng was. He was like a pumping machine that was ramped up to full power, forming a vortex with him at the center, constantly squeezing out the majestic source energy. Seeing that the source energy in the entire airship was constantly being torn away by him, the Star-Lord's eyes narrowed slightly and he secretly nodded his head. Worthy of being the seedling that he had taken a liking to, his absorption speed was quite terrifying, catching up to some of the top geniuses. But according to his current strength, he shouldn't be able to absorb much. This was also the reason for the Star-Lord's generosity. These source powers could be worth a lot of money. He was just showing him his strong strength and concluded that he couldn't absorb much. In reality, Ye Feng, who was sitting in a coiled position, however, felt strange, and he was now quite puzzled in his mind. What was going on with this situation? It was true that one could feel the energy continuously surging in his direction, but why wasn't there much that was being absorbed into himself? It was as if someone was grabbing the absorption with him. It felt a bit leaky. Although he thought so, Ye Feng didn't dare to slow down and concentrate on absorbing. He knew that this kind of chance was almost 100 years hard to come by and had to be cherished. At this time, Yihan, who was a door away, was happy. He sat cross-legged against the back of the door, back to back with Ye Feng. The majestic surging source energy was madly surging towards his body, and he just sat there constantly grabbing and absorbing those source energies that belonged to Ye Feng. Robbing cultivation energy with himself? With his own cultivation god body alone, he could unilaterally crush it, not to mention himself who was now using the strength of the experience card Martial Saint. These source power into a pillar of light constantly pouring into the self-body. Although it cannot catch up with the realm enhancement card directly, but Yihan can obviously feel the realm and the crazy enhancement. This effect is blood chi dan completely incomparable, not worthy of the source power. The Star-Lord behind the door, looking at Ye Feng, who was sitting there diligently absorbing it, faintly noticed something wrong. Seeing that the source power filling the airship had been consumed more than half, but Ye Feng still had no tendency to stop. He was slightly distressed. However, on second thought, this was a sideways reflection of Ye Feng's talent. This kind of absorption speed was really rare even within Galaxy City. It was not easy to pick up this kind of seedling in this remote and broken place. He admitted that there was a gambling element in seeing Ye Feng, but now it seems that the bet was right. This time, he was sure to make a big profit. However, as time passed, his face became more and more ugly. Finally, after the last drop of source power floating in mid-air didn't enter Ye Feng's body, the original vast and dense source power of the entire airship was gone. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes, took a long breath, felt his majestic chi and blood, and was about to report his good news but saw the Star-Lord with a sad expression. He was puzzled. Isn't it giving me a chance? Why do you have a lifeless look? Seeing Ye Feng awakening, the Star-Lord touched his nose and coughed lightly to ease his embarrassment. Inwardly, he kept cursing. This kid actually sucked it all out for labor. The source power of an entire spaceship was the heritage that he had fought for over the years across the major star domains. Just like that it was gone? Although the heart need pain, but pretended to be generous tone to open the mouth. Very good. It looks like your talent exceeded old me's expectations. Old me really didn't look at the wrong person. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel proud in his heart when he heard this praise. This sentence that was inevitable. He himself was a supreme genius. After absorbing all this source power, his strength had now stepped into the early stage of the 8th rank. This speed was simply unbelievable. Alas, it is a pity that this source power looks quite a lot. The actual absorption up to be too little. Really stingy. Ye Feng stood up and cupped his fists at the Star-Lord in front of him and thanked him. Thank you, Senior, for granting me the opportunity. Senior's goodness, I will definitely remember it for the rest of my life. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave, when he heard the Star-Lord's panicked voice. Wait, I see that you and I have a destiny. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? The Star-Lord had his hands behind his back as he looked at Ye Feng's departing back and spoke hastily. There was such a good thing? Ye Feng's figure lurched and hurriedly stopped in his footsteps. Hearing that the Star-Lord was actually willing to accept himself as his disciple, he was secretly surprised and then overjoyed. This kind of strong person was actually willing to say he was his disciple. Only a fool would refuse. This was really a great person. Disciple Ye Feng, greetings to Master. Ye Feng turned around and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing and saluting. Well, from now on, you are my Star-Lord's official disciple. Get up. The Star-Lord narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded in response. In his heart, he continuously scoffed. Absorbed all of the old man's source power and still wants to leave? The door is not even there. Then he absently tried to ask. Absorbing that much source power, the current you should have improved a lot. That's for sure. Hearing this, Ye Feng proudly responded by speaking loudly. Now I've stepped into the early stage of the 8th rank. 8th rank. Ye Feng thought that the Star-Lord was shocked by his rapid progress and became even more proud in his heart. Raising his chin, he was glowing. Didn't expect me to be great, did you? The Star-Lord, on the other hand, remained silent for a long time as he froze in place. Frowning, he kept staring at Ye Feng. There was a moment of silence. Didn't I specifically adjust the talent detector? At least those who appeared to be gifted with whole-level potential or above would awaken. Although this person in front of him didn't reach the king-level seed talent, but he was also fast. Look at that speed just now, as if it was turbocharged. Terrifying as it is. Absorbs so much source power resources of labor. You tell me, from the 5th order only to the 8th order? Or the early stage? Old man, so much source power. Feed a pig can be fed to the 9th order. Is this detector broken? Or is it that his stored energy has actually dissipated too much over the years? The Star-Lord frowned and kept pondering, unable to think of a reason for a while. Ye Feng, on the other hand, thought that the Star-Lord was shocked by him and his expression became more and more proud. While pinching his fists, he fell into an inner fantasy. Yihan, you're dead. The current me can crush you with one hand. Really powerful. Yihan, behind the door, felt the surging energy in his body. This is the 9th order? P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, send a free gift and give a favorable review for this book. Chapter 63, This Old Dang. He has thoughts about me. 9th order. Yihan closed his eyes and felt his original realm. It was obvious that even without using the Martial Saint experience card, his strength was still a solid 9th rank, but there was no origin power. It was not surprising to him that he could reach the 9th rank without the Martial Saint origin. There were actually many paths leading to the Star Destruction realm, and the one taken on the Blue Star was the path of origin inheritance, and Yihan wanted to take the stronger one, integrating the origin only after the 9th order and directly advancing to the Star Destruction realm. Originally, he had planned to utilize Brother Unity's promotion card to complete this path for himself step by step, but he didn't expect that he would actually encounter such a good chance and reach it in advance. Yihan was secretly rejoicing. Ding! Detected the host usurping Ye Feng's massive chance. Villain value plus 50,000. The system voice that suddenly got up made Yihan even more surprised. This was the first time he saw such a generous amount of points on the settlement bill of Brother Unity. Side by side, It also reflected how serious Ye Feng's loss was this time. Inside the gate, the long silent Star-Lord Zhong finally slowed down. He recognized the current situation. No matter what, the Ye Feng in front of him had already been accepted as his disciple. Although the matter of source power was heartbreaking, it was considered as his principal investment. Moreover, this Ye Feng in front of him, to the naked eye, his talent did seem to be very good, and the fact that he didn't achieve the desired result should be caused by some problems above the source power. It doesn't matter. Anyway, in the future to sell this kid, more will be spit out. Then he remembered something, and his expression instantly became lewd. But before that, some interest has to be collected first. The Star-Lord looked at Ye Feng, obscene eye color constantly flickering under his eyes. Want to learn a stronger technique? Hearing this, Ye Feng became excited. That's natural, master. Ye Feng's reply caused the corner of the Star-Lord's mouth to turn up slightly, followed by an ineffable look in his eyes that kept glowing. Very good. It's good to be motivated, but you know, everything needs to be done in exchange for benefits, and for the master is also a little bit of a small request. I have been sleeping here for hundreds of years, and I haven't had any meat for a long time. Are you willing to help, master? After hearing the Star-Lord's words and then seeing his expression, Ye Feng was instantly startled. This old dang is not right. Could it be that he wants to sleep with me? Eating a man's hand is soft and taking a man's mouth is short. Ye Feng was about to think about what he should do when the Star-Lord's words came again. Looking for a woman to get high? Luckily, hearing these words made Ye Feng, who was doing mental construction, instantly relieved. So it wasn't meant to be this way. Then there was no need to take it off. Immediately after that, a plump and perfect figure appeared in Ye Feng's mind. It is decided that it is you. Ye Feng licked his mouth before agreeing without hesitation. Then there is definitely no problem. Hearing Ye Feng's affirmative answer, Star-Lord instantly became overjoyed and hurriedly confirmed. Not lying to master? That's natural, master. Then how long will it take? No more than 10 days, and it will definitely be brought to master. Good, good, good. The Star-Lord said several good words in a row to express the joy in his heart. This disciple was not received in vain. Worthy of having eaten so much of my source power, I finally see some value in it. Sleeping for hundreds of years, he had long since become chicken thirsty. Behind the door, Yihan, who had caught everything in his ears, silently sighed. This old dang was indeed just like inside the original book, a chicken that doesn't choose what it eats. Then it's settled. Master won't keep you. You go and get busy as soon as possible. When the time comes to bring the person here, master will definitely impart you a Star Destruction Realm technique. Alright, master, then be sure to wait for me to return. Seeing that the Star-Lord started to urge him to leave, Ye Feng did not dawdle and bowed his hand to leave. Before leaving, the Star-Lord gave Ye Feng an object in his hand that resembled a spaceship key, telling him that he would be able to reach this place next time by following this key. Seeing this, Yihan outside the door also quickly left. Magic Sea, on an unknown hill. Ye Feng stood at the top of the slope, feeling the wilderness of the wind on one side and experiencing his own surging blood chi on the other. He looked ahead with a torchlight gaze and laughed loudly and maniacally. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect it, Yihan. Even if you can defeat the 7th ranked Thomas. So what? The current me is already an unattainable existence for you. Just when Ye Feng was complacent, an impatient voice rang in his ears. Don't ink. Go quickly. Good Lu, good Lu. Hearing the voice, Ye Feng hastily nodded his head. Then his body shape rushed towards the direction from which he came. East Domain City. With the entire renegade Yamamoto family uprooted, this domain city returned to its usual orderliness. A silhouette in dark-colored Dao clothes was sitting aimlessly on the city wall, fuming. It was none other than Li Shengtian who had learned the ins and outs of the matter. In addition to hearing the news that his son, Li Huaishuan, had crossed over into Martial Saint and had beheaded 2 saints in one person, he also heard that his grandson, Li Yihan, had strongly defeated the so-called number 1 Blue Star talent in the Martial University Exchange Tournament, leading the Grand Xia team to win the championship. What's going on here? Is there smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves, and our old Li family is going to have success? As Li Shengtian was pondering, a familiar figure stealthily entered his eyes. At the entrance of the East Region City, Li Yihan quietly lurked into the crowd. At this time, he had already lifted his Martial Saint experience card, but he still had a strong strength of the 9th rank. Just because he couldn't detect it without his Martial Saint origin, after confirming that no one had discovered his abnormality, he prepared to count the spoils of war after returning to the Great Xia team. Splat! Suddenly, a dry, thin and powerful hand pressed on his shoulder. The sudden movement startled Li Yihan, who was lost in thought, and when he turned his head to look, a smiling face came into his eyes. Grandpa! After seeing the familiar figure, Li Yihan called out. Li Shengtian was looking at him with a smile on his face, constantly sizing him up. Not bad, not bad. I heard that you defeated that kid from Pretty Country? Aha. gave old Li's family face that group of golden hairs, they just don't deserve to be cleaned up. It could be seen that Li Shengtian looked particularly happy, then asked, have you seen your father? Nope, I just didn't see anyone else. Really strange. The old man also did not find. According to reason just left should also have a breath residue, but actually did not leave a trace. Is already far beyond the old man? Impossible. Li Shengtian frowned and whispered to himself, then looked at Li Yihan and continued. There's also something else that's quite strange. Do you know how your father got his martial saint origin? It was actually promoted silently. No oh, you know? That's great. Quickly tell grandpa about it. No one told me even after asking around for half a day. I gave him the martial saint origin. Li Yihan said casually. You gave it to him. Put your mother. Li Shengtian looked at Li Yihan in shock, fart written all over his face. But seeing that Li Yihan's flat and serious expression didn't look like a joke, he stopped his mantra and asked after him. Where did you get this? Li Shengtian had just been pondering how this Li Huaishuan had somehow broken through to martial saint. With Li Yihan's answer, everything became clear. Chapter 64. So, has he called? After a long time, Li Shengtian finally finished understanding the original reason. He learned that the martial saint origin was obtained by Li Yihan from a relic. Then he made all sorts of associations when he thought about Li Yihan's recent earth-shattering changes, as well as Li Baishan's dark disease being cured. It made Li Shengtian feel slightly touched, making so many impossible things possible. Could it be that Xiao Han had worshipped a certain extraterrestrial powerhouse as his teacher? Only then did everything seem to make sense. Li Shengtian then frowned tightly, unable to help but worry. As top human powerhouses, the matter of having an extraterritorial powerhouse was not a secret to them. The path of martial arts was meant to be an endless climb, and there would always be someone who would stand tall, and the human race of the Blue Star just happened to be stuck at the bottleneck of martial saints, temporarily stopping the opportunity to climb upwards. It was bound to be a good thing to be able to meet someone high up to guide them. However, Li Shengtian had heard that there were also some extraterrestrial powerhouses who solicited under the name of accepting disciples and actually resold those disciples. These evil deeds made Li Shengtian worry. His eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were like swords as he looked at Li Yihan and solemnly said word by word, Little Han, Grandpa knows that you may have met some extraordinary opportunities, but Grandpa is here to remind you that you must keep an eye out for people, and no matter how good people are to you, you don't necessarily have to trust them completely. Only family members will treat you with unreserved kindness. You have to remember, our old Li family is your biggest backing. If you are aggrieved, you must remember to tell your family. Even though you're not an opponent, Grandpa will put his old life on the line to help you out. Hearing Li Shengtian's words, Li Yihan couldn't calm down inside for a long time. Then he looked at the concerned old man in front of him and grinned. Don't worry, Grandpa. This time, let me be the Li family's strongest shield. Well, the child is teachable. Seeing Li Yihan's sincere face, Li Shengtian patted Li Yihan's shoulder in relief. Since you have chosen to embark on the path of martial arts now, then cultivate well. Don't lose the face of the human race. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something that seemed important. He vaguely remembered that Li Huaishuan had sworn in righteous anger in front of himself. Whoever gave him the martial saint origin, he would call whoever it was his father. Could it be that? Li Shengtian cautiously asked in a tentative manner. Has he called? Oh, no. Li Yihan casually waved his hand and flatly denied it. That's good. Seeing Li Yihan's flat denial, Li Shengtian nodded, but then reacted. It seems like I didn't ask what it was called either. No, I have to go find your father and talk about it. Also this time, the demon race dared to hit the East Domain City. The human race will also be bound to strike back and make those demon cubs pay the price. Since your father has already made a breakthrough, then we need to arrange for him to work in the Devil's Sea. Swoosh! Li Shengtian's figure shook and disappeared in place. Seeing this, Li Yihan continued to walk carelessly in the direction of the Great Xia representative team. In the waiting area of the Grand Xia team, the teams had also gathered and reassembled to prepare to return to the Blue Star. Ye Feng had already returned to this place. He was sitting on a chair, like a different person. He was full of confidence between his hands and feet, completely lacking his previous cowering and arrogant appearance. Seeing Li Yihan slowly walking back to the group, Ye Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. Leaning his back against the chair and crossing his legs, he spoke out in disdain. Some people, thinking that they have led everyone to the championship, are so self-righteous that they don't even care about the discipline of the team. The other few seniors heard this and looked at him like he was a little cutie. Like looking at Ye Feng, anyone with a discerning eye knew. Not only did Li Yihan lead the Dasha team to a strong win, he also heroically killed the enemy even when the demons appeared. And Ye Feng matched the whole fish even if the devil appeared as soon as the whole person disappeared. The devil disappeared after he appeared. If you don't know, you may think that he is a cosplayer of the demons. The crowd glanced at Ye Feng and ignored his words. Seeing that he was ignored, Ye Feng sneered and rubbed his nose to ease the embarrassment. Humph, it doesn't matter. I'll let you bounce around for 2 more days. When you return to the Blue Star and stand on the top of the mountain where all the people admire you, you will be kicked off the abyss by me in front of your face. Experience the taste of defeat. At that time, when you see my strength of the 8th rank, I wonder if you will despair. Ye Feng's floating expression was captured by Yihan. Yihan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He. I like this kid's expression. The prouder you are, the more gold coins you explode. Wei Nantian and Yang Jun also came to the team at this time and praised Yihan when they saw him return. Wei Nantian announced to everyone as if he remembered something. As the champions of this global martial arts exchange tournament, we will be traveling to the Starry Skyland to observe the body of a martial emperor this time. The opening of the Starry Skyland is scheduled for 10 days from now, so for these 10 days, we will temporarily stay at Tsinghua University and wait until the observation is over before separating. Great! This clear and pleasant voice came from Zhao Lingshi, who was particularly excited at the thought of being able to stay with brother Yihan again for these 10 days. Then Wei Nantian, as if remembering something, opened his mouth. By the way, I'd better add that there is only one best position to observe the body of a martial emperor, and according to the past practice is to run for the first place through an intra-team competition. But according to this time's performance, I think Li Yihan sits in the best position. I think there shouldn't be any objections to that. Hearing this, the others immediately laughed and Bei waved his hand, looking at Li Yihan with a reverent face. That's natural. Brother Li has already stepped into the 7th rank. Who in this younger generation can be an opponent? That's right. Then it's decided. Wei Nantian nodded and was about to clap his hands. No, I have an opinion. Suddenly, a voice with rising confidence interrupted him, and it was none other than Ye Feng. Great! I was worried about not having a chance to clean you up, so here it is. 10 days. To make sure, I have to go to my master's place in advance. I have to implement the Gong method, and by the way, I have to trick that old woman out. What opinion can you have? Seeing Ye Feng jumping out to oppose, Wei Nantian frowned. This person he had some impression. It was reasonable to say that his strength was not enough to qualify, but he hard relied on connections to enter the representative team. I think everything must follow the formal process, so I'm going to challenge. Still talking about formal procedures? The formalities for you to enter this team are not even formal. Hearing this, Wei Nantian's eyes widened and was about to refute his words, but then he heard Li Yihan's excited voice. Good, just follow him. Ye Feng was instantly overjoyed to hear Li Yihan agree. I didn't expect this little cutie. Really agreed. He probably still thinks that I'm a 5th rank. Not realizing that this youngster is no longer the weakling from before. Now I have been able to punch you. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, send a free gift to give a favorable review for this book. Chapter 65, Martial Emperor Origin. Direct path to Star Destruction Realm? The other few seniors couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw how arrogant Ye Feng was. Sigh, what a little cutie who doesn't listen to advice. Forget it, since he can't be persuaded with kind words, let's just wait for him to deserve a beating. These darkly mocking looks were taken into Ye Feng's eyes one by one. He raised the corners of his mouth, and his heart was tinged with teasing and sneering. Right. This is the kind of expression you guys want to see now. The bigger the contrast, the more shocked you will be. When I defeat Li Yihan, your faces will reveal a look of incomparable admiration. This is the effect I want. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I've always read about it in books before. This time it's my turn. I'm going to let this damn Li Yihan know that the higher you go, the more painful the fall will be. Ha. Let's go. Ignoring the self-importance in Ye Feng's heart, Li Yihan took the lead in the direction of the teleportation array, and Zhao Lingshi took the lead in following with her broken steps in a docile manner. Looking at the magnificent blue rhythmic giant teleportation array, Li Yihan let out a long breath of relief. Phew, finally, he had gone back. Next, he had more important things to do. After a few bumps in space teleportation, the crowd once again breathed in the familiar air of Blue Star. After returning to the capital, Li Yihan did not go to Tsinghua University with a few others, but planned to return to his own home and wait until 10 days before gathering for the Land of Stars. When they parted, several other seniors once again expressed their admiration for Li Yihan, while Zhao Lingshi's eyes were full of reluctance. Ooh, I was originally looking forward to a campus romance with brother Yihan. Fizzled out. Li Mansion. Li Yihan, who had just finished taking a bath, was lying on the huge bed, seemingly dazed, but actually taking stock of his gains. After opening the system and looking at the nearly 1 million villain points, he couldn't hide his surprise. I did not think that an exchange match can let Ye Feng burst out so many points. This wave is really a little beyond their expectations. Ye Feng's damn self-esteem can really be a valuable thing? Not bad. Then he took stock of his own needs. At the moment, what he needs the most is the origin. which happens to be something that is not available in the Unity Z Brothers kiosk. And the essence of the source is actually a life essence. Yihan reached out and gently take a dense mass wrapped in the hands, full of unending flow of life. This is the original mountain of the shore of the martial arts saint source. He has already stepped into the ninth order. This origin in front of him can no longer be used, so he is prepared to give this origin to the second master, so that he can achieve martial saint as soon as possible. The origin that he himself needed was not a martial saint origin. What he wanted was inside the body of the martial emperor in the Starry Skyland. That martial emperor origin, that is, the Star Destruction Realm origin. Yihan knew. The martial emperor's body in the Starry Skyland contained the Star Destruction Realm origin. In fact, no one had ever known about it, only in the original book. When Ye Feng reached the Star Extinguishing Realm to leave the Blue Star, only then was his origin and a strand of soul left for future generations found in the body of the martial emperor. Originally, the martial emperor's intention was to leave his origin and will to the descendants of Blue Star who could fulfill the conditions, which would also allow Blue Star to have one more strong person of the Star Destruction Realm. However, Ye Feng adhered to the principle that whoever found it was the one who owned it, and rightfully refined the martial emperor's origin. And while the conditions left by the martial emperor to the descendants seemed harsh, it was actually not difficult for Yihan. There were only two requirements to obtain the martial emperor's origin. The first one, that was a human celestial who had reached the perfection of the sacred body. Nowadays, his own cultivating Luo divine body had long since met the requirements. The second one was to have reached a Nyan power of the Shaoyana realm or above. Only with the Nyan power of the Hinayana realm could one manage to communicate with the wisp of the martial emperor's soul. Celestials who were able to do both at the same time were almost rare, but there were some. Yet no one could go and observe the body of a martial emperor when they reached the conditions at the same time. And the mystery of the martial emperor's origin was unknown even to the previous Ye Feng. This was also the reason why the martial emperor origin was able to be preserved until now. Once he succeeded in acquiring the martial emperor's origin, when he waited for his Nianli divine body to be double perfected, he would not need to go through the thunder tribulation and reach the star destruction realm straight away. This was also the path he had planned to take from the very beginning, acquiring the martial emperor origin. As long as he succeeded in acquiring it, then suppressing the demon emperor would be as easy as a slap in the face. As far as he knew, that demon emperor of the demon clan, although he was at the star destruction realm, he was only at the first stage of the star destruction realm. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped by Extreme East, who had half a foot in the star destruction realm. Phew, Yihan let out a long breath of relief. His current self had basically paved the way for what was to come next. The next step would be to start raising his own strength step by step. First of all, he had to change his technique. He clearly felt that today's swimming dragon heaven shaking gun technique was no longer able to achieve absolute certainty of death. It was time to upgrade his killer technique. Open the system mall. Looking at the wide variety of system pages, Yihan directly flipped to the Star Destruction Realms column of martial arts techniques and began to pick. This was also the page that the system mall had updated after he crossed into the 9th rank. Yihan looked at some of the new things that came out and was surprised. It looks like the Unified Word Brothers kiosk will continue to update the content of the goods in a timely manner according to his strength. Really thoughtful. This reduces the time to choose. Can let oneself more efficiently choose suitable for their own things. Looking at the wide array of new feats, Yihan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to select. Outside, the news of Yihan leading the Grand Xia team to a strong win in the exchange tournament spread throughout Grand Xia. Originally, everyone predicted that the Daxia team would not be able to win the Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament, but they didn't expect that they would come back from the dead and win the championship by defeating the beautiful country's representative team, preserving the Daxia's winning streak title, just because of that one man. For a while, Yihan's great name spread throughout all martial arts universities, becoming the idol of the younger generation. That lickspittle was actually able to go this far? No, I don't believe it. Kyoto Martial Arts Vocational College. Suemo in the dormitory room was shocked and filled with disbelief after brushing up on the news. If at that time, somehow, a trace of remorse actually flooded her heart, while being chagrined, suddenly her cell phone kept vibrating, and it was actually a message from Ye Feng. I have a brother who wants to see you. Come out and talk. Seeing this message, Suemo sighed. Again? What bull ******* brother? It was his lightning koan. Moreover, because of Ye Feng, the few remaining resources of his own Su family had been depleted. The current self was almost unable to maintain the basic needed cultivation resources. Generally Ye Feng called himself just to ask for resources, but the current self was almost not enough. Where was there enough to share? That Ye Feng action in and out, resources only in and out, after such a long time has not yet seen a trace of results, and now has been left far behind by Yihan. One can really be blind. Thinking of this, Sumo's heart was flooded with a wave of nausea. was thinking of reasons to refuse, but the phone vibrated again. An incomparably shocking message reflected into her eyes. I'm at the 8th rank. What? A smile instantly appeared on her face. She swept away the penance she had just felt, and in her heart, she was constantly glad that she really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Ugh, you actually thought about regret just now? I really don't know what's good for me. It's still my brother Ye Feng who is powerful. That Yihan is nothing. Sumo immediately rolled up from the bed in the dormitory, hurriedly went to make up for herself, chose a set of sultry and sexy purple tulle skirt, beautifully prepared to go to the appointment. At the same time, a shocking news also came from Qingwu University. What? Ye Feng is going to challenge Lu Rufeng, the number 1 in the Jingwu heavenly ranking? Isn't he only at the 5th rank? And his entire body has expanded from participating in the global martial arts competition? Lu Rufeng, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, is a mid-6th ranked expert. What qualifications does he have to challenge a rookie who just enrolled in the school? Really? I heard that Lu Rufeng has already agreed. Tomorrow morning, Chapter 66, Ye Feng's strong ascent to the top. Impatience Suning Shui. The next day, Qingwu University, the martial arts ring. The large martial arts venue was crowded at this time. The students who came to watch the battle surrounded the entire venue. Even many people from outside schools came to observe. The densely packed silhouette simultaneously gazed at the slim figure in the ring. Everyone was cheering for him. Senior Lu Rufeng, the number 1 expert of Qingwu University, approaching graduation and breaking through to the middle of the 6th rank. He had also caused quite a stir for a while. Although it wasn't as demonic as Pretty Country Thomas, it was still quite terrifying. The students of Qingwu all believed that if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Rufeng happened to be in seclusion during the Global Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, otherwise, Lu Rufeng would have been able to make a name for himself in this martial arts exchange tournament. Qingwu's reputation would have been greatly enhanced as well. Instead of being stolen by the Extreme Nian Academy, hearing that he was going to fight someone, they all came to visit the battle. Being able to see the advanced Lu Rufeng go at it was a way to make up for not seeing him fight at the exchange tournament. Senior brother Lu, go for it, don't show any mercy. The cheering sounds for him constantly echoed in the martial arts venue. Lu Rufeng on the ring was dressed in white, holding his sword in one hand and hugging it around his chest. His eyes were slightly closed, and the breeze rolled up his white clothes, giving him an inscrutable look. Opposite him was an excited Ye Feng, his eyes constantly twitching with teasing, his heart unable to hold back his excitement. Such geniuses really like to act like this. Yihan is also like this. My Ye Feng's road to fame will start with you, the first place winner of Changwu. After I waste you today, I will then step on Yihan hard. The match begins, with a command from the referee under the field. Dang! Ye Feng nonchalantly rushed up. His figure was like a cannonball as he quickly appeared in front of Lu Rufeng. After feeling the sea-like chi and blood pouncing from Ye Feng's body, Lu Rufeng's originally flat and unperturbed face was suddenly startled with an unbelievable expression. What kind of aura was this? Reacting, he lost his voice and roared. This aura is 8th rank. Oomph, only just realized it? It's already too late. Only to see Ye Feng with a sardonic smile on his face. His hands drew a bow and clenched his fists, curling with a strong wind to ruthlessly smash at Lu Rufeng. Lu Rufeng was like an enemy. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and in a panic, he drew out the sword in his arms to defend himself. Boom! Crack! As the silver sword broke, the destructive force slammed into Lu Rufeng, causing him to fly out uncontrollably. Dong! Lu Rufeng fell to the ground and fainted after spewing out a mouthful of blood. His clean white long coat instantly dyed red. Senior brother! A few white-clothed figures quickly surrounded him and carried him away with grim faces after inspecting him. When Ye Feng sent Lu Rufeng flying out of the arena with a punch, the entire arena fell into silence. It then erupted into roaring exclamations. I didn't see it wrong, right? Senior brother Lu lost? Or was he killed by a single punch? Ye Feng put his hands behind his back and looked around with a torch-like gaze, appreciating the incredulity in the eyes of the crowd. Is this the feeling of being revered? I like this feeling too much. Yihan, so you were living with such eyes before? No wonder you're so blind. It's just as well. You'll live under my shadow forever. All the anger you suffered before will be doubled. Ye Feng wins. The referee stammered out the result. He didn't even seem to believe what he was seeing in front of him. On that day, on the heavenly ranking of Qingwu University, the newly updated rankings caused an uproar and sparked attention from all walks of life, especially the strength of the first place. Ye Feng had blatantly reached the top with the strength of the early 8th rank. It far crushed the second place 6th rank. I'll go. It's unbelievable. That soft rice king Ye Feng who was new to the school actually has the 8th rank. 8th rank? The 8th rank, right? No, it's true. The school's heavenly ranking has been announced. Really? Let me take a look. Ouch, I'm going. It's true. Have you heard anything else? What? I also know that in a few days Ye Feng will be competing with that Li Yihan from Extreme Nian Academy for the Martial Emperor's body observation position. What? Then in that case, isn't that Li Yihan bound to lose? Isn't that pretty good? That means I, Shang Wu, am the #1 institution. For a while, the news of Ye Feng's strong defeat of the #1 on the heavenly ranking swept through Qinggu. Everyone was shocked by it. Inside the campus, Zhao Lingshi, who had learned of this news, was shocked and rushed out of the school gate in a panic, rushing towards the Li mansion at the first opportunity. Qinggu University, Vice-Chancellor's office. Suning Shui sat in front of her desk in a white dress, her face somber. She looked at Ye Feng in front of her with a displeased face. Inwardly, she was very unhappy. How long had it been since he had taken in a disciple, and his own disciple had actually reached the same level as himself? This should have been a happy thing, but the problem was that Ye Feng reaching the 8th rank had nothing to do with her, Suning Shui, and could not show the level of her own famous master at all. She herself hadn't given him a single lesson besides giving him a blood condensation pill. It was just a bit of a master-disciple name, with no affection at all. Not to mention that he also caused such a big trouble, beat Lu Rufeng into a serious injury. It was said that his meridians were broken, and even if he was cured, he would lose his qualification to cultivate. Tell me, what's going on? How did you reach the 8th rank? After a long moment of silence, Suning Shui's ice-cold voice came out. It's like this, master. I met. Seeing Ye Feng's still respectful appearance allowed Suning Shui to regain a bit of face. Humph, this disciple wasn't quite a white-eyed wolf. So that's how it is. Encountering a relic? This kid really has good luck. But then, Suning Shui's face pulled down again as she stood up and righteously accused Ye Feng. Obviously you know that there is a relic. Then why don't you take me there? You know, last time, the Martial Saint Ruins for Master even specially brought you. Last time? You still have the nerve to mention it. I don't understand what's on your mind. Seeing Suning Shui mentioning about the last relic, Ye Feng's heart was filled with disdain, but did not show anything, pretending to be sophomoric. He said, which is not true, master. Wasn't it a demonic invasion at that time? And there was no chance. I've already recorded the coordinates and was about to find time to take you there, master. Hearing these words, Suning Shui's fleshly eyes became excited and exclaimed, really? That's natural. We can go whenever we want. Ye Feng nodded his head, indicating that there was no problem. Choose a day. We'll leave now. Now. I'm afraid it's not a bit urgent, master? The procedures for going to the Devil Sea are not that simple. Besides, I still have to observe the body of a martial emperor in 9 days. Why don't we put it off for a while? What's the point of slowing down? With my master here, what formalities are needed to go to the Devil Sea? Go! Seeing Suning Shui's impatient appearance, Ye Feng raised the corners of his mouth sinisterly and pretended to speak helplessly. Okay, P.S., please give this book a 5-star rating. Chapter 67, as far as it can be grasped, the layout begins. Inside a hidden cave somewhere in the Devil Sea. Boom! The golden light surfaced within the cave before passing away in an instant. A figure staggered and fell to the ground, puffing up a puff of smoke. The standing figure clapped his hands, his mouth continuously spitting out nagging words. No, son, this strength of yours, it doesn't seem like it's much of a drop. Slaughtering the Yamamoto Oni doesn't seem to be a problem, but the other demon saint you can take out? I don't believe your father either. The two people in the cave were none other than Li Yihan's father and grandfather. Li Huaishen, who tumbled on the ground, slowly climbed up. Without the slightest bit of the temperament of the president of the Court of Judgment of the human race, he patted the dust on his robes, and with a defiant face, looked at the crane-haired old man in front of him and opened his mouth. No, old man, all of them are a handful of years old and still come out to bully people? Who the hell started a rumor that I took out the 2 pups there? I'm not even out of the gate yet and you caught me in a fat beating. Who understands? Li Huaishan looked at the leathery smiling Li Sheng Tian in front of him. A wave of fear rushed straight to his heart as he swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, he remembered the days when he was dominated by the 7 wolves as a child. Li Sheng Tian did not answer positively as he walked forward with his hands behind his back, pretending to be shocked as he opened his mouth. It really wasn't you? But everyone saw it. It really wasn't. Li Huaishan spoke helplessly. Seeing this, the corners of Li Shengtian's mouth rose slightly as the words came out of his mouth. Still lying. You still say it's not you. Everyone has seen it and you're still sophomoric. Snap. Snap. It really isn't. LOL. Li Huaishuan's wailing screams continuously echoed within the cave. The more Li Shengtian fought, the more energized he became. And a long golden whip that resembled a belt coalesced in his hand was unusually majestic in his hands. Then a hint of cunning flashed across his complexion. Of course I know that you certainly can't slaughter 2 Ninth Order with this strength. Just simply want to beat you up and find an excuse. While waving the whip in his hand, his heart kept wondering. Strange, who the hell is that? Could it be Kyoto, Li Mansion? Knock knock knock. A sharp knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice as pleasant as a wind chime anxiously ringing out. Brother Yihan, are you there? No way. Outside the rammed and thick gate of the mansion courtyard, Zhao Lingshi's slender figure stood in front of the door, knocking her hand and continuously knocking, looking very anxious. Crunch! A handsome face peeked out from inside the door, looking at the eyes on the face that were as deep as a lake. It really made Zhao Lingshi fawn. The owner of the eyes was none other than Li Yihan, who was wearing a black robe. He had just awakened from his sleep when he heard the impatient knocking at the door. What's wrong, Lingshi? Seeing that Li Yihan actually looked drowsy, Zhao Lingshi hurriedly said with concern. Brother Yihan, don't fall asleep. Something big is wrong. That Ye Feng doesn't know what's going on. His cultivation actually reached the 8th rank, and just now, he also struck Lu Rufeng into serious injuries. His hand was extremely vicious. Zhao Lingshi's crimson little mouth kept turning over. Looking very anxious, Li Yihan just leaned against the door and quietly listened. No wonder it was so strange yesterday to jump out specifically to compete for the observation position of the Martial Emperor's body. So it was prepared. Bah! What an abomination! Not contributing when it's time to contribute to the competition and destroy the demon race, and now jumping out when it's time to divide the position based on strength. How shameless! So brother Yihan, I can tell you that you must not participate in his fight in the next few days. Don't fall for his trick. Your dedication is visible to everyone. The best position is definitely yours. Finally finishing what she wanted to say in one breath, Zhao Lingshi let out a long breath and lifted her fair and delicate face to stare at Li Yihan with a gasp. Originally, she thought that a trace of shock or disbelief would flash across Li Yihan's face, but she still saw a face as calm as water. Just as she was wondering, she only saw Li Yihan smiling easily, touching Zhao Lingshi's head and rubbing it, saying with a cozy face, just because of this, Sister Lingshi made a special trip? Isn't this big enough? 8th rank, hey, that's a martial honor. Even though I know that brother Yihan is strong, he's definitely not a match for a martial Zun. It's okay, come in and sit down. Seeing Zhao Lingshi's puffed up look, Li Yihan smiled faintly and patted Zhao Lingshi's shoulder, leading her into the living room. Aren't you even nervous? Zhao Lingshi couldn't help but ask when she saw that Li Yihan still had a bland look on her face. Li Yihan turned her head to reveal that confident and bright smile and laughed. Trust me? That's for sure. The one I trust the most in this world is brother Yihan. Hearing Zhao Lingshi's words, Li Yihan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then wait and see. Okay BA. Ding ding ding. A bell suddenly rang. Li Yihan fished out the constantly ringing phone from her black plush pajama pants and picked it up. A dull voice came from it. Reporting to young Master Li, my subordinates observed that Su Ningshui and Ye Feng left Jinggu University at the same time and are heading towards the Magic Sea teleportation formation. Got it. Li Yihan hung up the phone and then raised the corner of his mouth. As expected, seeing that Ye Feng's strength had risen greatly, that old woman really couldn't sit still and must have hurriedly asked Ye Feng to take him there. So eager to go as a laxative channel. This old woman was really active. He then touched Zhao Lingshi's head and smiled like the sun. Don't worry about me. Everything is in my plan. Goodbye Yihan brother. Since you know then I'll go first. But be sure to be safe nah. Good. Zhao Lingshi left reluctantly after repeatedly instructing her. After she left, Li Yihan was like a different person, putting away the smile that was like a spring breeze just now. In his hand, he took out a transparent mask out of thin air. 1000 mask. This was a prop that he had spent a lot of points to acquire from the system mall. Yesterday, he browsed the system mall for an entire day. After using up all of the nearly 1 million villainous points, he had only exchanged them for two things. The light 1-star destruction realms, 10,000 things transformation shadow technique, martial arts technique had cost him a full 900,000 points. Li Yihan was quite satisfied with this technique. After practicing to a great extent, he could manipulate the shadows of all objects to obliterate everything. And this was the shocking part of the Star Destruction Realm technique. From the Star Destroyer realm, the development of martial arts has already transcended the physical body level, and started to face all kinds of elements, which is also the Star Destroyer realm power to destroy the planet's dependence. And the other, is in front of this later often can use the tool of crime. 1000 masks. Seeing the hand emitting a dense transparent mask, Li Yihan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. As a villain, there are always times when it is inconvenient to come out. At this time, it is necessary to forge an identity prop to act, and the 10,000 masks, after wearing it, could mimic the breath of anyone they had come into contact with, just like a real person. Even a martial saint standing in front of him would not be able to differentiate at all. Chapter 68 The Betrayer, the running man who danced again. Li Yihan put away his 10,000 masks. Standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window at the landscape of the small courtyard with flowing water, she kept thinking, the current Ye Feng, everyone knew that he was of the 8th rank, and Su Ningshui was also of the 8th rank strength. Since all the conditions were in place, Then the next step was to prepare a big gift for Ye Feng. With that, Yihan felt out her cell phone and dialed out again. Remember to record all the video evidence of Ye Feng and Suning Shui entering the magic sea alone. Don't worry young Master Li, it's all prepared. Okay. Yihan hung up his cell phone, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The charge of disloyalty and regicide. I wonder Ye Feng, can you catch it? Afterwards, Yihan changed her clothes and took the Li family's privileged magic sea pass and stepped out of the Li mansion's gate. The next good show. I can't miss it. Magic Sea, outside the East Domain City. Sha 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 sha. The feet stepped on the soft black sand and continuously made a rattling sound. Two figures were walking in the vast and boundless wilderness, with heavy dark clouds like ink above their heads, and soft and fine sand under their feet. Feeling the piercingly cold wind blowing in his face, Ye Feng slightly frowned. In order to prevent the human race from moving alone outside the Domain City and being caught by the demon race to turn on them, the requirements to reach the Devil Sea to move alone were extremely strict. The last 2 times were drilled some loopholes. To be alone out of the human Domain City is quite complicated. This time, it was fortunate to have Suning Shui Qingguo University's vice-chancellor's identity as a guarantee, which also made this operation seem not particularly troublesome. How much longer? Behind him, Suning Shui's clear and cold voice came out, a sense of impatience seemingly revealed in her tone. It's almost here master. A dead silence ensued. Humph. Ye Feng secretly sneered. This old woman was really an acute person. He himself was still in a hurry to deliver. That really couldn't be helped. If it wasn't for the fact that they avoided exposing their breath to attract unnecessary trouble and chose to go on foot, according to their current strength they could reach their destination in a breath. Although this is not the front line, but outside the Domain City from the demon territory is also quite close. Too much publicity is easy to the demon tribe was found. Thick as ink in the clouds, a lazy figure suspended within the stretch of waist. Ouch. These two can be really slow. Yihan looked at the 2 people inking below and spat while stretching out his bony hand. With a gentle lift of his fingers, a drop of ink beads appeared on his fingertips. With a flick of his hand, the ink bead transformed into a raindrop and dripped down silently, then accurately disappeared into Suning Shui's shadow. Everything turns into shadow. After doing all this, Yihan raised the corner of his mouth and his figure disappeared once again into the ink like dark clouds. Finally, at the top of a plain and ordinary hillside, Ye Feng stopped his footsteps as he excitedly opened his mouth. Master, we're here. Humph. Suning's level-headed response rarely appeared accented. It was finally here. Her gaze sizzled as she looked ahead, her little mind constantly fluttering. To be able to make Ye Feng reach the 8th rank from the 5th rank, the power of such a relic was unheard of on the blue planet, and it was very likely that it was left behind by an extraterritorial powerhouse. Inside it, one might be able to find the Martial Saint origin, allowing oneself to become a Martial Saint. At the thought of this, Suning Shui's breathing became rapid. Having failed last time, her luck wouldn't be that bad this time, right? Ye Feng stood at the top of the hillside and gently pressed his hand on the airship key that the Star-Lord had given him. When the button was pressed, buzz. A burst of obscure and difficult to understand spatial power quickly descended, wrapping the 2 of them tightly like a giant invisible net. With a crisp ding sound, the 2's figures instantly disappeared in place, leaving only a silence and emptiness behind, and Yihan and the cloud simultaneously breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, luckily, I followed them in. Within an endless azure space, Suning Shui was shocked by the scenery in front of her. She had never seen such a scene on any of the Blue Star's ruins. This must have been left behind by an extra-dimensional powerhouse. This blue color was the spatial protective shield. Information about extraterrestrial powerhouses. She had learned it all by chance from her Martial Saint father, Su Jinshan. This information might never be known by ordinary people, but it wasn't a secret with Martial Saints. This time, it was estimated that she was going to make a fortune. Suning's water-cold eyes swept over Ye Feng's face, and the corners of her mouth hooked into an imperceptible smile. In her opinion, this world-unseen poor brat in front of her definitely didn't know the information about these extraterrestrial powerhouses. At that time, all she needed to do was to perfume him, and she would be able to take those precious treasures for herself. After thinking about it, she urged Ye Feng and the 2 of them accelerated their steps. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, in the pitch-black shadow reflected down by the blue light, a pair of deep eyes snapped open without a trace of expression, and it was hidden within Suning Shui's shadow perfectly blended into one. When the 2 of them stood in front of the silver-colored water droplets airship, Suning Shui's shock was no longer describable. She had never seen something with such a unique shape before. Buzz. The airship door opened as if it felt something of its own accord. Seeing this, Suning Shui snatched Ye Feng and squeezed him aside, taking the lead to walk into the open door. She rushed in full of joy, fantasizing about the mountains of resources and techniques, but after seeing the scene in front of her, her entire body froze in place. The original smile also froze in place. and her eyes contracted slightly as they trembled continuously. She subconsciously took a step backward. Bang! But she bumped into a chest that was as strong as a wall brick, and she turned her head to look at Ye Feng, who was blocking the exit behind her, and said in disbelief, how could there be someone in the ruins? Ye Feng was expressionless and did not answer. Suningshui once again looked at the blue-skinned bald man in silver-colored battlesuit in front of her in horror. He was lanky and tall, and the grim aura he gave off made her feel a sense of deathly crisis. Only the corners of that man's mouth revealed his own upper teeth, an unnameable smile hanging on his face. His gaze was hot and full of desire, as if he viewed himself as prey. Seeing this, Suningshui wanted to flee immediately, but to his horror, he realized that his entire body was bound by the pressure, unable to move. Well done. Stand down. Okay, master. Ye Feng respectfully arched his hand. Ye Feng, what is the meaning of this? Suningshui looked at Ye Feng incredulously and lost her voice. He was then interrupted by an impatient voice. Come on, baby, roll. Suningshui shouted frantically, trying to struggle but was quickly held by the Star-Lord's lanky figure. There was a snort. Suningshui's white muslin was violently and instantly torn apart, revealing a snowy white. In her despairing gaze, Ye Feng silently put the airship door on and walked out. Inside the airship, the white running lights danced once again, and the sound of waves like kites followed the rhythm that kept iterating. It was filled with the scent of spring. Chapter 69, Whimpering Sadness. The deicide. Long-time waiting lords. This review got stuck for a long time. Changed and changed. Outside the airship, Ye Feng sat against the hull of the ship, his eyes in a trance, originally thinking that a hint of self-blame would appear after he tricked Suningshui into this place. As it turned out, he realized that he didn't have any penitent feelings within himself. He lifted his head and smiled in grim disdain. It was also right. This world, originally, is a world where interests are swapped. I only used Suningshui's body in exchange for my own future in future. This deal is quite cost-effective. Ha 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 ha. Residents, stop. Don't. Ye Feng leaned against the airship, feeling the violent shaking and the intermittent sharp gasps coming out. He sighed. He couldn't help but look at the top of the azure space, envy coursing through his eyes as a hint of bitterness surfaced at the corner of his mouth. This Star-Lord was not only long, is it also so fierce? How enviable. Outside the ruins, Yihan, who was hiding in the dark clouds and meditating and waiting, was suddenly shaken awake by a sharp sense of dizziness, and he could feel that the shadow droplet he had planted in Suningshui's shadow was shaking drastically. Asterisk. What's going on? It's shaking so much all at once. Go take a look. Saying that, his entire person was wrapped in shadow and merged into his feet like water and disappeared, leaving only a pitch-black disk in place. The next moment, Yihan's sight appeared within the airship. The violent agitation of white blossoms in front of his eyes made him instantly come to life. Suningshui's shadow rose and fell, back and forth on the icy walls. The amplitude was so great that Yihan, who was hidden in the middle of the shadow on the wall, was about to be shaken out. The springy image made him constantly marvel. Holy, this old dang, is his stamina so good? Worthy of being in existence that hasn't leaked fire for thousands of years. This time I see that old woman hanging on. Before her eyes, Suningshui, who was in a trance at the moment after enduring a huge impact, was in a trance. It felt like her body was constantly rising and falling, and she couldn't exert any energy. Only the raging running lights kept hitting the double flash. Star-Lord had a fierce look on his face, his gnarled muscles and veins constantly rippling as he tried his best to release his energy. Finally, after a long time, the airship stopped shaking. Seeing this, Ye Feng slowly got up and pushed open the door and walked in, his eyes sweeping over. At a glance, he saw Suningshui, who seemed to be paralyzed on the ground like a corpse. Her clothes were tattered and couldn't hide her tattered spring. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Ye Feng did not have the slightest pity in his eyes. Instead, he turned to look at the Star-Lord with excitement. Master, my gong. Don't worry. Without waiting for Ye Feng to finish his words, Star-Lord reached out and interrupted him. Putting on his own battlesuit, he sat on the mechanical seat and looked down at him with a look of intent. Not bad. This time you've satisfied Master. It's just a pity that the women of your blue planet are too physically weak. Can't withstand a few strokes before they're almost out of breath. So there's more? The Star-Lord's gaze was like fire as he looked at Ye Feng, clearly not being satisfied. This old dang still wanted it? Is it taking medicine? At the words, Ye Feng was slightly speechless, but a young face came back to his mind. The woman who said that he, Kuan, was fast. Yes, Master. Very well, bring it over to Master. The Star-Lord's words were laced with a majesty that could not be refused. What about my gongfu? Don't worry, bring another one, and I promise to give it to you. The Star-Lord looked at him seriously, but Ye Feng was already exploding inside. This dog Lao Dang actually dared to cheat me. Feeling like he was being cheated, Ye Feng's heart was bursting with irritation, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only silently agree. But the resentment in his heart continued to climb. Looking at Su Ningshui's limp and powerless body, he cursed angrily in his heart. It's all because of this damned old woman. This actually can't satisfy. At this moment, Su Ningshui's body moved, and she lifted her head with difficulty, looking at the Star-Lord with a cloak of hair as she weakly opened her mouth. You can let me go now. The Star-Lord did not look at her and turned his head to look at Ye Feng. This person, you brought, the same woman. The old man has always used it only once. How to deal with it is up to you. It doesn't even matter to master. Hearing the Star-Lord's words, Su Ningshui turned her head to look at Ye Feng, her eyes filled with pleading, as if she was telling to spare herself. Only Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as a murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Since she knows my secret, just can't let her go back alive. Hearing these words, Su Ningshui panicked with the naked eye, her eyes flashing with a hint of despair as she summoned up enough courage to speak aloud. No, Ye Feng, you can't do this. You'll be spurned by the heavenly Tao if you do this. No, let me go. No matter how much Su Ningshui resisted, it didn't slow down Ye Feng's steps towards her. Very well, then you can handle this matter on your own. Master is tired. Take her out. Don't dirty the old man's ship. The Star-Lord slightly closed his eyes and waved his hand, urging to leave. Yes. Ye Feng grabbed Su Ningshui's over-the-shoulder hair and dragged her body towards the airship's entrance. Don't. Only her unhelpful pleas for help remained. Magic Sea. Below a very remote rocky body, Su Ningshui humbly knelt in front of Ye Feng and begged bitterly. Ye Feng, I definitely won't say anything about this time. For the sake of the two of us being master and disciple for a while, spare master, will you? Su Ningshui's cultivation was completely sealed by the Star-Lord. Ye Feng wanted to kill her as simple as killing a pig. She could only beg for mercy. For Su Ningshui's lowly pleas for mercy, Ye Feng was expressionless. His eyes were cold and his tone was lightly dismissive. Master? You might be mistaken. My current master is the Star-Lord, and for you, I do believe that you won't tell this matter out. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Su Ningshui's eyes flashed with a hint of a period aura. Yes, yes, yes. She nodded her head in a panic, followed by Ye Feng's turn of phrase causing her to fall into despair once again. But, I trust a dead person who can't speak more. Ha 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 ha. Su Ningshui was just about to raise her head and swear, but her pupils suddenly shrunk. You, put, only to see Ye Feng's hand mercilessly and sharply stabbing through his own chest, blood spraying all over the place the moment he drew back. Before her vision blurred, Ye Feng looked at her with a hideous expression. The blood splattered on his face looked unusually bizarre. Rest in peace. Jia. Ye Feng, who had finished laughing maniacally, casually blasted a crater in the ground aside. He threw Su Ningshui's body into it, and looked at Su Ningshui, who was lying in tattered clothes in the pit. Ye Feng indifferently opened his mouth. I also counted finding a good place for you to return to. If you want to blame it on you for not serving my master properly. After saying this, Ye Feng turned around and left without looking back. Only the whimpering of the wind and the sadness of the night remained by the pit. Chapter 70, Yihan, please spare me. When Ye Feng disappeared into the horizon of the wilderness, a figure poked its head out of the ink like dark clouds. Everything that had just happened was recorded by Yihan in the clouds. He flipped through the masterpiece of the recorder in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. With this near-perfect angle in the picture, Yihan unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth. What a perfectly good show. Yihan then looked at the corpses in the pit below, his eyes narrowing slightly. A cold smile. Want to hide from me? The show has just begun. Yihan didn't leave. Instead he put on the 10,000 masks and seemed to be waiting for something. After a long time, the corpse in the pit, his fingers trembled slightly. Phew. The originally cold corpse opened its eyes with a jolt and sat up abruptly, its body rising and falling as it breathed in large gulps of air. Su Ningshui scanned the surroundings, saw that it was empty, sighed in relief, and slowly stood up. She touched the fatal wound that she had previously suffered from Ye Feng's penetration of her chest. It had already healed, and only the broken clothes and dried blood proved that it wasn't a dream. She did not feel surprised and lowered her head as her gaze continued to extend to look. An emerald jade pendant under her neck that was originally as good as new was broken. Looking at the broken and cracked jadeite jade pendant, Su Ningshui's eyes were cold and chilling slowly emerged, killing intent constantly overflowing from the body. She took down the broken jade pendant and clutched it to death. Thanks to it, if it wasn't for the life protector that her father, Su Jinshan, had made for her, it would definitely have been difficult to escape on one's own. At the thought of her high and mighty self being so abused, Su Ningshui then roared madly and looked up to the sky. Damn Ye Feng, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Endless echoes accompanied the whimpering gusts of wind, constantly resonating in the bitterly cold wilderness. Just as Su Ningshui finished venting and was ready to leave, a voice rang out abruptly. Oh, Master, are you talking about me? The whimpering of the wind was mixed with a familiar voice that came from behind her, causing Su Ningshui's figure to suddenly shrink. She turned around fiercely and saw Ye Feng looking at herself with a playful smile on his face, his eyes full of teasing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You actually haven't left yet? Great. Prepare to die. Boom. Su Ningshui's aura of an early-stage martial zone suddenly erupted, and her killing intent erupted like a tornado. Having already died once, the shackles sealed in her body had long since disappeared, allowing her to display her cultivation without fear. This time, I want you to die, even if you're at the 8th rank. So what? Let's show you the strength of a veteran martial exalt. Su Ningshui did not hide her anger in the slightest. Her figure swayed like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, and she pounced towards Ye Feng at breakneck speed. The speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the limit of what the naked eye could capture, only leaving a trail of residual shadows weaving in the air, bringing up a burst of sharp air-breaking sounds that caused one's heart to palpitate. Die! Su Ningshui roared furiously, a long sword glowing with cold light appearing out of thin air in his hand. Boom! She fiercely stabbed the sword fiercely, and in an instant, the sword chi rolled up the flying stones like a pale dragon, whistling and fiercely pouncing on Yihan. But let her very surprised things happen, only to see Ye Feng playfully looking at himself. The contempt in his eyes is not hidden at all. This made her anger grow even more and she stabbed without reservation. Go to hell! Clanking. The crisp sound of a sword resounded beside her ears. Su Ningshui's pupils suddenly shrunk, looking at the scene in front of her with a face full of incredulity. Ye Feng stretched out his own fingers and lightly caught her seemingly unstoppable sword with his hand. Immediately after that, crack! With the force of Ye Feng's finger, a slight flick, the cold sword body instantly broke. Su Ningshui was shocked, and before she could react, a large hand swiftly clasped her cheeks and smashed them hard towards the ground. Boom! Su Ningshui's face collided violently with the ground, with her as the center of the spiderweb-like cracks crumbling in all directions, and for a time, the entire ground shook. Wow! Su Ningshui's throat Guchong wildly sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her eyes fearfully looked at Ye Feng and said in shock, How is it possible? The extent of this Ye Feng in front of him was clearly not of the 8th rank, and was so strong that it was completely unreasonable, absolutely impossible. Looking at Ye Feng's almost perverted smile, a wave of fear surged through Su Ningshui's heart. For a moment, she decisively gave up resisting, her reason telling her that the person in front of her was dangerous. She quickly made plans to escape. With a stomp of her feet, she utilized the force of her figure to retreat backwards, wanting to get away from this demon in front of her. Where to go? The voice was flat and toneless, but it reached her ears like the sound of hell. Immediately afterward, she felt her ankle being grabbed by a strong hand. Su Ningshui's sweaty hairs instantly stood on end, and without waiting to react, she felt a heavenly spin. Thud! Her entire person was swung high above her head as if she were a doll grasping her feet, and then slammed hard into the ground. Wow! Another mouthful of blood gushed out. Just after vomiting, the feeling of weightlessness struck again. Thud! Dang! Yihan swung Su Ningshui in his hands and fell heavily several times in succession, until the earth was cracked. The person in his hand was already dying. Only then was he casually thrown to the ground. Su Ningshui's entire consciousness lacks, barely lifting her head. Seeing Ye Feng continue to walk towards her, she subconsciously shivered and begged for mercy. Don't come over. Oh, didn't you want to kill me? I'm standing right in front of you. Come on. Ye Feng teasingly looked at her, his eyebrows lightly raised as he spoke. I was wrong. For the sake of us being master and disciple, let me go. Su Ningshui plopped down on her knees, cloaked, blood mixed with tears dripping down continuously as she pulled her voice and kept begging for mercy. She didn't know why Ye Feng was so terribly strong. She only knew that this time, she didn't have the amulet. Being killed would be a real death. Ha! Master and disciple? Who is master and disciple with you? Ye Feng walked expressionlessly, and in Su Ningshui's horrified eyes, his face actually changed. Then a teasing voice came out. Do you see who I am? Yihan. Upon seeing that face clearly, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded in Su Ningshui, causing her ears to ring. How was it him? Su Ningshui sat paralyzed on the ground, her tears like a flood that broke the dike. Thud! She snapped her head heavily on the ground and continuously kowtowed towards Yihan, hoping to receive a hint of forgiveness. Yihan remained expressionless. I can remember what Principal Su said. I'll be a waste if I leave the Li family. Still remember, Principal Su's killing intent towards me was not concealed in the slightest. Yihan's words were like knives, piercing into Su Ningshui's heart on the verge of breaking. Fear and powerlessness instantly surged through her heart, and she grabbed Yihan's pants leg in a panic to explain. No! Those are all rumors. Absolutely false. Dang! Su Ningshui knocked her head heavily on the ground, tears of blood mixed with fishy and salty constantly flowing from the corners of her mouth, crying hysterically. Yihan, Please spare me. Chapter 71. The one who killed you is Ye Feng. What's it got to do with me? Spare you? Yihan leisurely opened his mouth. The not-so-loud voice was exceptionally clear in the wilderness full of wind. Seeing Yihan's words with a slight hesitation, Su Ningshui immediately pounced up, kneeling on the ground and grasping Yihan's pants leg as she continuously begged. Please, I was wrong before. Spare me. Let me be a cow or a horse. Su Ningshui acted extremely sincere, her mouth constantly saying words to beg for forgiveness, but inside, she kept swearing a vicious and poisonous oath. These damned people. When she went back to tell her father, top Martial Saint Sujinshun, one of the topmost existences on the Blue Star, how she herself was humiliated by this group of lowly people, Sujinshun would definitely help her. This was the backing she had recklessly relied on since she was a child, and she also relied on it without fear. Su Ningshui looked at Yihan humbly, a sinister aura constantly flashing under her sincere eyes. She not only wanted to kill the person in front of her who had made her kneel down and beg for forgiveness, she also wanted to make that sinful Ye Feng into a human swine, as well as the Star-Lord who made himself suffer in the airship. So what if you're an extraterritorial powerhouse? As long as the news of you is put out, the martial saints on the blue planet will rush here. At that time, all of you will be surrounded and none of you will be able to escape. I'll let you all die without a burial place. This is what happens when you offend me. Su Ningshui. Su Ningshui looked at the expressionless Yihan. Her mouth continued to beg for mercy. See Yihan always indifferent. Su Ningshui gently flicked the ears of the long hair, deliberately will reveal most of their own double blinking lights and then pulled down a little. Pretending to be delicate, she said, as long as I can be spared, I'm willing to do anything, including. Su Ningshui shyly lowered her head, her fingers constantly crossing and rubbing, a far cry from the previous vice-chancellor of Tsinghua University who was so high up that she wanted her life. Hearing this, Yihan frowned slightly and was straight up nauseated. Unceremoniously bluntly said, still willing to do everything? It's not me, Auntie. You're afraid you're all in the shape of a Star-Lord there, right? Hearing this, Su Ningshui raised her head violently and looked at Yihan in surprise, without the petulant look she had a moment ago. You? How did you know? I saw it all. As soon as the words fell, in Su Ningshui's horrified eyes, her own shadow, which was reflected on the wall by the dappled shimmering light in the distance, suddenly moved uncontrollably. It then shook a few times and actually stepped out from the wall. The shadow's humanoid form came to the front of his body and snapped his eyes open, actually resembling Yihan for a few moments. What kind of martial arts technique is this? To be able to manipulate shadows? Simply unheard of. Yihan's expression became playful, but his eyes were unusually cold, and his thin lips slightly opened. Know why I'm not killing you right now? Hearing this, Su Ningshui thought that Yihan had some scruples, and as if he had a bit of courage, he raised his head and spoke. I see. You must have some regard for my Su family. Since you know this, why don't you quickly release me? No. Yihan's words turned, and her cold and merciless voice suddenly resounded in her ears. I just simply want to see a bit more of you kneeling down and begging for mercy. What? Seeing that Yihan had truly moved to kill, Su Ningshui instantly tensed up. No, 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 you can't kill me. If I die, my father will definitely know. He definitely won't let you off the hook either. Hearing this, Yihan cocked his head and looked at Su Ningshui with an innocent expression. No, the person who killed you was Ye Feng. What's it got to do with me? Yihan? Ha 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 ha. The words fell. Yihan suddenly turned into Ye Feng's face and looked at him with an evil face. You! Swish! Su Ningshui still wanted to curse angrily, but he felt a coldness in his neck, and then his vision skyward, only to see that he was actually looking at his own body in an upside-down perspective, as well as the shadow behind himself that held a cold sword in his hand. Dang! Su Ningshui's body was separated. His head rolled like a ball at his feet, his eyes were not closed, and his eyes still revealed an unbelievable expression. Finally, his eyes rested on Ye Feng's gloomy face. Seeing Su Ningshui finally die, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. Finally removing a damned person. Ding! Detected that the host killed Ye Feng's master Su Ningshui to change the plot. Reward, Numinous Power Enhancement Card X1. Villain points 50,000. Numinous Power Enhancement Card can enhance existing numinous power by 1 realm. Cool. Yihan nonchalantly put away the rewards given by the system into his backpack. Today, he also tried the effect of the shadow of everything. Although it was currently only proficient, the effect it brought was simply a quantum leap from the previous martial arts feats. Was this a Star Destruction Realm feat? Thinking of this, Yihan sighed. Good is too expensive, easily tens of millions of points. AI. He could only keep squeezing Ye Feng for value. Looking at Su Ningshui's corpse, Yihan took out the recorder from her spatial ring, and after appreciating the images, Yihan raised the corner of her mouth high. Ye Feng. This time it should be possible to pop the lights for me like crazy. Blue Star. Su family. Ka-ching! With a slight burst of cracking sounds, on the elevated platform filled with candle flames, the fate plate engraved with the 3 words Su Ningshui suddenly shattered. On a wooden chair on one side, a stout and burly old man sat with his back erect like a pine, constantly revealing majesty just by sitting there. This was none other than the Su family's head, a top-tier martial saint, Su Jinshan. At the sound of his voice, Su Jinshan, sitting on a high seat, looked up incredulously and narrowed his eyes slightly. Ning Shui, dead. What audacity! Who is it? At that instant, Su Jinshan let out a monstrous killing intent. The aura of a martial saint suddenly erupted, and in a flash, all of the Su family villas were lifted up by the powerful aura. The following day, a powerful piece of news swept across the entire daxia. The vice-chancellor of Qinggu University, Su Ningshui, was murdered and dumped in the Devil's Sea. The Su family has issued a sky-high reward, 2 S-class techniques just to catch the real culprit. Inside the campus of Qinggu University, holy, Principal Su was actually killed? That's a martial exalted. Just say no? The conditions the Su family is giving are too generous, right? If I were the murderer, I'd want to turn myself in. A figure walked furtively on the long green road of the campus. Almost everyone passing by was discussing the same thing. It was none other than Ye Feng, who had just rushed back from East Domain City. Without Su Ningshui's identity as a guarantee, he had spent some effort to sneak back to Blue Star. Hearing the news being discussed by passers-by, he didn't care. Su Ningshui's death was done without his knowledge. He was the only one on the blue planet who knew about this matter from start to finish, and as long as he didn't tell anyone about it, then this matter would dissipate in his heart forever. But the one point that struck him as odd was this. It was reasonable to say that the place where he had killed her was carefully chosen and very remote. Why would it be discovered so early? Moreover, didn't I finish her off in one move? Just now when I looked at that picture seen in the news on my cell phone, why did it feel so violent? And she was split up? Forget it, don't think about it, no one will know anyway. Chapter 72, Having Such a Disciple. Smiling in the 9 Springs, Ye Feng collected his thoughts and looked ahead with a hot gaze at the various figures of students coming and going in the campus. Nowadays, he was full of anticipation, and the future was promising. Killing the powerless Su Ningshui had made his self-confidence explode. Even a martial exalt was no match for him. Not to mention that Yihan, who didn't know the heights of heaven, he only wanted to quickly enter the competition for the martial emperor's body and slap that annoying Yihan to death. No, I can't slap him to death. I want to make his life worse than death. Thinking of this, the corners of Ye Feng's mouth continued to climb up into an extremely exaggerated magnitude. This time, the fair competition he proposed was not just about Yihan losing his best viewing position. Rather, it was to make him crippled for life and unable to practice martial arts. When the time came for the competition, just say that he didn't have control over the strength. After a genius fell off the pedestal and realized that he couldn't cultivate after all his meridians were broken. I wonder what would become of him. This was really something to look forward to. So what if you're a genius? A fall is not called a genius. This is what happens when you insult him before. Ye Feng took out the heavy airship key that he was carrying in his pocket. The current key was very different from the previous one, with a blue band of light constantly encircling the surface, making it very technological. Although he didn't get the martial arts technique, but before leaving, the Star-Lord had recontained his thought power in this airship key. It said that it could save his life if necessary and take him to shuttle back to the spaceship. At the thought of this, Ye Feng coldly snorted in disdain. What a joke. The current him was an 8th-ranked martial exalt. Who would be able to hurt his life on the blue star? At this, Ye Feng disdained it and did not take it to heart. Then he remembered something. Seeing how powerful the Star-Lord was, he felt that he wasn't incapable. Especially when he thought that he would have to contribute Sumo to him at that time. Ye Feng became anxious. No, if you don't play now, I'm afraid that the models won't even match in the future. Have to play more while it's still early. And anyway, I'm efficient. So in a panic, he felt out his cell phone and hurriedly dialed the phone out. Anyway, this time, without the vice-chancellor of Qinggu University as a guarantee, it would be difficult to go out of Domain City alone. So why not wait until you've had enough fun? Who told that old deng to cheat people? Near Qinggu University, inside a shabby hotel. Crunch, crunch. The crunching sound of the wooden bed kept on resounding. The busy figure on the bed was not happy. Ye Feng had already put Su Ningshui's death behind him at this time and did not recall it in the slightest. Until Sumo underneath her frowned. She really didn't want to act any longer. She was still not making any progress at all even after the 8th rank. Slightly grumbling, she opened her mouth. Once every 2 minutes. Brother Ye Feng, you are really getting more and more efficient. But, aren't you even sad that your master died? Hearing this, Ye Feng, who was exercising, shook his whole body as if he remembered something. His tiger's body shook. He quickly stood up after skillfully handing in a homework. Looking at Sumo, who had just reminded him, he slightly rose and narrowed his eyes. constantly thinking, yes, if one's behavior was too bland, then there was indeed a bit of suspicion on one's body. Fortunately, this silly woman reminded him, how do you know I'm not upset? I'm just dissolving my sadness at the rate I'm going. Never mind, you wouldn't understand if I told you. I'm leaving. Ye Feng opened his mouth slightly despondent, and without waiting for Momo to inquire, he scrambled to put on his clothes and pushed open the shabby hotel room door and walked out. The night was hurried, and Ye Feng accelerated his steps in the cold wind, looking as if he was heading in the direction of the Su family. The current self had to do something in order to reflect his loyalty in front of the world. Su family. The night was already deep and everything was silent, with only the sparse stars flickering in the dark curtained sky. But at this moment, the entire Su family villa is brightly lit as if it were daytime, and the spirit hall is set up high and solemn. A solemn aura quietly permeated the villa, pressurizing people to catch their breath. Su Ningshui's body was tightly wrapped in white cloth, quietly lying in the center of the hall. Head and body have been stitched, but the horror of the wounds is exceptionally hideous. The surrounding area was filled with Su clan members wearing white clothing, all of them covering their faces as they cried bitterly, deceiving the atmosphere to be extremely sad. Su Jinshan sat on the high chair in the upper seat of the lobby. His face was terribly gloomy, although he had already accepted his precious daughter's departure. After seeing her tragic state with his own eyes, the rage within his heart could not be concealed. This tactic was truly cruel. The man with a feminine face and fair skin standing beside Su Jinshan was none other than Su Ningshui's older brother, the commander of the Demon Sea Service Army, Su Zhang. Su Zhan looked expressionlessly at Su Ningshui in the wooden coffin box, not a trace of emotion visible in his eyes. It was a coincidence. The place where Su Ningshui was killed was originally quite a distance away from the service army, but he himself had a dream in a daze, and inside the dream, a clean-cut man told him that there was treasure waiting for him in that place, believe it or not. Originally he didn't believe it, but that dream was quite real, just like reality. So early in the morning, he immediately led his men to the unknown rocky mountain near the East Region city in his dream. When he got there he didn't find any treasure, but found his sister's corpse. It was as if all this was being accused. Could it really be divine providence? Who cares? This annoying sister finally died. Master, why did you just leave? Only to hear a voice with hoarse sobs suddenly coming from outside the door. A figure quickly rushed in, crying with pearly blossoms, and if it weren't for the people stopping him, he would have been close to pouncing directly onto Su Ningshui's coffin. Stop! Who dares to break into the Su family? Ye Feng, who was stopped by a group of people, was filled with sadness and couldn't stop choking on his tears as he spoke. I'm Su Ningshui's disciple. Ye Feng, let me go and take a last look at Master. Master, why did you suddenly leave off? Ye Feng lost his voice and cried bitterly, looking very uncomfortable. His tearful appearance touched a crowd of Su family members. This is Ningshui's disciple? Looks quite filial. Yes. There aren't many young people nowadays who have this kind of attitude of honoring their teachers. Hearing that it was Su Ningshui's disciple caused the originally warm and angry Su Jinshan's brows to stretch slightly. The mood in his heart improved slightly. With a disciple like this, his daughter could also smile in her ninth grave. Family master, when will the person summoning the spirit come then? The inquiring voice of a servant at the side interrupted Su Jinshan's thoughts. Su Jinshan had yet to answer. Ye Feng, who had heard this, however, had already exploded. Summoning spirits. Chapter 73. What? She died twice? The art of summoning spirits. Ye Feng was instantly startled after hearing these words, his entire scalp tingling, his face turning ugly to the naked eye as he subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Seeing this, the servant of the Su family on the side thoughtfully greeted. What's wrong with the lad? Where is he uncomfortable? No, it's just that seeing Master's appearance made me too sad. Ye Feng shook his head to explain a bit, but his heart was rolling like waves. The art of summoning spirits he knew. It was a magical technique that could trace back the images of the last moment of the deceased's life. It presented everything that happened at that time from a first-person perspective. In gaming terms, it was elimination replay, but there were very few people on the blue planet who could perform the art of summoning spirit, and every single one of them was a martial saint with extremely powerful Nianli. If I find out that the last image of Su Ningshui's life before Su Ningshui is himself in front of the eyes of the Su family, then I won't be cold on the spot. One can really be a person. Isn't this throwing oneself into the net? Once he thought of this, Ye Feng's brows kept tightening and his steps slowly moved backward, just wanting to escape from this place immediately. But just now, he exerted too much force and had already rushed to the front, and the way back behind him had already been completely blocked by the Su family's crowd who had newly come to hang their letters. What a damn! How could it be like this? This was completely different from the plot he had imagined. Originally it should have been to use his tearful acting skills to move the Su family members, and subsequently be proclaimed out that Su Ningshui's disciple was a good disciple who emphasized love and justice. In this way, he could gain both fame and fortune. However, it had not occurred to me at all that this Su family actually had the trick of summoning spirits. It was really underestimated. I should have known that I shouldn't have come to this place. Ye Feng's heart was burning with anxiety, constantly thinking about what reasonable way he should use to get himself out quickly, hiding far away before the spirit summoner came, and possibly even having to hide in the Devil Sea. But at this time, Su Zhang, who had been silent, spoke up. Father, this spirit summoner is also too difficult to find. The ones from Great Xia don't have a good relationship with our family and aren't willing to make a move. The only one who's willing to make a bid is the Martial Saint of the Three Kingdoms, and his schedule is scheduled for after January, and he's asking for an exorbitant price, although the price he's offered is very unreasonable. We've also agreed to ask him to come over quickly. Hearing this, Su Jinshan slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath to slowly exhale, then wait for January. During this period, Ningshui's spirit hall cannot be dispersed. I'm going to see just who it is that dares to move earth on my Su family's head. Su Jinshan's undeniable voice loomed. Alright. Su Zhang concurred. 1 month. Listening to the conversation between the Su family's father and son made Ye Feng's heart that was originally in his throat instantly drop. He let out a long breath and his face regained some redness. He secretly said in his heart, it really scared me. This time is really ing appropriate. Simply tailor-made for yourself. Almost thought that I came to throw myself into the net today. I didn't expect that the heavens would not fail me. With the key to the spaceship that contains the power of thoughts given by the Star-Lord, even if things are exposed, it doesn't really matter to him, and he won't have to worry about his life. However, he himself would lose the qualification to observe the body of the Martial Emperor, as well as the great opportunity to waste Li Yihan's revenge. This was what made him the most unacceptable. Listening to the two of them, it felt like everything was alright. Arresting me now, I'm definitely in front of them, but where I am a month later, who knows? Without the mental baggage, Ye Feng was suddenly energized, and he looked at Su Jinshan with righteous indignation. Family Master Su, why is my master like this? I must avenge her. Looking at Ye Feng's angry appearance, Su Jinshan looked at Ye Feng with an appreciative expression. This brat is not bad, sentimental and righteous, has the look of my youth. But the moment he thought of Su Ningshui's death, he changed his appearance and let out a cold snort. The thick and dull voice carried a thick killing intent. Ningshui didn't know why she appeared in the Demon Sea, but this murderer who killed her is too vicious. Actually murdered Ningshui twice. Originally, the life protector given by the saint had already saved her once, with the penetrating wound in her chest. I didn't expect that this murderer wouldn't die, like he knew it actually kept squatting and killed her twice. For the second time, he even separated her body from her head. It's simply the height of evil. The Su clan member at the side was the first to speak. Yes, this is the hardest to forgive. What? Dying twice? Hearing this, Ye Feng, who was originally pretending to be full of anger, couldn't even tense up at once. His face was filled with question marks and his heart was shocked. It wasn't, meaning Su Ningshui died twice. The first time she died and also resurrected. Thinking of this, then a chill from the spine straight to the ceiling. Fear. I'm so glad that there is someone to fill in the gaps. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no one to fill in the blanks, one might not have known about Su Ningshui's resurrection at all. Just ask what it would be like to see the person you killed with your own hands appear before your eyes. And with the things he did to her, he would definitely face the endless pursuit of the Su family. Phew. Ye Feng once again let out a long sigh in the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, all of this did not happen and the corpse of Su Ningshui was lying right in front of his eyes. But immediately afterward, he frowned. Just who had killed Su Ningshui a second time? Hearing Su Jinshan say this, Ye Feng instantly became interested as well. It must have been some enemy who had just resurrected and met someone passing by. Then she really deserved to die. Ye Feng didn't have the slightest worry that he would be followed. Below Martial Saints he was able to discover it with his Martial Zune strength. And above Martial Saint, with that airship key of the Star-Lord into his body, it wouldn't escape his senses at all. That key would alert himself as soon as it detected the Martial Saint origin approaching, in order to avoid the Star-Lord's location being discovered by the Blue Star Martial Saint. So that meant that he was definitely not being followed. Unless there was no Martial Saint origin of the Ninth Order in this world. But was there a Martial Saint without a Martial Saint origin in this world? That was absolutely impossible. So Su Ningshui's second death must have been a fluke. But who exactly was this person? Why would he somehow kill Su Ningshui? One was really lucky. I'm really looking forward to the spirit summoning person coming earlier. The art of summoning spirits was to trace back to the last moment of death images. And Su Ningshui's second death wasn't by his own hand. So he didn't need to worry. The fatal wound on his chest the first time was his doing. But this head-cutting kill was clearly something the second person had done. Earlier, he had wondered what was going on with the corpse. Now when he thought about it, it turned out to be so. The more Ye Feng thought about it inwardly, the more happy he became. His luck is really good. Fortunately this time, someone happened to meet to help make up for it, or else he didn't kill it the first time. Then this matter will definitely be exposed. Also too thankful for this person, let me see who it is. Thank him properly. Ha 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 ha, really heaven help me. Ye Feng then stepped forward and directly spoke loudly with red eyes. The real culprit who killed my master must be found out. I want to avenge him. Good good good. The way Ye Feng cried and swore once again moved everyone in the Su family. Su Jinshan nodded his head repeatedly, a little appreciation in his eyes. Only Su Zan looked at Ye Feng expressionlessly the entire time. This brat was so capable of offering his heart. Something's not right. Chapter 74, Thought Power Great Achievement Realm. It's time for the wind to pick up. Kyoto, Lee family. In the darkness of the night, the grass in the courtyard was swaying around lightly by the breeze, and in the large mansion, the lights in all the rooms had been extinguished, except for the cultivation room which was as bright as day. Inside the white and white cultivation room, an upright figure was sitting in the center. It was none other than Yihan, who had returned from the Demon Sea. The first thing he did when he rushed back from the Eastern Region City was to step into the cultivation room to absorb the numinous power enhancement pill. Within moments of swallowing it, a magical power lingered throughout his body and converged at the top of his head. In his mind, it instantly felt like there were waves of incessant Nianli constantly pouring in. In just an instant, the Nianli successfully crossed over from the Hinayana realm to the Dechang realm. Yihan slightly closed his eyes, feeling the changes brought about by the elevation of the Nianli realm. Now in his mind, the original lake-sized source of Nianli became as majestic as an ocean. Out of sight. This is the numinous power grand completion realm? Now if I use the illusory world again and meet that demon saint from last time, I'll probably be directly lost and it won't break free. Open the system panel. Panel has been opened for the host. Host, Yihan. Martial Dao realm, early 9th order. Origin Dao, none. Numinous power level, great accomplishment realm. Villain points, 50,070. Skills, Shura divine body, proficient. Swimming dragon heaven shaking gun technique, perfect. Illusory numinous technique, grand completion. Shadows of all things, proficient. System mall, is it open? Main line, plunder the heavenly destiny and chi. Destroy all the sons of heaven, and become the strongest villain. Current mission, plunder Ye Feng's fortune and opportunity and kill Ye Feng. Current progress 38%? Scanning through his panel, other than Ye Feng's progress, there was basically no change. It looked like it was getting closer and closer to him going offline. Right now, in terms of the realm, he had utilized the resources available to him to the fullest. The usual cultivation methods were no longer enough to satisfy his growth. Now, all that was needed was to obtain that martial emperor origin to cross over into a qualitative leap once again. But there was still a huge difference in martial arts, especially the two martial arts of the Star Destruction realm, both of which were only at the proficient realm, far from perfection. Want to cultivate these two kinds of cultivation to more than the great completion obviously rely on conventional cultivation time is still very long. But if you want to rely on brother unity, the points aren't enough either. Alas, looking at his pitiful points, Yihan was slightly distressed. There were only 50,000 left. It was still the reward obtained after killing Suning Shui, compared to those merit laws that often required millions, or the hundreds of thousands of Star Destruction realm enlightenment trees. One could only stare stupidly in their pockets. One had to look forward to Ye Feng being able to explode a big point this time. Swish! The back of Yihan's hand was reversed and a black recorder appeared out of thin air in his palm. Looking at the precious images in the small and delicate recorder in her hand, Yihan smiled. This would be the beginning of Ye Feng's gears of fate turning. Of course, just relying on what was in here wasn't enough. There was also a need to make the fire burn a little brighter. Yihan beckoned towards the door. One of the black-clothed men originally guarding the doorway of the cultivation room quickly rushed in. There were figures of these people hidden in every corner of the Li mansion. These were the elite guards of the Li family. All of them had at least the strength of the 6th rank. The number was small, but the quality was extremely high quality, and they were all very talented young men. Yihan would subsequently specialize in training them as well, as a way to consolidate the strength of the Li family. What are young master's orders? The black-clothed guard looked at Yihan respectfully. The latter handed over the black recorder in his hand and tapped his shoulder to keep explaining things. Remember? Hearing Yihan's command, the black-clothed guard nodded repeatedly. Yes, young master. You commanded that 3 days later, the content in here will be made available to the entire network of Li's Media Group for dissemination. My subordinate will definitely complete it. Title, Whimpering Matricide. Yes. Forgive my subordinate for asking one more question. Why don't you spread it now? The guard opened his mouth with a slight question. Yihan raised the corners of his mouth, unable to stop the corners of his eyes from rising. Let the bullets fly for a while. Go. Yes. After the guard's silhouette was once again hidden in the darkness, Yihan muttered. Next is the final step. the person who summons the spirit. Currently, there aren't many people who know this move among the Grand Xia martial saints. My chief master Li Qing is one. This time, we'll have to let his old man make an effort. Yihan walked out of the cultivation room with a negative hand. On the corridor, the faint candlelight reflected by the ancient yellow lanterns on both sides lengthened his silhouette. Looking at the small courtyard that was as silent as ink, he sighed softly. It's about time for the wind to pick up. However, there was still one more thing to do before returning to the Extreme Dao Academy. Yihan took out that martial saint origin that belonged to Yamamoto Bank, and the denseness continuously flowed in his hands. Carrying this origin, Yihan walked along the corridor towards the second master's room with an expectant step. Su family, a figure kept busy, shuttling between the spirit halls to deal with various matters. It was as if he was busy with his own family's affairs. The diligent Ye Feng was strongly recognized by the Su family. This disciple of Ningshui is really good. That's right, Ningshui's vision is really good. Alas, it's just a pity, especially when the people of the Su family realized that he was an 8th order martial exalt. They marveled. Young and promising, such a young 8th rank was simply unheard of. An absolute genius. Su Jinshan, who had learned the news, also regarded him as a guest of honor, so that Ye Feng didn't have to busy himself with these miscellaneous things. But Ye Feng kept nagging with his mouth. This was the last thing he could do to help his master. He had to do it right. Su Jinshan kept nodding his head, not realizing that his own tightly wrinkled brow had also soothed quite a bit after Ye Feng's arrival, constantly reciting that Su Ningshui had taken in a good disciple. During this time, Su Jinshan also mentioned to Ye Feng whether he had the idea of worshipping himself or not, consciously or unconsciously. He would also teach him well, sort of fulfilling his daughter's unfulfilled long-cherished wish. However, Ye Feng refused, saying that he would only recognize Su Ningshui as a master in his life, and would not change for the rest of his life. Good. This action of Ye Feng once again aroused strong admiration from the Su family. Everything he did was also recorded by the Su family and edited into a video that was proclaimed on a certain sound. For a while, the entire Grand Xia knew about Ye Feng's deeds. Netizens praised him one after another. Powerful, kind-hearted, and crucially, so loyal and filial to his master, completely overturning the netizens' previous impression of Ye Feng as a soft-boiled heavenly pride. This was truly the pride of Qinggu University. Chapter 75, The Land of Stars. Su Family Villa. Unseen corner. A figure was hiding in this shady area playing with his cell phone. It was none other than Ye Feng who was lazing around here, constantly brushing through those wonderful remarks about himself on the internet. The corners of his mouth continued to rise, and the light in the bottom of his eyes became brighter and brighter. He was proud of himself from the bottom of his heart, and his heart was more than happy. Right. What he wanted was this effect. A tall image that honors the teacher and is sought after by 10,000 people. Ha. For a while, Ye Feng's motivation to act was even more sufficient, putting away his cell phone and once again busying himself with tears in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, secretly a copy of the edited video has begun to flow, but the range is extremely small, and it seems to be deliberately operated by someone, waiting for the critical time, poised to strike. Buzz. Under the bamboo forest, an upright and slender figure walked out from the teleportation array. Stepping on the crisp sound of the dead bamboo leaves under his feet, he looked at the ancient and rustic compound modeled between the bamboo forest in front of him. Yihan couldn't help but sigh. Still, this uncontested quietness of the Extreme Dao Academy is soothing. Yesterday, in his own 10,000 efforts, finally convinced the second master to accept that martial saint origin. Originally, the second master refused with all his heart, saying that origin must be reserved for his own use. He is old and can no longer be used. Now it is the world of the young people. The third martial arts saint of the Li family will have to be him. Yihan. Hearing this, Yihan smiled helplessly in the bottom of his heart. Where does he need the origin? So after spending quite a bit of effort and under a long and bitter persuasion, the second master finally dispelled his scruples and took it in. Up to this point, he was able to come here without fear. A bamboo leaf floated across the eyes, pulling back Yihan's thoughts. Thinking of the main thing he came here for, Yihan walked towards the bamboo courtyard area next to the Academy Teaching College. Walking outside the Vice Dean's bamboo building made Yihan a bit surprised. This time, he did not see the figure of Li Qing lying on that bamboo chair leisurely watching the live broadcast. Instead, he was constantly circling the not-so-large compound with a grave face and hands behind his back. His brows were locked and his face was heavy. It looked very anxious, as if something had happened. Seeing Yihan appear outside the bamboo courtyard door, Li Qing was not surprised. He had sensed it just now the moment Yihan had half-stepped into the entrance of the academy. It looked like he should be looking for himself for something, but right now there was no intention to ask. Right now there was a particularly important matter that had suddenly happened, 100,000 times more urgent. Just now, the Extreme East Dean sent an urgent flying letter. The frequency of awakening of the demon emperors sealed in the illusory world had become more pronounced. The time for suppression had been clearly insufficient, and support was now needed from someone who had mastered the illusionary thought technique. So he was asked how his reserve army of that illusion technique was practicing. He was a bit confused when he saw that. To be honest, it wasn't good. When all the martial saints had tried it, only Extreme East had succeeded, including himself. It wasn't that the martial saints' strength wasn't good, but this technique from the extraterrestrial battlefield was more like a way of selecting seedlings, and it was completely different from the previous martial arts techniques. However, in order to pass on the legacy, it was so easy to open this extreme Tao Academy to seek out Nian Li geniuses, wanting to carry forward this illusory Nian technique. But after running the academy for so long, the Extreme East was almost always absent, relying on Li Qing alone to support it here. For so many years, they had already made the Extreme Tao Academy the #1 academy in Blue Star, yet there was only one person who was able to master the illusory numinous technique. That was Yihan. Coincidentally, he arrived at the academy just as this name surfaced in his mind. Originally, when Yihan arrived, he slapped his head, but then he thought about it. How long had he only given that illusion technique to Yihan? Less than a month. No matter how much of a genius he was, he couldn't have reached a great accomplishment in such a short period of time. So simply die this heart, unable to help but fall into an impasse once again. Finally sighed. It's better to give it a try and beat a dead horse. A mosquito is neat even if it's small. What if the introductory realm can also help a little? If it's really not possible, let's gather all the Blue Star martial saints and prepare for a duel. The big deal was that the fish would die. For the sake of those long legs that were able to broadcast live, he must defend Blue Star to the death. Thinking of this, Li Qing was filled with fighting spirit. Seeing that Li Yihan was still standing at the door waiting, Li Qing did not slow down and walked towards the courtyard fence rail. Looking for master for something? Well, is in need of a favor. Coincidentally, I have one too. Li Qing suddenly froze when he looked up at Li Yihan. It wasn't this aura? Why was it a bit strange? It felt like 9th rank strength? But how is it that there is no origin? It shouldn't be. You can't enter the 9th level without an origin. Is it because I'm wrong? It should be too much pressure and produce an illusion. How this kid's power of thought has come to fruition. This is only how long. Feeling the changes in Li Yihan really made Li Qing shocked. This kid's cultivation speed felt like a pervert. Fast and unreasonable. What is it? It's like this. After hearing Li Qing's description, Li Yihan frowned slightly. It looked like it was indeed because he had changed the plot, causing the process of the Demon Emperor's recovery to become faster. Since this was the case, one should indeed help. Li Yihan agreed in one breath. Seeing this, Li Qing was not surprised. He knew the nature of the Li family. Defending the Blue Star and exterminating the demon race was their mission. Let's go then. Li Qing led Li Yihan towards the teleportation array deep in the bamboo forest. However, he did not ask Li Yihan about his mastery of the illusion technique. Although he had seen Li Yihan's talent for cultivation, and the fact that he had cultivated his numinous power to the grand completion realm in such a short period of time had indeed taken him by surprise. However, the illusory numinous technique was different. As long as it was cultivated to completion, it might even be an S rank or above. Even Extreme East was only at the grand completion in his mastery of illusory numinous technique. According to his speculation, he might only be able to master it to completion by stepping into the Martial Emperor realm. Or there might be other reasons, and it also took a full 10 years for Extreme East to cultivate to grand completion. Then Li Yihan, not to mention, would be lucky to be able to help. In order not to cause pressure on Li Yihan, he also did not bother to ask about the proficiency of the illusion technique, as if he had already entered the realm. Along the path between the bamboos, the two quickly arrived in front of the stone monumental teleportation array that was hidden deep in the bamboo forest. Buzz. Passing through the teleportation array, they once again entered the Sea of Demons, Middle Domain City. Standing in front of the large and lofty city wall, he once again felt the grandeur and toughness of the human architecture. This time, Li Qing did not choose to bring Li Yihan into Domain City. Follow me. Aha! Li Qing's figure slowly flew towards the sky. Up there? Seeing this, Li Yihan followed. The wind at high altitude was unusually bitter, like a knife scraping blowing the hems of the two men's clothes hunting. Soon, the two figures did not enter the layer of dark clouds as deep as ink. The moment they entered, the line of sight seemed to be blocked. There is not the slightest source of light. Out of reach. A chaos. Only feeling the dark clouds as a light veil constantly brushing past, Li Yihan followed Li Qing and continued to fly upwards. The two upward flight speed is not slow. At least also through nearly 100 miles of dark cloud layer has not yet seen the light. Which also let Li Yihan for the first time to see this has been on top of the head of the dark clouds how thick. A long time. Feeling the faint light appearing above his head, Li Yihan realized that he should be almost there. Swish! After passing through the last layer of thin clouds, the scene in front of him instantly changed scenery. In the darkness of the night, a vast and gorgeous sea of stars suddenly came into view. The colorful nebulae were as fantastic as a dream, intertwined in front of their eyes, as far as the eye could see. The sight in front of him truly shocked Yihan. This is the land of stars.